In a realm of ethereal beauty, towering mountains rise majestically, perpetually draped in snow, as lofty cliffs and unmelting ice confront the piercing, biting winds that sweep across steep, solitary pavilions. Within the confines of the vast realm sect, an eerie stillness prevails, akin to stagnant waters. Yet this vast expanse belongs solely to a singular individual, the Shiha, divine monarch, who ascended 8 centuries ago. It is said that he has resided here ever since his ascension. Throughout the 3 realms, it is widely acknowledged that the Shiha divine monarch is a figure of legend, having transcended the mortal coil after merely 300 years of cultivation. What is most astonishing, however, is the nature of his celestial fortune. His enlightenment was attained through the act of slaying his master. In this world, celestial fortunes are diverse and peculiar. Some achieve enlightenment in dreams, others on the brink of death, some through the demise of spouse, and others through the killing of a mother or father. While the act of slaying a master for enlightenment is rare, it is not unheard of. What is truly remarkable is that the Shiha divine monarch's master was none other than Ling Xuan, the revered lord of the 9 sects, who stood on the precipice of divinity in the Xiao sect. Divine monarch, a move without regret, the old monk humbly concedes, said the venerable elder, his silver hair cascading down as he lowered his hands, a smile gracing his lips. Across from him, a man clad in pristine white, with hair cascading like a waterfall, remained stoic, his expression unchanged. He let his gaze fall, not uttering a word as he held a black piece poised in the air. Divine monarch, having secluded yourself in the vast realm sect for so long, cut off from the world, have you garnered any gains in your cultivation? The man slightly lifted his hand. Yin, have you perceived any changes in my cultivation? The elder paused momentarily, then reached out to assess. He discovered that the man before him possessed profound meridians, pure celestial bones, and an unfathomable depth of spiritual power. Such an entity in the heavenly realm could be considered the pinnacle of martial prowess. Yet, a look of regret crossed the elder's face. The once shocking Shiha, divine monarch, who astonished the 3 realms at the time of his ascension, has stagnated in his cultivation for 8 centuries. Even mere mortals may find solace in their imperfections. Yet for deities, stagnation in their cultivation signifies the emergence of inner demons and the accumulation of karmic obstacles. Lord Deity, it is best to avoid reminiscing about the past. The elder's parting words were swept away by the wind, leaving behind only the man clad in white with ink-black hair and a chessboard where the outcome had already been determined, surrounded by a blanket of pristine snow. Reminiscing about the past? Lord Shiha momentarily lost himself in thought, a sardonic smile escaping his lips as he spoke to himself. It is hardly worth mentioning. The black stone slipped from his fingers onto the board, the crisp sound resonating in the air as the board was reset, engulfed once more in darkness. Lizzie had not dreamt for an extended period, yet he found himself revisiting his childhood, recalling the early years of his apprenticeship, as a sudden surge of resentment arose within him, evoking a rather unflattering image. Hurry up and climb, otherwise you'll be eliminated. The voice beside him was youthful and incessant. Who knows how many disciples Xiao sect will recruit this year? My father said that being chosen by Xiao sect is akin to stepping halfway into the realm of immortals. Our family would bask in glory. Have you heard? This year, the Supreme Master of the 9 divisions is also taking disciples. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to be selected by the Master. Suddenly, Lizzie opened his eyes, his amber pupils reflecting a profound indifference. He surveyed his surroundings and was confronted with a scene that had long faded from his memory. The foot of the mountain appeared strikingly familiar. He glanced down at his hands, coated in brown mud, with blood seeping from beneath his fingernails, revealing both new and old wounds, strange familiarity intertwined with the foreignness of it all. Most importantly, these hands belonged to that of a child. Lizzie had lingered in the Xiao sect for several centuries, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards his master. Yet, when reflecting upon the past, the very essence of that hatred had begun to blur within him. After all, he had long since exacted his revenge. The bitterness that once consumed his heart had seemingly lost its origin. Having ascended to divinity over 800 years ago, if he could no longer distinguish between dreams and reality, it would indeed be a grand jest. In those years, Pyre was but a ragged figure, covered in dirt and grime, stumbling up the mountain with each tentative step, yet resolutely gritting his teeth as he approached the esteemed entrance of the Xiao sect to seek guidance. On that fateful day, he encountered the illustrious master of the Nine Courts, Ling Xuan. Clad in pristine white garments, Ling Xuan seemed to whimsically select Pyre as if he were a curious trinket. Thus, Pyre became the sole disciple of Ling Xuan. Naturally, no one could have foreseen that Ling Xuan would ultimately meet his demise at Pyre's hands. Yet Ling Xuan deserved it. Chapter 2. The attire of a young man, even if given the chance to relive those moments, Pyre would never regret having slain Ling Xuan. Ling Xuan was nothing short of a consummate hypocrite, teaching him to read, imparting mystical knowledge, preparing his destined talisman, and organizing the ceremony for his coming of age. Yet, he simultaneously made Pyre acutely aware of the enmity that lay between them, rooted in blood. In retrospect, all of this now lodged like a thorn in his throat. Pyre lowered his head, silently mocking himself. The hatred that should have dissipated with Ling Xuan's demise had, at this very moment, resurged with renewed vigor. A rumble of thunder echoed through the heavens, prompting a youthful voice nearby to complain once more. Why is there thunder today? If it rains, the mountain path will become treacherous. A slightly clearer voice chimed in. Even if it rains, we cannot halt our progress. The day for disciples to join Xiao sect shall not be postponed due to inclement weather. Though they were young, they had already grasped the stark disparity between mortals and immortals. Entering a sect did not guarantee ascension to divinity, yet, as mere mortals, their lifespans were but a fleeting few decades. Soon, rain began to fall, transforming from a gentle patter to a torrential downpour. Another resounding clap of thunder startled an individual within the Nine Statues Pavilion. On a fragrant sandalwood bed, intricately carved with Pyre motifs at the headboard, a figure stirred awake. Draped in garments as white as snow, her long, cascading black hair fell gracefully to her waist. A perfectly placed beauty mark rested beneath her left eye, complementing her enchanting peach blossom eyes, which appeared both passionate and detached. Having cultivated her skills to such a degree, she rarely entered the realm of dreams. Any foray into slumber foretold extraordinary occurrences. For instance, regarding the rain, she had observed the celestial patterns the previous night and had anticipated clear skies for today. Yet, the deluge that now fell was undeniably unusual. In the final scene, the cold, silver-glinting blade ruthlessly pierced her body, blood splattering and staining her white garments, splattering onto the face of her opponent. Yet, the young man before her maintained a demeanor of indifference, as if he had merely slain a beast. Ling Xuan felt a chill run down her spine. Who is Ling Xuan? She is among the few in the realm of cultivation who have attained the esteemed title of master through sheer strength. And she is also the youngest to reach the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Such prowess and status should rightfully command great respect. Yet Ling Xuan, she is afraid of death. It is precisely this fear that drove her to diligently practice since her early discipleship, never daring to slacken for a single day. It is this very fear that led her, at a tender age, to surpass her peers in the cultivation world and attain the title of master once and for all. Furthermore, it is this fear that compelled her to conceal the secret of her femininity. Since joining her sect, she has presented herself as a male. By the time her body began to develop, she had already mastered advanced techniques, allowing her to easily transform herself into a male form temporarily. But now, her dreams ominously hinted at the approach of her demise. Just the day before, she had promised her senior brother, the sect leader, that she would take at least one disciple, and Ling Xuan regretted it deeply, bitterly lamenting her decision. She sat by her bedside for a considerable time, finally composing herself, preparing to rise and seek out her senior brother to declare her recent unwellness, opting to forego taking on a disciple. To be untrustworthy seemed a far better option than to face death itself. Just as Ling Xuan descended from her bed, she was informed by a puppet from outside, "Master, The sect leader has arrived. A sense of foreboding suddenly surged within her. Chapter 3. My life is at an end. The puppet was crafted by her own hand. Yet Ling Xuan was not adept in this art and lacked the patience to master such intricate creations. The puppets, though rather unremarkable in appearance after being imbued with spirit, were capable of serving tea, carrying messages, and other mundane tasks, which was satisfactory to Ling Xuan. With the arrival of her senior brother, the sect leader, she naturally rose to greet him, which conveniently alleviated her of another concern. Her 9 respects pavilion was relatively tranquil, devoid of disciples or relatives. And aside from the few puppets, only a handful of senior brothers and sisters paid occasional visits. Outside, the thunderstorm raged on. Xiaoba. The booming voice of the sect leader grew closer. Ling Xuan. Upon entering the sect, she was ranked 8th among her senior brothers and sisters. Hence she had been affectionately called Xiaoba since her youth. She raised her gaze to behold a figure clad in white, his hair like jade, with a demeanor that exuded an air of quiet nobility. She clasped her hands in greeting, her voice as smooth as jade. Second senior brother. The sect leader, surnamed Un and named Xingzhou, was the son of Ling Xuan's late master, making him her second senior brother. The position of sect leader was initially meant for the eldest brother, but due to a near-fatal incident years ago, he had been in seclusion for nearly 50 years, leaving the leadership to Xingzhou. Compared to the initial chaos, second senior brother had evidently matured and steadied over the years. Xiaoba, look who your brother has brought for you. In an instant, and Xingzhou, who had just been praised by Ling Xuan for his composure, burst into her 9 respects pavilion, his dark blue robe billowing with the wind and rain, bringing with it a refreshing chill. Ling Xuan. Xiaoba, behold. This is the disciple that your senior brother has taken the liberty to acquire for you today. He is truly a rare gem among countless prospects. Do not say that your senior brother does not care for you. The sect leader, grinning broadly, revealed a small boy who barely reached his waist. Before Ling Xuan could reconsider her decision to accept a disciple, the boy was unceremoniously thrust upon her. A rigid smile graced her lips. Second senior brother. Was it not said that I should select myself? Today, for reasons unknown, the rain fell with remarkable intensity, and among the many children seeking to hone their skills, this one was the youngest yet the first to ascend. The sect leader, clicking his tongue, remarked, I have observed him. He is a natural talent for cultivation. Should I not reserve him for you at once? Ling Xuan. I thank you for your kindness. Outside, despite the torrential downpour, and Xingzhou remained dry. Beside him, the small boy, who had accompanied Xingzhou, was drenched from his arduous climb through the rain, clad in coarse cotton that clung to his form. His feet were encased in battered cotton shoes, caked with mud washed by the rain. His clothes were speckled with dirt, and both his hands and face bore the marks of grime, with wounds nestled among mud and rainwater, mingling with the scent of blood. He appeared utterly disheveled. Ling Xuan had no time to regard in Xingzhou's self-satisfied demeanor. Her gaze fell upon the gaunt face of the small boy behind him, though smeared with mud and dirt. His delicate features were still evident, hinting at the promise of his future. Ling Xuan gazed at the face that bore a striking resemblance to the malevolent disciple who had thrust a sword into her body in her dreams. Suddenly enveloped in an indescribable silence, a singular thought flickered through her mind. My life is forfeit. Chapter 4. A hot potato Pei Lizhi stared impassively at this seemingly distant acquaintance. As in their previous life, when he first encountered Ling Xuan, he too had been in a state of disarray. However, it appeared that the wheels of fate had subtly shifted, beginning with this tempestuous storm. On the same day in the previous life, the sky had not been tempestuous, but rather brilliantly sunny, with few souls ascending from the foot of the mountain, parched under the scorching sun. When they finally managed to crawl up, the elders stood resplendently before him. It was under such circumstances that Pei Lizhi first laid eyes on Ling Xuan. Ling Xuan was adorned in a white robe adorned with crescent patterns, cinched at the waist with a piece of warm jade resembling a qilin. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes and exquisite features, coupled with her solemn demeanor, bestowed upon her an air of untouchable nobility. This seemingly ethereal figure, the esteemed 9th master of the Zio sect, had singled him out among a throng of disheveled new disciples, elevating Pei Lizhi to the esteemed position of her foremost and sole disciple. Now, perhaps due to the tempest, Ling Xuan had not come personally to accept disciples. Instead, the sect leader, and Xingzhou, selected what he deemed the most gifted candidate from the available choices. Pei Lizhi indeed possessed extraordinary talent, having attained the transformation stage by the age of 30, while others labored for decades, merely struggling in the qi refining stage, finding advancement as arduous as climbing to the heavens. Pei Lizi had once regarded Ling Xuan as an insurmountable mountain in this lifetime. The memories of the techniques once practiced in the Xiao sect remain vivid in his mind, never to be forgotten, if he so desired. The path of cultivation in this life could indeed transcend the heavens. At the foot of the mountain, Pei Lizi was supposed to depart. The enmity between him and Ling Xuan should have dissipated after he had avenged his master. Yet, before he could turn away, an inexplicable surge of resentment surged within him, making it clear that he still harbored hatred for Ling Xuan. By some strange twist of fate, he ascended the mountain once more. Contemplating this, he conveyed a message to Xingzhou. Senior brother, I have never taken on disciples. Could you assign me one with exceptional talent? Would the other elders have any objections? The other elders of the Xiao sect naturally referred to Ling Xuan's senior brothers and sisters. What objections could they possibly raise? They were all aged individuals, far too old to compete with a young person for a disciple. Were they lacking in dignity? And Xingzhou also responded telepathically. Youngster, Ling Xuan, perhaps being ranked as the 8th junior is not the most sorrowful, for the 7th junior, my senior, is over 100 years my elder. When Ling Xuan first arrived at the mountain, he was frail and emaciated, treated as a fragile being. Master brother, I have never taken on a disciple. I fear I may not be able to teach one of such talent well. The master brother chuckled heartily. Little 8, do not worry. If you struggle, your senior brothers and sisters will be there to assist you. Every year, the sect holds public classes that all disciples must attend, so do not fret excessively. I believe you can cultivate an outstanding disciple. Ling Xuan replied, No, I cannot. The conversational artistry of senior brother Zhangmin has been showcased over the years, employing subtle persuasion to thoroughly indoctrinate Ling Xuan. Once senior brother Zhangmin departed, Ling Xuan was taken aback to realize that this potential future traitor, a little white-eyed wolf, had inadvertently become a resident of her Jiuzuan pavilion. Caught off guard, she was left to grapple with this proverbial hot potato. Chapter 5. The little white-eyed wolf falls ill. Ling Xuan scrutinized the filthy youth before her for a prolonged moment. Neither spoke, engaging in an unspoken contest of gazes. Nevertheless, the boy maintained a stoic expression, fixated on her, his designated master. Ling Xuan mused to herself, splendid, before even being formally acknowledged on her disciple roster. He already bore the semblance of a would-be rebel. Little Black, Ling Xuan finally called out after a lengthy silence. The puppet known as Little Black promptly appeared. Addressing her in a calm tone, Mistress, how may I assist you? Ling Xuan brushed off non-existent dust from her attire and replied coolly, Take him below for a thorough cleaning. With that, she turned and vanished from sight. Pei Lizi regarded the spot where Ling Xuan had just stood, remaining silent. He recalled that in a past life, the Jiuzuan pavilion had lacked servants, and Ling Xuan had naively believed the puppet would be inept at caring for children, thus opting to do everything herself. Yet, he was no more adept at childcare than she was. Under her care, Pei Lizi had succumbed to a fever, lying in bed for a full 3 days. This time around, for reasons unknown, Ling Xuan appeared to have undergone a transformation. Yet Pei Lizi could easily discern that it was still Ling Xuan. Please follow me, Little Black said expressionlessly to Pei Lizi. It was then that Pei Lizi came to the realization that Ling Xuan's puppet was even less capable of caring for others than he himself was. After Pei Lizi was splashed with water for the 3rd time by the puppet named Xiaohe, causing discomfort in his eyes and nasal passages, he finally spoke coldly, Leave. However, Pei Lizi had forgotten that he was merely a 9-year-old child, his voice still bearing the innocent timbre of his age, lacking any semblance of authority. The being before him was merely a puppet prone to erratic behavior. Following a bath, Pei Lizi unfortunately succumbed to a high fever once more. Xiaohe, realizing the error, promptly sought guidance from Ling Xuan. Master, your newly accepted disciple seems to be unwell. It became evident that this puppet lacked the ability to care for others, as a simple bath had led to the child's illness. Summon the sect physician, Ling Xuan commanded, his voice as gentle as jade. Xiaohe complied without hesitation. The 9 Respect Pavilion, typically serene and quiet, now housed a 9-year-old child. Were it not for the enigmatic dream that could not be ignored, it would have made little difference to Ling Xuan. The physician soon arrived, accompanied by his senior brother, who assessed the child. No harm done. It is merely a result of being caught in the rain and a weakened constitution. After taking medicine, he should recover in a couple of days. And Xingzhou observed the young boy, now clad in the attire of the Xiao sect, lying unconscious on the bed. He turned to his young apprentice, hesitating to speak. Xiaoba. This utterance irked Ling Xuan, who leaned against the bedside in silence. And Xingzhou recognized this familiar demeanor. Whenever Ling Xuan was displeased, he would retreat into silence, seemingly at odds with someone or something. Come with me, and Xingzhou said. Ling Xuan silently followed behind him, reminiscent of a little shadow from her childhood. And Xingzhou couldn't help but reflect inwardly how this child had indeed grown up. Yet now was not the time for nostalgia. Steadying himself, and Xingzhou clasped his hands behind his back and gazed at Ling Xuan, who was just a few steps away. Xiaoba, do you not favor this disciple? Ling Xuan initially intended to affirm this sentiment, but suddenly recalled the vivid, blood-soaked scene from her dream, which made her pause. If she admitted to her discontent, her senior brother, the sect leader, would undoubtedly assign her a different disciple. In that case, who knew what mischief that little white-eyed wolf would inflict upon her other seniors? Chapter 6. Fear of losing one's life. The sect leader expressed understanding, clapping his hands together as he said, Xiaoba, when I first took on a disciple, I felt just as anxious as you do. However, a disciple can be scolded on occasion, and even played with now and then. We all know that while the master opens the door, the cultivation depends on the individual. Just focus on fulfilling your own responsibilities and do not worry excessively. Ling Xuan thought to herself. Sect leader, you need only concern yourself with how to teach your disciple. I must worry about how to survive under my disciple's tutelage. Recalling her earlier exchange of glances with the little white-eyed wolf, Ling Xuan felt the matter of her dream was perhaps not without foundation. Suddenly, she found herself in a predicament. Xiaoba, and Xingzhou seemed to notice Ling Xuan's distraction, waving a hand in front of her. He was filled with exasperation. Xiaoba, did you hear what your senior brother said? If you can teach that disciple well, they will become a prominent figure in the future, bringing you honor. Do not take this lightly. The necessary lessons must still be imparted. Ling Xuan fell into a sudden silence. She was not overly concerned with her pride, but rather with her life. Understood, senior brother, she said, clasping her hands respectfully. She could hardly present an ethereal dream to her senior brother. And Xingzhou observed that the expression of his junior disciple did not seem to exhibit any rejection, which alleviated his concerns. Ling Xuan thought to herself, how splendid. Her senior brother feared that she would inadvertently lead the little white-eyed wolf to its demise, while she alone worried about being pierced through by its sword. Ling Xuan had only one elder sister, ranked third among them, and this puppet was a creation of her own making. Unfortunately, Ling Xuan's skills were lacking. The little black puppet she had manifested appeared utterly wooden, resembling something devoid of intellect. Upon witnessing Ling Xuan's puppet, her elder sister had been so incensed that she had refused to speak to her for several days. After comparing her little black puppet with her sister's creations, Ling Xuan was compelled to concede that her sister's anger was indeed understandable. Master? Ling Xuan's footstep halted abruptly as she inquired, what of him? Little Black replied, the sect's physician has prescribed medicine. I am off to prepare it now. Ling Xuan placed her hands behind her back, her gaze averted from the door. That is good to hear, as long as the little white-eyed wolf remains unharmed. Yet, Little Black was oblivious to the subtleties of expression. Was not the master to enter and care for his disciple? Ling Xuan's face darkened. Who was to take care of him? Was that not your responsibility? Little Black. Though a puppet lacks the warmth of emotions, it nonetheless remembered that its usual duties were merely to summon and maintain the 9 respectful pavilion. However, sensing the master's ire, it chose to remain silent. Ling Xuan became increasingly infuriated, ultimately turning away in frustration. As long as that ungrateful wretch did not perish, she would remain the master, not a mere servant. Pei Lizzie awakened in the dead of night, drenched in sweat, as if he had been steeped in boiling water. He sat up, feeling as if he had been thoroughly cooked. Glancing down at his attire, he recognized the disciple's robe of Xiao sect, garments he had worn for many years. Now, however, they appeared glaringly incongruous to him. His resentment towards Ling Xuan intertwined with his disdain for this sect. Despite any previous fade of virtue, Pei Lizzie was acutely aware that he had never been a paragon of integrity. Rather, he possessed a temperament akin to madness. He loathed the misfortunes Ling Xuan had inflicted upon him, prompting him to disregard her nurturing and ultimately take her life. After Ling Xuan's demise, he ascended, and all believed that her prolonged inability to ascend was due to her moral deficiencies. In this world, the victor is king, and no one dared to reproach Pei Lizzie for slaying his master. The absurdity of the world was palpable. Pei Lizzie attempted to summon the spiritual energy within him. Since the day he stood at the foot of the mountain until now, he sensed a faint current of power within, indicating not only his exceptional talent, but also that Xiao sect was indeed a land rich in spiritual essence. Once again, Pei Lizzie became Lin Xian's disciple, albeit in a more ludicrous manner. Like a madman, once was not enough, he yearned for a second opportunity to kill her. As the night deepened and the dew thickened, he was not the only sleepless soul. Lin Xian had reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Though she had long since ceased consuming food, she occasionally dispatched someone down the mountain to procure provisions, maintaining a regimented routine of rest that even the little black creature could not comprehend. On this night, Lin Xian sat beneath her eaves, gazing at the moon, her expression tinged with an unmistakable sorrow. Her senior brother, the sect leader, had unwittingly invited a wolf into their midst, compelling her to take in that little white-eyed wolf. The dreams she experienced were perplexing. She could neither fully trust them nor entirely dismiss them. Due to that dream, a knot had formed in her heart, and naturally, she was reluctant to confront the little white-eyed wolf. She recalled how, in her dream, she had genuinely nurtured him as if he were a tender cabbage, tending to him with care, loosening the soil, watering, fertilizing, and ridding him of pests, only for him to betray her so ruthlessly when he killed her master. A pang of anguish seized her heart. It became evident that the little black one truly lacked the ability to read human emotions. As Lin Xian lamented beneath the moonlight, he called out from below, "Sect Master, what are you doing?" Lin Xian replied, "A wooden figure truly cannot comprehend human troubles. Little black, be silent and attend to your duties." Ordinarily, at this hour, Little Black's task was to patrol the 9-respected pavilion. Although Lin Xian was inept at crafting puppets, she infused them with her spiritual power, which granted Little Black the cultivation of the golden core stage. He did not require rest. Lin Xian remained on the eaves throughout the night, unable to unravel her thoughts. Eventually, Little Black approached to inform her that the little white-eyed wolf had awakened and that his fever had subsided. As her master, it was only right for her to check on him. Lin Xian was not in haste. She waved her hand, dismissing Little Black, and lingered beneath the eaves until the sun rose. Just then, Little Black returned, accompanied by 2 stunningly beautiful women. Lin Xian discerned at a glance that the 2 individuals were also puppets, comparable in realm to Xiaohe. However, not only were they breathtakingly beautiful, but they also possessed a greater aptitude for care than Xiaohe. It was evident that they were her senior sister's puppets, and their unfamiliar faces made Lin Xian feel slightly unacquainted. "Master, these 2 were entrusted by the sect leader to Elder San to serve you and your disciples," came the gentle voices of the sister duo as they stepped forward, their tones flowing like a gentle stream. "Master, I am called Yuer. Master, I am called Sheng'er. Elder San has sent us to serve you, Master." Lin Xian's emotions were rather complex. Her senior sister, renowned for her unparalleled mastery in the art of puppet refinement, had created these puppets that rivaled real beings. The 2 before her could hardly be described as merely beautiful. Chapter 8. Heating the sect leader Lin Xian's 9-respect pavilion. At its core, occupied a peak of the Xiao sect, much like the peaks of her other senior brothers and sisters. Yet, the desolation of her abode made it feel less like a residence of an elder. Although Lin Xian could be regarded as the 8th elder of Xiao sect, she harbored a deep aversion to the number 8, having been called Little 8 since childhood, due to her fearsome reputation apart from her master. None of her 7 senior brothers and sisters dared to address her with any name associated with the number 8. "Master," Xiaohe continued earnestly, "Elder San has instructed that each of Yuer and Sheng'er requires a separate room. Where would you like them to be arranged?" Initially, Lin Xian intended to allow Xiaohe to make the arrangements casually, but upon reflection, she spoke up. "What about the accommodation for the new disciple?" "Little Black, currently, I am still at the East Hall, but the sect master has instructed me to arrange for that child's quarters to be adjacent to yours, to facilitate the development of your master-disciple relationship. What do you think?" Lin Xian, adjacent to her, "Is it to make it convenient for the little white-eyed wolf to launch a midnight assassination?" "No, let him remain in the East Hall. It is spacious there." Lin Xian paused for a moment and then summoned 2 beautiful puppets, Yuer and Sheng'er. "You 2 will take care of him." "Little Black," but the sect master said. Lin Xian's expression turned cold, a hint of exasperation evident. "Little Black, whose orders are you following, mine or the sect master's?" Little Black looked quite innocent. "Master, you usually heed the sect master's words," implicitly suggesting that if you follow the sect master, then I should follow you. Which ultimately means I am following the sect master. Ling Xuan. Yu and Sheng were initially assigned to attend to this master-disciple pair, but now, seeing Master S' affection for her disciple, she has transferred both maidens to the apprentice. Furthermore, she seems quite tender-hearted towards the child. Ling Xuan merely wished for some peace. However, she soon found herself contradicted when, that very evening, an irresistible aroma wafted from the East Hall. Ling Xuan. She was mistaken. How could her senior sister's puppets merely be ornamental? They possess culinary skills. Merely inhaling the delightful fragrance, her feet could not help but lead her towards the East Hall. Little Black, rather oblivious to the situation, was the first to notice Ling Xuan and promptly bowed to her. Master. Upon his utterance, his newly appointed colleagues also recognized Ling Xuan and collectively set aside their tasks. Master, Master, each call more melodious than the last, filled Ling Xuan's heart with delight, rendering her companion, the little black wolf, somewhat of an eyesore. Such beauty, a true feast for the eyes. Unbeknownst to the little black wolf, on the very first day of his colleague's appointment, he found himself ensnared in a perilous predicament of losing favor. Not only was he oblivious, but he also insisted on prancing around Ling Xuan's sensitive points. Master, your newly received disciple has nearly recovered. Shall we pay a visit? Ling Xuan was poised to retort, but in the next moment, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a slender figure by the doorframe of the East Hall. She abruptly fell silent. The little black wolf noticed the figure at the entrance as well. Master? Ling Xuan felt a pang of regret. She wished she had practiced more diligently before summoning the puppet. The little black wolf's straightforwardness was somewhat irritating. Nevertheless, she decided to observe how this little white-eyed wolf had managed to stray into such a state of betrayal against his master. Chapter 9. Bullying a child. Ling Xuan glanced toward the door and beckoned the little white-eyed wolf to come closer. Pei Lizzie stood at the entrance, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded that familiar face. The admiration he once held for its owner had now transformed into something utterly laughable. Yet, he still approached. As Ling Xuan watched the little white-eyed wolf walk with his head bowed, it suddenly struck her that she did not even know his name. He paused before her, standing about 5 paces away. Ling Xuan could discern his tousled hair and the sleeves of his white disciple robe, adorned with golden crescent patterns. The disciple's attire appeared oversized on his frail frame, highlighting just how thin he truly was. He lifted his gaze. The gentle voice descended like a celestial chant. Pei Lizzie remained with his head bowed, for he had long ceased to excel at the art of pretense. Discontent was discontent, and since his ascension, no one could compel him to offer a welcoming smile, least of all Ling Xuan. In the next moment, a slender, alabaster finger lifted his chin, abruptly revealing a pair of tranquil, peach blossom eyes. He found himself utterly immobilized. Pei Lizzie. Ling Xuan felt no shame in bullying a defenseless child. Rather, the disdain and stubbornness reflected in the young wolf's eyes delighted her immensely. Ah! Ling Xuan truly laughed aloud. What is your name? She inquired gently, though it seemed she had no intention of allowing him to respond willingly. Pei Lizzie heard his own voice escaping uncontrollably. Pei Lizzie. Pei Lizzie. Ling Xuan noticed the little wolf glaring at her and, unable to restrain herself, laughed again. More than a day had passed since that dream, and now, facing the powerless little wolf, Ling Xuan laughed with abandon. The essence of dreams, whether real or illusory, held no terror for her. Practicing the art of carefree transcendence, she understood that while the fear of death is a common human sentiment, it was unreasonable to place a child in peril simply out of fear. Pei Lizzie. Ling Xuan repeated, then asked, is it the Li River? Yes. Pei Lizzie heard his voice resonate once more. Ling Xuan lowered her gaze to scrutinize the child's features. As from afar, the ethereal chimes of distant bells from Xiao sect echoed, profound and otherworldly, cleansing the soul. While lofty mountains stood in the distance, shrouded in mist, Ling Xuan withdrew the spell, ceasing to torment the child. Have you begun fasting? Pei Lizzie inquired. Little Black is unreliable and incapable of caring for a child, thus Ling Xuan did not consider him. Pei Lizzie's seemingly naive eyes scrutinized the two puppets, as if struggling to comprehend their sudden appearance. He had been nurtured by Ling Xuan from a tender age, and during that time, it had only been Ling Xuan and Little Black. The emergence of these two puppets to tend to him signified an unforeseen shift. The maid has seen young Master Pei. The maid has seen young Master Pei. The puppets summoned by Ling Xuan were not creations of his own making. They must have originated from the hands of Bai Wan. the master of the distant mountain pavilion and the third elder of the Xiao sect. I do not require them. Trapped within the confines of a 9-year-old body, Pei Lizzie, the future Shiha god monarch, uttered a most indifferent refusal with an exceedingly adorable face. However, his feeble spiritual energy could hardly withstand the words of the 9 esteemed pavilion masters, who had already reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Chapter 10, Chaos in the Mortal Realm. Pei Lizzie, after centuries of separation, heard that voice call his name once more. Ling Xuan remained oblivious to Pei Lizzie's thoughts. The pressure of her peak transformation realm aura hung heavily in the air. With her lips slightly parted, she coldly remarked, "There is no greater principle in learning than respecting one's teacher. As you seek knowledge in the Xiao sect, cannot you even uphold this fundamental tenet?" Pei Lizzie, devoid of any cultivation, found himself unable to withstand such overwhelming pressure. He felt a surge of blood rising in his chest. Yet he refrained from uttering a word or kneeling in supplication. With a thud, his youthful body succumbed to the astonishing force, collapsing to his knees as they made contact with the jade tiles beneath him. The 9-year-old, crushed under the weight of an elder immortal, let out a muffled groan, yet remained silent. Ling Xuan observed that this little white-eyed wolf was indeed a tough nut to crack. She remarked, "Pei Lizzie, the path of immortality is arduous. And as your master, I am not one to be trifled with. Consider well whether you wish to remain." A thunderous roar echoed through the clear skies. A flash of white lightning followed by a resounding boom, as if reverberating in his ears. Ling Xuan furrowed her brow at the heavens. Today had deviated from her predictions. It seemed that fate had chosen to play tricks, for yesterday and today were meant to be clear and bright, yet the weather shifted dramatically in an instant. Pei Lizzie, not waiting for Ling Xuan's next words, finally mustered the strength to lift his head, only to find himself utterly alone. After a long period of observation, Xiaohei, Yu Er, and Sheng Er approached him, seemingly coming to their senses as they helped him to his feet. "Don't touch me." Pei Lizzie gritted his teeth. Xiaohei, straightforward and innocent, said, "Little Lizzie, you're injured. Allow me to apply some medicine." The oppressive aura of the peak of the transformation realm was no jest, and Ling Xuan was determined to instill a sense of humility. However, recognizing the child's frailty, she merely intended to convey her message lightly. Even so, the fragile body of a 9-year-old struggled to bear the burden. Xiaohei gazed at his retreating figure, genuinely marveling. This child truly can endure a beating. A single phrase seemed to foretell the future. Yu Er and Sheng Er, 2 young ladies, gazed intently at the figure of the esteemed disciple of the 9, expressing their innocent sentiments. Yu Er remarked, "He is quite fierce." Sheng Er replied, "He is so adorable." Xiaohei interjected, seemingly perplexed by the new colleague's eccentricity. Within the confines of the Star Pavilion, a figure clad in white, adorned with crescent moon embroidery, possessed a handsome visage and eyes reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. The master of the 9 rested his chin on his left hand, his lips pressed into a thin line, displaying evident impatience. "Fifth brother, if you have something to say, please be quick. I have matters to attend to." Just moments ago, she had been reprimanding a cunning little wolf, when an urgent summons unexpectedly called her to the Star Pavilion. Little late, a gentle voice emerged from the blue-clad youth before her. Laced with a hint of indulgence and an unmistakable undertone of sarcasm, "You were quite imposing just now, using the overwhelming pressure of the peak of the transformation realm to intimidate an untrained disciple. What a commendable master you are, TSK." The final word underscored a veiled mockery that required no further elaboration. Though the Xiao sect was vast, each mountain peak's elder possessed formidable cultivation. Unless one deliberately concealed themselves from external scrutiny, Ling Xuan's recent bullying of a disciple had likely reached even her reclusive senior brother. "Fifth brother, let us discuss serious matters," Ling Xuan responded, disregarding the other's veiled jibes. Thus, Ling Xuan heard the blue-clad youth, whose strikingly pale face bore the marks of excessive divination, speak earnestly. "A great change is imminent in the heavens. Chaos may soon descend upon the mortal realm." Upon uttering the phrase "chaos may soon descend," Ling Xuan abruptly paused. "Fifth brother, what do you mean by this?" "Today, as I observe the celestial phenomena, I discern the emergence of a malevolent deity in the mortal realm." Yin Jinghuan, with a mellifluous voice, gracefully lifted a cup of steaming tea and presented it before Ling Xuan. "According to the ancestral teachings of our Xiao sect, should chaos arise in the world, it is the duty of the disciples to confront it without hesitation." Gazing at the curling wisps of steam rising from the tea, Ling Xuan cast a sidelong glance at her enigmatic senior brother, instinctively sensing that this was akin to a banquet of treachery. Fifth senior brother. Given the tribulations faced by the mortal realm, your course should be to consult with the sect leader, rather than... Little 8. Yin Jingchuan's pale lips curled into a subtle smile. That notion is quite misguided. You are our Xiao sect's living emblem. The sect leader intends for you to descend the mountain and undergo some trials. Lin Xian's motion of serving tea abruptly halted, the phrase descend the mountain sealing her in place. Fifth senior brother. I previously declared that after my last descent, I would not venture down again for a century. To engage in quiet cultivation at the 9. Lin Xian remained silent. The century she had set was, in essence, for her own cultivation. At the pinnacle of the transformation stage, she was but a step away from the void refinement stage. Yet, for some, that single step might take a millennium to traverse. However, her aptitude was well recognized within the Xiao sect. She had yet to reach 100 years of age, and this year, she had not even approached a full cycle of the zodiac. When she first entered the sect, she had been merely a small, bright-eyed child. And her speed in cultivating the foundational skills had been unmatched among her peers. Naturally, her seniority was likewise unparalleled among her contemporaries. Yin Jingchuan pondered why his master chose to accept Lin Xian as a disciple at that particular moment. The occasion was meant for the elders of their 7 mountain peaks to recruit disciples, yet their master had previously stated, "This child is fated with the Xiao sect and shares a bond of master and disciple with me." Thus, Yin Jingchuan found himself with an additional junior brother. This junior brother, however, possessed an air of mystery. At that time, the old sect master was nearing the end of his life. The transition to ascension or demise was merely a thought away. Shortly after Lin Xian entered the sect, their master faced the tribulation of ascension. Unfortunately, he did not survive that trial and ascended to the heavens. Although Lin Xian held the title of their junior brother, the knowledge he acquired was predominantly imparted by his senior brothers and sisters. Yin Jingchuan continued to jest. "Junior brother, I have foreseen that upon your descent from the mountain, a fortuitous opportunity awaits you. Do not squander the benevolence of heaven." Lin Xian remained silent, gazing intently at his 5th senior brother's face, a visage that appeared frail yet had captured the affections of many young ladies. 5th senior brother, you are increasingly resembling those charlatans on the mountain below. Yin Jingchuan responded, "What?" The light and airy utterance of junior brother instantly brought to Lin Xian's mind the terrifying reality behind the seemingly ailing face of the man before him. He quickly remarked, "5th senior brother, my disciple is still waiting for me. I must take my leave." Before Lin Xian could rise, he heard the melodious voice of his 5th senior brother resonate once more. "Last night, I took the liberty of divining for you. Your disciple and you both face a significant calamity in this lifetime, though my knowledge is limited and I cannot discern further details. Perhaps if our master were still among us, he could have foretold more." Chapter 12. Indulgence. Lin Xian was bewildered by her senior brother's humility. Pondering how one could claim such a lack of knowledge when he held the esteemed position of the master of the Star Pavilion in the Xiao sect. If he were truly unlearned, then it would seem that few genuine talents existed in the world. "Thank you for your reminder, senior brother," Lin Xian said, rising to perform a respectful bow before her thoughts shifted slightly, causing her white-clad figure to vanish within the Star Pavilion. A disciple entered from outside, bowing to Yin Jingchuan and saying, "Master, the sect leader has just sent word, requesting that you take the soul-binding rope you crafted with your own hands when descending the mountain." "Truly, this second senior brother indulges little 8 excessively," Yin Jingchuan remarked, draining his cup of tea. What kind of demons or monsters could possibly possess his body now that he has reached the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm? Not long after his words fell, the disciple who had just entered heard his master say, "Cheng Feng, go to the side hall and select a red soul-binding rope to send to the 9 sovereign pavilion. Remember to choose the brightest one." At his age, little 8 should wear something more vibrant instead of being clad in white all day like a ghost. Cheng Feng replied, "You are quite indulgent towards the 9 sovereign master as well." Cheng Feng was the only direct disciple taken in by Yin Jingchuan. While many disciples practiced their skills within the Star Pavilion, not everyone possessed the talent that caught Yin Jingchuan's discerning eye. Moreover, Yin Jingchuan's pursuit of the arcane secrets of the heavens had rendered him frail and ailing, leading him to spend most of his time within the Star Pavilion, seldom venturing out, even to visit his senior brothers and sisters on their respective mountain peaks. Yet, the 9 sovereign pavilion was indeed magnificent. Adorned with red bricks and green tiles, pavilions and towers rising in a picturesque array, with babbling brooks flowing gracefully, resembling a palace fit for earthly emperors. The puppet crafted by my senior sister undoubtedly possesses a greater understanding than her own creations. Xiao He appeared at the entrance of the hall, bowing and stating, "Master." Xiao Pei claims he is not hungry and has not eaten. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Xian's expression returned to its usual impassiveness. His lack of appetite was of no concern to him. "Master, Xiao Pei has just recovered from a serious illness, and he is also bearing injuries." Xiao Hei's words were somewhat veiled. The so-called injuries, aside from those sustained by Pei Li before ascending the mountain, were primarily the internal wounds inflicted by Lin Xian's earlier pressure in the realm of transformation. "Are you instructing me on how to act?" Lin Xian retorted. Consequently, Xiao He fell silent. After all, he was merely a puppet. While he mostly behaved like a typical person, the distinction was unmistakable. "Where's Pei Li now?" Lin Xian inquired again. Her expression remained unchanged. This disciple was never one she intended to accept, and considering the bizarre dream she had, she felt compelled to be wary. "He is at the back mountain." Lin Xian asked, "What is he doing there?" After a pause, a soft yet emotionless voice replied, "Let him be." The Nine Respect Pavilion was merely a glacial corner of this rugged mountain range, shrouded in mist, as a refreshing breeze swept through, accompanied by the sudden onset of a downpour. Pei Li, amidst this tempest, sat quietly in meditation within the cave. Chapter 13. The uninvited guest Pei Li had resided here for centuries. Even after the rift with Lin Xian, he remained the sole disciple under Lin Xian's name. However, that bond of master and disciple had become merely nominal, despite having his cultivation reduced to nothing. The techniques imparted to him by Lin Xian were etched clearly in his mind. He harbored an intense aversion towards Lin Xian. Yet the knowledge acquired from him could not be erased from his consciousness. Whenever Pei Li wished, he could significantly enhance his cultivation in a short span of time. Yet, he found himself curious about how Lin Xian would react upon discovering that his disciple was a fool, perpetually trapped in the qi refining stage. Through the veil of rain, a golden radiance gradually enveloped Pei Li. Although his eyes were shut, he existed in a state of utter detachment from the world. This place, though known as Lin Xian's back mountain, was in fact the vicinity closest to the tomb of the deceased grandmaster of the Xiao sect, surrounded by various protective barriers. Here, even the sect leader of Xiao would be unable to sense his presence. Outside the Nine Respect Pavilion stood Yuer and Sheng'er. Upon seeing Pei Li, their faces lit up with joy. Faced with these two puppets, a rare expression of peculiarity crossed Pei Li's features. They were utterly unfamiliar to him, seemingly indicating that everything he once knew had quietly transformed. Yuer and Sheng'er followed closely behind him. Pei Li could no longer contain his frustration and turned to say, "Do not follow me any longer." However, both Yuer and Sheng'er displayed expressions of confusion. "Young Master Pei, it was the sect master who instructed us to follow you closely, to attend to your daily needs and ensure your safety," Yuer explained. Pei Li coldly replied, "I do not require your assistance. But the sect master has commanded us to remain by your side, obeying your orders," Yuer insisted. "Then I do not wish for your company," Pei Li asserted. "That is not permissible," Yuer countered. "If the young master has any objections, he may address them directly to the sect master," Pei Li remarked. Coming to a realization that these two puppets were more akin to Lin Xian's spies, observing him closely, Pei Li was well aware of the extent of a puppet's loyalty to its master, and thus chose to remain silent, opting instead to seek out Lin Xian. If Pei Li were truly a 9-year-old child at that moment, he might have felt a twinge of anxiety in Lin Xian's presence, but he was not. Just as he was about to turn and search for Lin Xian, he suddenly sensed something and glanced outside the Jizuan pavilion. A small blaze of fiery red approached, its vibrant flames illuminating half the sky, making it appear as though the Jizuan pavilion itself was ablaze. It was a fire-red nine-tailed fox, its hooves surrounded by searing flames. Its size comparable to that of a horse, adorned with a golden bell that chimed as it drew nearer. Chapter 14. Almost became his master's wife. Upon the back of the fire fox sat a stunning woman clad in red, mirroring her mount. She bore a flame-like mark on her forehead, her luscious red lips captivating, her features radiantly beautiful. At her waist hung a blazing red blade, while intricate silver ornaments adorned her wrists and neck. What a resplendent beauty she is! The phoenix has not yet touched the ground, carrying its master aloft in the air. And what of Lin Xian? The beauty directly calls out the name of the esteemed leader of the Nine. At that moment, Xiao He recognizes the visitor. as does Pei Lizzie. This woman, in her past life, nearly became Lin Xian's wife, his master's spouse. Lin Xian, as rumored, possesses a proud disposition. Seemingly oblivious to matters of love, yet paradoxically, he is regarded by many noble families as the epitome of an ideal son-in-law. This striking beauty is none other than Sun Xingyuan, an elder of the Beastmaster sect, renowned for her beauty, particularly in her crimson attire. Her silhouette beneath the ethereal clouds igniting the admiration of countless disciples from various sections. Moreover, Sun Xingyuan is widely known for another reason. She has long harbored feelings for Lin Xian of the Shiyao sect, having proposed marriage on multiple occasions. Indeed, it is a woman who has come forth to propose. Sun Xingyuan is no ordinary woman. The Beastmaster sect is equally unconventional, allowing their elders to act as they please. Each time Sun Xingyuan visits, Lin Xian graciously serves her tea, and others have attempted to emulate this, yet none have been able to step foot into the nine. Rumors abound in the cultivation world that Lin Xian and Sun Xingyuan share a profound connection. Pei Lizzie has personally witnessed their delightful conversations. He recalls that on the second day of his entry into the sect, Sun Xingyuan indeed came. However, at that time, Pei Lizzie was still bedridden, suffering from a fever more severe than this one. Perhaps it was Lin Xian's attentive care that made a difference. Lin Xian is, after all, a person who is unacquainted with the labors of life. Xiao He steps forward, cupping his hands in greeting and inquires, "Elder Sun, what brings you here on this auspicious occasion? What indeed could be the purpose of her visit?" Sun Xingyin descended gracefully, her fiery fox, akin to a majestic steed, morphed in size to that of a small kitten, nestled comfortably in her embrace, lazily swaying its fluffy tail. With a charmingly bold demeanor, she inquired when he would marry her or when he might join her Beastmaster sect. Little Black, being of Lin Xian's faction, promptly stated, "I am on my way to consult the Lord." He gestured for Pei Lizzie to accompany him, yet Pei Lizzie found himself under Sun Xingyuan's scrutinizing gaze. "Ah, so this is the disciple Lin Xian accepted yesterday." Sun Xingyuan seemed to chuckle softly, questioning the young man's earlier claims of his inexperience and unworthiness to teach. Little Black attempted to interject, but a mere glance from the enchanting woman silenced him. "Go seek Lin Xian. I assure you I won't devour his precious disciple." Little Black remained speechless. Sun Xingyan fixed her gaze upon Pei Lizzie, who met her stare unflinchingly, his obsidian eyes devoid of any fear or reverence for the formidable. Intriguing. Sun Xingyan observed him for a while before extending her delicate, fair hand to grasp Pei Lizzie's chin, reflecting upon Lin Xian's choice of an utterly oblivious disciple. To outsiders, Pei Lizzie appeared to possess no cultivation, merely a fragile novice lacking strength. "Child, you seem rather defiant," Sun Xingyan remarked, her crimson lips radiant yet exuding an undeniable pressure. Resonating with the pinnacle of the transformation realm, much like Lin Xian, she appeared to relish the opportunity to tease the youth, her grip on his chin tightening gradually. While Pei Lizzie remained silent, Sun Xingyuan cast a sidelong glance at Little Black. "Why haven't you sought out your lord yet?" "No more. I will handle it myself." Chapter 15. A tough nut to crack. As the figure in white emerged, Lin Xian realized in that instant of Sun Xingyuan's arrival. The Xiao sect enjoyed a cordial relationship with the Beastmaster sect, and Sun Xingyuan had visited Xiao sect multiple times. The disciples stationed at the foot of the mountain had grown accustomed to her presence. What brings Elder Shin here today, one wonders? Lin Xian paused, her gaze falling upon Sun Xingyuan's delicate hand gripping the small white-eyed wolf. "Has Elder Shin come specifically to bully my newly accepted disciple?" However, the beauty displayed no signs of anger. Instead, Sun Xingyuan smiled brightly and said, "Lin Xian, are you so concerned about what I might do to your precious disciple?" In truth, Lin Xian was not worried. A little hardship for the small white-eyed wolf might be beneficial. Yet, it would be quite embarrassing if news spread that someone had bullied her newly accepted disciple. Would that reflect poorly on her or the Xiao sect? Noticing Lin Xian's silence, Sun Xingyuan continued, "As for your disciple, I am uncertain of his talent, but he certainly possesses quite a strong will." This was something Lin Xian had already discerned. Under the immense pressure of the peak stage of the transformation realm, the resolute young wolf remained silent, defiantly staring at his master. Lin Xian found this somewhat amusing. If he were still among the living, this small white-eyed wolf would likely be of an age akin to her grandchildren. "Elder Shun, let us discuss the matter at hand," Lin Xian said. "Surely, this elaborate charade is not merely to satisfy your curiosity about my new disciple?" With a casual motion, She pushed Pei Lizzie behind her. Pei Lizzie stumbled slightly, and upon looking up, could only see Lin Xian's back. Lin Xian, I came here to inquire when you shall marry me, or when you shall become a part of my Beastmaster sect. A flicker of helplessness crossed Lin Xian's face as he replied, Elder Shun, I have previously stated that I harbor no thoughts of marriage. You do not practice the path of indifference. So how could you claim that you shall remain unmarried for your entire life? The enchanting beauty pressed on relentlessly. Although Lin Xian seldom ventured out, he was well aware of the rumors circulating about her, suggesting that she might be somewhat ungrateful. Yet, she was, after all, a woman of heart trapped in a situation beyond her control. Elder Shun, you are of noble birth. If you seek a worthy husband, there are countless fine men available. Why must you demean yourself in this manner? Lin Xian implored with heartfelt concern. However, Shun Xingyuan scoffed coldly. Lin Xian, do you mean to imply that being paired with me, Shun Xingyuan, is a disgrace for you? I would never dare to suggest such a thing. Never dare? I see no one in this world bolder than you. The beauty in crimson retorted with another disdainful snort. Lin Xian fell silent, observing her intently. The once arrogant beauty seemed to have lost some of her initial bravado. Ultimately, Shun Xingyuan revealed the true purpose of her visit. 2 years ago, I requested that you take my nephew as your disciple. You claimed you were too young to assume the role of a teacher. Yet, in merely 2 years, you have already accepted a disciple of your own. Are you slapping my face or the face of the Beastmaster sect? Lin Xian was at a loss for words, nearly having forgotten this matter. A few years ago, the Beastmaster sect had welcomed a young master, and their leader, who happened to be Shun Xingyuan's brother, had naturally devoted considerable effort to seek a distinguished mentor for his son. This idea eventually fell upon Lin Xian. Lin Xian is a rare elder of the Xiao sect who has yet to take on a disciple. If he were to accept Lin Xian as his foremost disciple, the sect's resources would undoubtedly be inclined toward him. One cannot deny that the beast-taming sect has devised a clever scheme. Chapter 16. A second disciple? Upon hearing Shun Xingyuan's words, Lin Xian seemed to grasp the underlying meaning. Are you suggesting that I take your nephew as my disciple? Shun Xingyuan did not shy away from her intentions. Although you have already accepted a primary disciple, my nephew's extraordinary talent is certainly on par with his. If you are willing to take him under your wing, I shall refrain from causing you any trouble today. In truth, Shun Xingyuan posed little threat. Her disturbances were relatively minor, thus Lin Xian found them tolerable. Behind Lin Xian, Pei Lizzie observed the negotiation with a cold gaze, clearly recalling that the beast-taming sect had indeed attempted to offer Lin Xian a disciple some time ago, on the very day after he had become Lin Xian's disciple himself. Of course, the decision to accept a disciple rests solely with the master. Pei Lizzie remained unaware of Lin Xian's initial thoughts when he rejected another exceptionally gifted disciple. Yet it was evident that he had indeed turned him down. As for Shun Xingyuan's nephew, reputed for his remarkable talent, it seems he later ventured to Donglai. Though whether he became someone else's disciple remains uncertain. Pei Lizzie, akin to a mere bystander, was fully cognizant of the ensuing events. Yet he continued to watch with a detached demeanor. It was likely that Lin Xian would decline the proposal. This inevitably brought to mind the peculiar dream. Lin Xian had long understood a profound truth. It is better to believe in the possible than to dismiss it altogether. The young white-eyed wolf, regardless of whether he will truly become a threat to her in the future, clearly exhibits a certain disdain for his master at present. Perhaps it is due to the sparse population of the 9 revered pavilion that the young white-eyed wolf, having grown up without companions, has developed into the person he is destined to become. The heir of the beast-taming sect is evidently born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Although Lin Xian has never encountered him, she has heard tales of his exploits, a mischievous yet endearing child. This sentiment, without a doubt, signifies Lin Xian's acquiescence to Shun Xingyuan. With a gentle smile, she set her fiery fox down, which instantly transformed to the size of a steed, its hooves igniting with searing flames. Shun Xingyuan awaited the auspicious tidings from the master of the 9 commanders. The beauty adorned her charming smile as she mounted her steed and gracefully departed. Meanwhile, Pei Lizzie gazed perplexedly at Lin Xian's retreating figure, uncertain of her true intentions. It seemed Lin Xian had altered her stance. Why? The animosity Pei Lizzie harbored for Lin Xian was deeply ingrained in his very essence, entwined with complexities he could scarcely articulate. Ultimately, he simply could not bear to witness Lin Xian thrive. After Shun Xingyuan's departure, Lin Xian's attention shifted to her newly accepted disciple, Pei Lizzie. Pei Lizzie lowered his gaze. addressing her as master. The youthful inflection in his voice only deepened Ling Xuan's sense of frustration. Henceforth, he was to attend the elder's lectures alongside all other new disciples. Surprised, Pei Lizzie looked up to meet Ling Xuan's gaze, questioning whether there was an issue. Ling Xuan's warm voice conveyed an undeniable authority. Her intention was clear. There was no room for negotiation regarding this matter. However, yet another unforeseen event transpired. Chapter 17. The one with a unique fragrance. Pei Lizzie was educated solely by Ling Xuan. In truth, he was raised entirely by Ling Xuan. During that time, only Little Black and Ling Xuan resided within the Jiuzuan pavilion. After Pei Lizzie's arrival, Ling Xuan seemed to worry that Little Black, being merely a puppet, would be incapable of caring for a child. Thus he took it upon himself to do so. It soon became evident that Ling Xuan had overestimated his abilities. While the master of Jusi possessed exceptional talent in cultivation, his skills in childcare were far inferior to those of his seemingly unreliable puppet. Ling Xuan's attempts at parenting were fraught with peril. When Pei Lizzie first entered this realm, many envied him for being accepted as a personal disciple of the master of Jusi. Yet, it wasn't long before they collectively found solace in their own lesser talents. Pei Lizzie had never anticipated that Ling Xuan would cease to instruct him personally, opting instead to delegate him to other elders. Reflecting on this, Pei Lizzie cast a skeptical glance at Ling Xuan. His actions appeared to deviate markedly from those of his past life. Yet they were still imbued with echoes of his former self, leaving Pei Lizzie bewildered and unable to discern his true intentions. "Disciples, heed my command." After a moment, Ling Xuan heard the tender voice of the child. She lowered her gaze to the little white-eyed wolf and then remarked, "You and Sheng'er mentioned that you do not wish for them to attend to you. Is that correct?" Pei Lizzie replied, "Indeed. What are you hiding from?" Ling Xuan inquired, his eyes concealing an inscrutable expression. Pei Lizzie bowed his head in silence, resembling a shy child. "If there is nothing else, take this opportunity to familiarize yourself with the Jiuzuan pavilion, but do not wander too far." After uttering these words, Ling Xuan vanished. When Pei Lizzie finally lifted his gaze, there was no trace of timidity left in his eyes. He inhaled the faint, unique fragrance that lingered in the air, a scent that belonged solely to Ling Xuan. Yet his expression remained indifferent. Pei Lizzie had known for quite some time that Ling Xuan carried an unusual aroma, but one could only detect the slightest hint of it when in close proximity. "Let him in." A tall figure entered from outside. The only direct disciple of Elder Ling Xuan of Xiao Sect. Disciple pays respects to Shishu. Cheng Feng dutifully bowed to Ling Xuan, even though, in truth, he was several decades older than Ling Xuan. However, the latter's status and prowess undeniably overshadowed him. "Cheng Feng, did fifth senior brother send you?" Ling Xuan inquired. Cheng Feng presented a nama tray, stating, "This is the soul-binding rope specially crafted by our master for you, Shishu. I was tasked to deliver it." Ling Xuan's gaze lingered on the red soul-binding rope before him, a flicker of a smile gracing his face. "Much appreciated to fifth senior brother." With his task accomplished, Cheng Feng exhaled in relief as he exited Ling Xuan's palace. Though little Shishu appeared gentle and refined, the aura emanating from his peak transformation realm made it unwise to approach too closely. Having left Ling Xuan's palace, Cheng Feng traversed the winding path of the 9 revered pavilion. He had visited this place no fewer than 10 times, and his familiarity with it ensured he wouldn't lose his way. On his way out, Cheng Feng spotted a child by the spring, dressed in the attire of a Xiao Sect disciple. The gentle flow of water meandered through the undulating terrain, and at the center of the spring stood a meticulously carved statue of a goldfish. This was indeed the disciple taken under the wing of the leader for little Shishu. Chapter 18. The black mist. By the edge of the spring stood a young boy, or perhaps he could merely be referred to as a child, for his frail frame bore little flesh upon his face. He appeared to be entranced by the golden fish gliding beneath the surface. Cheng Feng had heard that this child was the first to ascend the mountain the previous day, and the sect master had personally acknowledged his innate talent, thus bringing him forth to serve as a disciple under the esteemed Lord of 9 divisions. This child seemed blissfully unaware of the immense honor that had befallen him. Nevertheless, Cheng Feng had his own matters to attend to and did not approach the fortunate young disciple to offer his greetings. After all, they were both disciples of the Xiao Sect, and time was ample. Pei Lizzie gazed intently at the swirling black mist in the spring, which seemed to sense his scrutiny and persistently attempted to breach the water's surface, only to be thwarted by the seemingly innocuous spring water that blocked all its paths. This was merely a harmless entity, yet it had been sealed here by an overwhelmingly potent spell. Under the constraints of the seal, not a whisper of its ghostly essence could escape, rendering it undetectable to others. However, Pei Lizzie was different. This was a discovery he had made after his rift with Ling Xuan over a century ago. Since then, the souls trapped within the spring had grown increasingly feeble, approaching the moment of their annihilation amidst the cosmos. In his later studies within the forbidden texts of the Xiao sect, Pei Lizzie had encountered a sealing array that drew upon the strength of others to nourish itself. In his wrath, he had wished for Ling Xuan to be utterly disgraced and stripped of all he possessed, intending to confront him in a court of law. Yet by that time, the soul sealed within the spring had long since dissipated into nothingness. Ling Xuan's expression was one of astonishment. Yet upon realizing that Pei Lizzie had no evidence to substantiate the matter, he obstinately refused to acknowledge it. Meanwhile, Pei Lizzie gazed at the black mist slowly emanating from the swimming goldfish below, floating like a jellyfish in the sea. A delicate stream of spiritual energy emanated from Pei Lizzie's hand, gradually directed towards the spring water. He cautiously navigated around the forbidden areas within the seal and infused his energy into it. Indeed, he did not trigger any taboos. Pei Lizzie observed the black mist beneath the spring water, which, like a being long deprived of sustenance, clung to the water's surface, drawing in the meager spiritual energy he had imparted. Soon, it seemed to regain vitality, transforming from a formless black mist into a silhouette of a rabbit, as if expressing gratitude by twitching its elongated ears. It was both amusing and inexplicably adorable, eliciting a chuckle from Pei Lizzie. Regrettably, given his current abilities, he could not dispel the seal to rescue it. Even a forceful attempt would instantly alert Ling Xuan. You possess quite the spirit. Pei Lizzie mused aloud to the water's surface. I shall take my leave now, but I will return to visit you. The black mist quickly dissipated, gradually concealing itself among the walls of the spring. Pei Lizzie truly did not know how to dismantle the seal, nor did he comprehend how to do so without arousing Ling Xuan's suspicion. At that moment, it seemed that only a certain place within the Xiao sect could provide him with clarity, the library pavilion. However, as a newly initiated disciple, he could only ascend to the 4th floor at most. To reach the top floor, he would require the permission of one of the elders. Pei Lizzie is a newly accepted disciple of Ling Xuan, and naturally, he ought to seek out Ling Xuan. Chapter 19. The transformation of spiritual roots into dual roots. In the stillness of the night, a faint crescent moon hung in the sky, surrounded by an absence of stars, while the soft chirps of tiny insects echoed from outside the window. The spiritual energy of Xiao sect is abundant, with a winding spiritual vein deeply embedded beneath each mountain peak. The forests here are teeming with avian and beastly life, and the cultivation of spiritual flora yields exceptional results. On this deserted path, a white figure glided gracefully. Ling Xuan walked until she finally halted at the East Hall, where Pei Lizzie resided. The 9 Respect Pavilion was her solitary abode, and Ling Xuan had long since grown accustomed to this tranquility. With a stoic expression, she ascended the steps and swiftly entered the hall. Inside the spacious chamber, the only sound was an uneven breath emanating from the bed. Ling Xuan gazed over, noting that although the child possessed remarkable talent, a discerning eye could easily discern that he harbored inner demons. To bear such burdens at a young age would undoubtedly pose significant challenges in his future cultivation. His high aptitude might not serve as an advantage, but rather could become a hindrance. Ling Xuan was perplexed as to why her elder brother, the sect leader, would bring such a child to her. She approached slowly, silently observing the boy who had already succumbed to slumber, clearly ensnared in a nightmare. Troublesome Ling Xuan softly uttered these words, then gently placed her hand on the forehead of the little white-eyed wolf. Her fingertips coalesced into a sphere of white light, which gradually permeated Pei Lizzie's consciousness. Gradually, his breathing steadied as he descended into another woven nightmare. Ling Xuan refrained from directly pulling him out of his nightmares for a reason. Such a commotion might awaken the little wolf cub. Wisps of white light flowed into Pei Lizzie's being. After the process concluded, Ling Xuan did not hasten to depart. Instead, she gazed at the slumbering child for quite some time. Pei Lizzie appeared exceedingly frail, seeming smaller than his peers, yet possessed a temper that belied his stature. Showing disdain for authority, could such a child, in the future, truly claim her life? Ling Xuan was uncertain how fate would unfold, but at present, she perceived this child as genuinely weak. Sensing something amiss, She seized his hand while he was deep in sleep and took his pulse. After a brief moment of shock, she realized that in less than 2 days, a genius with an exceptional spiritual root had been reduced to possessing dual roots. This was evidently beyond Ling Xuan's expectations. However, she could not discern any other issues with Pei Lizzie's body. His life was not in danger. Just as Ling Xuan intended to release his hand and take her leave, suddenly, his hand clasped hers tightly, as if clutching a precious treasure. Ling Xuan mused. The little wolf cub was quite clingy in his sleep, and despite his adorable visage, his temperament was decidedly unappealing. Soon, she exited the East Palace, while Pei Lizzie remained ensnared in his own nightmares, entirely unaware of her presence. It was now the first watch of the night. Rather than meditating or resting, Elder Ling Xuan ventured far to the neighboring mountain to disturb her senior brother. As the night deepened, a sense of profound weariness enveloped in Xingzhou's tone. "Little Ba," he remarked, "at this hour, why are you not resting? Are you here to engage in a midnight conversation with your senior brother?" Recently occupied with the recruitment of new disciples, and Xingzhou, as the sect leader, had been exceedingly busy. At last, he found a moment to relax when his junior brother arrived. Chapter 20. A nightly dialogue with the sect leader senior brother. "I have a matter I wish to inquire about," Ling Xuan began. And Xingzhou responded, "What could possibly necessitate your inquiry at this hour?" "I wish to know the whereabouts of Master Qingyu," Ling Xuan said. "Senior brother, surely you do not lack even the slightest tidbit of information?" Ling Xuan asked, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Tentatively, she added, "I have heard that Master Qingyu was born with a heavenly spiritual root, but suffered an unfortunate injury that left him with a mixed root. How was his spiritual root subsequently restored?" "Little Ba, has your spiritual root been damaged?" Without hesitation, and Xingzhou seized Ling Xuan's wrist to examine her condition. "What are you doing, senior brother? Are you not aware that such intimate contact between men is inappropriate?" Ling Xuan was bewildered. Despite her current standing as a formidable figure within the Xiao sect, why could her senior brothers and sisters not learn to respect her position as a junior disciple? After his examination, and Xingzhou discovered that Ling Xuan's spiritual root was unharmed. He scoffed, "You impudent child. You speak of inappropriate contact, yet remember, it is your senior brothers and sisters who have nurtured you from infancy." Ling Xuan retorted, "I was perfectly capable of self-care upon entering the sect, and I had already begun fasting shortly thereafter. Although I occasionally indulge in culinary pleasures, when have I ever been dependent on others? Your words, senior brother, are utterly nonsensical." Before Ling Xuan could respond, and Xingzhou inquired again, "Little 8, do confess honestly, what brings you here in the dead of night to inquire about Master Shuyu?" Upon hearing this, Ling Xuan hesitated for a moment, but knowing that if Pei Lizzie's condition was truly grave, it would eventually come to light, she decided to lay everything bare. "Your disciple has fallen from a heavenly root to a dual spirit root?" And Xingzhou was taken aback, yet amidst his astonishment, he still sought confirmation. "Little 8, are you certain you haven't misjudged?" Ling Xuan was not the sort to err in such matters. "Let us do this. I shall have the sect's physician visit him tomorrow. Do not worry too much," and Xingzhou reassured her. Even a dual spirit root is a commendable talent, with diligent cultivation. His future prowess shall not be lacking. As Ling Xuan absorbed these words, a flicker of discomfort passed over her face. Just as she was about to articulate a response, her senior brother interjected, "However, Little 8, I truly did not anticipate that you would be so concerned for your disciple. As a senior brother," and Xingzhou's tone brimmed with satisfaction, akin to a father witnessing his son's maturation. Caught off guard by her affectionate senior brother, Ling Xuan stepped back expressionlessly, declaring, "I am merely curious as to how a person's spirit root can undergo such a sudden transformation. A person's spirit root signifies their innate aptitude. Unless one is subjected to a cruel secret method that extracts it from their very flesh, it should remain unchanged throughout their lifetime. The act of spirit root extraction is, of course, exceedingly brutal, yet some dare to take the risk." However, Pei Lizzie had only recently joined Xiao sect for a mere 2 days, making it implausible for him to have fallen victim to such a sinister fate. Chapter 21. The diagnosis by the sect physician Ling Xuan had heard tales of mixed spiritual roots being nurtured into dual or even heavenly spiritual roots through the use of spiritual herbs. Yet it was the first time he witnessed someone inexplicably descend from a heavenly spiritual root to a dual spiritual root. Could it be that the heart demon of that little white-eyed wolf was the cause? If the heart demon remained, was there a possibility that his spiritual root could deteriorate into a mixed spiritual root? Lin Xuan was perplexed. What kind of profound obsession could a mere child possess to give rise to such a heart demon, thereby harming his own spiritual root? Senior brother, don't you not require sleep? And Xingzhou replied, Senior brother is still immortal. Lin Xuan gazed at him with a profound intensity. Unable to withstand the look from his junior brother, and Xingzhou conceded, at dawn tomorrow, I shall summon the sect physician to examine your precious disciple. Do not torment your senior brother any further, Xiaoba. Lin Xuan remained silent. She wished to refute the notion that her concern lay with the fate of the little white-eyed wolf. Rather, she was simply bewildered. However, in the presence of her senior brother, it seemed that the moment she attempted to defend herself, he would immediately adopt a maternal expression, as if to say, Indeed, you are absolutely right. Yet, to Lin Xuan, such indulgent understanding felt akin to an elder's pampering of an immature child. With this thought, she chose not to dwell on it any longer. Very well. At the fourth watch of the day, the bell of Xiao's sect tolled. Pei Lizzie had not slept soundly through the night. The first half was consumed by memories of his past life, while the latter half seemed to be invaded by a peculiar dream, which he could not recall upon awakening. Pei Lizzie was keenly perceptive. As soon as he awoke, he sensed that someone had entered his quarters the previous night. A faint, almost imperceptible, exotic fragrance lingered in the air. As the alluring fragrance wafted through the air, Pei Lizzie's expression hardened slightly. What had Lin Xuan come in for last night? Before he could ponder further, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. It was Xiao He. Young master, have you risen? What is it? Pei Lizzie replied, his voice remarkably youthful yet tinged with an icy detachment that created a striking contrast, rendering him unexpectedly endearing upon first glance. The Lord has summoned the imperial physician to conduct a follow-up examination for you. Pei Lizzie frowned. I have already recovered. Xiao He remained unfazed. The imperial physician is waiting outside. Indeed, there was little point in arguing with a mere puppet. He would only heed Lin Xuan's words. Pei Lizzie rose from his bed to open the door, revealing Xiao He alongside the imperial physician clad in a warm white robe adorned with intricate patterns. Where is Master Lin? The Lord has gone to the Beastmaster sect. Xiao He replied. Pei Lizzie chose not to respond. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xuan would have descended the mountain today to resolve worldly calamities. However, his visit to the Beastmaster sect implied that such matters would be postponed. The imperial physician entered, carrying a large mahogany chest, which he placed beside Pei Lizzie's bed. He first took Pei Lizzie's pulse, then extended his fingers to probe the latter's spiritual sea. It dawned on Pei Lizzie that this follow-up examination was merely a facade. The true intention was to investigate his spiritual roots. Thus, he could infer that Lin Xuan must have discovered something significant during his visit last night. The thought of witnessing Lin Xuan's reaction upon learning that his newly accepted disciple possessed spiritual roots inferior to that of a mere invalid filled him with anticipation. Surely, it would be a spectacle to behold. How would someone as hypocritical as Lin Xuan treat him, this seemingly useless disciple? Pei Lizzie was genuinely curious. Even so, he harshly speculated about his master's actions. Chapter 22. The arrival of the second disciple. After the diagnosis, the physician said nothing but left a few spiritual herbs for Pei Lizzie, claiming they would aid in his recovery. If Pei Lizzie's soul were indeed that of a 9-year-old child, he might have believed the physician's words. However, the herbs clearly served to restore his spiritual roots. He noted the grave expression on the physician's face, who, after giving a few instructions, departed. Little He diligently stood guard as Pei Lizzie took his medicine. Master Pei, it's time for your medicine. Pei Lizzie, expressionless, tossed the medicine into his mouth, a wave of bitterness spreading, yet his youthful countenance remained unfurrowed. Little He occasionally displayed a human touch. Master Pei, do you not find it bitter? Would you like me to prepare some candied fruits for you? Instinctively, Pei Lizzie replied in the negative. Yet Little He, having procured some from an unknown source, opened his hands to reveal candied fruits wrapped in white paper. Pei Lizzie fell silent, eventually inquiring, where did you get these candied fruits? Little He also paused in silence before replying, I stole them from the master. Pei Lizzie frowned. He had never realized that Lin Xuan had a penchant for such sweet delicacies. I do not want them. Little He did not press further, stating that the master advised against attending lessons today due to his poor health, suggesting he focus on recovery first. Upon hearing this, Pei Lizzie nonchalantly tugged at the corner of his mouth, saying, Very well, I shall heed my master's words. As of now, he had yet to be formally listed as one of Lin Xuan's disciples, meaning he could not yet be regarded as a genuine apprentice. Ling Xuan was aware that he had transformed from a heavenly root to a dual root, yet he remained uncertain about accepting this disciple. Pyre, however, was indifferent, rather. He eagerly anticipated Ling Xuan's decision. As dusk approached, a new face graced the Nine Sovereigns Pavilion. The current leader of the Xiao sect entered once more, accompanied by a young boy adorned in splendid attire. Xiaohe, Yu Er, and Sheng Er hurried to greet them, while Pyre leisurely followed behind. And Xingzhou, having matters to discuss with Pyre, awaited the child as he made his way toward him. According to the sect's physician, Pyre had indeed transitioned from a heavenly root to a dual root. The precise cause remained elusive. Yet what troubled Xingzhou most was the physician's assertion that Pyre's roots might further evolve into a mixed root. And Xingzhou's emotions were tumultuous. He had witnessed this child climb painstakingly from the foot of the mountain, displaying extraordinary tenacity and innate talent. The child's future should have been radiant. Initially, Xingzhou had brought him before his younger disciple in hopes of finding a reliable apprentice. Yet now, the reality seemed overwhelmingly disheartening. Xiaoba had never been fond of this apprentice, and if his disdain persisted, Xingzhou could very well take the child as his own disciple. However, he feared that the child might struggle with his own feelings of inadequacy. Lizzie, come here, and Xingzhou beckoned to Pyre. This is your master's newly accepted disciple. Your junior brother. From this day forth, you shall assume the role of elder brother and set a commendable example for your junior. As soon as Xingzhou's voice fell, two children of similar age locked eyes. Chapter 23. Fraternal Affection. The child clad in splendid attire possessed fair skin and delicate features, with cheeks that bore the plumpness of careful nurturing. Around his neck hung a warm jade pendant shaped like a qilin, radiating an aura of vitality. He was undoubtedly a child raised in opulence. Upon hearing the words of the Beastmaster faction's cherished young master, he immediately bowed to Pyre, displaying an obedience that belied his pampered upbringing. Shen Xiao had encountered the senior brother before. However, Pyre remained unmoved by the young master's overture, his obsidian eyes scrutinizing Shen Xiao without uttering a word. After a pause, under Xingzhou's gaze, Pyre pulled the corners of his mouth slightly. Greetings, junior brother. Unexpectedly, Ling Xuan had taken in two disciples, and Pyre speculated that perhaps Ling Xuan believed his eldest apprentice lacked further talent for cultivation, thus opting to nurture a second one. Such foresight was befitting of the esteemed master of the 9 divisions. Yet, Pyre could never have anticipated that this was merely the beginning. Satisfied by the cordiality displayed between the two, Xingzhou nodded approvingly before imparting a few more words and then taking his leave. The dynamics among brothers in the sect is indeed an art. It is rare for them to start off on a note of harmony, as familiarity often stems from conflict. Once Xingzhou departed, the previously obedient young master transformed dramatically. A look of disdain flashed across his face as he surveyed Pyre and the 3 puppets around him, before addressing Pyre with a taunt. Hey, are you the disciple that the sect leader forced upon my master? The rapid shift of expressions on the face of a child, merely 8 or 9 years of age, is nothing short of astonishing. Pyre refrained from responding, choosing instead to disregard him and turn to leave. Behind him, Shen Xiao immediately felt provoked, exclaiming, "Hey, stop right there. Are you incapable of understanding human speech? It should have been me, the first disciple of our master. You are merely fortunate." The Beastmaster sect had long set its sights on Ling Xuan, the master of their young lord. Shen Xiao had long admired the esteemed Lord Jiuxi. Yet Ling Xuan had previously been reluctant to accept disciples. On the day when the new disciples of Xiao sect were admitted, to everyone's surprise, Ling Xuan actually took on a disciple. As Shen Xiao spoke, a long whip suddenly materialized in his hand, striking the stones beside Pyre with a crisp sound. Although lacking in force, it was evident that he had practiced frequently. Nearby, Xiaohe and Yu Sheng watched in wide-eyed anticipation as the 2 children seemed on the verge of fighting. Yet not one of them made a move to intervene. Xiaohe remarked, "The Lord did not prohibit fighting." After all, Shen Xiao was the young lord of the Beastmaster sect, the heir to its legacy, raised on a diet of various spiritual herbs, coupled with his innate spiritual roots. He had already established his foundation. In contrast, his elder brother had yet to even refine his qi. Pyre merely paused briefly before continuing onward. Shen Xiao, the young lord of the Beastmaster sect, had never been so disregarded. That insolent little brat, who not only usurped the position of elder brother, but also dared to ignore him in such a manner. When had this pampered young master ever endured such treatment? In a fit of rage, the long whip lashed out towards Pei Lizzie's back. Chapter 24. The Three Realms Without Demons. As the lash descended, one would expect a crimson mark to mar Pei Li's back. Yet, the whip struck the stone bricks instead, as Pei Li deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the long whip. He stood there, casting a cold gaze at Shen Xiao, whose eyes, reminiscent of a solitary wolf, momentarily intimidated the 9-year-old young master of the Shen family. However, hesitation often leads to downfall. Shen Xiao, undeterred by superstition, turned to his companions, Black and the others, who chose not to mention the young master's embarrassing moment. He inquired, "Young Master Shen, which chamber would you prefer in the 9-respect pavilion?" Upon hearing this, Shen Xiao promptly replied, "Naturally. I wish to reside as close to my master as possible." "Do you wish to be nearer to Ling Xuan?" Black posited, "The pavilion master resides in the main hall, which is flanked by 2 smaller side halls. However, you could also follow Pei Gouzi's example. He occupies an entire eastern hall by himself, which is quite spacious. You may also choose to inhabit the entire western hall alone, or perhaps share the eastern hall with Pei Li. The 9-respect pavilion is quite ample, with numerous vacant rooms, even in the eastern hall where Pei Li resides. No, I insist on living in the main hall where my master resides." Young Master Shen was resolute in his desire to remain close to his mentor. Pei Li had not strayed far. He heard Shen Zhao's declaration, but continued on with an expressionless demeanor. He approached the spring pool, where the water flowed from the mountains, and the fish swam joyfully. A small cluster of black mist seemed to sense Pei Li's proximity, eagerly attempting to leap from the water's surface. Since his rebirth, this is the only thing that has piqued Pei Lizzie's interest. "What manner of being are you that Ling Xuan has sealed you away here?" Pei Lizzie understands that this is a wandering soul. However, considering Ling Xuan's esteemed status as a grandmaster, this soul appears to possess little power, making Ling Xuan's actions quite intriguing. Currently, Pei Lizzie's foremost desire is to oppose Ling Xuan. He is determined to discover what this entity truly is. He made his way to the library, where the uppermost level houses the precious scrolls treasured by the Xiao sect, including various cultivation techniques, some of which are ancient forbidden arts passed down through generations. Apart from the elders, no one is permitted access to the upper level to peruse these texts. Pei Lizzie is well acquainted with this place. Back when he and Ling Xuan had not yet severed their ties completely, Ling Xuan, as his mentor, had once allowed him entry to the library's upper level. During that time, Pei Lizzie had perused numerous tomes, including some forbidden books. Naturally, his access to these forbidden texts was due to the fact that, for centuries, no one had managed to master the arts contained within. Long ago, the 3 realms had erupted into war against the demonic clan, a conflict that left the realms in ruins. Fortunately, they emerged victorious, preventing the demonic clan from ruling over them. Since then, the demons have seemingly vanished. Yet, such a notion is somewhat ludicrous, for the human heart can never be entirely devoid of darkness. Chapter 25. Sound transmission. Within the library, there is a senior brother who has long stood guard. He is a disciple of the Grand Elder, named Changbai. Before the Grand Elder entered seclusion, he had already assumed the role of steward within the library. Pei Lizzie stood on the 4th floor, gazing at the staircase leading upward, mere steps away from a barrier. With his current abilities, he was unable to breach that barrier unnoticed. Perhaps it was the duration of his gaze that drew the attention of others, particularly Changbai, whose spiritual awareness enveloped the entire library. A tall figure materialized before Pei Lizzie, clad in the same attire as the disciples of Xiao sect. The newcomer possessed a strikingly fair complexion, almond-shaped eyes that sparkled with vitality, a prominent nose, and a gentle brow, exuding an air of refined elegance. "Junior brother, do you wish to ascend?" Changbai inquired. Pei Lizzie had encountered Changbai numerous times in his past life. At that time, he had just begun his journey and overheard fellow disciples whispering that Pei Lizzie was the sole disciple personally chosen by the revered Lord of the 9 offices. They suggested that if he failed to live up to expectations, Ling Xuan would surely become the subject of ridicule. Thus, Pei Lizzie dedicated himself to rigorous training, occasionally visiting the library to demonstrate the discerning eye of his master to those who doubted him. However, that was merely a distant memory, lacking the need for reminiscence. "Senior brother, may I ascend?" Pei Lizzie's impression of Changbai remained rooted in the library's ambience. He lifted his gaze just high enough to meet Changbai's downward glance. Changbai seemed to smile before promptly asking, Junior brother, which mountain do you hail from? Changbai was uncertain whether his junior disciple had been taken as an apprentice by the elders. Although the Xiao sect admitted only a few disciples each year, the cumulative number over the years, both outer and inner disciples, was considerable. However, what remained scarce were the direct disciples of the elders. A look of astonishment crossed Changbai's face as he inquired, "Are you the newly accepted disciple of my little martial uncle?" Pei Liji was perplexed by his surprise. But Changbai continued, "I am Changbai, the disciple of the Grand Elder, and I am responsible for managing this library. However, junior disciple, you are not permitted to ascend beyond the 4th floor. Even senior brothers may only reach the 6th. How then can I ascend to the 8th floor?" Pei Liji asked, gazing upward as if it were his first time in this library. Changbai chuckled, the jade flute at his waist swaying slightly. "Unless your master or another elder expressly grants permission, you may not ascend." Pei Liji was well aware of this. Yet he was resolute in his unwillingness to solicit Ling Xuan for such a favor. Unbeknownst to him, Changbai, sensing his junior's inner thoughts, suddenly produced a paper talisman from his robe. With a pinch between his fingers, the talisman ignited in his grasp, quickly turning to ash. Initially bewildered, Pei Liji had not utilized a communication talisman in ages. During the hundreds of years following his ascension, he had scarcely spoken, let alone conveyed messages to others. In those times, he had no need for such talismans to communicate. Suddenly, he heard Ling Xuan's voice resounding nearby. Changbai? Chapter 26. The affection of the young master for his disciple, even though he was well aware that Ling Xuan was not present and could not see his actions. Changbai still respectfully saluted the heir. "Young master," he uttered. "Changbai, do you require my assistance?" Ling Xuan's voice echoed once more. "Young master, your disciple wishes to ascend to the top floor of the library. I must seek your permission before allowing him to proceed." There was a moment of silence on the other end, before Ling Xuan inquired, "Which of my disciples are you referring to?" Changbai replied, "Forgive my ignorance, young master. How many disciples have you taken under your wing?" Changbai could hardly fathom that his reclusive young master had accepted more than one disciple. Ling Xuan did not respond immediately. It seemed he was contemplating, and then he suddenly called out, "Pei Lizzie?" Upon hearing his name, Pei Lizzie lowered his head and replied, "I am here." The youthful timbre of his voice concealed the thoughts of his soul. "Do you wish to go up?" Ling Xuan inquired. Pei Lizzie, maintaining his composure, affirmed, "Yes." "Very well, you may proceed." Ling Xuan then addressed Changbai. "Let him ascend and take a look." Changbai dutifully acknowledged, but internally, he was still taken aback. What could a 9-year-old child possibly comprehend as he ventured further up? Changbai doubted whether this young disciple had even mastered all the characters. Allowing him to reach the top floor might merely serve as a novelty. The young master's actions felt akin to indulging a child's whimsy. Changbai was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the seemingly aloof little master uncle possessed such a side. Ling Xuan inquired, "Is there anything else?" This question was directed at Changbai. Changbai replied, "Nothing more. I wish the little master uncle all the best in the world below. You are considerate." Ling Xuan responded, and with that, the connection through the communication talisman was severed, abruptly halting their conversation. Changbai turned to Pei Liji and said, "Junior brother, you may ascend now, but remember, do not take any books outside." Upon Changbai's words, Pei Liji noticed the barrier before him dissipate. "Thank you, senior brother," he expressed gratefully. Changbai remained silent, and as Pei Liji's figure vanished around a corner, he couldn't help but sigh, feeling a genuine sense of affection for the little master uncle's care for his disciples. Unlike himself, who had not seen his own master for decades, Pei Liji was puzzled as to why Ling Xuan had permitted him access to the forbidden area of the library without so much as a question. It seemed inconsistent with his character. Perhaps Ling Xuan believed that his disciple's aptitude was such that he would find little of value even if he ascended. With a clear objective, Pei Liji made his way directly to the top level. Having perused numerous books here before, he was quite familiar with the library's layout. He quickly located the section where the forbidden texts were kept and began to read. Meanwhile, Ling Xuan, who had just taken on 2 disciples, now found herself walking along a woodland path. She wondered if the predictions made by her 5th senior brother were erroneous. At present, she sensed no anomalies in the mortal realm. However, it was indeed true that in this vast world, countries were divided and fragmented, with some nations embroiled in prolonged warfare, leaving their people in despair. Ling Xuan had not descended the mountain for several years, wishing to avoid drawing too much attention. She donned a simple outfit, appearing much like a delicate scholar. Practitioners are acutely sensitive to ghostly and malevolent energies. Upon her descent, Ling Xuan wandered about, even venturing further afield. Yet she sensed no trace of such energies. This night, she intended to explore a city. Chapter 27. The celestial countenance. Ling Xuan found herself within the territory of the Lu Kingdom. In this era of myriad vassal states, the most formidable among them were Lu, Shang, Qin, and Li. These four nations held each other in a delicate balance, each with numerous vassals of their own. The Lu Kingdom, located in the fertile southern region, benefited from proximity to water, making it a flourishing and coveted land. As Ling Xuan stepped into a border city of Lu, despite its status as a frontier town, the nearby waters provided an exterior layer of protection. A water town is indeed a gentle haven, yet such tranquility can also lead to peril. This city was named Gui City, renowned for its osmanthus fragrance in September, which naturally inspired a variety of local delicacies derived from the flower. Before her descent, Ling Xuan, an elder of the Xiao sect, had come to avert great calamities in the mortal realm and now silently fixated on the osmanthus cake displayed by the roadside. Though she possessed wealth befitting her status as a sect elder, she was nonetheless a sword cultivator. It is widely said that sword cultivators are often impoverished. For instance, her fourth senior brother was notoriously destitute, and his shameless nature was well known. It was rumored that during his travels in the mortal realm, he had once resorted to begging. This tale was corroborated by her third senior sister, who had also descended the mountain for training, lending it a credibility of at least 70%. Ling Xuan was not unwilling to share the secret of wealth with her senior brother. However, after hearing her out, the fourth senior brother unabashedly flashed her an excessively obsequious smile. "Junior sister, I have always treated you well, and I wonder if you might be in need of a diligent assistant? I assure you, I am more than capable." At that moment, Ling Xuan could not possibly acquiesce. Nor could Xiaohe. How could he bear to watch someone so presumptuous encroach upon his livelihood? Not even an elder was exempt from this rule. The fourth elder of the Xiao sect was thus ousted by a mere puppet of the nine revered pavilion, and he indignantly spread tales of Xiaohe's stinginess. A piece of osmanthus cake, a piece of osmanthus pancake, a peach crisp, and a jar of osmanthus wine. Ling Xuan unabashedly ordered all that she desired. The stall was run by a mother and daughter. The little girl appeared to be scarcely 5 years old, sitting quietly beside her mother as she worked. However, when Ling Xuan arrived, the girl seemed momentarily stunned, thereafter gazing intently at her. Ling Xuan had merely changed into ordinary attire, yet her countenance remained unaltered. Long ago, someone had remarked upon her beauty, stating that had she been a man, she would have undoubtedly captivated the hearts of many women. Were she a woman, she would inevitably become an innocent victim amidst the chaos of the world. The little girl stared blankly at the ethereal beauty before her, as if entranced. The appreciation for beauty and the desire to behold it are sentiments inherent to all. The young girl's mother, apprehensive that her daughter might offend Ling Xuan, hurriedly embraced the child, turning her head away and offering an apologetic smile towards Ling Xuan. "Please do not take offense, young sir. My daughter was born mute and is somewhat simple-minded. She gazes at you so intently merely because of your striking appearance." Ling Xuan, his gaze fixed upon the back of the little girl's head, addressed the woman. "It is of no consequence. I possess a modicum of medical knowledge. May I examine her?" "Really? You are truly a benevolent soul." The woman's situation was far from affluent. She had expended a considerable portion of her meager resources during childbirth, only to learn that her child was mute, with the physician declaring it untreatable. Chapter 28. Innocence of the young. Naturally, she could not afford renowned doctors, and now, before her stood a young man clad in splendid attire, who had no need to deceive a humble woman. Perhaps, just perhaps, her daughter might encounter a stroke of fortune. Ling Xuan took the girl's pulse. Although he lacked formal medical training, he discerned that no remedy could aid this child. In her tender youth, she was already besieged by an insidious malady, her vitality diminished. Destined for an early demise, her constitution would inevitably weaken further, and if misfortune struck, she might even attract the attention of malevolent spirits. "Madam, did you only give birth to one child?" Ling Xuan inquired. Her eyes welled with tears at his question. She glanced down at her daughter and, with a heavy heart, offered her a piece of osmanthus cake, sending her off to play next door. "Sir, how did you come to such a conclusion?" The woman's voice trembled with emotion. "When I gave birth, I was unaware that I was carrying twins. It was only 2 hours after the first was born that I discovered another in my womb, which was stillborn. My daughter cried so loudly upon her arrival. How could she possibly be mute? Such occurrences are not uncommon. The impoverished cannot afford physicians, and without a proper examination, they remain oblivious to the number of lives they carry. Those fortunate enough may give birth to all their children, while the unfortunate face grim realities. Ling Xuan found himself at a loss as to how to convey to the woman before him that her daughter's muteness was not a malady, but rather an affliction. Her other daughter, who had perished prematurely, had inadvertently latched onto her sister's existence, forming an unholy bond due to a lack of proper rites for the deceased. I can attempt to treat her, Ling Xuan offered. Is that truly possible? The woman responded, her joy palpable, yet tinged with hesitation. Can my darling truly be healed? Ling Xuan refrained from elaborating, simply affirming, it is worth a try. The woman, undeterred, busied herself with her belongings and took her daughter's hand. The human heart is often a labyrinth of complexity. Men harbor a desire for control over women, while women may express inexplicable malice towards one another. Between men, there exists either camaraderie or an inherent enmity, often leading to mutual disdain. The intricacies of human relationships run deep, and the thoughts of individuals towards one another are equally convoluted. Yet, the power of words can be daunting. Rumors serve as the sharpest of weapons, capable of inflicting profound wounds. The woman resided in a narrow alley, and at that moment, her home was devoid of company. She brought Ling Xuan a bowl of water, her demeanor somewhat reserved as she addressed him. Young sir, the environment at home is humble, and I apologize for the lack of hospitality. Ling Xuan drank from the bowl and then remarked, when I treat others, I am not accustomed to having anyone beside me. The woman promptly responded, oh, I understand. You may enter the room. Ling Xuan led the little girl, who was not yet 5 years old, into the room. The child seemed profoundly captivated by her face, following Ling Xuan wherever she went. Once assured that there were no others around, Ling Xuan reached out to the girl's forehead, meticulously examining her physical condition. The girl was healthy, yet also unwell. The spirit of her prematurely deceased sister clung to this body, gradually eroding the young girl's vitality day by day. Yet, this lingering soul was merely a remnant of a desperate will to survive. The child remained innocent. In Chapter 29, Osmanthus cake will no longer require payment. Under the girl's watchful gaze, Ling Xuan extended her hand and extracted a swirling mist of black and white from within her. The black represented the inherent malice of the spirit, while the white symbolized the purity of the child's arrival into the world. This contradictory existence intertwined so intensely that it evoked a sense of melancholy. The girl, once seemingly marked by premature death, began to gradually reclaim her rightful fate, the pallor of illness fading from her face. However, the little girl suddenly began to shed tears like golden beads. Sister, where is my sister? This was her first attempt to speak, her words somewhat awkward, yet her gaze remained fixed on Ling Xuan, filled with determination. The child was not entirely oblivious. She believed she had shared her body with her sister, unaware that her sister was no longer her sister. Ling Xuan gently stroked the girl's head, saying, Sweetheart, your sister is going to find her own body now. After hearing these words, the little girl fell silent again, opening her mouth as if to say something. But she was still learning to articulate more than just a few words. At last, she barely managed to utter the words younger sister. A flicker of panic crossed the woman's face as the doctor tended to the child within. The man, still clad in coarse fabric speckled with mud, exhibited a flash of anxiety. How could you permit the child to be alone with strangers? He exclaimed, rushing into the room, followed closely by the concerned woman. However, upon opening the door, they found no sign of the doctor the woman had summoned. Instead, they were met with the sight of their bewildered daughter. Kneeling down in urgency, the man sought to assess his daughter's condition. The little girl, clearly uncomfortable, parted her lips and struggled to articulate, eventually managing to squeeze out the words, Father. Father. The man froze, as did the woman behind him. Child, you spoke? He turned to his wife, asking, Did our daughter just utter words? In that instant, tears streamed down the woman's face. The little girl attempted to call out to her mother, but despite her repeated efforts, she could only produce sounds that vaguely resembled the call. Do not fret, my dear, the woman urged. We shall take our time to learn. Where is the young gentleman who treated you? The man, now comprehending, added, Indeed, our benefactor. Where has he gone? The little girl pointed to a piece of paper on the table, inscribed with a flamboyant phrase, The Osmanthus cake shall not be paid for. Only then did the woman recall that she had not received payment when she had just prepared food for the young gentleman. Upon hearing the full account from his wife, the man similarly reflected, "This is indeed a celestial being, our family's great benefactor. We should have presented all the osmanthus cakes we prepared to our benefactor just moments ago." Meanwhile, the benefactor, Ling Xuan, was traversing a narrow alley, her mouth filled with osmanthus cake as her mind lingered on recent events. The phenomenon of a newborn spirit clinging to the body of its elder sister is not entirely uncommon, yet it remains a rarity. The little girl, not yet 5 years old, signified that the fortunes of this world had already begun to shift 5 years prior. Chapter 30. The City Lord's Mansion in the City of Osmanthus. A fragrant aroma pervaded the air, varying in intensity, with even the scent of the women's perfumed ointments emanating the essence of Osmanthus. Apart from the sinister amalgamation of black and white that Ling Xuan bore, she could scarcely detect any other spectral presence. Yet, even in ordinary times, the atmosphere should resonate with the essence of departed souls. If even the spirits of infants who passed before birth cannot find their way to reincarnation, what becomes of others? The absence of any ghostly essence suggests that this city has not witnessed death for several years. Such is the nature of the cosmos. Though Osmanthus City thrives at present, this flourishing state cannot sustain itself for many more years. While life persists, aging is inevitable. Eventually, an aging city and its inhabitants will be powerless against any calamity or disaster. Ling Xuan closed her eyes, attuning herself to the flow of spiritual energy in this realm. Before reopening her eyes, her gaze fixed upon the direction of the City Lord's mansion. The untransformed malevolence, which Ling Xuan contained within a mustard seed bag, was carried with her as she proceeded towards the City Lord's mansion. Though Goa City may be a border town of the state of Lu, it is simultaneously an indispensable port city, serving as a crucial hub for both commerce and military endeavors. The Lord's residence, situated in the eastern part of the city, is grand and majestic, adorned with red bricks and green tiles, resembling an expansive estate. Upon Ling Xuan's arrival, the place was festooned with lights and decorations, and upon inquiry, she learned that the Lord was marrying a concubine today. Ling Xuan mused to herself, what fortuitous timing to seek a cup of celebratory wine. As she contemplated this, Ling Xuan engaged in casual conversation with the gatekeeper, only to discover that the woman marrying the Lord today had previously been wed and had borne children. Ling Xuan was taken aback. The Lord, now over 30, had only a legitimate daughter born to his wife, while several concubines had been brought into the household. Yet none had produced offspring. Without delving into the intrigues of the inner courtyard, it was evident that despite the numerous physicians visiting the Lord's residence over the years, the ladies of the household had remained barren. This new concubine had been chosen by the Lord's mother with a clear intention, to ensure the continuation of the lineage. Upon hearing this, Ling Xuan found herself at a loss for words. It seemed that in this world, women were often fated to misfortune. The act of bearing children is not solely an individual endeavor. How could one resort to marrying a woman who had already borne children as a means of resolution? Regardless of whether the woman who entered the household today would conceive or not, she was destined to be an unfortunate figure, a sacrificial pawn within the confines of the inner courtyard. Ling Xuan successfully procured a cup of celebratory wine, perhaps due to her appearance as a distinguished noble, and was graciously assigned to a place of honor. The act of taking a concubine is not something that warrants grand celebrations. Although the woman brought into the household is indeed a worthy concubine, she is one who has been married before and has borne children. If it were not for the expectation that she could bear more, the Lord's residence would never have accepted such a woman. The lavish banquet, akin to a celebration of fortune, seemed to be a display of ostentation. Upon her entrance through the side door, the new concubine was promptly escorted to her quarters. While the Lord and his lady never made an appearance, the guests were attended to solely by the household steward and servants. Nevertheless, the guests engaged in lively conversation, their laughter echoing in the air. Ling Xuan sampled the dishes on the table, subtly eavesdropping on the jovial exchanges surrounding her. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a diminutive figure beneath the trees. Chapter 31. The eldest daughter of the Lord's residence, Ling Xuan, discreetly observed the figure, who, at one point, excused themselves from the gathering and stealthily blended into the seemingly tranquil courtyard. The back courtyard of the Lord's residence was a meticulously arranged space, with pavilions and courtyards laid out in harmonious disarray, showcasing the artistry of a skilled gardener. Yet, it was noteworthy that on the day of the concubine's arrival, this courtyard was surprisingly desolate. Following the diminutive figure, Ling Xuan entered one of the courtyards. Employing a cloaking spell, she navigated through the Lord's residence as if in an uninhabited realm. Upon entering, she realized she had stumbled into the lady of the Lord's courtyard. The figure she had been trailing, initially clad in a simple blue linen garment, appeared to be a young servant of the Lord's household. However, upon entering, she was immediately met with a stern reprimand. "Yu Qing, where have you run off to now?" The child draped in a blue linen garment appeared startled by the sound. Abruptly stepping back, the similarly blue hat atop her head was brushed off by the adjacent doorframe, falling to the ground and revealing a cascade of lustrous black hair. Ling Xuan then realized that she was, in fact, a little girl. The girl possessed fair skin and particularly bright eyes, yet upon meeting her mother's gaze, she seemed to wilt entirely. Yu Qing's authoritative voice resonated. "You are the legitimate daughter of the city Lord's residence. What business do you have mingling in such frivolities? If your father and grandmother were to discover this, do you understand the punishment that awaits you?" Upon hearing this, the little girl lowered her head even further, yet muttered softly, "Father would never dare to punish me." The city lord's wife retorted, "Yu Qing, confess honestly what you have been doing. I merely want to take a look." The girl replied defiantly, emboldened despite her lack of justification. "Your husband has taken a concubine. Why did you not intervene? Impudent." The city lord's wife scolded once more. "Yu Qing, have I been too indulgent with you? Who gave you the audacity to question your father's decisions?" The daughter understood that her father's acquisition of a concubine was at her grandmother's behest. The young legitimate daughter of the city lord's residence met her mother's gaze, saying, "The physician has diagnosed both you and the other concubines, including father, and found that the inability to bear children is not your fault, nor that of the other concubines, and certainly not of father. Your grandmother's actions are no different from desperate attempts to find a cure for a grave ailment, and she has never considered your dignity. Young Qing, you have reached the age of 12 this year," and the tone of the city lord's wife softened. "Soon, it will be time for you to consider marriage. As the sole daughter of the city lord's residence, your father and grandmother will undoubtedly take your marriage to heart. Your grandmother's family is also related to His Majesty, and if she treats you well, you could enjoy a life of wealth and splendor. Besides, does your grandmother not treat you kindly on ordinary days?" Yu Qing lowered her gaze and could not help but murmur softly, "Grandmother treats her granddaughter well, but whenever I see her, she always seems to wish I were a grandson instead." The city lord's wife fell silent upon hearing this, and after a while, she spoke gently to her daughter, "Young Qing, do not blame your grandmother. She does care for you. It is just that without a son, the city lord's residence will struggle to maintain its vast estate after your father's passing. You would then lack a stronghold." Chapter 32. A mutual gaze at present. There is no precedent in the state of Lu for a woman to inherit her father's title and wealth. Families that face such misfortune are often stripped of their assets by collateral relatives. "Young Qing, please do not act recklessly," the city lord's wife advised. "Your father is already troubled. Do not add to his worries." The city lord's wife came from a respectable family, yet she was a concubine's daughter who originally had no hope of marrying into the city lord's residence. However, when the old matriarch went to seek a match for her son, she immediately set her sights on this daughter-in-law, elevating her to the envied position of the city lord's wife. In such a role, even her once legitimate elder sister must pay her respects. Yu Qing, having been born into a life of luxury and ease, now finds herself burdened with the worries of her parents regarding the future of the city lord's household. "At worst, I shall remain unmarried in the future and invite a suitor to my residence. The children I bear shall carry the surname Yu, thereby ensuring that their father's title is passed down to them." The young girl, having uttered this astonishing declaration, swiftly fled before the lady of the city lord could unleash her wrath. Hidden within, Ling Xuan watched in astonishment. Indeed, the girl possessed remarkable audacity. The legitimate daughter of the city lord's household had been raised amidst lavish pampering, and the most coveted quarters in the rear courtyard belonged not to the lady of the city lord, but to this young maiden. Ling Xuan followed the girl into her chamber, not for any particular reason, but simply because he found her intriguing. The city lord's daughter sighed. "I have already been discovered. I have willingly walked into my own trap. Do not worry, my mother will not hold you accountable." To her surprise, within the room, there existed a magical artifact capable of dispelling barriers. In this world, barriers manifest in various forms, such as emotional or lethal obstacles. In essence, they ensnare the eyes or the spirit, and the artifact serves to break such enchantments. Lin Xian's invisibility technique, in other words, constituted one such form of concealment, albeit a rather rudimentary one. Consequently, while the girl lay unperturbed on her bed, her eyes closed, Lin Xian, unexpectedly, began to reveal himself before her. Lin Xian. Perhaps it was fate conspiring against him. In one moment, he had just discovered the artifact that dispelled barriers, and in the next, the girl, who had been humming a tune with her eyes shut, seemed to sense something and opened her eyes. Their gazes met, leaving only an air of awkwardness. Yet, the embarrassment was solely Lin Xian's. The young girl was overwhelmed with fear. Lin Xian, little girl. Before she could articulate her thoughts, the girl's shrill scream reverberated throughout their shared space. Lin Xian. Chapter 33. Then grant me a younger brother. The girl's cry shattered Lin Xian's desire to feign indifference. Outside, the maid was nearly about to break down the door. Miss, what troubles you? Inside. Miss Yu had already moved past her initial shock, now utterly captivated by Lin Xian's visage. Are you a fairy? After a pause, Miss Yu managed to utter these words, only to reconsider and add, are you a good fairy? Or a bad one? Do you consume humans? Lin Xian. The little girl lives up to her reputation. I am the goddess of childbirth. With a flicker of thought, Lin Xian began to weave tales. Outside, the door was being pounded by Yu Yuqing's maid. Miss, quickly summon the guards. Yu Yuqing hesitated for a moment, but then swiftly called out, I am fine. I just saw a mouse in the room, but it has vanished now. The maid outside sounded increasingly anxious. Miss, how could there be a mouse in your room? Shall I come in to check for you? Yu Yuqing stared intently at Lin Xian's face. No need, please return. Once silence enveloped the outside, the young girl's gaze upon Lin Xian grew even more unabashed. How could the goddess be a man? Yu Yuqing appeared utterly unconvinced by Lin Xian's claims. Lin Xian was not disheartened. Rather, her expression remained composed as she continued to speak nonsensically. Who says that the guanyin of childbearing must be female? Just because it is women who give birth? For a moment, Yu Yuqing was taken aback by Lin Xian's words, but upon reflection, she recognized the validity of the argument. Although it is indeed women who bear children, without men, those children could not come to be. So, are you truly the guanyin of childbearing? Yu Yuqing inquired again. Lin Xian, sensing that this naive girl might actually believe her, nodded without a flicker of hesitation. Indeed, I am. Then please grant me a younger brother. Miss Yu boldly requested without any preamble. Lin Xian was left speechless. What if I've boasted too much? She pondered. It's a trivial matter. If you desire a younger brother, simply ask your parents, Lin Xian replied, her demeanor growing more earnest. Even if I wish to bestow upon you a younger brother, if your parents do not strive for it, what can I do? The young girl gazed at her intently. Then you must be a fraud, Lin Xian replied. You are quite perceptive, young lady. Indeed, she was an impostor. Yet, the impostor was even more assertive than the genuine article. If I were not the guanyin of childbearing, what do you believe I am? The young girl responded without hesitation. You are a vixen. Lin Xian was taken aback. I have never encountered anyone as stunning as you. If you are not a vixen, then what else could you be? The young girl spoke with an intriguing charm, as if she had offered a compliment, yet not entirely. In any case, how did you enter? I had clearly closed the door just moments ago, Yu Yuqing inquired. Lin Xian observed that the young girl showed no inclination to call for help, apart from feeling a sense of admiration for her boldness and naivety. He found himself at a loss for words. You have labeled me a vixen, he mused slowly, casting a sidelong glance at the girl, a playful smile curving his lips. Surely, it cannot be too difficult for a vixen to gain entry, can it? At his words, the girl appeared somewhat apprehensive, stammering. Why you're not here to siphon people's essence? Are you? Chapter 34. Isn't a vixen's fur white? Lin Xian pondered how many tales this little girl had absorbed, as she seemed well-versed in such narratives. I don't just drain anyone's essence, he chuckled lightly. With a petite frame like yours, how much essence could you possibly offer me? Yu Yuqing. Not only is this a vixen, but also one with an insatiable appetite. The tales often depict vixens descending from the mountains to absorb the essence of handsome scholars. Yet, they never mention what male vixens seek when they descend. Do male vixens come down to pursue beautiful girls' essence? She timidly inquired after a pause. Lin Xian. He had never encountered a vixen who insulted him while simultaneously complimenting her own beauty. Just as he was about to respond, a voice echoed from outside. Madam, the young lady is in her room. The girl instantly fell into a state of panic, instinctively attempting to shove Lin Xian beneath her bed. You must hide, she exclaimed. If my mother discovers that I have concealed a man in my room, we are both doomed. At this moment, the young girl finally realized the gravity of the situation. Ling Xuan remained remarkably composed as she reasoned. According to the customs of your world, there are two possible courses of action. One is to proceed with the error and betroth you to me. Upon hearing this, the young girl was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing with indignation as she exclaimed, "You vile fox spirit, you indeed covet my beauty." Ling Xuan chuckled softly. "My dear child, one must speak based on reality. With my appearance, what celestial being could I not attract? Why would I need to covet a mere girl who has yet to fully bloom?" Yu Yuqing. She felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate this fox spirit. Ling Xuan restrained her impulsive actions and continued, "Secondly, if your mother truly cares for you, she would never consent to marrying you off to a scoundrel like me. She might." Suddenly, Ling Xuan fell silent, performing a throat-cutting gesture at his neck, which startled the young girl, causing her eyes to widen. Thus, no one would ever know of this matter, he stated with a serious demeanor, intimidating the girl. Yu Yuqing retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? My mother is the lady of the city. She is no bloodthirsty demon. If you keep this up, I shall." "What will you do?" Ling Xuan countered. Yu Yuqing felt as if this male fox spirit was driving her to madness. "Hurry and hide. My mother is about to enter." "Yuqing, what on earth are you doing, locked up in your room during the day?" The voice of the lady of the city echoed from outside. Yu Yuqing. Now the young girl was genuinely alarmed. Realizing Ling Xuan was unwilling to hide under the bed, and had even lost her mind enough to attempt to shove him into her own wardrobe. "Ling Xuan, there is truly no need for that." Perhaps due to Yu Yuqing's prolonged silence within the room, the lady of the city lord commanded the guard beside her to force the door open. The resounding thuds from outside intensified Yu Yuqing's anxiety. "If my mother discovers you and strips you of your fox fur, it would be dire." Observing the little girl's distress, Ling Xuan sought to reassure her, "Fear not. I will not." However, before she could finish her sentence, the sounds of impact ceased abruptly, followed by a loud crash as the door swung open. The figure outside entered, while the person within had already resignedly closed her eyes. Surely, this fox fur must be a pristine white, suitable for crafting a beautiful scarf. Chapter 35, Off to Seek Other Beautiful Maidens? Yet, contrary to expectations, no reprimanding voice echoed. The silence was palpable, save for the footsteps of her mother. Yu Yuqing. The door closed with a thud, and the voice of the lady of the city lord resounded. "You are, after all, the legitimate eldest daughter of the city lord's household. You ought to be mindful of your words and actions. Just look at yourself now. In such disarray, your attire in shambles. Have all my teachings been fed to the dogs?" Yu Yuqing slowly opened her eyes, squinting at first, only to realize that her mother stood before her. Gradually, she fully opened her eyes, confirming that it was indeed just the two of them in the room. A wave of relief washed over her, and she murmured, "Mother, why have you come?" The lady of the city lord pointed delicately at her daughter's head with her elegant fingers. "What has frightened you in this room? The servants dare not defy you, and naturally, they have reported to me. Do you have any objections?" "How could you Yuqing dare to?" She hurriedly replied, "Mother, I was merely startled by a mouse. You need not worry about me. Our lord's residence is filled with guards, and I am quite safe." "How strange. Just a moment ago, a male fox spirit slipped in, and now its whereabouts are unknown." The lady of the city lord frowned upon seeing her daughter's untidy room and remarked, "How can a young lady's chamber be in such disarray? I shall summon the servants to tidy it up." Ultimately, Yu Yuqing, being unable to resist her mother's authority, could only watch helplessly as her mother called for someone to restore her recently disordered bed. Once everyone departed, leaving her alone in the room, Yu Yuqing softly called out into the air, "Fox spirit? Fox spirit? Fox spirit?" After 3 calls, there was still no response. The young girl muttered to herself, "Could it be that it has left? Perhaps to siphon the essence of other beautiful maidens? Truly, an unfaithful male fox spirit." She was still preoccupied with Ling Xuan's earlier remark about her being a little girl who had not yet matured when suddenly, a voice spoke beside her. "Little girl, are you searching for me?" Yu Yuqing was startled once more, but this time she acted wisely, instinctively covering her mouth. "Are you unwell? Why didn't you speak earlier?" Ling Xuan replied, "Wasn't I just hiding?" The young girl's curiosity was piqued regarding her magic. "Where were you hiding just now? How could I not see you at all?" In the chamber of the esteemed daughter of the city lord, artifacts capable of dispelling barriers were displayed, rendering ordinary illusions ineffective and concealing one's presence. However, Ling Xuan, being an elder of the Shio sect, was not so easily thwarted by a mere magical item. She approached the young girl's dressing table, opened one of the jewelry boxes, and retrieved a white jade bracelet. Turning to Yu Qing, she inquired, "This bracelet is exquisite. Where did you acquire it?" Yu Qing, upon seeing it, promptly replied, "This was a gift from my great-grandfather. He claimed it to be a relic of my great-grandmother. My grandfather and father both failed to have a daughter, so naturally, this bracelet was entrusted to me. On the occasion of the city lord's daughter being born, the elderly patriarch, still living at the time, bestowed the cherished bracelet upon his great-granddaughter. The young girl favored vibrant and beautiful jewelry and had never worn this bracelet." After hearing this, Ling Xuan smiled and held the bracelet before the girl, gently taking her left wrist. Chapter 36. No respect for elders. Ling Xuan adorned the young girl's wrist with the shimmering white jade bracelet and said, "Since it is a gift from your elder, it ought to be worn. But I can't wear this bracelet. My wrist is too slender," protested Yu Qing. No sooner had she spoken than Ling Xuan placed the bracelet upon her wrist. Instinctively, Yu Qing attempted to remove it, only to discover that it fit perfectly. Just as she realized this, she received a playful tap on the head from Ling Xuan, who remarked, "What a little vixen you are. Mind your manners when speaking." The little girl, feeling wronged, exclaimed, "Did you not admit to being a vixen yourself?" Ling Xuan glanced at her once more, his voice languid. "Did I ever confess?" Yu Qing fell silent, realizing that the vixen truly was cunning, effortlessly denying her own words. Ling Xuan continued, "Little girl, your father is the city lord. Do you know where the household registration records have been kept in recent years?" The girl immediately reacted, "So not only are you a vixen, but also a spy vixen? You seek the household registration records to investigate the population of my Gue city?" Ling Xuan remained silent, playfully delivering a gentle knock on her head. "What a clever little thing you are. Did I not hear that your family cannot bear children?" Ling Xuan added, "I wish to ascertain whether this situation is peculiar to your lord's residence or if it pervades the entire city." The phrase "the entire city" struck Yu Qing's ears, for she was the legitimate daughter of the city lord and understood more than the average person. If the absence of children were a city-wide phenomenon, it would spell disaster for them. Ling Xuan remarked, "Isn't your father absent from the residence?" "My father is not home?" The girl appeared even more astonished. "How can that be? Today is his day of great celebration." Ling Xuan produced a paper fan from seemingly nowhere, feigning elegance as he opened it and gave it a casual wave. "I cannot say, after all, I am merely an intruder in his daughter's chamber." The girl, taken aback, suddenly drew a long sword from the foot of the bed, pointing it directly at Ling Xuan, her tone grave as she inquired, "Who exactly are you? Why do you trespass upon my lord's residence? Cease your cryptic antics, or I shall summon others at once." Ling Xuan observed the young girl's grip on the sword. Noting her technique and strength, it was evident she had diligently practiced and possessed a certain talent, making her a promising candidate for swordsmanship. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Ling Xuan abruptly regained her senses. What was she contemplating? Within the Shiyong sect, there already existed a cunning little wolf and a pampered young master. If she were to bring more people in, it might jeopardize her tranquil twilight years. This young girl, being so cherished and adored, why should she endure the hardships of cultivation? Ling Xuan sighed and, with a tone of earnestness, began to address the girl. "It is not that I am unwilling to speak, but rather," before she could finish her sentence, a flicker danced before Yu Qing's eyes, and suddenly, the figure before her vanished. In the next instant, two slender fingers pressed against her temples, rendering her utterly powerless and limp. Chapter 37. The wedding night. Ling Xuan caught the young girl and gently laid her upon the bed. The peculiarities within the lord's residence need not be elaborated upon. The ostentatious act of marrying a concubine while the lord himself was absent from the estate was indeed curious. On such a festive occasion, where could he possibly be? After wandering through the lord's abode, Ling Xuan gleaned little more than mere gossip and tales relayed by the storytellers from the lips of several concubines. None of the concubines had borne children, save for the lord's wife, who had given birth to a daughter. It could be said that the inability of so many women to conceive might not necessarily be their own fault. Yet, since the lady had successfully delivered a daughter, it seemed the issue did not lie with the lord either. This conundrum left one perplexed. Ling Xuan spent quite some time inquiring about the whereabouts of the city lord, yet she remained unperturbed. After all, she was the steward of the city lord's residence, entrusted with the task of welcoming guests, and thus felt no urgency. The vital energy of Gue City predominantly resided within the city lord's manor. If no newborns could emerge from this estate, One could hardly expect the same from elsewhere. With a melancholic heart, Ling Xuan pondered the implications. If Gui City faced such a plight, it would be dire indeed if the entire kingdom of Lu, or even the mortal realm at large, were to succumb to similar misfortune. Her fifth senior brother, despite possessing a certain charm, was notoriously known for his ill-fated predictions, often foretelling calamities that led to his perpetual unpopularity among the fairer sex. Even in her early years upon entering the sect, she had refrained from accompanying him, for his words were more venomous than the fiercest beasts encountered in the wild. What sort of task could possibly compel her fifth senior brother to personally summon her down the mountain? Surely, it could not be anything favorable. Should her fellow disciples from Xiao sect witness Ling Xuan's current disposition, they would undoubtedly recognize that their younger brother had once again fallen into despondency. Ling Xuan had once been an ordinary mortal. By her age, most would have come to terms with their fate, believing that living a few more years would suffice. However, for Ling Xuan, time seemed abundant. Having cultivated to her current level, she now contemplated the next stage of her journey. The transition from the pinnacle of the transformation stage to the void refinement stage merely represented a breakthrough of limitations. It was not that she lacked the desire to transcend. Rather, her disposition had always inclined her towards lethargy. Her master brother had initially been astonished by her frequent breakthroughs, but over time, he had come to accept her nature. As dusk descended, the light gradually dimmed. Ling Xuan intended to observe the situation within the Lord's mansion tonight. The mansion's vital energy had been inexplicably siphoned away, leaving it in a precarious state. If this continued, not only would there be a lack of newborns, but even the sole heiress of the Lord's estate would be ensnared by the malevolent aura pervading the city. This sinister energy was cunningly concealed. Had she not encountered a child afflicted by it upon her arrival, she might have underestimated its rampant nature. It was evident that a hidden agenda was at play. Ling Xuan resolved that after this night, she would venture to the capital of the Lu kingdom. As night fell and deepened, the bustling activity of maidservants waned, while the number of patrolling guards increased, rendering the surroundings ever more tranquil. Perched upon a banyan tree, she faced the newlywed chamber, and indeed, from the onset of night until the third watch, no man had entered or exited the brightly lit room, save for the maidservants and matrons. Ling Xuan remained patient. Yet a sudden whiff of iron, a scent of blood, drifted through the air. Chapter 38. The river following the direction of the wind. Ling Xuan cast her gaze towards the lady of the Lord's courtyard. The metallic tang wafted from that vicinity. In an instant, she willed herself to appear within the lady's quarters. There stood a young osmanthus tree, recently planted, offering no concealment for Ling Xuan. With a flourish, she employed her invisibility technique and entered without hesitation. Within the lady's chamber, she discovered an injured man. His black attire had been hastily removed, revealing a deep gash across his chest, measuring at least 5 inches, from which crimson blood flowed profusely. The lord of the city, boasting a sun-kissed complexion and robust musculature, is in the prime of his life, accompanied by a wife and a concubine, both youthful in age. He pressed a hand against his wound, and then raised his gaze to his wife. Terrified, the lady of the city was about to summon a physician when she was restrained. "My lady, do not go," he urged. The title of the city lord has been a hereditary position, monopolized by the Yu family for many years. Should the next generation of the Yu family fail to produce a male heir, this esteemed title may well be bestowed upon another. "How is Yangqing today?" the lord inquired as his wife tended to his injury. The Yuhua courtyard is the residence of the newly admitted concubine, situated in a relatively secluded part of the lord's estate, as it is widely accepted that her entry was intended for the purpose of continuing the lineage. However, the women in the inner courtyard are indeed feeling a sense of urgency, for if she were to conceive, her status would elevate dramatically. Thus, this night, several courtyards are discreetly observing that secluded dwelling. "My wound is not severe, it merely appears alarming. I have sent someone to inform my mother, so you need not intervene." The lady of the city wore a troubled expression. "But this injury will not heal quickly, and you must pay your respects to my mother in the morning. It will be healed by tomorrow," the lord asserted. The lady seemed momentarily stunned by his words, questioning how such a thing could be possible. Yet, recalling the secrets she had learned since marrying into the lord's household, she had never been curious about the more confidential matters. "Rest early, my lady." After much effort, the lady of the city lord managed to bandage him, the blood-stained water in the basin yet to be disposed of. Upon hearing his words, she replied, "My lord, what about the Jade Lotus courtyard?" "I have already sent someone to inquire. and all is well. Thus, after a lively evening of festivities celebrating the taking of a concubine, the city lord retired to the chamber of his wife. Ling Xuan, audaciously employing his invisibility technique, listened intently to the couple's exchange. As the lights within the room extinguished, Ling Xuan contemplatively gazed towards the window before swiftly departing. The night was the sole moment in this city when the presence of ghostly energy was most likely to manifest. Following a thread of ethereal essence that seemed to seep from an unknown source, Ling Xuan made his way to the riverbank leading out of the city. A faint layer of ghostly energy floated above, not emanating from the riverbed but rather from within the city itself. This spectral energy could also be perceived as the essence of death. The river continuously absorbed this energy, which prevented those destined to depart from the mortal realm from doing so, while simultaneously hindering the birth of new life. Chapter 39. The gentle sect leader Elder Ling Xuan of the Xiao sect, due to his youthful demeanor among countless seniors and juniors, often appeared lacking in experience. This was the first time he had encountered such a perceptive river, one that seemingly extended life to the inhabitants of the city. After a moment's reflection, Ling Xuan stepped forward, raising his hands. In an instant, the flowing air abruptly shifted direction, and the spiritual energy within a radius of several miles was deftly commandeered by Ling Xuan. As a practitioner of the way of freedom, he relished the act of borrowing from the heavens, never intending to repay. In an instant, the clouds in the sky began to race with an alarming swiftness, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Yet, it was nighttime, and such a spectacle was seldom witnessed by many. Far away, and Xingzhou of Xiao sect gazed at the celestial phenomena, filled with concern. What on earth was Xiaoba up to? The heavens seemed to be growing increasingly displeased with him. Could it be that he was once again borrowing spiritual power from others? And Xingzhou muttered incessantly, "This child is not lacking in spiritual energy, so why does he persist in taking advantage of the heavens? He is even more miserly than I, the sect leader. What if the heavens hold a grudge and decide to hinder you during your ascension tribulation?" And Xingzhou's mountain peak housed the most disciples, and typically, new entrants would be distributed among various peaks. However, Xiaoba's peak remained vacant, while the others had received a fair share of disciples. Yet, there were always a few who cherished the warmth of their leader and stubbornly refused to leave. As for the other junior brothers and sisters, though they might be a bit fierce, do they not understand that a strict teacher produces outstanding students? The eldest senior brother had been in seclusion for quite some time, and the disciples on the mountain were managed by his top disciple, who had not taken in new students for a while. Thus, at this very moment, those disciples who were enamored with their leader's gentleness listened to the endless ramblings of Xingzhou. And Xingzhou, an elderly man unable to practice in secret. Indeed, he was gentle and amiable, yet as the sect leader, he did not possess the stern demeanor of other elders. However, he was a practitioner of sound cultivation. Sound cultivators not only utilize spiritual instruments as aids, true masters wield their voice as the most formidable weapon. In other words, and Xingzhou's incessant murmurs are akin to a tightening spell for the disciples of the entire mountain. Is he merely chattering about his junior brothers? Clearly, he is threatening the lives of all the disciples on the mountain. Master, please regain your clarity. It is late, and soon the elders from other mountains will come seeking a decisive battle with you. In the city of Gui, within the state of Lu, by the riverbank, golden specks of light danced around a figure. Ling Xuan, arms outstretched, closed her eyes as she meticulously probed the depths of the riverbed. After a brief moment, her brows furrowed slightly, and she opened her alluring peach blossom eyes. Peering down, she noticed that the flowing water had abruptly parted, with currents climbing upward, gradually forming a profound depression in the center. If her intuition held true, the source of this calamity lay hidden within that very hollow. With a sudden leap, Ling Xuan soared above the water, her toes delicately tapping upon a leaf that had just settled on the surface. Lowering her gaze, she instantly sensed something amiss. Before her was an apparatus resembling an alchemical furnace, firmly anchored to the riverbed. The river, no less than 9 feet deep, had accumulated layers of silt over the years, ensuring that the townsfolk would remain oblivious to its presence. Yet Ling Xuan discerned that the malevolent energy it absorbed did not linger at the riverbed, nor did it conceal itself within the apparatus. Rather, it seemed to be transmitted elsewhere. Chapter 40. A fated encounter. Ling Xuan sought to uncover the nature of this mysterious object, but as she reached out, her hand brushed against a barrier. It appeared to be imbued with a defensive array, emitting a crackling sound as if to intimidate this uninvited seeker. A mere display of trivial skills. Lin Xuan let out a disdainful laugh, reaching through the barrier to retrieve an object resembling an alchemical furnace. Extracting such an item, seemingly forged from mysterious iron and buried in sediment for years, posed no challenge for Lin Xuan. However, its unexpectedly light weight caught him off guard. Floating in his grasp, he quickly discerned that this object was not the source of the calamity. The deathly energy it absorbed led him to trace along the flow of spiritual power, prompting him to glance northward, toward the royal capital. With a lowered gaze upon the object in his hand, Lin Xuan contemplated the idea of striking decisively. Having already startled the serpent, it would be wiser to strike thoroughly. As the sun rose, the bustling city of Gui resumed its life after a night of silence. Yet within the city lord's residence, the concerns of the awakened citizens revolved around the new concubine who had spent the night in solitude. However, when the city lord emerged from the ladies' quarters, many found their amusement abruptly stifled, including the elderly matron. During the morning salutation, some sought to make a pointed remark, but with the city lord present to protect his wife, others dared not speak out. Having spent a sleepless night, Lin Xuan found himself longing for the comfort of his own bed. He had awaited patiently atop the high walls of the city lord's estate, anticipating the conclusion of the daily salutation ceremony that unfolded among the human clans, regardless of their station. He stationed himself at the entrance of the study, where he would confront Yu Chenju. Yu Heng turned to see a man over 7 feet tall standing outside his study, while his guards seemed to have mysteriously vanished. "May I inquire who you are?" Yu Heng examined the other party with a composed demeanor before inquiring softly. Lin Xuan revealed a perfectly measured smile, gently waving the paper fan in his hand. "I am Lin Xuan from the Shiyao sect." The name Shiyao sect resonates profoundly in the mortal realm. Despite the unreliability of each of Lin Xuan's seniors, it remains a coveted sect that many aspire to join each year. Unfortunately, not everyone possesses spiritual roots. Those with heavenly roots are exceedingly rare, while dual-rooted individuals are sought after by numerous sections. As for the mixed roots, they represent the most fundamental requirement for entry into most immortal sections. However, such disciples often find themselves stagnating at the golden core stage. And it is a mere stroke of fortune that allows a select few to ascend dramatically. To claim such an occurrence is a rarity of a millennium. "May I ask, what is your relationship with Master and of the Shiyao sect?" "Master and is my second senior brother, and I am ranked 8th within the sect." Upon hearing the phrase ranked 8th from Lin Xuan's lips, Yu Heng immediately realized he was in the presence of the esteemed 9-division sovereign. "I apologize for my lack of proper greeting, sovereign." Lin Xuan gave another slight flick of his fan before retracting it. "The city lord is too courteous. I seek you out for a matter of importance." Suddenly, a small flame appeared in Lin Xuan's hand, red tinged with purple, an exclusive token of the Shiyao sect. "This is a token entrusted to me by my senior brother to pass on to a fated individual." Lin Xuan presented the flame. The descent of a sect member signifies that affairs of the world are afoot, particularly when an elder descends. Chapter 41. The banquet. Typically, disciples descend from the mountain for training, moving to wherever they are needed. Were it not for the matter concerning the stability of the entire realm, Lin Xuan would not have descended the mountain personally. Yu Heng invited Lin Xuan into the study, where the two lingered for quite some time. Upon their emergence, Yu Heng escorted Lin Xuan to the most exquisite guest chamber within the lord's estate. As night fell, he personally arranged a banquet. Within less than a day at the lord's estate, a grand feast was organized, albeit it could be considered a familial gathering. The news had spread that a celestial lord from the Shiyao sect had graced the estate, prompting the servants to jostle for a glimpse of the divine figure, while the concubines vied to adorn themselves, hoping to catch the attention of the celestial lord. Alas, none of them bore children. Had any possessed the merit to attract the celestial lord's favor, it would have elevated their entire household to exalted heights. The lady of the estate occupied the seat of honor, her visage kind and her demeanor poised. After several discreet exchanges with the servants, they were dispatched on her command. And at last, her daughter emerged after much anticipation. With esteemed guests in attendance, the lord of the estate placed great significance on the occasion, and naturally, everyone followed suit. Except for the pampered daughter of the lord, who remained sulking over the previous day's events. Were it not for the grand display, she would have contemplated conducting a thorough search of the estate to ascertain whether that vixen still lingered, daring to feign her. She wondered what kind of celestial lord would arrive today. Could they possibly rival that insufferable fox? After her mother's persistent summons, Yu Qing could no longer dawdle. After a brief preparation, she entered the hall with the poise befitting the lord's eldest daughter. To her astonishment, she beheld the very embodiment of the vixen in white seated beneath the main dais. Miss Yu, in a moment of excitement, found herself at a loss for words and, in front of the attentive crowd, blurted out, "Fox spirit?" The instant those words escaped her lips, a hushed silence enveloped the room. Even the previously jovial Lord Yu, who had been engaged in delightful conversation with Ling Xuan, felt his wine cup tremble involuntarily in his grasp. Only the so-called fox spirit remained composed, effortlessly holding her glass and casting a teasing gaze upon the young girl. "You are speaking nonsense, Yu Qing," Lord Yu admonished. "Apologize to the esteemed Lord of the Nine Divisions at once." The title of Lord of the Nine Divisions resonated like thunder. In the novels Yu Qing had perused, countless tales featured this celestial figure from the Xiao sect as the protagonist. It was said that the Lord of the Nine Divisions possessed a beauty akin to orchids and jade, exuding an elegance that seemed almost divine. Some exaggerated accounts even likened his appearance to lines of poetry that suggested he was a figure only worthy of being captured on canvas. Yu Qing had previously scoffed at such descriptions, doubting the storytellers who had never laid eyes on the Lord of the Nine Divisions. However, upon witnessing him in person, she could not help but concede that the poetic praises paled in comparison. As she met Lin Xian's teasing gaze, one that only she could decipher, she fell into silence. "Esteemed Lord," she thought, "forgive my rudeness. Your extraordinary beauty momentarily clouded my judgment." Lin Xian, upon hearing her words, let out a light chuckle and set down his wine cup. The young girl's tone dripped with sarcasm, revealing that her apology was far from sincere. It appeared she held a grudge. Thus, this incident was brushed aside, and Yu Qing took her seat, positioned directly opposite Lin Xian. The young girl had no desire to engage in any conversation with Lin Xian, yet her father seemed oblivious to her unvoiced sentiments, insisting on steering the discussion towards her. Upon hearing that the Xiao sect valued aptitude when accepting disciples, he inquired whether the esteemed leader could assess his daughter's potential. Yu Qing, taken aback, glanced at her father seated at the head and quickly interjected, "Father, I have no intention of pursuing the path of cultivation. Why do you ask?" The city lord's wife gently admonished her daughter, saying, "Qing, children should not interrupt when adults are speaking." It was hard to believe that this was the same mother who had hoped for her daughter to marry in a couple of years. Lin Xian, not one to engage in excessive dialogue, replied, "Dual spirit roots, which are quite acceptable." Upon hearing this, the city lord promptly inquired, "What does such aptitude signify within your esteemed sect?" Lin Xian responded, "The Xiao sect has always been inclusive. While aptitude is significant, cultivation is ultimately a personal journey. One with dual spirit roots may ascend to the great ascension, yet they may also remain forever at the foundation establishment stage. The path of cultivation is inherently solitary. To seek immortality and wisdom, one must possess a fervent desire, matched by an equal sacrifice." The matriarch was unlikely to agree with this notion. Her deeply entrenched desire for lineage meant that if the city lord's household bore no children in the coming years, the eldest daughter would be expected to take a husband. Yu Hong frequently raised a toast to Lin Xian, encouraging her to partake in more dishes, yet she consistently ate sparingly. Upon learning of the leader's profound cultivation yet youthful age, after several rounds of drinks, the city lord abruptly shifted the topic, saying, "I understand that nearly every elder in the Xiao sect has taken on disciples. Surely, your apprentice must possess talents akin to your own, esteemed leader." Upon the mention of disciples, Lin Xian suddenly found that the osmanthus wine in her cup had lost its allure. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke, "It's acceptable." This phrase represented the last vestige of dignity she could afford her disciple as a mentor. Meanwhile, the young girl simmered with indignation throughout the evening, repeatedly berating the person across from her for their lack of respect for age. It is well known that those who cultivate the Tao often possess an ageless appearance, making it impossible to discern their true years. At this banquet, everyone gained a fresh perspective on the esteemed Lord of Nine Divisions, a figure frequently celebrated in tales. As the narrative suggested, the Lord bore a striking resemblance to Panin, and such looks were indeed captivating enough to enthrall the celestial maidens. Many believed that Lin Xian would linger for a few days within the Lord's residence. However, the following morning, as Yu Qing awakened, she overheard her maids remarking that the immortal had already departed. Departed? Where has she gone? Miss Yu was momentarily taken aback. The maid, chuckling softly, replied, "My lady, you place me in a difficult position. How could a mere servant know the whereabouts of the immortal? Yu Qing pondered this. Yet, recalling the peculiar arrival of the Lord of 9 Divisions from the Xiao sect, she found it difficult to articulate what exactly was amiss. Last night, her father's conversation with the enigmatic figure had seemed unremarkable, yet the thought of it caused her eyelid to twitch unexpectedly. Chapter 43. The Power of Magic. Ling Xuan, the object of someone's concern, now found herself within the royal capital of the state of Lu, or more precisely, within the royal palace itself. Guided by the artifacts retrieved from the river the previous night, Ling Xuan traced her way into the palace, having drawn upon the remnants of death that had seeped away from Gue City. Upon retrieving this object from the riverbed, the cycle of the heavens and earth began to gradually restore its natural order in Guijing. The royal palace, naturally, was heavily guarded, with a dense presence of sentinels and attendants, both maids and eunuchs visible at every turn. Ling Xuan adeptly employed his invisibility technique, for he was well acquainted with the palace's layout. However, something was amiss. The royal palace, typically a bastion of abundant dragon energy, was situated above a dragon vein, yet exhibited a waning of such energy. There should have been a continuation of this dragon energy for another 2 to 3 centuries, yet it now seemed to possess a mere few decades' worth. Someone had meddled with the forces at play. Ling Xuan discovered the place within the palace where the death energy was most concentrated, and just as he was about to investigate, he suddenly sensed something, causing his expression to shift abruptly, leaving him momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, far away in the Jiuzuan pavilion of the Xiao sect, the 2 newly accepted disciples of the Master of the 9 Divisions were locked in a rivalry akin to fire and water, ignoring one another completely. Xiaohe, along with Yu Er and Sheng Er, were mere puppets, diligently fulfilling their roles without concern for the discord between their senior brothers. Pei Lizzie, having spent 2 days in the library, often avoided lingering in the Jiuzuan pavilion, steering clear of any confrontation with Xin Xiao. Ling Xuan, for reasons unknown, felt an inexplicable trust in allowing a newly initiated disciple to ascend to the uppermost levels of the library. Should Pei Lizzie truly be an undercover agent from another sect, Ling Xuan's decision would be tantamount to courting disaster. Unfazed by his master's intentions, Pei Lizzie cared little for conjecture. The 3 puppet beings, when not preoccupied, would take time to rest, while Xin Xiao, that unbearably proud young master, was singularly focused on his cultivation. Even in the absence of his master, he rose at the break of dawn and retired at dusk, diligently meditating each day, a testament to the respect he held for Ling Xuan. Pei Lizzie naturally harbored no fondness for Xin Xiao. Upon seeing him, it was as if she were gazing upon a reflection of her former self, equally foolish and unattainable. When Pei Lizzie arrived by the spring, Xiaohe was foraging for medicinal herbs on the back mountain alongside Yu Er and Sheng Er, while Xin Xiao was engrossed in his cultivation. Within the 9 Sovereigns' pavilion, only Pei Lizzie, the idler, enjoyed the utmost leisure. The soul-locking formation was no ordinary enchantment. The soul was not merely confined, but was being incessantly devoured day by day. The essence of this formation lay not in the profundity of its magical prowess, but rather in the fact that it was woven with demonic energy. It is widely acknowledged that the demon clan had vanished from the annals of history for centuries, leaving no records of their existence. Yet, Pei Lizzie was aware that the demon clan had not disappeared. Instead, they had concealed themselves among humanity, living as mortals. When Pei Lizzie was 16, a cataclysmic resurgence of the demon clan indeed erupted, claiming the lives of many, including several prominent figures still alive today. At that time, Pei Lizzie devoted herself wholeheartedly to Ling Xuan, whom she revered above all. She remained in the forbidden grounds of the back mountain for many days without respite. For Ling Xuan, that war was not in vain. It was after that ordeal that he attained the great ascension realm. Chapter 44. The seal is broken. Pei Lizzie was inherently gifted with a heavenly spiritual root. Moreover, she was not truly 9 years old. At this moment, her soul's true age surpassed that of her master by a considerable margin, rendering the cryptic symbols and inscriptions that confounded others mere trivialities to her. A wisp of white mist materialized in his hand, dispersing instantaneously in all directions, each fragment landing precisely on its corresponding array point. Suddenly, a sphere of black spiritual energy coalesced in Pei Lizzie's grasp. Following his ascension tribulation, he undeniably transformed into a deity. However, the trials he faced were particularly fierce. In the end, he emerged with significantly enhanced powers, becoming the sole deity to successfully ascend in nearly a millennium. Yet, since that moment, his magical prowess had stagnated. The passage of 800 years was not spent in vain. Pei Lizzie discovered that magical energy was not solely the domain of the demon race. It bore the name magical energy precisely because it was cultivated by demons. Nevertheless, he gradually devised a method to refine this magical essence. The cultivation methodologies of the demon and human races differed, as did their meridians, yet the essence of heaven and earth underwent continuous transformation. Once the connection between the two was established, transmutation was achievable. The crux of this soul-locking array lay in magical energy, thus its resolution necessitated the same. Utilizing his own converted magical energy, alongside the dismantling techniques he unearthed within the library, Pei Lizzie effortlessly located the array's core. The small black mist on the water's surface had long since emerged, adhering to the surface and rippling gently with the waves. Akin to a curious child yearning to approach Pei Lizzie, he understood that this entity was far from benign. Otherwise, Ling Xuan would not have sealed it in this place. Pei Lizzie was also aware that should he release this entity, Ling Xuan would undoubtedly become aware. However, compared to that concern, Pei Lizzie was far more intrigued to ascertain the weight of this entity's significance in Ling Xuan's possession. As Pei Lizzie contemplated, her delicate lips parted slightly, and an ancient incantation escaped her youthful voice. In that fleeting moment, a surge of spiritual energy rippled through the spring's depths, shattering the seal. Instantly, elders from distant mountain peaks experienced a brief disorientation. Meanwhile, Zhang Min, who was enjoying tea with Ling Xuan at the Star Pavilion, found himself unable to sit still. Was that surge of spiritual energy truly emanating from Xiaoba? Ling Xuan set down his teacup and said leisurely, "Second senior brother, do not be so agitated. You're behaving as if you were Xiaoba's father. As the leader, you ought to be more composed." And Xingzhou, provoked by his younger disciple's words, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting, Ling Xuan? Let us not forget, you were just as small when you first joined." He gestured to indicate a height roughly at his waist, then cast a reproachful glance at Ling Xuan, adding, "You were always falling ill back then, far more troublesome than Xiaoba. It was I and the senior brother who had to nurture you through it all." Second senior brother, Ling Xuan finally interjected with a hint of exasperation. "Aside from the third senior sister, how is it that we all grew up on such fare? Your emotional appeals are rather misplaced, senior brother. As for why the third senior sister escaped the fate of being raised in such a manner, it was solely due to her fierce temperament and formidable strength, which rendered even in Xingzhou, as the leader, reluctant to provoke her easily." Chapter 45. Retrieving the little black mist within the Nine Sovereigns Pavilion. The seal within the spring was broken. Initially, the small wisp of black mist appeared oblivious to its newfound freedom. It was not until it pressed against the water's surface and realized it had leapt above the water that it cautiously extended a tendril of black mist, only to suddenly expand. Indeed, it expanded. Pei Lizzie watched in astonishment as the mist, which was no larger than the palm of his hand, abruptly transformed into a plump orb, swiftly enveloping him. Pei Lizzie. The entity exuded a faint aura of demonic energy, unmistakably indicative of its demonic origin. However, this energy dissipated almost instantaneously, leaving Pei Lizzie unable to sense it further. It was adept at concealing itself. Contrary to Pei Lizzie's expectations, the mist did not immediately reveal its true form and unleash its malevolence upon escaping confinement. Instead, as he found himself enveloped by this immense black mist, he experienced no sense of dread. Rather, he felt a peculiar lightness, as if he could soar amidst its embrace. Indeed, he perceived his body becoming lighter, as if being drawn upwards. "Pei Lizzie, this creature seems rather dim-witted." He reached out and grasped a handful of the mist, successfully pulling a portion away. Yet, the mass of black mist seemed to interpret this as a gesture of affection, promptly swelling even larger, reminiscent of well-kneaded dough. Pei Lizzie. With a subtle exertion of spiritual energy, he forcibly compressed the encircling mist, shaping it into a compact form the size of his palm. The dark mist appeared somewhat aggrieved, huddled in Pei Lizzie's hand, incessantly seeking to nuzzle against him. Pei Lizzie let out a sigh of existential doubt. What on earth is this creature? However, Pei Lizzie was no benevolent soul, particularly when it came to matters concerning Ling Xuan. He casually tossed the dark, amorphous entity into the water. With a splash, the little black mist fell into the depths. The little black mist. Pei Lizzie could not fathom why Ling Xuan had sealed that dark mist within the Nine Statues Pavilion, employing a forbidden technique documented in ancient scrolls. Having examined the dark mist, he found it devoid of any significant magical power, possessing merely a faint trace of malevolence, posing no threat whatsoever. He turned around to meet the expressionless gaze of the little black mist. The little black mist inquired, "Did you witness any anomalies within the pavilion?" Lizzie maintained his impassive demeanor. "No." Upon hearing this, the little black mist muttered to itself. There was clearly a surge of spiritual energy just moments ago. Perhaps momentarily bewildered, Lizzie found his thoughts drifting back to that dark entity, its appearance when it was cast into the water evoking an inexplicable sense of sympathy. Despite its lack of features, Lizzie, the little black mist, now nestled within Lizzie's domain, began to expand once more. This time, its audacity escalated, filling the entire room with its presence. Lizzie. Chapter 46. Longevity Pill. Even with the vast experiences of he, and the Divine Lord, they had never encountered anything like this. The swirling mass of black mist exuded an aura of lost souls while concealing its malevolent nature. Although it appeared ominous and unthreatening, Lizzie remained oblivious to its true essence. With a flick of his fingertip, he punctured the expanding cloud, manifesting a barrier as vast as the room itself. This barrier enveloped the black mist, isolating Lizzie from it, and gradually constricted until the mist was reduced to the size of a palm. Lizzie's voice was devoid of warmth. It can only be maintained at this size. The little black mist, feeling unjustly treated, curled up and burrowed into Lizzie's garments. Unmoved, he unceremoniously extracted it, warning, "One more misstep, and I shall end you." A deathly threat. The 9-year-old boy, with his delicate features, delivered such a chilling proclamation that the black mist genuinely sensed the weight of his authority. As Lizzie dismantled the seal, Ling Xuan found herself in a less favorable situation. Initially, she intended to contact Xingzhou immediately, but after a moment's contemplation, she opted to refrain. The instant the seal shattered, she could still perceive the ripples of spiritual energy, allowing her to discern the source of the commotion. The little white-eyed wolf truly was a source of incessant disturbance. With a resigned sigh, Ling Xuan lowered her enchanting peach blossom eyes and murmured to herself, "Let this be a source of amusement for the little white-eyed wolf." After all, no one could fathom that what she had sealed away was such a whimsical little creature. However, the matters at hand were of utmost importance. The royal palace of the state of Lu is so vast that entering it feels akin to stepping into a labyrinth. Ling Xuan quickly found the emperor's study. If one were to identify the most secretive location within the palace, it would undoubtedly be this room. Ling Xuan did not arrive here by mere coincidence. Clearly, the decline of a nation's dragon vein does not occur without reason. The actions of this monarch merit investigation. There were numerous guards stationed before the study, and 2 stone dragon statues flanked the entrance, though they were unfortunately shrouded in a layer of dullness. Inside the study, there were also magical barriers, yet Ling Xuan entered as if traversing an unguarded realm. At this moment, the study was unoccupied, as it was still early in the morning court session. Upon entering, Ling Xuan was greeted by a strong medicinal aroma, one she recognized well. It was the scent of longevity pills, and of superior quality at that. The price of a single longevity pill is far from modest, particularly of this caliber. In the contemporary world, very few possess the skill to concoct such high-quality elixirs. Within the Medicine King sect, including their leader, there are no more than 5 individuals capable of such feats. Murong Lin, Ling Xuan's senior apprentice from the Xiao sect, is one of them. Despite the extraordinary talents of others, Ling Xuan had never heard of anyone else able to produce pills of such exquisite quality. Regrettably, her senior apprentice has been wandering far and wide in search of medicinal materials, often disappearing for years at a time, rendering Ling Xuan unable to contact him for some time. Otherwise, she could have summoned him to assist in discerning the origins of this pill, for with his expertise, he might have been able to identify its creator. Clearly, the investigation has led to the conclusion that someone from the realm of cultivation has intertwined with the affairs of the mortal world, and not an ordinary individual at that. The intentions of this party remain unclear, and Ling Xuan is still only grasping fragments of the larger picture. Chapter 47. Entering the royal palace, however, Ling Xuan has never been one to adhere to conventional methods. The more others prefer to be secretive, the more she chooses to be forthright. At noon, an intriguing piece of news echoed outside the gates of the royal palace. The celestial lord of Xiao sect had descended from the mountains to bestow blessings upon the people of various nations. The king of Lu, overjoyed at this development, promptly dispatched envoys to invite the celestial lord into the palace, treating him as an esteemed guest. Ling Xuan, in a moment of transformation, donned the humble attire of an ordinary disciple of the Xiao sect. While she herself was indifferent to her clothing within the sect, one's identity was often discerned through their garb and insignia. Although she sported an official badge, it appeared rather ostentatious when worn by her. Contemplating this, Ling Xuan utilized her spiritual energy to inscribe the name Pei Lizi onto the badge at her waist. Her beloved master never feared to lead her disciple into mischief. When it came to inciting resentment, one must find a scapegoat, and she was more than willing to let the little ingrate shoulder the burden. At this moment, the decades-old Ling Xuan, in her playful mischief, felt as youthful as a mere 10 years. Dressed in a flowing white robe adorned with crescent patterns, she confidently strode into the royal palace, guided by the guards and eunuchs. The king of Lu awaited her in the imperial study. Throughout her journey, the manner in which the guards and eunuchs treated her spoke volumes of the respect accorded to her. Ling Xuan relished the eunuch's solicitous inquiries. But as she reached the door of the imperial study, both the eunuch and guards came to a halt. "Celestial Lord Pei, we shall escort you no further. His Majesty awaits you within." Disregarding the sycophantic expression of the eunuch, Ling Xuan cast a glance to the side, observing that, indeed, today a statue appeared even more desiccated. Should this pretense continue, it is not merely a matter of decades. The state of Lu may struggle to endure even for a mere decade. The door to the imperial study opened, revealing a handsome celestial lord, who then stepped inside, the door closing once more behind him. Many individuals from the celestial sect were once ordinary mortals, enjoying a lifespan of several decades before passing away. Yet, there are those who, from the moment of their birth, are disciples of esteemed celestial families, such as Ling Xuan's second apprentice, the young master of the Beastmaster sect. The denizens of the celestial realm possess a unique pride. While earthly emperors may indeed hold significant esteem, in the eyes of celestial families, they are but trifles. Ling Xuan performed a respectful gesture, slightly bowing his head, and spoke with a tone that was neither subservient nor arrogant. "I am Pei Li of the Xiao sect, honored to meet your majesty." It was evident that the identity of a disciple from the Xiao sect was quite rare in this mortal realm. The ruler of the state of Lu had ascended to the throne for less than 6 years and had barely reached adulthood at the time of his coronation. He was not the crown prince himself, but rather the prince's own younger brother. The previous ruler had been excessively youthful when designating the crown prince, never anticipating that his son would not outlive him, an elderly man bidding farewell to his young heir. Following the untimely demise of the crown prince, the ruler was engulfed in grief, and not long after, he too departed from this world. The throne, with the backing of the Empress Dowager and her family's influence, ultimately fell to the current monarch. "Celestial Lord Pei, you honor us," spoke the man upon the dragon throne, finally breaking the silence. As if appraising Ling Xuan from head to toe. "Please, take a seat." Ling Xuan looked up at him. The youthful ruler was indeed handsome, adorned in a golden dragon-embroidered robe that conferred a sense of authority. However, the young visage bore the marks of a short lifespan. "I have heard that the celestial lord has come to my state of Lu to bestow blessings upon the common folk." Ling Xuan nodded. "Indeed. I have descended upon the command of my master to pray for the welfare of the people." The sovereign appeared to scrutinize Ling Xuan's visage earnestly for a moment, then chuckled softly. "I have heard of the Xiao sect for quite some time, yet this is the first occasion I have encountered one of your esteemed members. I find myself perplexed. Might the immortal lord enlighten me?" Ling Xuan replied with a gentle smile. "Your Majesty, I assure you, I shall speak candidly and leave nothing unsaid." The sovereign inquired, "You seem rather youthful. Might I inquire if you have reached the age of maturity this year?" To this, Ling Xuan laughed lightly and said, "In truth, I am likely 2 cycles of years your senior." The young monarch on the dragon throne appeared momentarily taken aback, then scrutinized Ling Xuan with renewed intensity, seemingly questioning the veracity of his claim. After a brief pause, he suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "I have heard that those who cultivate the Tao can retain their youth. I was once skeptical, but after seeing the immortal lord, I can no longer doubt it." Ling Xuan smiled slightly, choosing not to respond. "Bring tea for the immortal lord," the sovereign commanded. No sooner had he spoken than an attendant entered, presenting a fine cup of Westlake Longjing tea to Ling Xuan. The fragrance of the tea wafted delightfully, enveloping Ling Xuan's senses. "Immortal lord, this is this year's new Westlake Longjing. Do give it a taste." Without hesitation, Ling Xuan lifted the cup and took a sip, his slender finger tapping lightly against the cup's side. It was indeed exquisite tea, though he lamented its fleeting nature. Once the attendant withdrew, the imperial study was once again left with just the two of them. The monarch of the Lu kingdom wrapped his fingers on the table. A habitual gesture, as the golden-laid black jade ring on his right hand grazed the armrest. His gaze upon Ling Xuan began to shift in nuance. "Do you find the path of cultivation to be arduous, immortal lord?" Ling Xuan replied, "Indeed, it is a journey of both trials and joys." The sovereign chuckled once more, acknowledging the celestial being's words, lamenting that he lacked such extraordinary talents. Otherwise, he might have embarked on the path of immortality in his youth. Ling Xuan remarked, "Your Majesty is already a dragon among men. Why must you persist in such pursuits?" The young sovereign repeated Ling Xuan's words softly, then suddenly laughed, appreciating the celestial being's magnanimity. Yet, he posed another query: if an ordinary person seeks longevity, what should they do? This question had crossed Ling Xuan's mind before, though it had proven futile and irrelevant to her now. However, the young sovereign did not finish his thought, for the celestial being, who had been engaging him in conversation, unexpectedly collapsed onto the chair, his head drooping, appearing to be in a deep stupor. Simultaneously, a shadowy figure emerged behind the monarch of Lu. Had he truly lost consciousness? Evidently, as a ruler, he seemed unfamiliar with such sordid acts as administering drugs. The potion, even for one at the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm, would induce unconsciousness. How much more so for one at the peak of the golden core stage? This individual, though youthful, was already regarded as a prodigy for achieving such mastery at a tender age. The shadowy figure seemed to regard him with a sense of reluctant acknowledgement, conveying the notion that he was not particularly impressed. This figure paid no heed to Ling Xuan's countenance, seemingly devoid of interest. In the realm of cultivation, Ling Xuan was quite recognizable. Prior to her ascension to elder status, she had been somewhat zealous, often venturing out to seek sparring partners. In the tranquility of the imperial study, a moment of silence was broken by a hoarse voice. "Once you extract his spiritual roots and cultivation, you shall immediately possess a lifespan of 1,000 years, with eternal youth, a desire that you, your Majesty, have long sought, is it not?" As Ling Xuan stepped into the chamber, she had already suppressed her own cultivation. She was aware that the exquisite Westlake Longjing tea had been tampered with. Yet she never anticipated hearing such outrageous claims. How dare a mere mortal attempt to siphon the spiritual roots of another to enhance their own? This was not only an act of defiance against the heavens, but a reckless dance upon the precipice of divine retribution. Even if one were to succeed, the promise of 1,000 years was uncertain. The backlash could render existence more torturous than death itself, risking the descent into madness. The enigmatic figure behind the curtain seemed disinclined to elucidate matters to this unfortunate sovereign. "Your Majesty, have you pondered this carefully? While you remain in a state of unconsciousness, the complications that may arise upon your awakening will be manifold. What could be swifter in granting you immortality than this? After all, you are willing to forsake an entire nation. What more is there to consider?" The sovereign's voice echoed once more. "If I were to absorb another's spiritual roots and cultivation, would there be any adverse effects for me? Furthermore, this is a disciple of the Xiao sect. If I were to kill him, would there be consequences? To gain what one desires, one must pay an equivalent price," the shadowy figure intoned, resembling a beguiling specter. "I have already conveyed this to your Majesty. A shortcut now lies before you, and the pain involved is but a trifling matter compared to the lives of an entire nation, is it not? As for the Xiao sect, there is no need for concern. This individual is presumably not a prominent figure within the sect. Even if an unforeseen event were to occur during their trials, it would be deemed a normal occurrence. And the Xiao sect would not mobilize their forces for the sake of an ordinary disciple." The shadow's persuasion seemed to have steeled the monarch's resolve. He cast a glance at the motionless man in white, adorned in the sect's attire, which incited an inexplicable jealousy within him, a ruler of mortals. Why should he not enjoy eternal life? Yet those lowly, despicable commoners, unworthy even to be mentioned in his presence, could ascend to the immortal realm solely by virtue of their innate spiritual roots. Has your Majesty made a decision? If so, I can extract his spiritual root for you at this very moment, the shadow inquired. The monarch, having resolved to implant another person's spiritual root into his own body, was driven by sheer absurdity. Upon receiving a nod from the ruler, the shadow swiftly approached Ling Xuan's vicinity. He conjured a sphere of spiritual energy, launching it forcefully towards the unconscious disciple of the Xiao sect. However, a sudden turn of events unfolded in that instant. A sword-like shadow materialized, and the individual who was supposed to be in a state of unconsciousness opened his eyes, emanating a chilling sword aura that surged toward the shadow. Lin Xuan's expression was devoid of warmth, his demeanor now as frigid as ice, with his sword brimming with lethal intent. "You're not unconscious?" The shadow appeared astonished. The potion brewed from West Lake Longjing was indeed potent enough to incapacitate even those in the divine transformation realm. However, Lin Xuan, having been subjected to numerous trials by his younger senior brother since his entrance into the sect, had long developed an immunity to such concoctions. "Surprised, are we?" The long sword in Lin Xuan's grasp emitted a chilling gleam. Would she be astonished upon encountering her own corpse? The sword appeared unremarkable, rendering it difficult for her opponent to discern Lin Xuan's identity. They merely regarded her as a fortunate disciple. However, in the next moment, they watched in disbelief as the cultivation level of the figure clad in the attire of the Xiao sect surged dramatically. Chapter 50. The Falling River Sword Yet. When Lin Xuan's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage, the shadowy figure accompanying her broke into a sinister chuckle. "Ah, the pinnacle of the transformation stage, indeed commendable." The raspy voice was laced with an indefinable malice, but alas, it seemed your sect should have waited until your skills were more advanced before allowing you to descend the mountain. The implication of this statement suggested that his cultivation level surpassed the transformation stage. Lin Xuan slightly curled her lips. "Is that so?" Lin Xuan's descent from the mountain had not been widely publicized. Aside from a few senior brothers and sisters, only those within the Nine Lords Pavilion were aware. The Master of the Nine Lords was not one to frequently socialize, content with her secluded life, so it was not surprising that some were unfamiliar with her. Anyone who had heard of the Master of the Nine Lords knew that Lin Xuan was not renowned for her rapid cultivation. Even at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, she dared to challenge opponents at the transformation stage and emerged victorious. Her adversaries were consistently stronger than herself, and during her most fervent days of cultivation, she sought out those with higher levels of prowess. The Master of the Nine Lords was most celebrated for her ability to confront those beyond her level. Though she currently stands at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, none dare to regard her as merely a practitioner of that level. The sword shadow Lin Xuan subtly moved her lips, and the long sword in her grasp suddenly morphed into a fierce sword shadow that soared into the air, infused with an undeniable aura of lethality. Aimed directly at the dark figure. The speed of her strike left the monarch seated upon the dragon throne utterly astonished. Yet, in the next moment, the shadow deftly evaded the onslaught of the sword shadow, which instead struck the formidable walls of the imperial study, without any forewarning. An unknown sharp object cleaved through the royal study, causing bricks and stones to collapse perilously close to the monarch, nearly burying him beneath the rubble. The guards stationed outside rushed in hastily to rescue him, while the ruler, who still harbored delusions of immortality, was left in a state of shock. Having long heard of the powers of cultivators capable of manipulating the elements, witnessing such a sword strike capable of demolishing a palace was indeed a staggering revelation. At the moment when the stones began to fall, the King of Lu believed that his end was nigh. However, the massive debris fortuitously halted just before him. While the two combatants vanished from sight, the guards and eunuchs who burst in were left utterly terrified. "Your Majesty, where are you?" Upon being located, the monarch appeared somewhat dazed. Meanwhile, the two figures who had been engaged in battle had already reappeared several hundred miles away. The falling river sword? At last. The dark figure recognized Lin Xuan's identity and let out a chuckle. "So you are Lin Xuan." As a sword cultivator, Lin Xuan possessed her own sword, and the falling river sword was renowned, its fame originating from her very being. The falling river sword was once a rusted blade, resting in the deepest sanctum of the sword sect's altar. Over the years, many fated individuals visited the sect in search of this sword, yet it was no divine weapon, for none had ever drawn it. No one knew the true power concealed within this sword until Lin Xuan appeared, bestowing upon it a reputation that echoed far and wide. In turn, the falling river sword solidified her title as the Master of the Nine Offices. The falling river sword, a paragon among blades, demanded a worthy master. Chapter 51. Breakthrough. Lin Xuan faced the expressionless countenance of her opponent, who dared not reveal even a hint of their features, and spoke with an unwavering demeanor. "Now that you know who I am, are you prepared to stake your life?" A peculiar laughter emanated from beneath the tightly concealing mask. "Master of the Nine Offices, if you possess the prowess, come and take it." Without further ado, the two engaged once more in combat. In a brief span, They exchanged over 200 strikes. The more they battled, the more Lin Xuan sensed something amiss about her adversary. His cultivation appeared to transcend the realm of the spirit transformation. He was at the pinnacle of void refinement. The blade in Lin Xuan's hand, the falling river sword, was sharp and formidable. If the falling river sword was indeed the supreme sword, then her current cultivation level hardly matched its caliber. Thus, at times, she could distinctly feel the sword's disdain for her as its master. This sword housed a spirit, one whose cultivation was likely superior to Lin Xuan's. However, this was not the moment for such reflections. Lin Xuan softly uttered 2 words, "Wind comes." In an instant, the spiritual essence of the world flowed with fervor. Golden radiance entwined with the wind, forming a colossal vortex at the edge of the sword. Lin Xuan, with a swift motion, unleashed her blade, sending the sword's energy spiraling forth towards the looming shadow across from her. The speed of this strike was astonishing, and its range was vast, under ordinary circumstances. Even the peaks of the Xiao sect would not withstand a mere few of Lin Xuan's blows. The disparity between the realm of void refinement and the god transformation realm was indeed like heaven and earth. Yet, Lin Xuan observed as her opponent raised both palms, directly countering her strike. The blade met the peak of the void refinement realm, showing signs of being momentarily thwarted. However, with a cold gaze, Lin Xuan wielded her falling river sword once more, as the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth surged anew, and she executed her second strike. How could this be? The shadow, wounded by the energy of the second blow, incredulously gazed up at Lin Xuan, questioning her transcendence. The force of that second strike was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary peak god transformation practitioner. Lin Xuan had indeed broken through, right before his very eyes. If her earlier suppression of her cultivation to the golden core stage within the palace had been a deliberate act, then her ascension from the peak of the god transformation realm to the void refinement realm was a feat incomparable to mere restraint. At the moment she unleashed her second strike, he could distinctly sense the surge of power that had been instantaneously amplified, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. The shadow would hardly have dared to believe that anyone could so effortlessly ascend from the god transformation realm to the void refinement realm without the tribulations of lightning, nor the need for seclusion. Such talent was terrifying, almost as if she were a favored child of the heavens themselves. In the realm of the void refinement, there exists a stark contrast between the early and peak stages. However, at first glance, the disparity in power seems immense. Yet, Lin Xuan, even in his divine transformation stage, dared to challenge peak void refinement opponents without faltering, let alone after transcending the void refinement realm. Lin Xuan, alongside his falling river sword, was not one to harbor grudges, as he retaliated decisively when provoked. As the winds gathered, Lin Xuan summoned the spiritual energy of heaven and earth once more, unleashing a sword strike that surged with even greater ferocity than before. Transitioning from peak divine transformation to early void refinement, Lin Xuan appeared to undergo a profound metamorphosis. With this strike, the atmosphere subtly shifted, and a shadow sensed the impending threat, abruptly lifting its gaze. In an instant, the sword energy was upon it. Under the assumption that its peak void refinement prowess would easily withstand such an attack, the shadow soon recognized the true might of the falling river sword. Chapter 52. The Eternal Array. As the smoke dissipated, Lin Xuan observed that the shadow had seemingly vanished. Approaching with caution, he suddenly discovered a small paper figure stained with blood on the ground. Lin Xuan pondered, realizing it was indeed a puppet. He picked up the paper and examined it closely, pausing as he channeled spiritual energy through his fingertips to probe its surface, revealing a white character that unexpectedly emerged. Lin Xuan felt a sudden heat emanating from the paper. The white character was characteristic of his senior sister, Bai Wan. However, if this puppet were indeed crafted by her, it would be impossible for it not to recognize Lin Xuan and instead rely on the falling river sword for confirmation of his identity. The dilemma arose. Even if it were not his senior sister, it was undoubtedly someone connected to her. Lin Xuan recalled that this puppet technique originated from her senior sister's ancestral family, the Bai clan. Could it be that the Bai family is also behind this? Beneath the ruins, Lin Xuan discovered a concealed chamber, which was precisely the source of the population issues plaguing the state of Lu in recent years. The young monarch had treated his entire nation as a mere experiment, recklessly jeopardizing the very foundations of his dynasty and disregarding the lives of his subjects, all in pursuit of immortality. It was here that Lin Xuan unearthed the immortal array. Unfortunately, The earthly sovereign failed to comprehend that the immortal array was nothing but a complete fabrication. This array was a malevolent formation, one of the forbidden arts. While not overly complex, it was exceedingly wicked. The array was sustained by the deathly energies of the universe, the essence of the deceased, which facilitated its operation. At first glance, it indeed appeared to bestow the gift of eternal youth. However, though one's physical form may be inherited from their parents, fundamentally, they were still birthed from the cosmos. To deceive the celestial order and break free from the constraints of the universe meant that one had become an aberration within this realm. The celestial order would not permit such aberrations to flourish under its vigilant gaze. The immortal array was a great deception, a fact long established. And even the technique itself had been expressly forbidden many years ago, leaving few who could still wield such a formation. Ling Xuan, troublesome. With a sweep of her falling river sword, she shattered the immortal array. Ling Xuan was no fool. Although this matter appeared resolved, it was, in truth, far from it. The puppets did not engage her in combat not out of a lack of strength, nor from fear of her backing from the Xiao sect, but rather to afford Ling Xuan a graceful exit from this predicament. Chapter 53. The Thunder Tribulation. However unfortunate, some processes inevitably arrive, albeit belatedly. Ling Xuan and Xingzhou. Boom. Master brother, allow me to explain, Ling Xuan implored, gazing at the gaping hole above her head, still tinged with the scent of scorched earth, feeling a twinge of guilt that was hardly worth mentioning. Then, with a swift kick, and Xingzhou propelled her into the protective barrier of their mountain. What are you doing wandering about outside when you are supposed to be enduring your tribulation? Are you so foolish as to fear the lightning might spare you? Ling Xuan. Master brother was flustered, momentarily forgetting the amiable demeanor expected of a leader. Clearly, Ling Xuan had long since grown accustomed to Xingzhou's dual nature, content to remain within the barrier. Though this protective realm was primarily utilized for the purpose of transcending tribulations, its chief role was to prevent innocent bystanders from being inadvertently harmed by the thunderous onslaught. The true recipient of the thunder tribulation would find this barrier utterly ineffective. Ling Xuan's unique constitution was indeed a rarity. One had never witnessed anyone who first achieved a breakthrough only to face the tribulation thereafter. This was not her usual state. Yet the reasons behind it remained elusive to her, or perhaps she simply lacked the inclination to delve into the matter. Above the Xiao sect, storm clouds churned ominously, dark and heavy, as thunder roared and lightning flashed. Once more, the heavens unleashed a torrential rain, and the sect's rain-evading technique proved exceptionally effective. The newly initiated disciples, upon entering, are taught their first incantations, the rain avoidance technique and the thunder avoidance technique. There is no particular reason for this, as Xiao sect is a grand sect with a multitude of gifted disciples. Most of the disciples undergo tribulations and breakthroughs with relative ease. Yet there are a few prodigies whose breakthroughs create such a commotion that it seems they might dismantle the very sect. A disciple stepped forward cautiously and inquired, Master, shall we cover the expenses for the roof repairs ourselves, or should we seek reimbursement from our junior uncle? The sect leader, who typically dotes on the younger disciples, replied, Once your junior uncle completes his tribulation, you may ask him for reimbursement. While they are willing to exert effort, they lack funds. Though Xiao sect is not impoverished, the sect leader must meticulously manage resources, saving where possible and taking advantage of every opportunity. On this day, the entire Xiao sect rejoiced, for their esteemed 9-division lord had successfully ascended to the void refinement realm. It is noteworthy that Ling Xuan's last breakthrough occurred less than a year ago. At this pace, she might achieve the great ascension realm in just a couple of years. Years ago, when Ling Xuan's cultivation surged dramatically, other sects would enviously remark that the divine transformation realm and the void refinement realm were not on the same level. Yet, not long after, Ling Xuan made her breakthrough. When the news spread that Ling Xuan was accepting disciples, some scoffed at the idea of a divine transformation cultivator taking on pupils. However, mere days later, a void refinement cultivator emerged. When Ling Xuan emerged from the barrier on the back mountain of Anqing Boat, her white robes were already stained with blood. This time, the thunder tribulation was more ferocious than ever, seemingly intent on leaving Ling Xuan either dead or severely wounded. The scent of blood that clung to Ling Xuan was so overpowering that Xingzhou could hardly bear to look at her. He instructed a nearby disciple, Quickly fetch the energy-replenishing pills left by your 7th master. Chapter 54. Return to the 9 Respect Pavilion. Having just survived a tribulation, Ling Xuan's body was exceptionally frail, and Xingzhou assisted her in sitting down and could not restrain his curiosity. Little late, How did you sustain such severe injuries this time? In his recollection, Ling Xuan always appeared composed after each breakthrough, as if she could still engage in battle with her adversaries. This time, although she seemed to be enduring, her blood-stained lips and pallid complexion, as white as paper, spoke volumes about her dire condition. Little 8. You must honestly confess to your senior brother. Have you been engaged in any heinous activities outside? Otherwise, why would the heavens treat you so harshly this time? And Xingzhou expressed his concern, fixating on her. What is the matter? You seem preoccupied with your two little disciples. If you do not take proper care of your injuries for a few days, I fear they may never heal. At that moment, a disciple brought over the energy-replenishing pills, and Xingzhou promptly thrust the entire bottle into Ling Xuan's hands and took a handful for himself. Ling Xuan gazed up at her second senior brother, her eyes seemingly weighing whether he truly intended to save her or to bring her harm. What are you staring at? Do you think looking at me will stop the bleeding from your wounds? And Xingzhou was infuriated by her indifferent demeanor. How old are you now? You are no longer a child. Must you still rely on me to tell you how much you can eat? Ling Xuan. What has Master Zhang Min been stimulated by lately? Ling Xuan poured a chi-replenishing pill from the bottle into his mouth, then looked up at Xingzhou. Master Zhang Min. Can I leave now? And Xingzhou, with an air of righteousness, extended his hand to his junior brother, insisting that the silver for patching the gaps be given first before he could depart. Ling Xuan. After all, he is the head of a sect. Why is he so miserly? Inside the 9 Respect Pavilion, the diligent young Master Shen, who had been engrossed in his cultivation, paused upon hearing that his master was undergoing a tribulation breakthrough. As the thunderclouds dispersed, he suddenly turned to his companion, Xiao He, exclaiming, Master has broken through. His master, who had only recently reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage, was now at the virtual refinement stage. The greater his master's strength, the more prestige he, as a disciple, would have when he stepped outside. While other masters might take decades to achieve a breakthrough, his master seemed to do so with remarkable frequency. Although Ling Xuan's cultivation was not yet sufficient to be deemed the strongest in the realm of cultivation, that day was surely not far off. Xiao He, already accustomed to such occurrences, expressionlessly praised, the pavilion master's talent is undoubtedly unparalleled. Amidst his joy, Shen Xiao could not help but think of his elder brother hovering above him, and he let out a cold snort. How fortunate for him. The air was permeated with the acrid scent of charred fabric. At this moment, Ling Xuan's physique was not as flat as it appeared to outsiders. If one were to disregard her face, no one would associate her with the esteemed 9 masters of the Xiao sect, nor would they perceive her as a man. Chapter 55, The Prodigal Son? Yet, at this very instant, the most striking aspect of her form was not merely her feminine features, but also the gruesome wound on her smooth back, a result of a thunderous tribulation. The bleeding had ceased, but the injury inflicted by the lightning could not be healed by spiritual power. Ling Xuan's complexion remained pallid as she clutched a deep brown ceramic jar, tilting its mouth downward toward her back. The moment the jar's contents met her wound, an excruciating sensation, tenfold more painful than the lightning strike, surged through her. The white powder poured from the jar clung tightly to the flesh of her back, stimulating her nerves relentlessly. Her raven hair cascaded like a waterfall, swept forward to shield her delicate form from view. After applying the medicine, Ling Xuan wrapped her wound with fine cloth, beads of cold sweat continuously trickling down her forehead throughout the process. Once she had finally tended to her injury, she donned her inner garments anew. As she fastened the ties, a voice called from the doorway, Sect Master, young Master Shen requests an audience. Ling Xuan abruptly lifted her head, recalling who young Master Shen was, the second disciple she had taken in while descending the mountain that day from the Beastmaster sect. She had found the boy quite talented, possessing a natural spiritual root, and he had already laid his foundation. Ling Xuan did not intentionally seek to vex that little ingrate by acquiring such an exceptionally gifted junior disciple. It was merely a coincidence that several years prior, she had owed a favor to the Beastmaster sect. While there are myriad ways to repay a debt, it was not necessary for her to take this child as her apprentice. Indeed, Ling Xuan had no intention of accepting a second disciple. However, when Shun Xingyuan inquired of her at the Jiuzun Pavilion, a multitude of thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant, ultimately crystallizing around the dream she had on the day when her senior brother brought Pei Lizzie to her. Practicing the way of freedom, Ling Xuan believed that all things should be approached with ease. In that fleeting moment, she pondered whether, in the conclusion of that dream, she had only taken the little ingrate as her disciple, or if there were others as well. Before she could unravel this thought, The notion of accepting another disciple emerged within her. "Where is he?" Lin Xuan's voice, calm and unwavering, broke the silence. Lowering her gaze, she added, "Also, summon Pei Lizzie. I wish to see both of them." 9-year-old Shen Xiao had not anticipated that he would come to seek an audience with his master alone, only to have his master request that the little black one fetch Pei Lizzie. Though he felt a twinge of discontent, it paled in comparison to the joy of soon meeting his revered master. The young master of the Beastmaster sect truly admired Lin Xuan. When Pei Lizzie was located by the little black one, he stood upon the rear mountain of the Jiuzun pavilion. A swirling mass of black mist of varying sizes contained within his garment. After several warnings from Pei Lizzie, the mist finally settled into a manageable size, obediently residing within the folds of his clothing. Pei Lizzie was unsure of the thoughts swirling within him. He seemed to tacitly accept the presence of a small entity concealed upon his person. After 2 days of companionship, he discerned that this wisp of darkness, or rather, this creature of magic, was unexpectedly affectionate. It appeared to yearn to press itself against Pei Lizzie's skin without any hindrance. Should it possess human qualities, one might liken it to a wayward scoundrel. Chapter 56. The disciple's role as the sound of approaching footsteps reached his ears. The dark mist nestled within Pei Lizzie's robe adeptly concealed its form. Pei Lizzie had long realized that whenever this little entity wished to remain hidden, it could not only obscure its own demonic nature but also render itself utterly undetectable. Indeed, if it desired to vanish, others would be utterly incapable of locating it. Just as at this very moment, if Pei Lizzie remained silent, who would suspect that he harbored a moving entity within his embrace? Pei Lizzie followed the small black creature to the entrance of Lin Xuan's quarters, where Shen Xiao waited. Upon seeing Pei Lizzie's arrival, Shen Xiao let out a cold huff. After ushering them inside, the little black creature tapped gently on the door, announcing, "Master, young Master Pei has arrived." With a swift motion, the chamber door swung open, revealing Lin skin clad in white, her frosty gaze sweeping over the 2 boys, who had only just reached her waist. A voice devoid of inflection followed. "Pei Lizzie." "Shen Xiao, you both may accompany me." "Yes, Master," Shen Xiao promptly replied. Yet Pei Lizzie remained silent, tilting his head defiantly, his unwavering gaze fixed intently upon his mentor. Lin Xuan's expression was far from pleasant. Although everyone was aware that she had just broken through to the void refinement stage, there was not a trace of joy on her face at this moment. It seemed that Lin Xuan was either oblivious to Pei Lizzie's actions or simply indifferent to them, as she cast her gaze downward, briefly glancing at the 2 before taking a step forward. As she passed by Pei Lizzie, he caught a whiff of a familiar medicinal scent emanating from her. It was the distinctive aroma of various ointments stored within Lin Xuan's chamber, mingled with a faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood. Had Lin Xuan sustained an injury? Pei Lizzie felt a twinge of surprise. The source of her injury remained uncertain. Whether it was incurred at the foot of the mountain or during her recent tribulation was unknown. What truly astonished Pei Lizzie was that Lin Xuan had not utilized her spiritual power for healing. He was well aware that she possessed the ability to heal using her spiritual energy. Her choice to apply medicine implied that her injuries were beyond the reach of spiritual healing. Pei Lizzie, along with Shen Xiao, followed closely behind Lin Xuan, while the little black creature did not accompany them. Neither of them anticipated that Lin Xuan would lead them to the Hall of Regulations. The Hall of Regulations traditionally served 2 primary purposes: punishing errant disciples and formally enrolling disciples by the elders. In the Xiao sect, only those who were direct disciples of the elders received such treatment upon their entry as new disciples each year. Upon seeing Lin Xuan enter, the disciples of the hall immediately bowed, greeting her as respected lord of the 9 offices. In the Xiao sect, only the direct disciples of the elders had the privilege to address Lin Xuan as Anti-Master. As the saying goes, there are laws in a nation, rules in a family, and indeed, regulations within a sect. Lin Xuan nodded slightly, and then said, "I will bring my disciples to enroll them." The gatekeeper disciple, upon hearing this, glanced at the 2 innocent children behind Lin Xuan and hurriedly replied, "Please wait, Master. Enrolling disciples requires the presence of the sect leader and other elders for verification. I shall fetch them now." Lin Xuan gently interjected, "There is no need. I will summon them myself." Almost as soon as her words fell, the murmuring voice of Xingzhou echoed from not far behind. "Xiaoba, what can I say about you? Could you not delay the matter of accepting disciples? Your injuries have yet to heal." As he began to speak, it was as if a floodgate had opened. Lin Xuan promptly silenced Xingzhou, saying, "Master brother, I am already well." Chapter 57. the deeply aesthetic third elder in Xingzhou. Confronted by his junior's unyielding demeanor, swallowed the remaining words with great reluctance, finally uttering a resigned, "You infuriate me." The fifth elder, who accompanied in Xingzhou, maintained a calm demeanor, yet after observing Ling Xuan for a prolonged moment, he sighed, "Xiaoba, enrolling disciples tomorrow will yield the same result." Ling Xuan appeared impervious to their earnest entreaties, remaining unmoved. Ling Xuan remarked, "Alas, this child has grown up and become unmanageable." Within 100 feet of the Qinggui Hall, a sudden waft of lotus fragrance enveloped the air. The group turned to gaze, and their eyes were first drawn to the corner of a golden silk embroidered skirt, adorned with two gracefully dancing butterflies. Looking up, one beheld a beauty holding a standing lotus flower in her hand. The beauty, adorned with cloud-like tresses and a phoenix hairpin, possessing willow-like brows and apricot-shaped eyes, with lips of a striking crimson, cast a gentle glance over the gathered crowd, eventually resting upon the two diminutive children behind Ling Xuan. "Xiao Ba," a cool, melodic voice resonated. "The two disciples you have recently accepted are quite pleasing in appearance. They are remarkably handsome." The speaker was Bai Wan, Ling Xuan's sole senior sister and the third elder of the Xiao sect. She harbored an enduring penchant for all things aesthetically pleasing, be they human or otherwise. It was uncertain whether it was mere coincidence or intentional, but the disciples she had personally taken under her wing were all strikingly attractive, despite their gender differences. The tales of her romantic escapades had circulated widely, fueled by her well-known infatuation with beauty. Ling Xuan, though lacking in talent, had the fortune of perusing a couple of intriguing tales about his senior sister, rich in vivid detail and immersive narrative, compelling enough to stir his curiosity to inquire which disciple she truly favored. Regrettably, the two inner disciples whose stories he had confiscated now averted their gaze whenever they encountered him. As an elder, Ling Xuan could not bring himself to ask them for the tales, thus losing a source of amusement. Bowing respectfully to Bai Wan, Ling Xuan stated, "Ling Xuan pays his respects to senior sister." Bai Wan waved her hand dismissively, replying with indifference, "Your fourth and sixth senior brothers descended the mountain together yesterday for some unknown purpose. There is no need to await their return." The presence of any elder sufficed for the acceptance of new disciples. With the sect leader, the third elder, and the fifth elder present, the attendance of others was inconsequential. The process of recording disciples was not overly complicated. Within the Hall of Regulations, several elders were seated on either side. Ling Xuan, adhering to customary practice, called out the names of her two disciples, Pei Lizzie and Shen Xiao. "Do you wish to take me, Ling Xuan, as your master?" This familiar query, now merely augmented by an additional name, resonated in Pei Lizzie's ears as if from another lifetime. Despite the passage of time, he could still vividly recall the warmth of Ling Xuan's hand when she had taken his in that distant year. The inquiry posed within the Hall of Regulations bore little significance, for none of the disciples brought here would dare utter a refusal. At the very least, in his previous life, Pei Lizzie, much like the Shen Xiao at his side, had eagerly proclaimed his willingness to be a disciple. Ling Xuan lowered her gaze upon the unresponsive little white-eyed wolf and prompted, "Pei Lizzie, what about you?" In truth, she did not particularly require this one disciple, and thus she remarked, "If you are unwilling, I shall not compel you." Chapter 58. The Master wishes to provide special attention to the senior disciple. Upon hearing her words, Pei Lizzie raised his gaze to meet Ling Xuan's eyes, and within his expression lay emotions that she could not decipher. All Ling Xuan knew was that this little wide-eyed wolf was fixated on her, articulating each word with clarity, "I am willing to be your disciple." Truly, it was a considerable effort for him. Observing from the left, Bai Wan found amusement and relayed to his fellow disciples, "Little eighth senior disciple possesses quite the character." And Xingzhou interjected, "Bai Wan, do mind your demeanor as an elder. You are not seated properly." Bai Wan replied. Yin Jingwan remarked, "I am merely enjoying the spectacle." As the disciples of the Qinggui Hall presented the roster of the Xiao sect, Ling Xuan accepted it. Turning to the page that bore her name, with her fingertip, she summoned a golden spiritual energy, delicately inscribing the names Pei Lizzie and Shen Xiao upon it, whereupon a golden seal was instantly stamped on the disciple roster. Each year, the first intake of new disciples was duly recorded. However, those fortunate souls who were chosen as direct disciples by the elders would remain on this roster for life, barring any grave transgressions, though her name was inscribed. There remained another step, the offering of tea. This was an obligatory ritual to honor one's master, signifying respect for the teachings. The Shiyu sect seldom adhered to this custom, as the elders rarely took on direct disciples. As Ling Xuan prepared to partake in her inaugural cup of disciple tea, she found herself overwhelmed by an indescribable wave of emotion. Gazing at the cup of tea presented by the little white-eyed wolf, she experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation, as if she had encountered this very scene in another time. "Master, please enjoy the tea," the tender voice echoed, intertwining and overlapping through different realms of existence, ultimately resonating in her ears. Ling Xuan's heart surged, and upon reopening her eyes, she beheld a face that still bore a hint of mischief, reminiscent of an apprentice eager to defy her teacher. Ling Xuan thought to herself, "It truly feels like a dream." She accepted the tea from Pei Lizzie's hands, momentarily questioning whether it had been poisoned. This indicated just how profound the shadow left by that dream loomed over her. Ling Xuan pondered how she might guide such a disciple onto the righteous path. "Master, please enjoy the tea." In comparison to Pei Lizzie, who assumes the role of the elder disciple, Xin Zhao's demeanor exudes a far greater sincerity and earnestness, making Ling Xuan's cup of tea far more enjoyable. The process of the disciple registration has finally reached its conclusion. Ling Xuan stood up, flicking her sleeves, followed closely by two young boys who barely reached her waist, striking a pose befitting a master. Just before departing, she overheard her rather unrestrained senior sister inquiring through sound transmission, "Little 8, tell me, among the two disciples you accepted simultaneously, which one do you favor the most?" Ling Xuan. At this moment, both Pei Lizzie and Xin Zhao were no longer mere guests of the Nine Supreme Pavilion. They had become one of its masters. Ling Xuan turned towards the two and remarked, "It is getting late. Xin Zhao, you should rest early. Tomorrow, I shall personally guide your cultivation." "Yes, master," Xin Zhao replied obediently, bowing to Ling Xuan. Then, he heard his radiant and graceful master nodding at Pei Lizzie and saying, "Pei Lizzie, come with me." Xin Zhao. At this very moment, the 9-year-old young lord of the Beastmaster sect was enveloped in a sorrow known as the preferential treatment his master was about to bestow upon the elder brother. A profound and inescapable anguish. Chapter 59. The second dream within the Eastern Hall. Ling Xuan naturally took her seat at the head. She then glanced at the silent, seemingly mute little white-eyed wolf. "Pei Lizzie, come here." This phrase had been uttered numerous times in Ling Xuan's past life, and even after her inexplicable rebirth, she continued to say it. Pei Lizzie had once cherished Ling Xuan's words, but subsequent revelations had dulled the significance of this phrase for him. Ling Xuan had no intention of engaging in a cordial conversation with the ungrateful wretch. She reached out, firmly grasping Pei Lizzie's wrist, while her other hands fingered it pressed directly against his forehead. After a moment, Ling Xuan released her grip, yet her gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon Pei Lizzie. "Are you feeling unwell?" she inquired. Pei Lizzie understood the underlying concern in Ling Xuan's question. He lowered his head and replied, "I appreciate Master's concern. I am in good health." Ling Xuan averted her gaze, realizing that Pei Lizzie's notion of good health referred to the absence of illness or pain, while her concern lay with the condition of his spiritual root. How could it possibly be that a spiritual root could sustain damage without reason? Throughout her years of experience, Ling Xuan had never encountered such symptoms. A sense of unease began to settle within her. If this continued, there was no telling when his spiritual root might become muddled. The hardships one faced with a mixed spiritual root in cultivation were, indeed, formidable. Contemplating this, Ling Xuan, with a stern expression, tossed a weathered tome to Pei Lizzie, instructing him, "Peruse this book thoroughly at your leisure. I shall inspect your understanding in due course." With that statement, she departed. Having never assumed the role of a mentor before, she found herself uncertain of how to embody the role. Although she could mimic her senior brothers and sisters, being strict or chatty, she acknowledged that if one were to take on a disciple, it would entail a long-term commitment. How long her rare facade of authority could be maintained was uncertain. She could manage for a day, at best. After several days without rest, the bed at the foot of the mountain felt far less comfortable than her own. The pampered body of elder Ling Xuan was evidently unable to rest well. This time, her dreams differed from the last. She did not dream of the ungrateful wretch, but instead revisited the memories of her initial days upon entering the Xiao sect. At that time, Ling Xuan found herself in a rather disheveled state, having ascended from the foot of the mountain step by arduous step. It was expected that she would become a disciple under one of the senior brothers or sisters. However, the sudden emergence of the reclusive grandmaster, who had just concluded a lengthy retreat, was solely for the purpose of accepting one apprentice. The senior disciples were perplexed, and even now, Ling Xuan remains bewildered by that decision. The Grandmaster had proclaimed, "This child is fated with the Shio sect and with me." Thus, Ling Xuan's status was elevated accordingly. In her dreams, akin to fleeting glimpses, Ling Xuan recalled some scenes from her arrival at the Shio sect, which plunged her into a nightmarish reverie. It was only upon awakening, drenched in cold sweat, that she finally exhaled in relief. Chapter 60. The second disciple is truly delightful. Ling Xuan had originally intended to take her disciple for training that day. To her surprise, before the bell of the Xiao sect had even tolled at the hour of the rabbit, Xin Xiao was already waiting outside the hall. Ling Xuan, startled from her nightmare, sensed the presence of someone beyond the chamber. That morning, the Nine Respect Pavilion was enveloped in a delicate haze, lending an ethereal quality to the surroundings. Yet, Ling Xuan could discern faint sounds emanating from outside the hall. At this moment, she had distanced herself from the dreamscape and found a surprising tranquility. The events of the past rarely stirred her emotions. The master of the 9 sects rose from her bed and opened the door to find a diminutive figure busily engaged in some task. So engrossed was the figure that they had not even noticed the door being ajar. It was only when Ling Xuan inquired, "Xin Xiao, what are you doing?" that she pressed further, "What is it that you hold in your hand?" Xin Xiao seemed to realize that hiding was futile, and thus, he boldly revealed himself. In a voice still tinged with youthful innocence, he said, "Master, my aunt mentioned that you enjoy the delicacies of the mortal realm. So I took the liberty of learning to make some pastries. I was just picking lotus seeds to prepare a sweet soup of silver fungus and lotus seeds for you." Ling Xuan felt a mixture of comfort and an indescribable complexity. What kind of notions had Shun Xingyuan instilled in her nephew? Ling Xuan pondered. Must she truly allow a 9-year-old child to prepare meals for her? Looking at her second disciple, she found herself at a loss for words until she sighed and said, "Xin Xiao, whatever you wish to eat can be entrusted to Yuer and Sheng'er to prepare. Even if it is something I desire, they can see to it." After Ling Xuan uttered these words, the young boy fell silent for a considerable time. When his voice finally broke through the stillness, it was laced with a hint of choked emotion, but only the things made by one's own hands carry true sentiment. Ling Xuan couldn't help but chuckle at this pampered young master. With a smile, she replied, "Your master has long since practiced fasting. It matters not whether I partake in food. Perhaps you should save this heartfelt gesture until you mature a bit more." Xin Xiao, the young master, was unable to convey his sincere intentions, leaving him enveloped in an aura of despondency. Nevertheless, he had succeeded in pleasing his master. Ling Xuan reflected on her 2 disciples. Both received nearly simultaneously, and sighed deeply within. Such comparisons among people can indeed be exasperating. The child before me exhibits such remarkable understanding and filial piety, in stark contrast to a certain ungrateful wretch, leaving Ling Xuan in a quandary about her impartiality. To treat them equally, one must first ensure that the disciple is obedient and sensible. When the clock struck the 2nd quarter of the hour, the eldest disciple of the Lord of 9 Spheres finally made his tardy entrance. It cannot truly be deemed late, yet compared to his junior, Pei Lizzie certainly rose later than expected. Observing Xin Xiao, who had already completed his warm-up, Pei Lizzie was unexpectedly reminded of his past self. Back then, his enthusiasm for cultivation was rather lackluster. He had merely overheard some outer disciples gossiping, implying that Ling Xuan had never taken on a disciple nor taught any classes to fellow disciples. Recklessly accepting a disciple could lead to the misguidance of others. At that time, Pei Lizzie was filled with a fervent desire to vindicate his master, displaying far greater diligence than the current Xin Xiao. Chapter 61. Master, I'm a bit choked. Have you arrived? Ling Xuan spoke in a calm tone. Since you are here, you too shall begin with some exercises. Run 10 laps around the 9 Spheres Pavilion, and after that, I will teach you swordplay. Cultivation is not solely about spiritual advancement. Physical prowess is equally vital. Ling Xuan was certainly not a merciful master. Even her dutiful second disciple did not earn her leniency. Just how vast is the 9 Spheres Pavilion? To put it simply, 2 small legs of 9 years old huffed and puffed through the first lap, and a quarter of an hour had already elapsed. By the time they reached the 4th lap, their legs felt as though they were burdened with lead, their breaths labored, and their pace gradually slowed. Xin Xiao had been holding his breath, determined to outpace Pei Lizzie. Thus he gritted his teeth and persisted in running ahead of him. Such strenuous training had been a daily occurrence in his past life at this juncture. Nevertheless, Pei Lizzie was currently struggling to keep up, though there were those who found the endeavor even more taxing. This physical exercise, of course, forbade the use of any spiritual energy. Pei Lizzie cast a glance at Xin Xiao ahead, a flicker of derision crossing his eyes, yet he maintained his speed, staying at a consistent distance behind Xin Xiao. Each time they passed Ling Xuan, the distinguished master of the 9 sects, who appeared both elegant and languid. He sipped his tea leisurely while lazily urging them on. Pick up the pace. The ants beneath your feet are being crushed by your foolishness. Some instructors took on disciples with reluctance, yet thrived in the art of tormenting them. Ling Xuan himself felt a twinge of embarrassment in executing such tasks. The 2 youngsters, by the end of their exertion, felt as if all their strength had been sapped, their steps slowing to an uncontrollable crawl. The pampered young Master Shen, despite his tenacity, found his legs betraying him, darkness encroaching upon his vision. Only one final lap remained. Half a lap, nearing the finish line. At that very moment, Pyre, who had been trailing closely behind, seemed to accelerate. This sudden burst of speed undoubtedly intensified the psychological pressure on Shen Xiao, whose already weary legs felt leaden. Yet, refusing to concede, he quickened his pace, determined not to allow Pyre to surpass him. Almost there, as Shen Xiao reached the finish line, Ling Xuan awaited their arrival ahead. Upon seeing her master, Shen Xiao surged forward once more, only to falter as he came to a stop, teetering forward and landing squarely in Ling Xuan's embrace. The delightful fragrance emanating from her was the sole thought occupying Shen Xiao's mind at that moment. However, the next thought was of his own perspiration. Would he have inadvertently offended his master? To his surprise, Ling Xuan merely steadied him and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat, offering a commendation that felt as sweet as honey to the young boy's heart. Shen Xiao attempted to voice a response, but found his throat constricted from exertion, making speech laborious. Ling Xuan instructed Shen Xiao consume the Qi recovery pill. Also known as the universal pill, Ling Xuan was not one to be stingy. She promptly placed the pill into her disciple's mouth. Shen Xiao choked slightly, exclaiming, "Master, this is a bit hard to swallow." Soon after, Pyre arrived at the finish line as well, yet he was met not with Ling Xuan's warm demeanor. "Pyre, why did you not exert yourself fully in the race?" Ling Xuan's question cast a heavy silence over the 2 children. The truth dawned on them. Pyre had not lagged behind due to inability, but rather out of a desire to be idle. Meeting Ling Xuan's gaze, Pyre maintained an unyielding composure, replying, "Master, forgive my shortcomings." He displayed an air of indifference, as if impervious to her reproach. The atmosphere between master and disciple became momentarily tense, yet Ling Xuan remained focused on the matter at hand. She could easily discern whether Pyre had truly applied himself in the race. Perhaps his speed and perseverance, at this age, are commendable. After all, he is merely a 9-year-old child. Ling Xuan's earnestness has intensified the tension in their master-disciple relationship, with Pyre persistently refusing to acknowledge his lack of seriousness. Ling Xuan, very well. Pyre, do you harbor any grievances against me as your master? Disciple dares not. Ling Xuan, do you truly not dare? Or is it a pretense I cannot discern? As Ling Xuan appeared ready to erupt in anger, Shen Xiao hastily intervened. Master, please do not be upset. This is the first mistake of the senior brother. Show your magnanimity and do not hold it against him. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiao, believing his casual remarks had succeeded, cast a triumphant glance at his senior brother. He then turned to Ling Xuan and inquired, "Master, what about me?" In front of Pyre, Ling Xuan handed a handful of sunflower seeds to Shen Xiao, stating, "Watch your senior brother run. Once he finishes, I shall instruct you in swordsmanship." Shen Xiao, Pyre. The former felt a secret delight, while the latter was left speechless. Ling Xuan, being a swordsman, has engaged with various disciplines over the years. However, her specialization remains in the sword. She pondered that since this disciple would be in her life for many years, and considering the dismal fate she envisioned for herself in dreams, why should she maintain the facade of a strict master? Life is fleeting. Who can say whether dreams are genuine or false? This disciple, after all, must be meticulously guided. Thus, elder Ling Xuan of the Xiao sect sat beside her second disciple, cracking sunflower seeds while observing her eldest disciple, Pyre, drenched in sweat as he ran. Ling Xuan felt a sense of satisfaction within. There was a certain pleasure in making others uncomfortable. After Pyre managed to push through another 2 laps, Ling Xuan unceremoniously stuffed a handful of vitality pills into his mouth. Pyre, having already ascended, had little desire to engage earnestly in cultivation, while Shiha Xinjun remained indifferent. However, Ling Xuan was a person of resolute authority. Since her disciple would not heed her instructions, she would simply compel him to comply. It mattered little, as this disciple was already under her tutelage. The sweetness of a forcibly ripened fruit was uncertain, but its firmness was assured. She relished the expressions of those who disapproved of her yet were powerless to act against her. The wicked humor of the Lord of Juicy surfaced as she casually tossed a wooden sword to each of them, saying, "You too may practice with these wooden swords for now. They are safer." Pay Lizzie. This aspect was indeed reminiscent of his previous life, with the phrasing identical. The use of wooden swords was merely due to the absence of other blades. Even the wooden sword he held had been pilfered by Ling Xuan from the mountain of the fourth elder, who was also a sword cultivator. Ling Xuan was quite frugal. Chapter 63. Sword Practice. This was Xin Zhao's first encounter with a wooden sword. To be frank, the young Master Shun had an abundance of treasured swords collected at the Beastmaster sect. Yet, none of those blades compared to the one he now held. "Master, what sword do you use?" Xin Zhao inquired, noticing that Ling Xuan's sword was not visible. In response, Ling Xuan said nothing but extended her hand and softly commanded, "Sword, come forth." In the next moment, the resplendent falling river sword materialized in Ling Xuan's hand. Ling Xuan declared, "I wield the falling river sword." This sword was indeed Ling Xuan's renowned weapon. While it possessed formidable power, it was also fraught with flaws, particularly its domineering nature. With this sword in hand, Ling Xuan could hardly entertain the notion of wielding a second blade. The wooden sword was likewise denied to him. Xin Zhao, unaware of the intricacies involved, gazed upon the sword in his master's hand, his admiration surging once more. "Master, will I also be able to possess such an exquisite sword in the future?" The falling river sword seemed to hear the flattery, its golden glow intensifying. Ling Xuan mused, "Is this truly a sword? It is more ostentatious than a peacock." A cold smile flickered within him, though he maintained a serene demeanor, his voice as smooth as jade. "Of course." The falling river sword pondered, "Is there a sword in this world superior to me?" Suddenly, Ling Xuan felt the hilt of the sword grow warm. The sword spirit, unable to manifest a form, was sulking at the mention of a better sword. Ling Xuan, in a token gesture, patted his sword and nonchalantly wiped its blade. Appeasing the little spirit, he easily dismissed the sword's temper and instructed his disciples, "Come forth to practice your swordplay." Eventually, Pei Lizzie indeed gained fame, though he was primarily known for his audacious defiance. Ling Xuan continued, "Practicing swordplay requires more than merely swinging a sword. The application of each move depends on your own understanding. Do not merely memorize the forms. As sword cultivators, one must discern superiority through practice, without engaging in combat. How can one speak of progress?" After Ling Xuan initially grasped some techniques, he persistently sought out opponents for sparring. Xin Zhao struggled to voice his concerns, "Master, shouldn't we be practicing our techniques? Why are we merely standing in a horse stance?" Ling Xuan gently tapped Xin Zhao's leg with the Luochuan sword, causing the young boy to tremble even more, his round eyes gazing up at his master with a pitiful expression. For a sword practitioner, it is paramount that the hand remains connected to the sword. If one cannot even hold their sword, it would be a significant embarrassment. Ling Xuan softly reminded him, "Xin Zhao, try not to shake. In our future sparring sessions, if I manage to knock your sword away, you must willingly accept the consequences." At the tender age of 9, Xin Zhao began to realize the naivety of his expectations. While he had indeed found a satisfactory master, the strictness of his mentor cast a shadow over the child's once bright sky. When Xin Zhao could no longer lift his arms, he suddenly heard his master declare, "All right, let us now practice the techniques." Xin Zhao turned to glance at his elder brother, who he refused to acknowledge. Noticing that although the elder's hands and legs trembled as well, his endurance appeared to be superior. This ignited Xin Zhao's fighting spirit. Chapter 64. The resolve to not seek another master. Xin Zhao promptly replied, "Yes, master." Upon hearing this, Ling Xuan glanced at the quiet Pei Lizzie and inquired, "And you, Pei Lizzie, are you holding up?" Each time, Ling Xuan's lips would curl into a noticeable smile, as he found amusement in his disciples. Pei Lizzie paused, reflecting on this. Despite the passage of many years, the intricate details of certain memories remained vividly clear. Pei Lizzie understood that in this lifetime, he would never kneel before another as a master, no matter the depth of his resentment. He could not conceive of anyone worthy of the title master apart from his own mentor. At that moment, a voice, equally youthful yet strikingly different from his peers, emerged, calling out "Master." Ling Xuan lifted his eyelids and met Pei Lizzie's gaze, squinting slightly as they locked eyes for a brief moment. Upon further reflection, it became evident that this little ingrate was indeed contemplating how to undermine his teacher. Perhaps Pei Lizzie's very presence had provoked Xin Zhao, who, with unyielding determination, sought to compete with Pei Lizzie, including in garnering the master's affection. Ultimately, it was demonstrated that Sun Xiao had indeed succeeded, as Ling Xuan exhibited greater warmth towards him. Ling Xuan imparted some basic techniques, then stood aside to observe the two practicing. If she noticed any mistakes, she would extend the falling river sword to correct them. The sword delighted in this task, autonomously soaring above the heads of the two children, striking whenever it detected an error. Sun Xiao found the situation unbearable. Turning his head, he saw that Pei Lizzie remained silent, not uttering a single sound. Sun Xiao thought to himself, how could he concede defeat? Thus, he gritted his teeth and persevered, despite the soreness in his limbs. Fortunately, Ling Xuan was not cruel enough to make two 9-year-old children practice swordplay all day. Before the sun dipped too low in the sky, Ling Xuan declared, that will be all for today. Tomorrow, you shall go to Yunxi Pavilion to attend a lecture from the elders along with all the newly initiated disciples. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiao hurriedly inquired, Master, do we not practice swordplay tomorrow? Ling Xuan revealed a mysterious smile. If you wish to practice, it is not impossible. Even after departing, Sun Xiao remained perplexed by the meaning behind his master's smile. Yet, the mere fact that his master smiled at him made Sun Xiao feel that, in comparison to the expressionless figure beside him, his master undoubtedly favored him. There was no doubt about it. Pei Lizzie did not voice any questions like Sun Xiao. Instead, he silently turned and left. Clearly, the echoes of a similar history and the reminiscent scenes, despite the seemingly hypocritical bond between master and disciple, were etched in his mind, tempting him to forget the deeds of Ling Xuan. Pei Lizzie remembered that his mother had passed away in the first month of this year. It was the first day of the Lunar New Year. While thousands of homes were adorned with lights, he alone mourned in the snowy solitude. With his only kin gone, Pei Lizzie was left utterly alone. His ailing mother departed uneasily, fearing that her departure would leave her son unable to endure. Thus, before her death, she earnestly urged Pei Lizzie to seek apprenticeship at Xiao Sect to learn the arts. Pei Lizzie later realized that a rural woman could hardly discern whether her son possessed any aptitude for cultivation. She had merely heard the name of the sect from somewhere and insisted he go. After all, even a casual position as a servant disciple at Xiao Sect could ensure a stable life. Chapter 65. A descent not to be taken. Ling Xuan had once advised Pei Lizzie to consider Xiao Sect as his home, and Pei Lizzie took this to heart. Ling Xuan had always been exceptionally kind, so much so that Pei Lizzie genuinely placed him at the pinnacle of his affections. Had Ling Xuan concealed his intentions more adeptly, perhaps the outcome would have differed. By the time the next day dawned, Sun Xiao finally comprehended why his master had proclaimed that there would be no sword practice that day. Upon awakening, Sun Xiao instinctively turned over, instantly feeling the pangs of discomfort. He found himself utterly unable to rise from his bed. The ambitious young Master Shin had been vanquished on the very next day. After a Herculean effort to pull himself from the clutches of slumber, he noticed that the insufferable brat, who had usurped his senior brother's position, was nonchalantly squatting by the spring, feeding the goldfish. Sun Xiao. He stubbornly turned his head away and inquired of Xiao He, where is the master? Xiao He, diligent and earnest, replied, the master has descended the mountain for an errand. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiao expressed his dismay. Why has the master gone down the mountain again? Xiao He responded, the master has matters to attend to, naturally. Realizing that he could glean no answers from Xiao He, the young Master Shin sighed, his youthful yet endearing visage betraying a depth of emotion far beyond his years. Xiao He, feeling inexplicably slighted, hesitantly suggested, why not inquire further? Sun Xiao, with a tone of feeble exasperation, replied, you wouldn't know even if I asked. Xiao He felt the sting of insult, his spirit visibly deflating. Meanwhile, the sisters Yu'er and Sheng-Er whispered among themselves, what is wrong with Xiao He? He seems rather pitiable. He has been looked down upon by a child. How unfortunate. Xiao He. At another location. At the foot of the mountain, Ling Xuan observed the inexplicable appearance of Ling Xuan, falling into a contemplative silence. Fifth senior brother, are you here to admire the scenery? Her frail fifth senior brother, wearing a slightly pallid countenance, still managed to smile. Xiaoba, do you recall what your senior brother advised you previously? Yin Jingchuan's voice was soft, yet the last words wafted to Ling Xuan's ears on the breeze. Which words refer to the senior brother? Ling Xuan feigned ignorance. Yin Jingchuan strolled over, his azure robes billowing in the breeze at the foot of the mountain. Yin Jingchuan had always embodied the frail visage of a youth. Unlike Ling Xuan, who specialized in flamboyant deception, He preferred to assume the role of an elder, for it made the art of swindling others out of their money considerably easier. Yin Jingchuan sighed and said, "Little 8, from the moment you entered the Shiyu sect, you have been severed from the mortal realm. Even before ascension, the upper realm remains distinct from the lower realm. In the lower realm, the mundane world and the realm of cultivation are, indeed, two separate worlds. Have you heeded your senior brother's words? Engaging in matters unrelated to the mortal realm, especially those that alter predetermined outcomes, will bring you nothing but harm in your future cultivation." Yin Jingchuan's words were entirely for Lin Xian's benefit. She should not have descended the mountain. Lin Xian understood the truth in Yin Jingchuan's words. She would pay the price for her journey. Fifth senior brother. Lin Xian's voice was calm. "I wish to go." The outcome of the persuasion was that the fifth elder of the Xiao sect stood in the place where Lin Xian's figure had vanished, silently sighing. "Little junior brother, you are no longer that child who held back tears." Chapter 66. The fall of Gue City. Gue City has succumbed to the ashes of war. 3 days after Lin Xian's departure, Gue City was no longer the prosperous place it once was. Its splendor had drawn to a close. The truth that the world, after prolonged unity, must inevitably divide, and after prolonged division, must unite again, is an immutable principle of existence. In the mortal realm, countless years have forged established customs. Yet there are moments when these customs remain mere formalities, incapable of conquering the desires that reside within the human heart. Some aspire to unify the world with grand ambitions, while others, driven by selfish motives, plunge the populace into peril. War inevitably brings about casualties, and wherever it treads, it is invariably stained with blood and filled with wails of despair. This is the great tide of humanity, a matter in which the practitioners of the Tao should refrain from intervening. Lin Xian stood at the gates of Gue City, witnessing the tragic sight of dark clouds looming over the city, threatening its very foundation. The border town was on the brink of collapse, with its citizens trapped within, left with no escape. Outside the city gates, as the mournful cries and anguished sobs echoed from within, Lin Xian began to grasp the reason behind her senior brother's words before his seclusion, that she was the most promising candidate for ascension within the Xiao sect. Indeed, she felt no sorrow for the plight of the world. A flicker of surprise washed over Lin Xian at her own indifference, yet it felt entirely justifiable. What lay before her were innocent lives. Yet war, alas, is a realm of either death or injury. Gue City had already endured several sieges in a short span, and it was evident that it now stood isolated, besieged on all sides. The reinforcements from surrounding cities were delayed, leaving Gue City without support. Under normal circumstances, given Gue City's resilient foundation, it might have withstood the onslaught. However, insidiously, the river source upon which Gue City depended had been poisoned. The waters, relied upon for various needs within the city, had unwittingly claimed the lives of many citizens due to poisoning. There were also spies lurking within the city. The notion of daytime vigilance and nighttime defenses proved futile against treachery from within. Those who had been identified were dealt with, yet many remained hidden in the shadows. Fear gripped every soul within Gue City. Meanwhile, within the Lord's mansion, despair reigned supreme. The city gates are firmly shut, and no one is permitted to enter or exit. Every action in Guicheng is under the watchful gaze of the enemy nation. They cannot possibly release anyone, for if Guicheng falls, the next target will be Licheng, which houses nearly 10,000 souls. Guicheng must be held at all costs. Not even a fly may escape before the city's demise. My lord, is it truly impossible to secretly let a few individuals flee? The city lord's wife gazes earnestly at her armored husband, her voice choked with emotion. I can sacrifice my life, but what will become of our precious Yu Qing? She is our sole offspring. Within the city lord's residence, not a single servant has fled. It seems there is nowhere to escape. Once the city falls, the chances of survival are exceedingly slim. My lady, let us take a gamble. Yu Heng closes his eyes. If we win, Yu Qing will live. If we lose, our family shall reunite in the netherworld. The city lord's wife does not grasp the nature of the gamble Yu Heng speaks of, yet she understands that her desire is not for a reunion in the afterlife. Her Yu Qing must survive. The city lord's residence has descended into chaos, with concubines hastily packing their belongings, as they have no heirs and little attachment to the lord's household. Meanwhile, the legitimate daughter, Yu Qing, surveys the tumultuous scene, feeling utterly helpless. Just 3 days ago, this was the flourishing Guicheng now. It stands on the brink of being overtaken by enemy forces. Guicheng is isolated and defenseless. Everyone here is destined to perish, the citizens, her father and mother, and herself. Chapter 67. Taking on a third disciple at this moment, Ling Xuan appears within the city lord's residence. The dislocation and turmoil of this world are largely similar. The anguished and contorted faces, the piercing cries of despair, and the self-serving altruists all reveal themselves in this moment. Yu Hong locked himself within his study, isolating himself from the cacophony outside. For certain individuals, the defense or abandonment of this city bears little significance. To staunchly defend, it would bestow upon the Yu family a reputation of unwavering loyalty and valor. Conversely, to flee would mean the rightful forfeiture of his title as lord of the city. Regardless of the outcome, it holds little importance for the deceased. However, for the living, it is of paramount significance. Within Gue City, there exists a populace numbering in the tens of thousands. He must resolutely defend this city. As if struck by a sudden realization, Yu Hang opened his eyes and beheld Ling Xuan before him. The Lord of the Nine Divisions, Yu Hang exclaimed, rising abruptly from his chair. Have you come to a decision? Ling Xuan, still clad in her white garments, replied. I have come today to escort the esteemed young lady to the Xiao sect and to discuss our transaction with the city lord. It is indeed a fortune for my Yu family that the lord has come. Yu Hong hurriedly responded. Young Qing should still be in her courtyard. Given your esteemed status, please let us ensure that no one else perceives your presence. Everyone presumes that those who cultivate immortality should be akin to benevolent bodhisattvas, rescuing those in distress. Yet this is war, a clash of arms, a brutal struggle of flesh and blood. Should these cultivators choose to assist one side, it would manifestly be unjust to the other. War has never known absolute righteousness. Even they can only save themselves. Reinforcements will not arrive before the city falls, and the royal capital will not permit any aid to come. Guecheng, the people of Guecheng have been forsaken. The transaction with Ling Xuan is merely a manifestation of Lord Yu's selfishness. How could he bear to see his beloved daughter, whom he has cherished for over a decade, suffer dislocation? Allow me to guide you there. Ling Xuan was well aware of the young lady's whereabouts. However, chaos reigned within the lord's residence. Despite the lady of the house's utmost efforts to maintain order, it was evident that no one was willing to heed her words. With their lives hanging in the balance, discussions of master and servant seemed utterly trivial. Just as Yu Hang intended to escort Ling Xuan to his daughter's quarters, a flurry of commotion erupted outside the courtyard. My lord, it is dire news. The merchants are assaulting the city, and the gates are utterly defenseless. What shall we do, my lord? Yu Hang abruptly halted, turning to Ling Xuan behind him. Your Excellency, Ling Xuan shook her head. You may go? With her words, Yu Hong felt a sense of reassurance and proceeded. What no one anticipated was that, at that very moment, someone had stealthily opened the city gates. Even as the gatekeeper was struck down with arrows, the gates fell open, unchallenged. The military strength within the city was in no way comparable to that outside. Instances of overcoming great odds throughout history are indeed rare. Retreat could not prevent the toll of sacrifice. For every life lost, another diminished. Their objective was merely to delay the inevitable. The reality was that they were surrounded on all sides. I will not go with you. Yu Yuqing glared coldly at the suddenly appearing Ling Xuan. Why should I accompany you? Chapter 68. Interrogation. At the tender age of 12, Miss Yu had already grasped the profound meaning of life and death parting. The inhabitants of this city are on the brink of death. My father is on the front lines, striving to buy time for the citizens to escape. Those young men who are not enlisted have also gone, sacrificing their lives to secure precious moments for their wives, children, and parents. If my father were to perish, my mother would surely follow him into the void. Are you aware of the fate that befalls the families of captured officials? Do you expect me to abandon the entire household and city to survive alone? As Yu Yuqing spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks. The city has fallen, and my father has just ventured out again. I am left in uncertainty about his survival. After Yu Yuqing finished her outburst, Ling Xuan replied in a measured tone, Your father has paid a significant price to secure your life. Will you truly betray his sacrifice? At these words, Yu Yuqing suddenly lunged forward, grasping Ling Xuan's collar, and demanded loudly, Are you not the esteemed master of the 9 sects from Xiao sect? Are you not endowed with boundless powers? Do you not pride yourselves on your righteousness and virtue? Why will you not save us? Do you see those rushing outside? They have wives, children, and parents. Do you comprehend the population of Guecheng? With a voice choked with sorrow, Yu Yuqing cried out. So many lives lost and displaced. Is this what you and your esteemed sect long to witness? Ling Xuan gazed at her intently before stating abruptly. The law of nature is one of the survival of the fittest. No one can alter that. But you possess the ability to save them. Yu Yuqing retorted. Lin Xian's eyes held a complexity that even she could not articulate. After a long pause, her voice emerged quietly. I cannot. I have the power, yet I cannot. I will not go with you, the young girl declared, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. If you do not save me, then so be it. Outside, chaos reigned. And soon, the Lord's manor would succumb to the onslaught. From the moment the city gates were breached, the forces within had drawn the enemy's fire, striving to buy precious moments for the civilians to escape. Ultimately, how many would manage to flee remained a mystery. Yu Yuqing was still engaged in a silent standoff with Lin Xian when an elderly figure suddenly stumbled through the doorway. Yu, a frail voice called out. Come quickly with your grandmother. I have sent someone to escort you away. Yu was a term of endearment for Yu Yuqing. Grandmother, what about you and mother? She inquired. The elderly woman, aged and frail, pondered. Where can I go now, leaving the Lord's manor? How much more can this old body endure? And mother? Yu Yuqing pressed further. The old matron fell silent for a moment before responding, Your mother has her own choices to make. At that moment, she finally noticed the ethereal figure behind Yu Yuqing. Who is this? Lin Xian interjected, introducing himself. Esteemed matron, I am Lin Xian of Xiao Sect, here at the Lord's behest to take Yu Yuqing to our sanctuary. The old lady scrutinized Lin Xian's features and recognized him as the elder who had visited their manor days prior. Without hesitation, she grasped Yu Yuqing's hand and placed it in Lin Xian's, exclaiming, Immortal, please take Yu away swiftly. She possesses a talent for cultivation. You must hurry. Yu Yuqing, caught in her grandmother's grip, was bewildered by the strength this aged woman summoned. Her grandmother, only a few days ago, was still longing for a grandson, lamenting the perceived uselessness of a girl. Yet today, she resolutely insisted on sending her only granddaughter away to escape. Yu Yuqing could not comprehend how one could embody such contradictions. Chapter 69. The Massacre of the City. Old Madam, the enemy forces have already reached the front street. If the young lady does not depart soon, it will truly be too late. A servant hurriedly reported, followed closely by the lady of the city lord. Mother, I will not leave. I want to stay with you all. Yu Yuqing struggled to move towards the lady of the city lord. Upon catching sight of Lin Xian, the lady of the city lord immediately understood the implications of what Yu Hong had previously mentioned about taking a gamble. Without hesitation, she declared, Yuqing, quickly follow the immortal lord. After uttering this command, she turned her gaze towards Lin Xian, and although the situation was dire, she managed to muster a strained smile, saying, Your Excellency, Yuqing is still but a child. If she has offended you in any way, I beg your forgiveness. Mother, why are you saying this to him? If he possesses such remarkable abilities, why does he not save the entire city? Father is still out there fighting valiantly. What meaning is there in allowing me to survive alone? No sooner had Yu Yuqing finished speaking than a resounding slap echoed through the air, delivered by the exquisite and dignified matron, even amid such pressing circumstances. Yu Yuqing, in disbelief, cupped her face and looked up. Mother? Yu Yuqing, you must wake up. The voice of the lady of the city lord finally lost its composure. Where have the teachings of the sages you studied since childhood gone? What qualifications do you possess to demand that others sacrifice themselves for righteousness? How can you reconcile this with the arduous life your father secured for you? How can you face him in light of this? Yu Yuqing, overwhelmed by emotion, finally buried her face in her hands and wept, lamenting, But I do not wish to end up alone in the end. Mother, how could you bear to abandon me? The myriad joys and sorrows of the human experience were encapsulated in this moment. The lady of the castle ceased her discourse with Yu Yuqing, turning instead to Lin Xian. Esteemed lord, I must implore you to take Yuqing away. Mother, Yu Yuqing, sensing the impending reality, was suddenly seized by Lin Xian, who held her collar as one would a fledgling chick, rendering her immobile. Madam, the enemy forces have breached our defenses. We must depart at once. The loyal servants still clung to the hope of escaping alongside their master. Lord of the Nine Offices, I entrust Yuqing to your care. The lady of the castle cast a lingering glance at her daughter before resolutely turning away. Similarly, Yu Yuqing's grandmother, the venerable matron, was assisted away by the servants, their silhouettes beginning to blur in the distance. Yu Yuqing was left speechless, tears cascading down her cheeks, each drop falling upon the floor with a soft thud. Lin Xian grasped Yu Yuqing and stepped through the door. In the next moment, the winds howled, and she felt herself lifted into the air. As Lin Xian ascended into the skies over Gue City, she opened her eyes to a horrifying sight below, a battlefield strewn with lifeless bodies. Among the fallen were some familiar faces, the majority being soldiers of Gue City. along with countless innocent civilians who had been trampled under the hooves of the cavalry in their desperate attempt to flee. Was this truly an assault on the city by the army of the Shan Kingdom? It was, in fact, a massacre. In light of the current situation, the inhabitants of Guicheng find that those who can escape will not exceed half. Among those unable to flee are various women, children, and the elderly. Atop the city gate, Yu Youqing's eyes widen in horror as she witnesses her father collapse beneath the gate, surrounded by a pool of blood. She observes his limbs twitching, as if he could survive should someone choose to rescue him. Clad in white, Ling Xuan glances down momentarily before turning away, stating, "We must depart." Chapter 70. Life and death are predestined below. The morale of the Shang army is unyieldingly fierce, their numbers surpassing those of Guicheng several times over. This is undeniably a battle they cannot lose. However, the measure of military achievement is quantified by the number of heads taken. This frenzied group has succumbed to bloodlust, perceiving no distinction between soldiers and civilians. Anyone they encounter is met with death, showing no concern for whether their blades strike the innocent. Suddenly, an invisible barrier manifests before the Shang army, as if they have encountered a ghost. Their advance is halted. In an instant, the remaining soldiers of Guicheng regain their resolve, fiercely resisting with the few hundred left, managing to hold off the enemy for nearly half an hour. At this point, Guicheng resembles an almost deserted city. Having steadied himself at the foot of the Xiao Sect's mountain, Ling Xuan finally releases Yu Youqing from her paralysis. However, upon regaining her freedom, the young girl fiercely bites the hand that once held her. Ling Xuan winces, but does not relinquish his grip. The little girl exerted every ounce of her strength to bite, but eventually, her energy waned, and she collapsed, utterly drained, unable to even produce a sound for her tears. Overwhelmed by sorrow, her face was a cascade of weeping, yet her voice was silenced. Meanwhile, Ling Xuan's elegant and slender hand bore not only a blood-stained bite mark, but was also dampened with the girl's tears. Ling Xuan cast a glance at her own hand before turning her attention to the girl, who had curled herself into a tight ball, her head buried in her arms. Lost in her own world, unable to escape. The so-called separations and losses of life, the shattering of homes, are but a fleeting thought. The deceased turn to dust, while the living are buried beneath their grief. Regardless, for the girl, who had lived in comfort for 12 years, this burden was insurmountable. Everyone understands that death is an inevitable part of life, yet in daily existence, it often feels distant, almost unfathomable, until it suddenly manifests in the present, evoking profound sorrow. After approximately 15 minutes had passed, Ling Xuan lifted her gaze to the sky, her eyelids fluttering unexpectedly. She lowered her gaze back to the girl. Yu Youqing. No response. Yu Youqing. Still, silence reigned. Ling Xuan ceased her attempts at conversation, striding over to Yu Youqing, and declared, to become a disciple of Xiao Sect. You must set foot on the grounds of Xiao Sect yourself. If you do not begin now, nightfall will soon approach. Elder Ling Xuan of Xiao Sect was not one known for her patience. Having reached her limit, she took it upon herself to lift Yu Youqing's head, revealing a face marred by tears. Yu Youqing, now begin again, Ling Xuan reiterated, follow me to Xiao Sect. What about your parents and grandmother? Did they die in vain? Ling Xuan replied calmly, silence. Mentioning family, Yu Youqing's gaze towards Ling Xuan became even more menacing. Why did you not save my father at that time? He was clearly still alive. Ling Xuan responded, this was the choice of Lord Yu. All mortals are destined to face death. Fate governs life and death, which is beyond our control. Who wishes to hear your meaningless ramblings? Yu Youqing shouted hoarsely. You stand high above, priding yourself on being a member of a righteous sect. Yet why do you so callously disregard life? Chapter 71. I do not wish to be your disciple. Upon hearing this, Ling Xuan chose not to elaborate further. You do not disregard life, yet you possess no means to save them, do you? He pointed to the first step at the foot of the mountain and continued. Step onto this path, and you shall have the chance for vengeance. Will you abandon it? Vengeance? Yu Youqing replied coldly. The one who caused my family's ruin was from another nation. Should I then slaughter their citizens? In doing so, how am I different from them? Ling Xuan shook his head. What I mean is, why did your father hold out in Guicheng for 3 days without reinforcements? The nearest city could have reached in at most a day and a half. Why then did Guicheng become a forsaken city? Have you considered the implications of this? Yu Youqing was momentarily taken aback by Ling Xuan's words. Although she had always been intelligent, she was ultimately a sheltered young lady, having never encountered the deceptions of the political arena, and this matter transcended mere politics. Yet, Yu Youqing, being inherently astute, swiftly grasped the intricate web of interests involved under Ling Xuan's guidance. Are you implying that? Yu Yuqing gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief as she turned to Ling Xuan. You mean, His Majesty, he intends for our Yu family. The remainder of her thoughts remained unspoken. Often, the truth is too painfully harsh. The Yu family had safeguarded the border city for generations on behalf of the Lu kingdom, only to be met with suspicion and treachery. At this very moment, Yu Yuqing began to comprehend why her father resolutely chose death. Beyond the lives of the townspeople, there lingered a foolish loyalty encapsulated in the notion that a sovereign demands the demise of his subjects, and they must comply. Her mother, unwilling to live alone, was driven not only by her deep affection for her husband but also by her dignity as the lady of the city. Her grandmother, reluctant to flee, was hindered not only by her frail age but also by the fact that this city had encompassed her entire life. With a sense of completion, like leaves returning to their roots, they disregarded everything, intent on pushing her forward, as she was the last descendant of the Yu family, born after a 10-month gestation, and cherished for over a decade as their beloved pearl. Gradually, Yu Yuqing regained her composure. Ling Xuan's voice resonated once more. Those who cultivate the Tao must not interfere in the mundane disputes of the world, unless it is a matter of blood feud. Your father and I struck a deal, Ling Xuan spoke softly, and now, you are considered my disciple. A master saving his disciple does not constitute a violation of the rules. Upon hearing this, a semblance of a sardonic smile flickered across Yu Yuqing's youthful face. How hypocritical of you, claiming to be of noble lineage and righteous standing? What a farce. Ling Xuan remained unmoved. Do not easily reveal your true self to others. This constitutes the first lesson I imparted to you. Yu Yuqing remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the steps that Ling Xuan had just pointed to. With a faltering effort, she stood up and once again directed her eyes toward Ling Xuan, inquiring, Is it only by climbing from here that one can join the Xiao sect? Once I have mastered my skills, I shall descend the mountain to seek vengeance. Did you say this? Indeed, Ling Xuan answered her question without hesitation. Thunder rumbled as the clouds began to churn overhead. I do not wish to call you my master. Yu Yuqing stated slowly, continuing to stare at Ling Xuan. This is not a choice you can make, Ling Xuan replied. Yu Yuqing ceased her words and began to ascend. The pampered young lady, raised in luxury, now climbed the seemingly endless muddy steps, worn down by those who came before her. Chapter 72. Struck by lightning above the Xiao sect, dark clouds loomed, and the disciples whispered amongst themselves about which elder or senior brother or sister had once again incurred the wrath of the heavens. Will the skies above the Xiao sect never clear? A disciple sweeping leaves at the entrance glanced upward, then sighed deeply, muttering, with such a commotion, it is highly likely that it was the Lord of the Nine Offices who caused it. One wonders what he occupies himself with daily. For even the heavens are visibly angered. After this disciple finished murmuring, a sudden chill crept up his back. He instinctively glanced back and met the calm gaze of Ling Xuan, clad in white. It felt like a dream. No wonder the elders often say not to speak of people during the day and refrain from discussing ghosts at night. At this hour, one could scarcely discern whether they encountered a human or a spirit. The revered master's disciple hurriedly lowered his head, afraid to meet Ling Xuan's gaze. Ling Xuan remained silent, yet behind her, an unkempt figure abruptly materialized. The young girl, who had never toiled before, was now covered in dirt and disarray, her hands marred by various scrapes. Her once delicate and beautiful face was stained not only with tears, but also with mud and small abrasions. It was evident that she had never endured such hardship in her life. The disciple, who had just been murmuring about Ling Xuan, paused in surprise upon seeing Yu Yuqing. Master, who is this? Ling Xuan turned to glance at the girl before replying, My new disciple. Upon hearing Ling Xuan's introduction, Yu Yuqing displayed no reaction. Despite her disheveled appearance, her expression remained stoic, devoid of any joy at being accepted as Ling Xuan's apprentice. This master-disciple pair appeared somewhat disconnected. As Ling Xuan led her newly accepted disciple towards the Nine Sovereigns' pavilion, the disciples trailing behind felt an increasing sense of melancholy. The sovereign had been taking in disciples with unusual frequency lately, and yet, it seemed no elder had cast a glance in his direction. Truly, comparing oneself to others could be disheartening. Ling Xuan gestured towards the young girl and gently instructed, Let Yuer and Sheng take her to clean up. With that, she departed, leaving this newly accepted disciple in the hands of Xiao He. Xiao He could only think, this is troublesome. Almost at the moment Lin Xuan stepped into the rear mountain of the 9 respect pavilions. The storm clouds that had been brewing for nearly 2 hours finally unleashed their fury. The 9 respect pavilions became the primary target of this tempest. Originally, the lightning was intended solely for human targets. It remains uncertain whether the heavens were venting their wrath, but they struck the door of Lin Xuan's residence instead, leaving it charred and blackened. Fortunately, there were not many inhabitants in the 9 respect pavilions. Otherwise, passers-by would have glimpsed the interior of Lin Xuan's hall through that scorched portal. The abode of the Lord of the 9 Sects was indeed not a sight to behold. Merely a door struck by lightning, which was somewhat amusing. As Lin Xuan's disciple, young Master Shen rushed over to attempt repairs, only to be halted by Little Black. "My dear ancestor, how could you possibly know how to fix a door?" Little Black implored with earnestness. "Allow me to handle this matter." Little Black. Chapter 73. Little 5. Ruthless. Little Black decisively feigned ignorance, claiming that the pavilion master had not spoken. Shen Xiao regarded Little Black with a scrutinizing gaze. "You truly do not know?" Little Black endeavored to appear sincere. "I do not." Upon hearing this, Shen Xiao ceased his inquiries and turned to observe Pei Lizzie, who was by the spring, feeding the goldfish. "How can you speak in such a manner? Is this how one addresses their master?" After hearing this remark, Shen Xiao nearly engaged in a confrontation, yet was restrained by Little Black, unable to stifle his words. He genuinely could not fathom what his master saw in such a disciple. Pei Lizzie paid no heed. He increasingly found Lin Xuan incomprehensible. Little Black, feeling wronged. The thunder rumbled incessantly overhead, clearly indicating that Lin Xuan's excursion had proven to be a thankless endeavor. The thunderous tribulation lasted nearly half an hour, and once it concluded, Lin Xuan did not immediately emerge from the back mountain, on the peak where the sect leader resided. All the disciples had their ears bombarded with the ceaseless roar of thunder from the very moment it began. Ling Xuan, whose pieces fell once more, remarked, "Senior brother, take the game more seriously. Xiao Wu, do you still possess any heart? Xiao Ba's fate hangs in the balance, yet you still find time to engage in chess." Unfazed, Ling Xuan maintained a tranquil demeanor. "I have already warned Xiao Ba. If he chooses not to heed my words, what more can I do?" And Xingzhou replied, "Each day brings no relief. Senior brother, Xiao Ba is no longer a child. He can handle his own affairs." Yin Jingchuan, bored, tapped the chessboard absent-mindedly, believing that each individual's karma determines their own fortune or misfortune. "You possess a ruthless heart, Xiao Wu. Xiao Ba used to guard the apothecary for you, preparing medicine day in and day out. How can you speak such callous words now?" Despite Xingzhou's protest, the vibrant parrot named Xiao Ba had perched upon his shoulder. Squawking, "Xiao Wu heartless," Yin Jingchuan replied, "This bird shall inevitably meet its end." The fact that Xiao Ba has endured thus far speaks volumes of its benevolent heart. In this moment, Yin Jingchuan empathized with his parrot-tainted fellow disciples and nephews. It was time for the parrot soup to be served. Following that day, for 3 consecutive days, no one could catch a glimpse of Lin Xuan. The young girl, who had recently taken residence in the 9 respect pavilion, also remained indoors for 3 days and nights, with food being delivered by Yuer and Shen, though it seemed she hardly consumed any. The bond between the master and disciple is both eerie and harmonious. At this very moment, within the forbidden realm behind the 9, enveloped by a barrier, the blood-stained figure of the 9 remains in a deep slumber. Chapter 74. Perhaps one has fallen into a state of madness. That day, the thunder tribulation sought to strip Lin Xuan of the majority of her cultivation. However, regrettably, her powers remain intact, and she still clings to half of her life. Yet, Lin Xuan nearly succumbed to madness. Her 5th senior brother often remarked that longevity comes from refraining from meddling in unnecessary affairs. Lin Xuan, however, is quite the rebel. For a practitioner, a long life is merely a fleeting existence. She is not one to heed the call of obedience. Cough. As her enchanting peach blossom eyes fluttered open, she was greeted by the familiar sight of the cave. Lin Xuan let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was not the underworld. She lifted her wrist, attempting to summon the spiritual energy within her, but was met with an indescribable pain that coursed through her entire being. It was still futile. Hiss. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from meddling in the affairs of others in the future, Lin Xuan admonished herself earnestly. With her hands pressing against the ground, she struggled to lean against the stone wall, closing her eyes once more. She silently recited a calming incantation, striving to regulate the meridians within her body. Meanwhile, on another side, Miss Yu, having been cooped up for 3 days, finally stepped out of her door. This place, so starkly different from the mundane world she had inhabited for over a decade, was filled with ethereal clouds swirling among pavilions and towers, the gentle sound of bubbling springs, and intricately carved mountain stones. The red bricks and green tiles were connected by winding paths that traversed between the halls, surrounded by flora unfamiliar to Yu Yuqing. The air was infused with a fragrance she had never experienced before. Indeed, the realms of mortals and the heavens are distinctly separate. Yet this is not heaven. In Yu Yuqing's view, it is akin to it. Regrettably, she lacks the heart to appreciate the beauty surrounding her. Her eyes are filled with confusion, and in a fleeting moment, she feels utterly devoid of everything. The girl born with a silver spoon still grapples with the profound sorrow of losing all her loved ones. As if only by numbing herself can she alleviate the torment that gnaws at her. Aimlessly, Yu Yuqing sets her feet in motion. She knows the name of this place. On that day, Lin Xuan had placed her here, introduced by the little black figure. The 9 Respect Pavilion is vast, yet sparsely populated. After walking for a considerable time, she finds herself by a spring where a young boy is feeding the fish. Compared to Xin Xiao, who diligently practices day in and day out, her senior brother Pei Lizzie appears markedly more languid. However, in recent days, Lin Xuan has been preoccupied with his own matters, neglecting his disciple. Xin Xiaoju's sense of responsibility is exemplary among the many disciples of Shiyao sect, while Pei Lizzie has taken a more relaxed approach. Initially, he had no intention of coming to feed the fish. However, the creature he had extracted from the spring seems perpetually anxious, as if fearing for its little goldfish companion starvation, incessantly urging Pei Lizzie to come and feed them. The god of dawn, having been reborn, unexpectedly finds himself led by the nose by this creature, feeding goldfish. It is rather amusing. The soul of the god of dawn, over 800 years old, is now confined within a 9-year-old's body, discovering the pleasure of fish keeping. For the past 2 days, he no longer requires the little black figure to prompt him. He comes to feed the fish on his own. In truth, the fish in the 9 Respect Pavilion would not perish from neglect. Yu Yuqing came to a halt a few steps away, gazing intently at Pei Lizzie's profile. There was no exchange between them until Pei Lizzie lifted his head and, with an impassive expression, cast a glance at Yu Yuqing. Dual spiritual roots? He did not seem to be the kind of promising talent that Lin Xuan would take an interest in. Do you know where Lin Xuan is? Yu Yuqing finally spoke, inquiring about Lin Xuan's whereabouts. I wish to find him. In that moment, Pei Lizzie found himself at a loss for his own feelings and retorted, "What do you want with him?" After a pause, he seemed to scoff softly. Where could he possibly be? He must be on the verge of a demonic breakdown. Chapter 75. Lin Xuan was right. Pei Lizzie's words left Yu Yuqing momentarily stunned. The young girl had only a vague understanding of the concept of a demonic breakdown. What do you mean? She asked, staring at the slightly shorter boy before her. In cultivation, regardless of the path one follows, one must adhere to the principles of the heavenly way. Lin Xuan's actions in saving you must have been more than mere happenstance. Pei Lizzie suddenly fixed his gaze upon Yu Yuqing's face. Though not officially listed as a disciple, if he were to acknowledge you as his apprentice, even if it altered an ill-fated destiny, the thunder 3 days prior should not have been so exaggerated. The thunder calamity that occurred 3 days ago had shattered the gates of Lin Xuan's hall, hinting at the severity of his predicament. Yu Yuqing could not comprehend Pei Lizzie's words. What are you talking about? Pei Lizzie chose not to respond further. Instead, he reached out to pinch the little black mist that desperately sought to escape from his collar and turned to leave, leaving Yu Yuqing bewildered in his wake. Though Yu Yuqing could not comprehend the words of her interlocutor, she was acutely aware of whom she needed to seek. 3 days prior, the city of Gui in the state of Lu had fallen. Its lord perished in battle, his lady consorted in death, and the matriarch had hanged herself. Among the populace, 70% had fled. Before Xiaohe could finish his sentence, Yu Yuqing interrupted. How could this be? The situation that day had been so dire, and before she was taken away by Lin Xuan, she had distinctly observed that the majority of the citizens had not yet managed to escape. Upon hearing Xiaohe's words, she recalled what Lin Xuan had said at the foot of the mountain. The nearest city to Gui could be reached in no more than a day and a half. Yet why had Gui become a forsaken city? What he said is undeniably true. Yu Yuqing murmured, her eyes, which had wept dry these past days, reddening anew. Initially, she had only half believed Lin Xuan's words. But now, the trajectory of all these developments pointed inexorably toward a singular, heart-wrenching truth. Ling Xuan was right. Her father had been betrayed by his own colleagues. Forsaken by the monarch to whom he had devoted his life, the Yu family had valiantly defended the border for generations, only to be met with treachery, leading to their ruin. And she, who had fervently questioned Ling Xuan about the indifference toward life and the failure to save others, had seen him suffer divine retribution for intervening in that war, leaving his fate uncertain. As for Ling Xuan, Yu Yuqing paused, wondering about his current state. This inquiry was almost superfluous. Yet, no further words could escape her lips. Would he perish? She asked once more. Xiao He responded. The master possesses profound cultivation. He should be unharmed. Yu Yuqing distinctly recalled the youth by the spring, who had remarked that the higher one's cultivation, the deeper the backlash one would endure. Chapter 76. Awakened by noise, no one believed that Ling Xuan would perish in such a divine retribution. However, the repercussions of such a calamity could not be resolved in merely a few days. Can I seek him now? Yu Yuqing inquired once more. Then take me to him, she urged. Xiao He, embodying the role of a steward within the Nine Sovereigns Pavilion, pondered the implications. The individual before her was likely the third disciple accepted by the pavilion. Yet, uncertainty loomed regarding whether he would indeed escort her to the rear mountain. Xiao He felt a twinge of frustration. Unlike the other disciples of the Shiyao sect, this young girl was not resilient. She had yet to reach the qi refining stage. And should she encounter misfortune on the rear mountain, who would come to her aid? Sighing, he resolved to accompany her himself, leading Yu Yuqing to the rear mountain. Xiao He noted its vastness and open vistas. The pavilion master resides in the cave across the way, he stated, pausing before continuing, though it is somewhat distant. Venturing further would lead us to the barrier set by the pavilion master himself, which we cannot approach. You should remain here. With his golden Dan cultivation, Xiao He inscribed a protective circle around the young girl, establishing a barrier. Do not step beyond this boundary. The consequences of doing so could be dire. He cautioned her with a serious tone. Yu Yuqing nodded, her eyes still swollen from weeping for an extended period. She gazed at Little Black for a moment before murmuring softly, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Little Black remained silent. Thus, in the secluded mountains behind the Nine Respect Pavilion, a young girl crouched with a bowl of noodles, eating while chattering away. Ling Xuan, you must still be alive, right? You're so formidable. Surely you haven't perished? How could saving someone lead to such a perilous descent into madness? If you don't say anything, how am I to know? Others say that seeking immortality should be a noble endeavor, yet how can it harbor such dangers? Initially weakened from days of crying and lack of food, the girl found her strength renewed with that bowl of noodles. She continued her monologue. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to speak of you in that manner. Once she finished her meal with a decisive flourish, she turned towards the cave and began her confession. Thank you for saving me. The cave remained utterly unresponsive. Yet, the girl was undeterred. She didn't require an audience, pouring forth her words alone, recounting tales of her parents, her grandmother, and the companions of her childhood. On that day, I should not have accused you of indifference. Nor should I have demanded that you save the entire city, the young girl lamented, her eyes reddening. It is my own inadequacy that I cannot bear. How could I expect you, with your capabilities, to take on such a burden? I am unaware of the transaction my father made with you. But it surely cannot be worth the peril you face to rescue me. As Yu Yuqing spoke, her eyes grew ever redder, her words interspersed with sobs, effectively rousing Ling Xuan from his slumber. Ling Xuan. Self-reflection is commendable, albeit a bit noisy. Chapter 77. A touch of filial piety. Ling Xuan had not encountered a delicate young girl in quite some time, yet he was at least somewhat prepared for it. This child ought to be entrusted to the care of the sect leader's senior apprentice. The two would undoubtedly find common ground. Ling Xuan. Why have you remained silent for so long? The girl continued her incessant chatter outside. What if she truly perished within? Should I summon someone to retrieve your remains? Ling Xuan. A touch of filial piety indeed. Disobedient disciple. It is one thing for the master not to call out, but to address her by name is quite another. And now I must retrieve her remains. Ling Xuan attempted once more to channel the spiritual energy within her, having regained half of her strength. However, her wounds had yet to heal, particularly the one inflicted upon her back during the thunderstorm of her breakthrough before descending the mountain, which had been struck again 3 days prior. It was evident that the heavens had taken a particular interest in her plight. Initially, taking on a disciple would have been a matter of elevating Yu Yuqing to the Shiyao sect in the name of her master. Though a loophole in the rules was exploited, surely the heavens would not intervene. Alas, Lin Xian's moment of compassion upon seeing the children and the pregnant women below, about to be trampled by the iron cavalry, had led to her current predicament. Her inherent tenderness and compassion remain an irreparable flaw. As her elder brother had long ago advised Lin Xian, if she were to practice the path of freedom, she must either follow her desires unreservedly or disregard all matters entirely. Yet, Lin Xian was acutely aware of her own indecisive nature. This time, fate presented her with an opportunity to punish her for meddling in affairs that did not concern her. Lin Xian thought to herself how distressing it was. One might mistakenly believe she had perished, as the commotion outside resembled a prayer for her soul's ascendance. With a flick of her sleeve, Lin Xian employed an illusion to ascertain what Yu Qing was doing outside. She pondered, is it even possible for me to descend the mountain and pay homage to my parents? Perhaps the memories of that fateful day when the city fell resurfaced. And a tear escaped her eye. She was engulfed by sorrow. Just days ago, they had been discussing how to celebrate her birthday this year, and now they were all gone. Lin Xian dared not venture out. After many years as an elder, maintaining a stoic demeanor, she found herself ill-equipped to offer comfort, especially in the face of such profound loss. Moreover, Lin Xian understood that sometimes it was best to allow the young girl to weep in solitude, as she might soon find solace. The presence of another could potentially unleash a torrent of tears. Thus, the esteemed elder of the Xiao sect, who had been disturbed from her meditation by a newly accepted disciple, now found herself unable to step outside due to the girl's tears. Lin Xian chastised herself for her helplessness. Little Black remarked, such youthful exuberance for drama. The grand elder of the Zen meditation pavilion has been in seclusion for countless years, and yet, his disciples have never feared for his life. With the Master's lamp still aglow, there is no chance of demise. In Chapter 78 of Little Black speaks frankly, it is an undeniable truth that even the Master cannot alter. However, after Little Black finally took the person away, Lin Xian felt a sense of relief. This young girl, one might say, indeed had a tendency to be overly talkative. Supporting herself against the surrounding stone walls, she gradually stood up. Although her injuries and internal spiritual energy had yet to fully recover, Lin Xian nonetheless utilized her spiritual power to cast a dust avoidance spell upon herself. During the 3 days spent in the cave, she had lost track of day and night, yet she could sense the passage of time. The wounds and blood on her body had remained untreated for 3 days, and Lin Xian felt she was on the verge of becoming unbearable. After casting the spell, as she stepped out of the cave's barrier, the ninth master appeared cold and aloof. However, despite her seemingly unchanged demeanor, her senior brothers and sisters could immediately discern the injuries on Lin Xian's body. Although she had nearly fallen into demonic madness, her cultivation had not diminished in the slightest. Yet, anyone with a comparable or greater level of cultivation could see the numerous wounds adorning her. Fortunately, within the Jiuzuan pavilion, this concern was unwarranted. What Lin Xian never anticipated, however, was that after Little Black had successfully taken away Yu Qing, a certain Shen Xiao was lurking at her palace entrance. Lin Xian pondered, what is Shen Xiao doing here? Over the past few days, aside from diligently practicing, Shen Xiao had occupied his thoughts with repairing the palace door for their master. Ultimately, although the door was repaired by someone sent by Little Black, it was done under the supervision of the young Master Shen. In response to her second disciple's enthusiasm, Lin Xian reached out to pat the soft head of the young boy, asking, Shen Xiao, what brings you here? Young Master Shen possessed a remarkably delicate and obedient visage, and coupled with his tender age and rosy lips, he was indeed a formidable tool for eliciting sympathy. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian could not help but lament the disparities of the world. One could observe a white-eyed wolf of a senior disciple, seemingly eager to usurp authority, juxtaposed against a diligent, obedient, and filial second disciple. The contrast was stark. With a sigh, Lin Xian reflected on how long she had occupied her esteemed position among the elders, causing her to forget the youthful emotions of her earlier days. She nearly overlooked the fact that children are often the most prone to jealousy. As soon as the title senior brother was uttered, young Master Shen swiftly cast aside his initial envy, only to confront a more pressing concern. Yet, Master, the 9-year-old boy found it somewhat difficult to articulate. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I have seen her. She is even taller than I am, Shen Xiao remarked, gesturing above his head in a display of displeasure. Feeling quite humiliated that his junior sister surpassed him in height, Lin Xian replied, this is an immutable fact. Even the master cannot alter. Based on the discontent of his second disciple, Lin Xian casually suggested, Why not let her be the senior sister, and you can take on the role of junior brother? As anticipated, this proposal was met with vehement opposition from the young lad. I refuse. Ling Xuan offered a rather dismissive consolation, if you diligently practice. Perhaps in 2 years you shall surpass your junior sister in height. This remark reignited Xinzhao's determination. Master, your palace door has been repaired. You must be quite fatigued these days. Please take a moment to rest, said Xinzhao with genuine concern. Ling Xuan thought to herself, this child is indeed endearing. Although somewhat naive, as a master, she cannot help but cherish such an empathetic disciple. Yet, unexpectedly, her mind wandered to that little ingrate, causing her heart to ache. Xinzhao, naturally devoted to her master, dashed away after delivering her message for Ling Xuan to rest. Ling Xuan cast a glance at her new palace door, reaching out to pat it gently. On that fateful day, even the heavens had unleashed their wrath upon her door, but perhaps it was for the best. Out with the old, in with the new. The door was rather pleasing to the eye. After appreciating her new palace door, Ling Xuan stepped inside, for she was in dire need of rest. Her 3 days spent in the back mountain had been far from comfortable. The Lord of the 9 Courts longed for the embrace of her bed. However, the most unfortunate part was that she had barely touched the bed before hearing the voice of her senior brother, the sect leader, calling for her, come over for a medicinal bath. Ling Xuan thought she would wager that if she did not heed the sect leader's command, he would personally come to the 9 Courts pavilion to fetch her. Would she still maintain her dignity as an elder at that point? Reluctantly, she cast one last longing glance at her bed before making her way to the Jade Ridge Pavilion where the sect leader awaited. Though the distance could be traversed in an instant, the Lord of the 9 Courts ambled along at a leisurely pace, encountering numerous disciples of the Jade Ridge Pavilion along the way. Any elder disciple who saw Ling Xuan's composed demeanor understood that she clearly did not wish to meet the sect leader. Young master uncle. Ling Xuan was called to a halt by a voice from a distance. It was a newly accepted disciple of Xinzhao, not much older than 13 or 14. He hurried over, panting, and said to Ling Xuan, young master uncle, master said if you continue to step on ants here, he will come personally. Ling Xuan. The young disciple's voice was not particularly loud, yet he did not intentionally lower his volume. Most around were already seasoned disciples, and those who should have heard did so. Ling Xuan thought, does she not care for her reputation? With a sigh, Ling Xuan swiftly moved, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight. Moreover, Master disapproved of his lack of stamina, thus assigning him the daily task of running around the mountain, with senior brothers and sisters supervising him. Though they all had already undergone fasting, the elder disciples showed no shame, munching on watermelons grown in the back mountain, claiming it was to inspire their junior brother. The junior brother felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Chapter 80. Medicinal bath. Before Ling Xuan even entered, he was chastised harshly by his senior brother, who had no reservations in reprimanding a distinguished elder of the Xiao sect. Ling Xuan was scolded into silence. What can I say about you, little ba? And Xinzhao, increasingly irate, remarked, you wanted to take on disciples, yet you meddle in other affairs? Ling Xuan replied, it was a moment of carelessness. A moment of carelessness? Who are you trying to deceive? The sect leader, hands on hips, retorted, you practice not the way of emotion but are overly attached to the world and all beings. How did you ever choose the way of freedom in the first place? A vibrant parrot perched atop Xinzhao's head once again joined the fray, little ba. Deceive and deceive. Ling Xuan. I am tempted, yearning for parrot soup. The parrot, emboldened by its lofty position, displayed an audacity that was quite unrestrained. Ling Xuan found herself unable to chastise it, especially given her current predicament. Hurry up, don't think I'm unaware of your injuries, and Xinzhao gestured toward the pharmacy. Quickly immerse yourself. You shall not emerge until 2 hours have elapsed. Ling Xuan replied, that may well lead to being pickled. What are you lingering here for? And Xinzhao observed Ling Xuan's inaction and began to nag, at your age, do you still expect your senior brother to assist you in changing clothes? Ling Xuan quickly waved her hand. No need, senior brother, I can manage myself. The parrot atop and Xinzhao's head chimed in merrily. Little ba, change clothes. Ling Xuan. I've truly never encountered such a brazen bird. Indeed, there exists a dedicated pharmacy here, one that has been established for quite some time, originally managed by the 7th elder of the Xiao sect. However, this 7th elder was often absent from home, wandering far and wide in search of a single medicinal herb. And gradually, the management of this pharmacy fell under the jurisdiction of the sect leader. Upon reaching the entrance of the medicinal pool, Ling Xuan was immediately enveloped by the potent aroma emanating from within. At the heart of the pool lay a basin of murky, steaming water, upon which floated an assortment of herbs, their names eluding her, yet the scent alone hinted at their nature, primarily elixirs meant to invigorate the blood and dispel stagnation. Such rare herbs were typically valued beyond measure, yet here at Xiao Sect, they were lavishly consumed. However, Ling Xuan harbored a deep aversion to this scent. As her youth had been marred by numerous injuries, she had been submerged in this very pool countless times, her body marked with bruises of varying hues. The Master of Nine Realms gazed into the dark depths of the medicinal pool, lost in contemplation. Ultimately, resignation took hold, and she shed her outer robe, donning only a thin inner garment before immersing herself in the steaming waters, submerging everything below her neck, and finally closing her eyes, as if surrendering to a serene slumber. For 2 hours, no one dared to intrude upon the pool. Ling Xuan remained undisturbed in her solitude. As time elapsed, a gentle knock resonated from outside. "Little Master Uncle, are you there?" A disciple's voice called softly, cautious not to disturb. 2 hours have passed. You may rise now." "Understood," came a cool reply from within. The waiting disciple, hesitant to speak further, retreated to the outer confines. Emerging from the medicinal pool, Ling Xuan surveyed her wounds, which had shown little improvement despite the prolonged immersion. A deep frown creased her brow. Chapter 81. The disciples clashed. The medicines available at Xiao Sect should have been effective. The only conclusion to draw was that either the wounds themselves were problematic or Ling Xuan's body was not responding as it should. Ling Xuan remained silent. During these 2 hours, she was not merely soaking in the medicinal bath. Her spiritual energy had also been harmonized to a considerable extent. Yet, this wound and its slow recovery always instilled in her a peculiar illusion. She was an ordinary mortal. Nevertheless, in terms of spiritual energy, there was no issue. Aside from the sluggish healing of the wound, Ling Xuan could not identify any problems. However, she did not dwell on this matter for long. Using her spiritual energy, she dried her inner garments, donned her outer robe, and stepped out, once again embodying the gentle and refined demeanor of the esteemed Lord of Jussi. This demeanor made Ling Xuan question whether she herself was indeed some fearsome creature. Yet, the sight of the pile of medicinal packets made her head ache. "Junior Martial Uncle, Master specifically instructed that you must soak daily. Missing even one session is unacceptable." Ling Xuan's expression remained indifferent. "I understand." Master also mentioned, Junior Disciple, that the more you protest, the more insincere you appear. If you defy his wishes, he will personally ensure you soak here. Ling Xuan replied, "That is entirely unnecessary, Senior Brother Zhongmen." However, after 2 hours in the medicinal bath, Ling Xuan undeniably absorbed its essence. Even after employing the dust avoidance technique, she still sensed a faint medicinal aroma clinging to her. Upon learning that Ling Xuan was well, the young girl rushed over to find her. Coincidentally, when Yu Yuqing arrived, Ling Xuan had just succumbed to a profound slumber. It had been quite some time since Ling Xuan had enjoyed a proper rest. When had this all begun? Perhaps it was from the day she experienced that peculiar dream. Though dreams may not always reflect reality, the troubles of a disciple were indeed genuine. Ling Xuan's wounds healed rather slowly, yet this bore little significance for her. The true challenge lay in the task of raising children, particularly rebellious ones. Throughout her life, Ling Xuan had often heard the adage, "A day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father." However, when this phrase materialized in her own life, her only thought was, to hell with this notion of a day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. After finally enjoying a restful sleep, she awoke to the hurried footsteps of Yuer, who rushed over to inform her that her 3 disciples had engaged in a brawl. Initially, Ling Xuan thought she had misheard. It was 3 fighting, not 2. She could not fathom the reasoning behind it. With no skills or weapons, did they expect her to endure a beating? The reason Yuer, rather than Xiao He, brought her the news was that Xiao He and Shinger were currently attempting to mediate the conflict. Upon arriving at the scene, Ling Xuan discovered that it had indeed been quite a chaotic melee, though it was nearly over. At that moment, the 3 children had ceased their fighting. Xiao He was holding on to Shen Xiao. Shinger was grasping Yu Yuqing, while the remaining Pei Lizzie stood coldly at a distance. Yet, each bore varying degrees of marks from the altercation. Ling Xuan. Chapter 82. The reason for the fight. The spectacle was quite grand. Even Ling Xuan could not help but feel compelled to applaud the display, if only she were not burdened by the role of a damned master. She paused, scrutinizing the faces of her 3 disciples, and suddenly realized her previous assumptions had been misguided. How could she have thought that the delicate girl would not engage in a scuffle? The red marks on Pei Lizzie and Xin Zhao's faces were most certainly scratch marks. Weren't they? The hair of the two boys was in disarray, clearly indicating that they had engaged in a scuffle. However, it was improbable that their altercation involved hair pulling or face scratching. In stark contrast, Yu Yuqing possessed a pristine visage, her hair relatively untangled, save for a couple of strands that had fallen gracefully. Lin Xuan, after appraising the trio, languidly inquired, could someone elucidate the events that transpired? His gaze first fell upon Xiaohe, who, upon meeting the Lord's eyes, wore a look of utter bewilderment. Lin Xuan sighed and promptly directed, Xin Xiao, you take the floor. The youthful boy, with lips as red as coral and teeth as white as snow, was instantly enveloped in a flush of embarrassment as he stammered. Master, I acknowledge my mistake. Yet, what Lin Xuan longed to hear was not this admission of fault. Xiaohe, inexplicably, had procured a chair. Allowing Lin Xuan to sit down, propping himself up with his hand, his tone languid. Pray tell, what was your error? I should not have contested the order of greeting you with my junior sister. Lin Xuan pardon? She had been seated comfortably, but nearly toppled from her chair upon hearing his response. What did you just say? Repeat that. I should not have contested the order of greeting you with my junior sister. Lin Xuan. At this moment, the heart of the Lord of the Nine Sects traversed a path that could only be described as absurd. He could hardly fathom that the cause of his disciples' quarrel stemmed from himself. Xin Xiao, clarify your statement. Thus, Master Xin succinctly recounted, upon waking today, I approached my esteemed master to pay my respects, only to find junior sister Yu stationed before the entrance of the Master's chamber. Considering my role as the senior brother, I felt it my duty to set an example for my junior sister. However, she was reluctant, leading to a quarrel between us. This statement, while somewhat understated, belied the fact that the earlier exchange was far more tumultuous than mere bickering. Yu Yuqing remained oblivious to the fact that her incessant chatter from the previous day had been overheard by Lin Xuan, and all she could recall was the scowl she had directed at him days prior. At this moment, an indescribable blush crept across her cheeks. Yet, with all eyes upon her, Yu Yuqing could only lower her head, her slightly disheveled hair cascading over her face, providing a modest veil for the young girl. I have something to discuss with you, Lin Xuan replied. How intriguing. Pray, what is it that you wish to say? As he spoke, a cup of tea appeared in the hands of Little Black, who presented it to Lin Xuan. He accepted it, lifted the lid, and gently blew away the steam that curled above. With her gaze cast downward, Yu Yuqing inquired, you mentioned before that you wished to take me as your disciple. Is that true? Indeed, it is true, Lin Xuan affirmed, taking a sip of tea before adding, but did you not express a desire to refrain from becoming my student? Caught off guard by the reminder of her previous stance, the young girl bravely replied, I regret that decision now. Is that not permissible? Well, it is not entirely out of the question, Lin Xuan responded leisurely. Chapter 83, as the senior brother? The path of apprenticeship is never so simple. Lin Xuanxi was utterly unconcerned about speaking in front of her three disciples. She remarked, our Xiao sect does not impose many rules. However, respecting tea etiquette and bowing are essential. Moreover, one must maintain good health. I observe that you seldom engage in physical exercise. Yu Yuqing had sensed during her recent skirmish with the two individuals nearby that they were not incapable of defeating her. Rather, they were apprehensive about her striking too forcefully and injuring her. Nevertheless, at that moment, Yu Yuqing was indifferent to their concerns. Their desire to save face and cherish a delicate girl was of no consequence to her. I can start training right away, Yu Yuqing declared earnestly, puffing up her cheeks as she addressed Lin Xuanxi. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuanxi raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. In that case, begin by assuming a horse stance. That's quite simple, Yu Yuqing replied. Although she was a pampered young lady, she had observed her father training soldiers at the city lord's manor for years, mimicking their actions. Xin Xiao, Lin Xuanxi continued, directing her attention to her second disciple, did you not express a desire to spar with your senior brother? Here is your chance. Set an example for your junior sister and lead her in the horse stance. Xin Xiao was taken aback, utterly unprepared for this unexpected turn of events. He was already well aware of what Lin Xuanxi meant by assuming a horse stance. However, once the master spoke, he had no opportunity to voice dissent. While the two disciples practiced their stances, Lin Xuanxi finally turned her gaze to her rebellious disciple and posed the question she had longed to ask. Pei Lizzie. They were vying to pay their respects. What about you? Surely, it cannot be that one is akin to those two, can it? Pei Lizzie. One must acknowledge that Lin Xuan possesses sufficient self-awareness. This little ingrate, one can tell she is rather petulant. Pei Lizzie found himself momentarily at a loss for words, while Ling Xuan remained unperturbed, fixating her gaze upon him. Now, as a cultivator in the void refinement realm, Ling Xuan's presence exudes a certain authority that Pei Lizzie could not simply overlook. Speaking of Pei Lizzie, he truly was an innocent bystander caught in the turmoil. The two youngsters were embroiled in a dispute over who would first pay their respects to Ling Xuan, yet they were cautious not to disturb their master's slumber. Thus, they amicably negotiated their disagreement, relocating their quarrel outside. Coincidentally, this occurred in the vicinity where Pei Lizzie was feeding the fish, and although their argument grew increasingly heated, it had yet to escalate into physical confrontation. It was not until young Master Shin keenly realized that he could not hold his own against this sharp-tongued girl in verbal sparring that he suddenly redirected his ire towards the leisurely fish-feeding senior brother. Pei Lizzie. Pei, are you not aware that we are in the midst of a quarrel? Pei Lizzie chose to ignore him, remaining focused on the fish. Pei, not only do you neglect to pay respects to our master each day, but now you also adopt an indifferent stance. As the senior brother, is this how you conduct yourself? Indeed, Pei Lizzie lacked experience in the role of senior brother. Previously, Ling Xuan had but a single disciple, rendering him somewhat of an only child. Still, Pei Lizzie remained unresponsive, while Yu Yuqing continued to direct her focus towards Shen Xiao. Do not divert the topic. I was clearly here first, so why do you get to pay your respects before me? Shen Xiao found himself increasingly cornered by his assertive junior sister, who towered over him. In a moment of distraction, he accidentally knocked over the fish feed that Pei Lizzie had placed nearby. Chapter 84. How adorable, her little disciple. The venerable Shiha deity, having lived for over 8 centuries, would hardly hold a grudge over such trifles. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that his junior brother had harbored a long-standing disdain for him, having taken offense from their very first encounter, which had been instigated solely by Shen Xiao. Now, it had devolved into a mutual aversion. Shen Xiao remarked, "Why are you here feeding the fish instead of paying respects to our master this morning?" Pei Lizzie, surveying the scattered fish feed, retorted, "What business is it of yours?" Shen Xiao was already incensed by Yu Yuqing, the junior sister who had yet to formally join the sect, and Pei Lizzie's words struck a nerve. "Do you genuinely wish to be our master's disciple?" Shen Xiao questioned, incredulous at such blatant disrespect for authority. "You believe you can take advantage of our master's kindness and favoritism, do you?" The bitterness in his voice was palpable. Shen Xiao was taken aback. Is he truly my senior brother? I ought to teach him a lesson. Coincidentally, the young girl, Yu Yuqing, overheard Shen Xiao's words, and the three of them shared mutual disdain. The first to strike was Shen Xiao, igniting a chaotic scuffle that could only be described as a farcical brawl among novices. Although Shen Xiao had attained foundational cultivation, he was accompanied by an utterly inexperienced mortal. Pei Lizzie had already ascended to godhood, and was not inclined to bicker with a child of merely 10 years. The consequence of his indifference was that the newcomer, a young girl, had traced 2 lines across his face with her slender fingers. Pei Lizzie remained silent. Shen Xiao found himself in a similar predicament, as the girl was effectively engaging both of them at once. "Pei Lizzie, I am addressing you. Why do you not speak?" Ling Xuan inquired once more. With a youthful visage set in coldness, Pei Lizzie remained mute, leading Ling Xuan to question whether he had become mute over the past few days. "The disciple has no words to offer," he finally replied. Ling Xuan, astounded, gleaned from those few words the defiance inherent in Pei Lizzie's character. She mused to herself how perceptive she was as mentor. For a disciple with such a foul temperament would likely be confined to a wall for reflection in the presence of any of her fellow senior disciples. Given his silence, she suggested, "Then join your junior brothers and sisters in practicing stances." Sipping her tea, she remarked with indifference, as the eldest disciple, "If you cannot manage your juniors, what purpose do you serve?" Pei Lizzie said nothing and complied, joining the 2 children in their stances. Meanwhile, the young girl beside them was trembling uncontrollably. "Little one, has this become too much for you?" Ling Xuan found it somewhat amusing, wondering if she was truly fatigued. Yu Yuqing gritted her teeth, declaring, "I am not tired," though her voice betrayed her with tremors, a defiant claim that seemed both helpless and disheveled. How endearing, Ling Xuan thought, observing her little disciple's stubborn insistence on not being tired, a sight both pitiable and chaotic. The revered master of 9 divisions has now comprehended why. Whenever her senior brothers and sisters accept new disciples, the earlier initiated nephews exhibit such enthusiasm in supervising their younger peers' cultivation. How delightful such a matter is. Ling Xuan cleared his throat and continued, "Now that everyone is gathered, allow me to formally introduce you. Pei Lizzie and Shen Xiao. This is your junior sister, Yu Qing. Yu Qing, the one on your left is your eldest senior brother, Pei Lizzie, and the one on your right is your second senior brother, Shen Xiao. The young girl scrutinized the two bothersome boys beside her and then inquired of Ling Xuan, Master, how old are they? Chapter 85, The Death of Ling Xuan. Upon hearing the young girl ask question, Ling Xuan replied casually, they are both 9 years old. Why? Yu Qing immediately stood her ground, exclaiming, I am 12 already, and soon I shall celebrate my 13th birthday, so I should rightfully be the eldest sister. Furthermore, the girl spoke with a barely concealed air of superiority, I am taller than both of them. Shen Xiao felt as though his knee had been struck by a sword. I will grow taller than you in just a few years, Shen Xiao retorted, puffing out his chest defiantly. Lin Xuan mused, what obsession do these children have with the position of the eldest? I am currently taller than you, and older too. By age, you should call me elder sister. The master, who was relishing the internal strife among his disciples, remarked, indeed, that is true. However, I am not so devoid of humanity. If your two senior brothers are willing to relinquish their seniority, it is not impossible for you to assume the role of elder sister. As Ling Xuan's words faded, the two children immediately turned their attention towards Pei Lizzie. I shall be the senior brother, exclaimed one. No, I shall be the senior sister, echoed the other, their voices harmonizing in delightful synchronicity. Ling Xuan, in her role as their mentor, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. However, her moment of delight was short-lived. As Shen Xiao and Yu Qing soon began to bicker once more, Ling Xuan could only gently remind them, steady your stances. Pei Lizzie, embodying the role of the senior brother, appeared to be oblivious to the children's words. As anticipated, he selectively ignored both Shen Xiao and Yu Qing. Naturally, this demeanor earned him their disdain. Had it not been for Ling Xuan's watchful presence, the two would have undoubtedly confronted him. Ling Xuan was not inherently a person of great conscience, who does not relish the spectacle of drama. Yet, she soon realized what was missing, a plate of sunflower seeds. Observing the squabble of these impudent children was indeed amusing. Pei Lizzie found that his impression of Ling Xuan was increasingly being upended. He had never before perceived her as so unsteady. According to the 33rd rule of the Shiyao sect, the hierarchy among disciples is determined by the time of their admission, rather than their age. Pei Lizzie remarked, Master, the rules must not be disregarded. Shen Xiao, Yu Qing. Ling Xuan fell silent as well. Realizing that this young man was insinuating that she had disrupted the established order, was he not? No. Ling Xuan suddenly grasped another revelation. When did he memorize the rules of the Shiyao sect? Pei Lizzie. Ling Xuan's inquiry indeed caught Pei Lizzie off guard. During the several decades spent in the Shiyao sect, the regulations inscribed in my memory remain vividly clear even after all these years. This attests to the profound entanglement within Pei Lizzie's heart. In truth, it was in the second year following Pei Lizzie's ascension that he became aware of the flaws in his own path. He began to question how he had managed to endure the tribulation of ascension. Pei Lizzie had believed that by avenging himself upon Ling Xuan, he had settled his earthly grievances, yet the reality was starkly contrary. Pei Lizzie was acutely aware of his own character. Despite Ling Xuan imparting the principles of a gentleman, he had cultivated a path devoid of compassion. He was by no means a gentleman, but rather narrow-minded. The death of Ling Xuan, which facilitated his ascension, became yet another tribulation he would face thereafter. Chapter 86, Obsessive-Compulsive Disorder. As Pei Lizzie fell silent once more, Ling Xuan sighed, uncertain whether to chastise or reprimand the rebellious youth. Propping her chin on her hand, she addressed Shen Xiao and Yu Qing. Did you both hear that? The Shiyao sect has its own rules. Do not always think of defying authority. Shen Xiao murmured under his breath. Clearly, he is the one defying authority. Ling Xuan inquired, what did you say, Shen Xiao? The disciple refrained from responding, recognizing the wisdom in remaining silent. Just then, Yu Qing could no longer endure and suddenly stumbled backward. Since that day when she had resolutely climbed from the foot of the mountain, she had hardly moved, and now, having barely held her stance for less than a quarter of an hour, she could no longer persist. Before Ling Xuan could utter a word, Yu Qing dusted herself off and stood upright, gritting her teeth as she declared, Master, I am capable. Ling Xuan watched helplessly as she flailed her arms and legs, before once again squatting down. However, this time her endurance did not last as long as before, and the young girl collapsed once more. Ling Xuan remained silent, simply observing. It was evident that the resentment festering within Yu Qing had not diminished in the slightest over these few days. Once she had a nation and a home, Yet now the person seated upon the dragon throne was unworthy of such a position. As Ling Xuan observed the girl repeatedly fall and grit her teeth to rise again, he suddenly remarked, "The fate of the state of Lu may last at most 5 years. 5 years." This implied that if Yu Qing sought vengeance, she had but one choice: to achieve mastery within this span and descend the mountain. The regulations of Shiyao sect dictated that disciples below the Golden Core stage were not permitted to leave the mountain. Ling Xuan added. Time meandered by, and after half an hour had passed, Ling Xuan finally extended his mercy, saying, "Enough, stop." Shen Xiao immediately straightened up, exhaling deeply. Pei Lizzie was nearly in the same state. Yet at that moment, Yu Qing fell straight back again, this time landing with an unprecedented thud, startling Shen Xiao nearby. The critical point was that after her fall, her legs were so stiff that she could not stand. "Master," Shen Xiao looked towards Ling Xuan. "What is wrong with her?" Ling Xuan rose from his chair, bent down, and reached out to assist the young girl, simultaneously clarifying for his second disciple, "She simply lacks exercise. She will be fine once she becomes accustomed to it." The mere mention of the word accustomed signified that practicing stances would become a regular affair in the future. Cultivation, indeed, poses a considerable challenge for the disciples. The venerable master of the 9 courts surveyed his 3 disciples with his enchanting peach blossom eyes, unable to suppress a frown. The 2 he had taken in later were well-nourished, their lips rosy and teeth white, with a hint of adorable chubbiness on their faces. The only one who stood out awkwardly was his emaciated eldest disciple. Ling Xuan was indifferent to their backgrounds prior to joining the Shiyao sect. Yet he could surmise that the little white-eyed wolf did not hail from a privileged family. However, Pei Lizzie's appearance was starkly discordant with that of his younger siblings. As a master, Ling Xuan harbored a somewhat concealed obsessive-compulsive tendency. It was evident to him that the nutritional status of these 3 disciples was unequal, which caused him discomfort. Thus, he addressed the 3 children with an impassive expression. "Go to the front hall for a meal." Chapter 87. I am your master among the trio. Shen Xiao had already embarked on fasting. Although he was young, the Shen family was regarded as a prominent household within the realm of cultivation. While they indulged their offspring, they also imposed stringent expectations. As a prodigious talent, Shen Xiao undoubtedly received the most favorable resources from his family. Yet he was equally burdened with the responsibilities of an heir. His heavenly spiritual root was his greatest gift, and Shen Xiao had to be capable of bearing all of this. Though the young lad was typically pampered, he was sufficiently strict with himself despite his tender age. However, since Ling Xuan had spoken, attending the meal was imperative. Ling Xuan seized this opportunity to establish a rule. "There is no need for you to come and pay your respects in the future." Ling Xuan wished to avoid a recurrence of today's events. Instead of spending time on formalities, it would be far more beneficial to dedicate that time to cultivation. Your improved abilities would be the most genuine form of respect towards your master. This sentiment, however, did not affect Pei Lizzie. In fact, he had anticipated Ling Xuan's thoughts long before. It was evident that Ling Xuan had little fondness for such rituals, often wishing to abstain from the obligatory gatherings at Shiyao sect. Yet, this statement struck a slightly disheartening chord with the 9-year-old young Master Shen. "Master, have I displeased you?" Shen Zhao's appetite vanished entirely. The young boy wore a troubled expression, his cherubic features appearing even more endearing in his distress. Ling Xuan mused, as this child matures, how many hearts will his handsome visage ensnare? As a mentor, Ling Xuan couldn't help but acknowledge the attractiveness that seemed to be a hallmark of the Shen family. Shen Zhao's aunt, Shen Xingyuan, was a perennial fixture on the beauty rankings among female cultivators. Not wanting to dwell on such thoughts, Ling Xuan promptly served Shen Xiao a piece of chicken, stating, "It is merely that your early visit disrupted my rest." The moment the young master was served by his master, his demeanor brightened once more. "Master, may I come to pay my respects a bit later?" Ling Xuan replied firmly. "No." Shen Zhao's voice dropped again. "Oh," exhibiting a compliant demeanor. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Xuan also served dishes to Yu Qing and Pei Lizzie, proclaiming it to be an act of equal treatment. In recent days, Yu Qing had been in a state of despondency, neglecting her meals. Today, however, the spread before her was almost as lavish as the banquets of her family's past. The deceased are gone, no matter how willful she might be. She understood that the dead cannot be resurrected. Thus, she must partake in this meal. Conversely, Pei Lizzie was lost in contemplation, fixating on the dishes that Ling Xuan served him, his chopsticks hovering in the air, hesitant to descend. After a while, everyone observed as Pei Lizzie finally set down his chopsticks and rose from his seat. "Master," Pei Lizzie directly met Ling Xuan's gaze. For the first time as the senior apprentice, having entered the sect for over a few days, his second uncle had remarked that fasting was the first step in cultivation. And the disciple had been observing a fast recently, making it inappropriate to partake in food. Even the newly initiated Yu Yuqing could discern Pei Lizzie's blatant resistance to this master. At that moment, the gazes of the other two disciples fell upon their master. After a brief silence, Ling Xuan chuckled lightly. Pei Lizzie, sit down. Although spoken with a smile, the tone brooked no argument. Your second uncle is your second uncle. Ling Xuan continued, but I am your master. Chapter 88. Respecting the master and honoring the path. Pei Lizzie halted, not by his own volition, but by Ling Xuan's command. Despite her beauty, Ling Xuan's visage was perpetually shrouded in an aura that kept others at bay. Even when smiling, she seemed unattainable. Moreover, she was no longer smiling now. The pressure around her dissipated in an instant, allowing Pei Lizzie to regain control of his body. He turned to Ling Xuan and said, Master, I do not wish to eat. Ling Xuan did not look at him, and said, You have indeed spoken the truth. However, did your second master ever mention to you, upon your entry into the Nine Masters Pavilion, that I possess a rather irritable temperament? And Xingzhou naturally had no recollection of such a statement, as he had never considered the possibility that someone might refuse to acknowledge Ling Xuan as their master. No, Pei Lizzie replied, punctuating each word deliberately. Then allow me to inform you now, Ling Xuan said, tapping the table lightly. Cultivation is not a solitary endeavor. If one could achieve it alone, what need would there be for a master? He continued, since you have chosen me as your teacher, while I do not expect you to achieve great feats, you ought to at least show respect for your master and the teachings. Ling Xuan's tone was gentle. Yet this weighty admonition had never before been directed at any other disciple, even during the tumultuous day when Gue City fell. When Yu Yuqing had loudly questioned him as to why he did not rush to save others, Ling Xuan had never exhibited such fury as he did today. She could not comprehend why Pei Lizzie stirred such emotional upheaval within her, although one could not dismiss the influence of that bizarre nightmare. This sensation left Ling Xuan feeling unsettled. Her emotions ought not to spiral out of control. Pei Lizzie raised his gaze to meet Ling Xuan's. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes possessed an extraordinary beauty, and her gentle voice could easily draw one into a reverie. May I inquire, master? Pei Lizzie ventured amidst the tense stalemate. Which do you deem more significant, respect for the master or reverence for the teachings? He continued earnestly, as though genuinely seeking an answer from Ling Xuan. If you, master, were to find yourself in a situation where respect for the master and reverence for the teachings were at odds, how would you perceive it? Ling Xuan maintained an expressionless demeanor as she stated, act according to your heart, and as long as you are not ashamed, proceed. Such words may flow easily. Yet in this world, who can genuinely assert that they are free from guilt? Ling Xuan cannot. Pei Lizzie cannot either. Pei Lizzie, unwilling to continue this exchange with Ling Xuan, intended to turn and leave, only to find himself once more immobilized. Ling Xuan's voice echoed from behind. You may only leave after finishing your meal. Pei Lizzie was left speechless. Ling Xuan has never been one of gentle temperament, having stated the necessity of a meal. How could one presume to depart without eating? Pei Lizzie could certainly break free from Ling Xuan's hold and sever ties anew, yet upon meeting her cold, peach blossom eyes, an inexplicable surge of resentment welled up within him. It was unjust. Why should Ling Xuan forget everything, while he, a mere disciple, must endure her unyielding reprimands? It was utterly unfair. Chapter 89. Balancing this bowl of water is indeed a formidable task. Unbeknownst to Ling Xuan, Pei Lizzie's mind was a tumult of thoughts. Her intentions were clear. She simply wished for this little white-eyed wolf to gain weight, achieving a physique akin to the two peers beside him. She could not bear to see him, so gaunt and emaciated, parading before her, an eyesore indeed. Yet, that gentle summons inadvertently struck terror into the hearts of the two onlooking disciples. Xinshao, I am afraid. Yu Yuqing, I am afraid. Their pace of eating was swift, bordering on ravenous, revealing a desire for a quick resolution. However, just as Pei Lizzie was about to finish off the chicken leg, Ling Xuan raised her hand to place another piece of meat onto his plate. Pei Lizzie could only respond with silence. Ling Xuan remarked, Eat up. Why are you looking at me? As soon as Pei Lizzie had nearly finished his meal, his master would once again serve him more dishes. Some individuals, instead of eating for themselves, would insist on watching others partake in their food, as if it were a game. Just as someone was about to finish, they would add more to others' bowls. Pei Lizzie thought to himself, childish. Nearby, Two children observed this spectacle. Xiao remarked, "How infuriating. Master serves dishes to that pay." Yu Yuqing echoed, "Indeed, it seems those who enter early enjoy the preferential treatment." Pei Lizzie felt the weight of two piercing gazes upon him. He leisurely lifted his head to glance around. "Do you wish for this fortune?" Xiao and Yu Yuqing naturally craved it. Yet their master remained oblivious to their intentions, enthusiastically fussing over her unruly eldest disciple. Pei Lizzie could no longer endure the situation. He set down his chopsticks and declared, "Master, I can eat no more." Ling Xuan responded with a nonchalant hum, adding, "If you cannot eat, then do not. Do not overindulge." Pei Lizzie felt as though the very person who had just compelled him to eat was now dismissing his plight. Xiao expressed his frustration. How can Master treat him so kindly? Yu Yuqing lamented, how can Master be so concerned for that person? After attending to her little gluttonous disciple, Ling Xuan turned to find two pairs of round, eager eyes fixed on her. Ling Xuan inquired, perplexed, "What is this? Why aren't you eating?" She was bewildered. Did Yu and Sheng's culinary skills not suit their tastes? Had these delicate young gentlemen and ladies become so particular? No. Xiao quickly denied. The food is indeed delightful. Ling Xuan suddenly recalled that Xiao had already begun fasting. She said, "Xiao, later on, come to my place to fetch some digestion pills." Upon receiving her master's concern, Xiao's face lit up with joy, revealing two round dimples on her fair and delicate cheeks. "All right, thank you, master." Seeing this, Yu Yuqing hurriedly inquired, "Master, what about me?" Ling Xuan responded, "You have yet to begin fasting. Eat as much as you desire without worry." Ling Xuan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Balancing this situation truly proves to be quite challenging. Chapter 90. Perhaps I should sip some parrot soup instead. After a few days of adjustment, Ling Xuan's health had significantly improved. Seizing the opportunity, she took Yu Yuqing to register on the disciple roster. The witnessing elders were the same as last time. Thus, Yu Yuqing naturally became Ling Xuan's third disciple, despite being 3 years older than her senior brothers. She assumed the role of the junior sister. Yu Yuqing thought to herself, those two insufferable younger brothers in the 9 Respect Pavilion truly make one want to give them a good beating. Yet both have the audacity to call themselves my senior brothers simply because they entered the sect before me. And Xingzhou seized the opportunity to chide her, "Little 8. It's not that I am criticizing you, but remember not to meddle in such trivial matters when you descend the mountain. I cannot save you then." The third elder clicked his tongue in agreement. Indeed, I have never heard of anyone risking half their life to take on a disciple. Ling Xuan remained silent, but his expression clearly indicated his agreement with the words of his senior brothers and sister. Ling Xuan thus found herself in a state of isolation. Was it really so exaggerated as to say half a life? Ling Xuan retorted with a hint of indignation. "Who do you look down upon?" Baiwan replied, "I heard that someone has been lying half dead on the back mountain for several days." Yin Jingchuan added, "I have also heard that a certain someone's disciple almost had to collect his remains." And Xingzhou remarked, "I still remember who said they did not wish to take on disciples. Was it our esteemed ninth of Shio sect? Where did this ninth come from out of nowhere? It is merely a display of sarcastic banter." With each spoken word, Ling Xuan felt as though an arrow struck directly at his knee. Particularly, and Xingzhou brought along his beloved peony parrot, a creature that had offended the entire Shio sect yet survived due to the protection of the sect leader. The parrot had completely lost its will to live, repeatedly squawking, "Xiaoba, collect the remains. Xiaoba, collect the remains." Ling Xuan thought to himself, tonight, she is destined to feast on roasted parrot. However, Baiwan and Yin Jingchuan held Ling Xuan back. And Xingzhou, while cradling the bird protectively, earnestly advised, "We are all Xiaoba. Why must we rush to harm one another?" Ling Xuan responded, "Who shares the same roots with a bird? Xiaoba. Parrot meat is not delectable. There is hardly any flesh. After you finish, your senior brother would surely seek vengeance, which is hardly worth the trouble." Third senior sister Baiwan, while restraining Ling Xuan, implored him with heartfelt persuasion. Yin Jingchuan concurred, "Indeed, if we consume it, and if our senior brother, in a fit of despair, decides to raise several more, the Xiao sect shall know no peace henceforth." Ling Xuan could only sigh, realizing that his senior brother and sister were all masters of persuasion. Throughout the protracted years, everyone found themselves in a contest of longevity with this parrot, for indeed, no other parrot could rival its loquaciousness. The members of the Xiao sect, including the reclusive Grand Elder, had all been greatly vexed by this parrot. Even in the present circumstances, the parrot, affectionately named Xiaoba, remained undeterred. It fluttered from Xingzhou's shoulder to his head, flapping its wings and vociferously proclaiming, "No peace. No peace." Perhaps it was time for a taste of parrot soup? Ultimately, and Xingzhou took matters into his own hands, plucking Xiao Ba from his head and grasping its beak. "Speak another word, and I shall end you." At last, the lovebird fell silent, perhaps realizing that Xingzhou was the one who could truly determine its fate. The parrot bowed to the forces of darkness. Chapter 91. Your junior brother has come to plunder again. Each individual dragged out was instantly recognizable. Who knows from whence these ungrateful creatures and the pampered young masters and mistresses originated? The three, with their disparate personalities and mutual defiance, foretold Ling Xuan's future unrest. On the day the third disciple was officially added to the roster, cultivation commenced. Although Ling Xuan was a sword cultivator and could only impart knowledge of the sword, Pei Lizzie and Shen Xiao were undoubtedly promising candidates for swordsmanship. However, Yu Qi was not necessarily so fortunate. Her dual spiritual roots were not of particularly exceptional talent. In terms of aptitude, the heavenly spiritual root was the most advantageous, while the dual spiritual root followed closely behind. It is noteworthy that even among the same type of spiritual root, there exists a hierarchy. Yu Youqing's dual spiritual roots could be classified as slightly above average, not bad, but not exceptional either. However, it also meant missing the most opportune time for cultivation, and Xingzhou could not help but lament this point. Logically speaking, the elders of the Shiyao sect accept personal disciples, and possessing a celestial spirit root is merely a fundamental requirement. Of course, this is not absolute. For instance, Ling Xuan's junior brother lacks a celestial spirit root. However, his extraordinary talents in medicine and poison have earned him a reputation that rivals even that of the seventh elder, Morong Lin, of the Shiyao sect. Over the years, the Shiyao sect has maintained a facade of cordiality with the medicine sect, while in truth, the latter has likely disparaged the former countless times behind closed doors. The reason is simple. The seventh elder has appropriated numerous business opportunities from the medicine sect over the years. Ironically, he is also blessed with an attractive visage and a silver tongue, which endears him to the female cultivators of the Baiwa sect and the Hehuan sect, who eagerly seek him out for medicinal purchases. Yu Youqing's dual spirit roots do not necessarily signify anything definitive. There are countless examples in this world where diligence can compensate for inadequacies, and she may well become one of them. As for Pei Lizzie, Ling Xuan retrieved a translucent stone from the bag of mustard seeds. In the mortal realm, this stone might be deemed a piece of fine jade. Yet, anyone knowledgeable about its nature would recognize its rarity. While it may hold little value for ordinary mortals, for those of them who seek immortality and enlightenment, it is indeed priceless. This is a spirit-quenching stone. Ling Xuan cautiously infused a tiny amount of spiritual energy into the stone, and at the moment of infusion, it vanished entirely, leaving not even a trace behind. Ling Xuan remarked, "This item consumes spiritual energy rather excessively. At present, to temper this stone, it is essential to procure some resources from the junior brother. However, the Chongqing Pavilion is currently without a master, and certain matters cannot be decided by the disciples of my brother. Indeed, the junior brother's absence is akin to being missing altogether." Reflecting on this, Ling Xuan no longer hesitated and set off for the Chongqing Pavilion. The pavilion usually welcomed numerous visitors, most of whom came to purchase medicine. After meeting with the junior uncle and the eldest disciple of Elder Qi, Nanxing, accompanied by her own disciples, came to pay respects to Ling Xuan. Facing this amiable niece, Ling Xuan gradually revealed a smile. "Nanxing, your master is not present, is he?" This inquiry did not seem to seek out the brother, but rather served to confirm something. Ling Xuan smiled. "It is good that he is not here." Chapter 92. The brother is outside. Nanxing, confronted with this junior uncle who regarded her as no outsider, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Junior uncle, the spirit refining flower blooms once every 8 years, and its survival rate is exceedingly low. It cannot thrive without the personal care of the master. Without the master's permission, I cannot take responsibility. Ling Xuan gently patted Nanxing's shoulder, calmly reassuring his dear niece with an exceptionally tender smile. "Nanxing, although your master is absent, if he were here, he would likely not refuse the request of his junior uncle. Moreover, I do not intend to take from you without compensation. I can exchange spiritual essence for your goods. How does that sound?" With a pained expression, the young Nanxing elongated her tone. "Junior uncle, please do not put me in a difficult position. This is not merely a matter of money. If the master were to pursue this, none of us could bear the responsibility." Ling Xuan remained unperturbed, smiling. "No worries. Your uncle will bear it. Nanxing, with the appearance of a youth, looked helpless yet stubbornly at Ling Xuan. It was evident that this adorable disciple had fallen victim to his little master uncle's schemes more than once. Dear master uncle, please do not make things difficult for me. The spirit-enhancing flower grows within a barrier personally set by our esteemed master. The area is rife with poisonous traps, and without the master's permission, I cannot enter. Moreover, the flower is not easily plucked. Nanxing implored, attempting to dissuade Ling Xuan from the notion of harvesting the flower. Is it sufficient to simply break the barrier? Ling Xuan suddenly inquired. Nanxing felt as though he might kneel before her. Master uncle, please do not act impulsively. If the barrier is breached, the poisonous traps will be unleashed, and should any mishap occur, our master would surely expel me from the sect. Ling Xuan remained optimistic. Do not fear, Nanxing. If your master were to cast you out, I shall take you as my disciple. Nanxing's heart sank. Master uncle, he thought, feeling utterly defeated, you should give up. The spirit-enhancing flower cannot be obtained without the master's consent. Oh really? Then I shall not take it. Ling Xuan responded nonchalantly, easily relinquishing her pursuit. Really? Nanxing's youthful voice held a hint of disbelief. Upon receiving Ling Xuan's nod of agreement, he felt as though he had been resurrected. It is indeed best that you have come to your senses, master uncle. Ling Xuan smiled gently. Now that there is nothing more to attend to, you may return to your affairs while I meander about. Instantly, Nanxing's expression soured, visibly paling as he felt a sense of dread. After all, every casual stroll taken by Elder Ling Xuan is not merely a leisurely excursion. It is a meticulous harvesting of resources. Little uncle, Ling Xuan patted his shoulder again, reassuringly saying, Nanxing, do not fear, uncle will provide this time. Nanxing, however, remained unconsoled, his expression somewhat numb as he reminded, little uncle, you owe master a considerable amount of spiritual essence. At this moment, Ling Xuan displayed an awkward yet polite smile, saying, do not worry, Nanxing. Your master will certainly live until the day I repay my debts. Nanxing was at a loss for words, unable to respond to such a statement. I will definitely live until you repay your debts, a melodious voice echoed from behind, unable to resist delivering a retort, but whether you, little eight, can last until that day remains uncertain. Upon hearing this voice, Nanxing felt as though he had found a savior, while Ling Xuan turned around with a beaming smile. Brother, you are too courteous, Ling Xuan chuckled. Chapter 93. The seventh elder indeed, he possessed a captivating visage, with elongated, crescent-shaped eyes and a prominent nose. His tall figure adorned in a purple robe certainly had the charm to enthrall any maiden. The master of the 9 divisions of the 9 Respect Pavilion, Murong Lin, revealed a smile that was well known to all, casually producing a paper fan from who knows where and fluttering it a couple of times. He continued, Junior brother, I have recently taken on 3 disciples, and the medicinal pills of the 9 Respect Pavilion are somewhat insufficient. Hence, I am here to replenish some supplies. Upon hearing this, Murong Lin struggled to maintain his earlier charming demeanor, nearly losing his composure as irritation seeped through. You little rascal, when have you ever come here merely for a supplement? When will the debt owed to Cha-Ching Pavilion be settled? Ling Xuan, the 9 Pavilion is not lacking in funds, however. This junior brother of mine possesses a rather frugal nature. When Ling Xuan first entered the sect, he was merely a half-grown child, comparable in age to Yu Yuqing now. It remains a mystery what experiences Murong Lin endured in the past, as he had yet to take on disciples at that time and harbored a particular disdain for children. During those years, several senior brothers and sisters took turns mentoring the young Ling Xuan, but Murong Lin was always the one with the foulest demeanor. Naturally, the enmity between them had long been established. Murong Lin amassed his wealth through the art of alchemy, becoming a man of considerable fortune, and his presence contributed to the flourishing prosperity of Shiyao sect. Whenever there were financial difficulties, the sect leader would eagerly pay a visit to Cha-Ching Pavilion, rubbing his hands together with a smile, while departing with a chuckle amidst the frustrated protests of his junior brother, cleverly concealing his intentions of both fame and profit. Ironically, though Murong Lin was wealthy, he was also quite stingy, and coincidentally, Ling Xuan, despite her own riches, shared a similar disposition. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. After years of love and rivalry, an odd equilibrium was reached between Ling Xuan and her junior brother. After all, in terms of sheer strength, Murong Lin could not best Ling Xuan, and in terms of his dependency on medicinal herbs, Ling Xuan could not do without Cha-Ching Pavilion. Thus, throughout the years, the 2 elders engaged in a rather childish contest, one eagerly extending credit, while the other vigorously pursued repayment. It was only nearly 20 years after Ling Xuan's entry into the sect that Murong Lin took on his first direct disciple, Nanxing. Poor Nanxing, though no longer a child, was still quite young and overly sensible, often caught in the crossfire between his master and his junior uncle, suffering collateral damage. Currently, I find myself in a state of hesitation to speak. Junior brother, why do you seem so distant? Ling Xuan once again donned her signature smile. I've always been here. After all, while a monk may run away, the temple remains. When I repay the debt is inconsequential, why the urgency? Murong Lin, disinterested in engaging in her banter, let out a disdainful huff before asking with a rather irritable tone, now, what goods are you here to procure? It was evident that their understanding of one another was profound, as even the term procure goods was casually uttered. Chapter 94. To spend after a while. Only Ling Xuan and Murong Lin remained in the main hall of Chongqing Pavilion, as Nanxing, who had been nearby, had now vanished into some hidden corner. Over the years, although Nanxing retained his youthful visage, his understanding of his master and the various uncles had gradually deepened. Those who appeared dignified and imposing, instilling fear in their disciples, were, in truth, merely children at heart when gathered in pairs. Our elixirs at Chongqing Pavilion incur losses every year when dealing with you, Murong Lin remarked nonchalantly, flicking the sleeves of his purple robe adorned with golden peony embroidery, his tone laced with disdain for the impoverished. Little rascal, if you're short on funds, perhaps you could sweet-talk your senior brother. Who knows, if I'm in a good mood, I might simply gift them to you. Is anything permissible? Ling Xuan instinctively responded. Had the chief disciple of the seventh elder, Nanxing, been present, he would undoubtedly have cautioned his master to beware of the potential traps in his uncle's words. However, he was not there. Murong Lin scoffed dismissively, indeed. My senior brother is not devoid of compassion. After all, it's merely a medicinal herb. Chongqing Pavilion has no shortage of them. Ling Xuan seized the opportunity to press further. What about the herbs you cultivate on the back mountain? The seventh elder of Chongqing Pavilion, still unguarded, replied, certainly. However, just as he was about to nod in agreement, a sudden realization struck him. He turned sharply to Ling Xuan, his charming eyes widening in surprise. What do you need the spirit-refining flower for? Has something gone awry with your spiritual roots? Your heavenly spiritual root is perfectly fine. Murong Lin interjected, clicking his tongue. You've even recently broken through to the virtual refinement realm. What on earth do you need the spirit-refining flower for? Ling Xuan remained speechless. I painstakingly cultivated the spirit-refining flower for 8 years, and I have only managed to harvest a few blossoms. Murong Lin regarded Ling Xuan with a look of reproach. You arrived and immediately took one. How am I supposed to concoct my elixirs this year? The preciousness of the spirit-refining flower cannot be measured merely in spiritual essence. The mere act of planting its seeds presents a daunting uncertainty. Even if they do sprout, the conditions required for their growth are exceedingly stringent. Each year, Chongqing Pavilion sows numerous seeds of the spirit-refining flower, yet only a scant few manage to thrive. Furthermore, each plant blooms only once, producing a single flower. Once it has bloomed and withered, the plant's life cycle comes to an end. A single spirit-refining flower can yield hundreds of exquisite elixirs. Under ordinary circumstances, even a petal would command a fortune, let alone Ling Xuan's request for an entire flower. Could Murong Lin possibly acquiesce? That was unequivocally out of the question. Unless Ling Xuan clearly explained the matter. Chapter 95, Squandering Treasures? Ling Xuan was acutely aware of the immense value of the spirit-quenching flower and the considerable effort her junior brother had expended to nurture these blossoms. Without further ado, Ling Xuan retrieved a dusty gray container from her mustard seed bag. I purchased this at the auction hosted by the Immortal Alliance last time. I propose a trade, this for a spirit-quenching flower. Surely, you won't be at a loss? A pill furnace? Such items are plentiful in my possession. Just as she was about to finish her sentence, her junior brother's gaze abruptly halted and then lit up with excitement. A purple gold furnace? Though he was not currently refining pills, an intoxicating aroma of elixirs wafted through the air, a scent that every alchemist yearns for. A couple of years ago, Ling Xuan remarked, Junior brother, you are aware that you are the sole medical practitioner in our Shio sect. If you have no use for this pill furnace, it would be left to gather dust here, perhaps to be traded with the alchemy sect someday. Murong Lin, do you think your senior brother is dead? I am very much alive. How dare you consider sending such a prized possession to the alchemy sect? Murong Lin nearly erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at his only junior brother. You little rascal, if you dare to send this pill furnace to the alchemy sect, don't ever call me your senior brother again. Ling Xuan, Your reaction is quite intense, which indicates that this pill furnace is indeed a remarkable item. It seems that this matter is almost certainly secured. Speaking of that auction, Ling Xuan serendipitously stumbled upon a treasure. This alchemical furnace, initially unearthed from an unknown source, appeared as if molded from earth, shrouded in a layer of dust. Numerous alchemists and poison cultivators attended that day. However, none possessed the wealth that Ling Xuan did, enabling her to acquire this item. Although the medicine sect had representatives present, they regrettably lacked the discernment to recognize its value, deeming the furnace unworthy, which ultimately benefited Ling Xuan. Now, it was perfectly timed to bribe her junior disciple. Junior brother, a spirit-refining flower in exchange for an alchemical furnace. Does that not seem fair? Though it may seem fair, Murong Lin was evidently tempted. Yet, he remained cautious and scrutinized Ling Xuan from head to toe, inquiring, "Little 8, you must honestly tell me, what do you intend to do with the spirit-refining flower?" "Ling Xuan, must I clarify?" With this, Ling Xuan spoke with a composed demeanor, causing Murong Lin to question his very existence. "You would so squander such a precious resource? Do you have any idea how invaluable a spirit-refining flower is?" It was evident that Murong Lin was quite vexed. In the end, Ling Xuan managed to procure a spirit-refining flower from her junior brother in exchange for a purple gold furnace. Naturally, she also acquired a few other items, infuriating Murong Lin to the point where he nearly swept her away with a broom. It was only through the combined efforts of two disciples pleading with their master that Elder 7 ultimately relented. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xuan transformed from the only elder of Shiyao sect who did not take on disciples to one who is now responsible for 3 children. Her 3 disciples are indeed mere children, still innocent and inexperienced. Murong Lin is quite discerning when it comes to his apprentices. Although the Chaqing Pavilion boasts a large number of individuals, he has only 2 true direct disciples. The remainder consists of several outer disciples who perform menial tasks at the Chaqing Pavilion, along with a few inner disciples who possess some talent but lack the requisite abilities to merit Murong Lin's mentorship. It can be said that, apart from the Jade Ridge Pavilion, which is overseen by the sect leader, the Chaqing Pavilion is the most populated location within the Xiao sect. The herbs and elixirs sold by the Chaqing Pavilion each year are not solely cultivated and crafted by Murong Lin alone. On the following day, early in the morning, 3 slender figures were seen sprinting around the surroundings within the 9 Respect Pavilion. Xiaohei stood by as a supervisor. Yu'er and Sheng'er were also present. However, this pair of sisters not only monitored the 3 children as they ran, but also indulged in snacking on sunflower seeds. The discarded shells scattered on the ground were promptly gathered by their spiritual energy, forming a neat pile. Whenever the 3 children dashed past them, Yu'er and Xing'e would raise their hands to cheer and encourage them. In response to this, Pei Lizzie, Shen Xiao, Yu Qing, Pei Lizzie and Shen Xiao have somewhat adjusted to the routine. Although Shen Xiao is a favored young master, surrounded by adoration, he hails from a family of cultivators and has been exploring his own path of cultivation since childhood. Thus, physical exercise is not his forte. Yet it does not leave him as exhausted as Yu Qing, who falters after just a couple of laps. Yu Qing, indeed, is a delicate young lady raised in the mortal realm, having never endured hardship throughout her upbringing. However, it was during the most harrowing times, on that fateful day of familial ruin, that one truly tasted the myriad flavors of life. Thus, on this morning run, Yu Qing lagged far behind her 2 senior brothers. Initially, she managed to keep pace with them through sheer will, but as her stamina waned, her legs felt as though they were weighted with lead, making even the act of lifting them a challenge. The young girl gasped for breath. Her face flushed a vivid red akin to that of a monkey's rear. Unbeknownst to her, Ling Xuan had emerged from her chambers, standing beside Yu and Sheng. Casually, she requested a handful of sunflower seeds from the sisters and joined them in cracking them open. Yu and Sheng were puppets crafted by the 3rd elder, possessing personalities reminiscent of their creator. For instance, they shared a fondness for beauty. Thus, in their leisure time, they often found themselves observing the young disciples as they practiced. After all, Ling Xuan's 3 apprentices, regardless of their innate talents, were all strikingly attractive, even Pei Lizzie. Although he was still quite young and bore the signs of chronic malnutrition, his features were undeniably exceptional. As Yu Qi was just beginning her cultivation journey, Ling Xuan did not impose excessive expectations upon her, providing her with energy-replenishing pills as she progressed. However, it was Pei Lizzie who caught Ling Xuan's attention post-training. As she called out to him, "Pei Lizzie, come with me." What Ling Xuan did not realize was that upon calling Pei Lizzie's name, the emotions of her other 2 disciples surged once more. Shen Xiao, Why does our master always meet with that pay fellow alone? How infuriating. Yu Qing, what is there that they cannot hear? How vexing. Ling Xuan, being a novice in the art of mentorship, found herself uncertain on how to maintain a balanced relationship with her first disciple. However, Pei Lizzie followed her without any psychological burden. From the moment Ling Xuan took on her second disciple, the trajectory of their lives diverged significantly. Aside from certain events that had already transpired, many aspects seemed to have transformed beyond his previous recollections. Was this change something he desired to witness? As Ling Xuan embraced her role as a mentor for the first time, she was aware that Pei Lizzie, the little ingrate, harbored a dislike for her. Yet, upon reflection, she considered it beneath her dignity to quibble with a mere 9-year-old child. After a moment's contemplation, she dismissed her doubts. After all, he was only a child. And she refused to believe that this little ingrate was beyond redemption. Patience was key. Nurturing would come first. In the hall, it was just the two of them. Ling Xuan's enchanting peach blossom eyes thoroughly appraised Pei Lizzie. Unlike the day when her senior brother had brought him to the Nine Zun Pavilion, Pei Lizzie now donned the disciple's garb of Xiao sect, free from the earlier disarray. Furthermore, the spiritual atmosphere of the Nine Zun Pavilion had rendered him considerably more pleasant to behold. Ling Xuan inquired, "Have you gleaned any insights from attending the lectures of the elders these past few days?" The Xiao sect was not limited to just the 8 elders. During Ling Xuan's master's generation, although few in number and many having perished, those who remained were revered figures of great power. The handful of uncles and aunts still living had long since retreated to their secluded mountains, yet their former disciples continued to thrive within the Xiao sect. Upon encountering them, Ling Xuan felt it appropriate to address them as senior brothers and sisters. The elders, each having taken on their own disciples, often gathered at the Xiao sect to impart knowledge and assist the novice disciples in their cultivation. While these elders possessed certain abilities, it was undeniable that Pei Lizzie, having been personally instructed by Ling Xuan for many years, surpassed them all, even if his soul was now confined within the body of a mere 9-year-old. Pei Lizzie found it somewhat ironic. Given Ling Xuan's past actions, why had he treated him with such kindness, nurturing him? Was it not akin to raising a tiger, inviting future peril? As Pei Lizzie gazed at Ling Xuan, who remained oblivious to his true identity, he could not help but ponder what Ling Xuan would do if he were to discover his disciple's true self. Would he feel remorse? Or would he choose to persist in error and eradicate him entirely? Ling Xuan, with a calm demeanor, stated that the essence of cultivation lies in self-discipline and nurturing one's character. When the heart is disturbed, the path becomes obscured, your heart is unsteady, and if this continues, your journey will be fraught with difficulties. Ling Xuan astutely identified his predicament. Pei Lizzie lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Ling Xuan continued, "You may speak to me about any concerns you have. If there are unresolved matters, they should be addressed promptly rather than allowed to become stumbling blocks on your path." Pei Lizzie responded that he harbored no such concerns. Ling Xuan remarked with a hint of amusement, "Ah, the little rascal is rather stubborn." In chapter 98, filled with astonishment, it became evident that Pei Lizzie was unwilling to divulge anything. Naturally, Ling Xuan would not force him to speak. He refrained from further unnecessary conversation. Gently tapping Pei Lizzie's forehead, the warmth of his touch instantly registering on the boy's skin, Pei Lizzie instinctively attempted to retreat. But Ling Xuan would not grant him that opportunity. A luminous object radiating a green glow suddenly struck Pei Lizzie's forehead. In that instant, a sharp pain pierced his brow, and his frail body quivered violently. The diminutive figure could hardly withstand the sudden influx of spiritual energy. Pei Lizzie found himself uncontrollably collapsing to the ground, curling up with closed eyes. However, the intense agony quickly dissipated. When Pei Lizzie opened his eyes, he was met with Ling Xuan's calm, peach blossom-like gaze. Ling Xuan seemed lost in thought, and Pei Lizzie could only hear him murmur something, though he was too stunned to fully comprehend it at that moment. What on earth was Ling Xuan doing? Pei Lizzie was acutely aware of the nature of the substance Ling Xuan had infused into him. It was the spirit refinement stone, specifically one that had been concocted alongside the spirit refinement flower. Before Pei Lizzie could fully process this revelation, Ling Xuan remarked, "Your heart is unsettled. This will help you find peace, and the pain shall not endure for long." Had Pei Lizzie truly been that naive 9-year-old child, he would have undoubtedly believed Ling Xuan's words. Yet the spirit refinement stone was intended for refining spiritual roots. Such a substance was beyond the means of ordinary individuals. It was a rare gem, scarcely found in heaven or earth, and the spirit refinement flower was equally difficult to cultivate. Moreover, The efficacy of the Spirit Refinement Stone could only be maximized when combined with the Spirit Refinement Flower, and the alchemical process required a continuous supply of spiritual energy. Could it be that Ling Xuan had personally crafted this Spirit Refinement Stone? This thought flickered through Pei Lizzie's mind. The Spirit-Quenching Stone may have been obtained from elsewhere, while the Spirit-Quenching Flower undoubtedly originated from the Chaqing Pavilion. Even with Murong Lin present, he would likely hesitate to expend his own spiritual energy to forge such a stone, as the cost is exorbitant. Although Murong Lin is also at the void refinement stage, he has cultivated for several centuries and, being a healer, his spiritual energy pales in comparison to that of the sword cultivator Ling Xuan. Thus, this spiritual energy must emanate from Ling Xuan himself. Furthermore, even if the spirit-quenching stone is successfully forged, not everyone can withstand its effects. Those incapable may risk having their spiritual roots shattered, rendering them forever estranged from the path of immortality. Unless, of course, someone is willing to gamble or possesses sufficient spiritual energy to refine the spirit-quenching stone and flower to a state of purity. Ling Xuan embodies the latter. The spirit-quenching stone, tempered by immense spiritual energy, indeed possesses extraordinary efficacy. In that fleeting moment, Pei Lizzie distinctly sensed that his once suppressed heavenly spiritual root, which he had subdued with secret techniques, was now on the verge of breaking free, even surpassing its previous state. Ling Xuan was not blind to this. He noticed a brief surge in Pei Lizzie's spiritual energy, which quickly subsided, accompanied by a transformation in his spiritual roots. Pei Lizzie was momentarily rendered speechless, unsure whether it was the torment of the spirit-quenching stone entering his body or the shock of Ling Xuan's actions. Mistakenly believing Pei Lizzie was still in pain, Ling Xuan placed his hand upon his head, channeling white spiritual energy into his body. The warm, flowing energy surged, leaving Pei Lizzie no time to react. Chapter 99. Past events. Ling Xuan's innate talent for cultivation has always been beyond doubt. In her youth, she exhibited remarkable diligence, and her current esteemed position is attributable not only to her revered master and senior disciples, but also, predominantly, to her relentless determination. Pei Lizzie has learned much from Ling Xuan, including aspects of her character that mirror his own. However, the lives of nearly 1,000 souls in Pei family village cannot simply be offset by Ling Xuan's goodwill towards him. Pei Lizzie vividly recalls a particular year when, as the sole disciple of the esteemed Lord of the Nine Divisions, he accompanied Ling Xuan into a secret realm in the east. This was the place where Ling Xuan's fateful encounters awaited. To attain such destiny, one must confront the most profound truths of honor, integrity, and fear that one will face in a lifetime. Within this secret realm, Pei Lizzie initially found himself disoriented and separated from Ling Xuan, inadvertently stumbling into one of her illusions. In that illusion, he beheld Ling Xuan wielding the falling river sword, engaged in slaughter. The victims were not the wicked and malevolent, but rather common folk clad in humble linen garments. In the illusion, Ling Xuan, dressed in black, with bloodshot eyes, struck down her foes. The blood and fallen bodies incessantly replaying before Pei Lizzie. The faces of the fallen bore an indescribable terror, while those who remained standing reflected similar expressions of dread. Among the fallen and the untouched were young men, women, and children, as well as the elderly. This was Pei Lizzie's first glimpse into the concealed side of his master. He initially believed it to be a mere illusion in which Ling Xuan had become ensnared, a victim of her own madness. Yet, he soon realized that while it was an illusion, it was also a stark reality, an event that Ling Xuan had once truly endured. She had slaughtered an entire village. However, Pei Lizzie soon discovered that within that enchanting illusion, there was a woman with child, strikingly resembling the figure he had always referred to as his mother. Pei Lizzie could scarcely believe the scene unfolding before him. Yet, the secret realm was fraught with perilous mechanisms, and in his moment of carelessness, he inadvertently triggered another trap, which thrust him out of that layer of illusion in a state of confusion. At that time, Pei Lizzie was not yet the person he had become. Having been nurtured by Ling Xuan, he could not rest easy without clarifying certain matters. He was incredulous, unable to accept that his esteemed mentor, whom he had revered for so many years, could have committed such an atrocity. Ling Xuan never boasted of his own virtue, yet in Pei Lizzie's eyes, he was a man of exceptional character. After emerging from the secret realm, Pei Lizzie bore injuries, while Ling Xuan was gravely wounded. Soon after, when Ling Xuan regained consciousness, Pei Lizzie confronted his mentor directly. Prior to this moment, Pei Lizzie had contemplated numerous possibilities regarding Ling Xuan's past, but he had never anticipated that Ling Xuan would, upon facing the inquiries of his disciple, momentarily falter before candidly admitting the truth. Ling Xuan confessed that he had once slaughtered an entire village of innocent souls. Pei Lizzie vividly recalled his thunderous question, "If that is the case, why did you spare my mother and allow her to bring me into this world?" As for Ling Xuan's expression at that moment, Pei Lizzie could no longer remember. He only recalled his response. "Who can fathom the whims of fate? Had I known your identity on the day you entered the Xiao sect, perhaps you would not have lived to see this day." It seemed that the illustrious reputation Ling Xuan had built throughout his life was irrevocably tarnished by this revelation. Pei Lizzie harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Ling Xuan, loathing him not only for his misdeeds but for the chilling calmness with which he acknowledged his wrongs. Chapter 100. The apprentice surpassing the master. Pei Lizzie vividly recalls the moment when he was consumed by rage, audaciously questioning, "By what right do you presume to ascend?" Ling Xuan replied, "Ascension is not a privilege reserved for the saints." In truth, Pei Lizzie was aware of a notorious figure from the previous ascension, a celestial who, in his youth, had committed patricide and subsequently solidified his path through murder, ultimately becoming a malevolent deity in the upper realm. From that day forth, Pei Lizzie severed ties with Ling Xuan. It appeared that Ling Xuan also recognized that his disciple would become a hindrance on his path to ascension at that time. Not only the Xiao sect, but outsiders as well were aware of the rift between the esteemed Nine Masters and his disciple. Rumors circulated incessantly, escalating to the point where it was said that Ling Xuan intended to expunge Pei Lizzie from the disciple lineage. Some sought to exploit this situation to further instigate discord between the master and disciple, spreading rumors of Ling Xuan's supposed amorous indiscretions leading to their estrangement. However, for a cultivator of the Great Ascension, such slander bore little consequence. Ling Xuan had always been indifferent to gossip. Pei Lizzie indeed harbored resentment, lamenting the cruel twists of fate that positioned him in bitter enmity with his revered master. The kindness Ling Xuan once bestowed upon him now felt deeply ironic. As Pei Lizzie pondered this, his reverie was abruptly interrupted by Ling Xuan's query, "Are you still in pain?" Pei Lizzie lowered his gaze, replying, "No." Ling Xuan then instructed, "Since you are well, go outside and summon your junior brother." Pei Lizzie was perplexed by Ling Xuan's intentions. However, upon realizing that he had just bestowed upon himself the refined spirit stone, followed by his imminent meeting with Xin Xiao, Ling Xuan felt a strong likelihood that the same process was to unfold. Yet, Xin Xiao had no need for the spirit stone. What then was Ling Xuan planning to offer him? Pei Lizzie pressed her lips together and turned to leave. Before long, Xin Xiao entered. Unable to conceal the delight that played upon his features, he greeted Ling Xuan with a polite bow, his face radiating genuine admiration, a stark contrast to Pei Lizzie's earlier demeanor. This child was truly endearing, a bright and resplendent young master. Who could possibly resist such charm? Ling Xuan's expression softened unconsciously as she waved Xin Xiao over. Naturally, he approached without hesitation. He held a sincere affection for his mentor, perhaps influenced by the subtle teachings of his aunt. Yet it was undeniable that such a wonderful person as his mentor was impossible not to adore. Alas, his mentor was indifferent to romantic inclinations. How splendid it would be if she could become his aunt by marriage. Yet, this thought lingered only briefly in Xin Xiao's mind. For a person as remarkable as his mentor was unmatched in the world. "Xin Xiao, how has your cultivation been of late?" Ling Xuan inquired. After listening to his response, she couldn't help but reflect on the proper way for a disciple to engage. How cruelly the heavens seemed to toy with her by sending Pei Lizzie, that troublesome little wide-eyed wolf, her way. Xin Xiao possessed exceptional talent for cultivation. This was one concern Ling Xuan need not fret over. The only issue was his excessive eagerness to advance. One must not rush the path of cultivation, Ling Xuan advised gently. "But, master, I wish to become as formidable as you as soon as possible," Xin Xiao replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Ling Xuan smiled and gently patted her second disciple's head, saying, "Your ambition should not merely be to match your master's prowess, but to surpass it." Chapter 101. A gift. As soon as the phrase "to surpass one's teacher" was uttered, the 9-year-old boy paused in astonishment, furrowing his brows. How could anyone be more formidable than such an extraordinary master? Ling Xuan felt a surge of joy upon hearing his thoughts, though her expression remained composed. Yet, those familiar with her would recognize that this demeanor was a reflection of her delight. Indeed, there are those who possess greater talents in this world. At Ling Xuan's age, many cunning elders still regarded her as inexperienced. Shen Xiao gazed up at his master, his expression a blend of comprehension and confusion. Lin Xuan presented him with a string of prayer beads, a cherished gift from her elder brother when she first embarked on her journey. Her innate talent was remarkable. Her progress and cultivation swift, and most significantly, she possessed an indomitable spirit that set her apart from others. Under normal circumstances, she was destined to become the esteemed elder of her master, Du Ling, who had bestowed upon her this string of prayer beads to help center her mind. Years have passed, and now Lin Xuan no longer requires these beads. Thus, it is more fitting to offer them to someone in need. It is evident that Shen Xiao has earned a special place in Lin Xuan's heart. He recognized that the prayer beads were indeed the ones his master carried with her at all times. Master, this is your personal possession. Bestowing it upon a disciple seems rather extravagant, does it not? Shen Xiao's identity naturally afforded him an abundance of celestial treasures. However, this string of prayer beads, in his eyes, was a cherished possession worn by his esteemed master for many years and bestowed upon him. What an immense honor. Lin Xuan smiled gently and remarked, "As my disciple, it is only fitting that I gift you this." With tender hands, Lin Xuan adorned Shen Xiao's wrist with the beads. The delicate hands of a child could not be compared to Lin Xuan's, yet these beads possessed a certain spirit. They would fit any wrist beautifully. Having once graced Lin Xuan's own from a young age, even among women, it would be rare to find such exquisite hands. Shen Xiao viewed his master through a lens of admiration that was indeed profound. Disciple expresses gratitude for the master's generous gift, Shen Xiao said earnestly, bowing deeply, though his voice was so sweetly innocent that it struck Lin Xuan as endearing. Unable to resist, she playfully pinched the soft flesh of the child's cheek, chuckling. "Remember what I have told you. Now, go and fetch your junior sister." Lin Xuan's demeanor clearly indicated her desire for a private conversation with her disciples. Shen Xiao quickly deduced that not only had his master bestowed gifts upon him, but surely something awaited Pei Lizzie as well, and the next to enter, Yu Qing, would undoubtedly receive her due as well. Shen Xiao pressed his lips together, offered another respectful bow to Lin Xuan, and then stepped outside. Meanwhile, Yu Qing, who entered next, bore an expression tinged with unease. After all, she had not forgotten her previous unfriendly demeanor before ascending the mountain. Moreover, this was her first occasion alone with Lin Xuan after the ascent. While her earlier decision to apprentice under Lin Xuan had been somewhat coerced, now it was clear that Yu Qing genuinely wished to seek Lin Xuan as her mentor. Upon recalling her previous words, Yu Qing could not help but feel a pang of embarrassment. Lin Xuan observed the young girl gazing down at her feet, perplexed. Yu Qing, why do you look so downcast? Am I going to devour you? Chapter 102. Ouch, master. At these words, Yu Qing abruptly lifted her head, her lips moving slightly. Master. Lin Xuan, unaware of the young girl's inner thoughts, continued, starting tomorrow, you will accompany your two senior brothers to attend the lectures of the other elders and take note of the rules of Xiao sect. However, you must also engage in morning runs every day. As Lin Xuan spoke, she subtly expressed her disdain, stating, your physical constitution is rather frail, you must train diligently. Upon hearing this, the young girl pouted slightly, feeling a bit aggrieved, yet acknowledging that her master spoke the truth, leaving her with no grounds for rebuttal. She could only stubbornly utter through clenched teeth, I will definitely grow stronger in the future, at least stronger than Pei Lizzie and Shen Xiao. Having just arrived, Yu Qing had yet to familiarize herself with anyone, with her closest comparisons being her two senior brothers. Thus, Pei Lizzie and Shen Xiao were indeed her only benchmarks. However, just as Yu Qing finished her statement, after several days, Lin Xuan playfully bestowed a flick to her forehead. Those are your senior brother and second senior brother. How can you address them so casually? Lin Xuan remarked lazily. You are being rather impudent. Yu Qing could only respond with a silent expression of disbelief. Lin Xuan continued. Unrelenting, I used to call your master by name too. You ought to reflect upon this. Yu Qing, slightly indignant, murmured softly, back then, you were not yet my master. What did you say? Lin Xuan seemed to have not heard clearly. Yu Qing replied, I did not say anything. As long as you haven't said anything, that's good. I was beginning to think there was something wrong with my hearing, Lin Xuan jested. It would indeed be strange if Yu Qing couldn't discern his teasing. However, thanks to Lin Xian's initial mockery, the young girl no longer felt so disoriented. Master, do you have anything else to attend to? Yu Qing inquired once more. Lin Xuan beckoned her closer, prompting her to take a couple of small, tentative steps forward. In the next moment, something unknown in Lin Xian's hand swiftly penetrated the space between the girl's brows and entered her body. Unable to suppress a cry of pain, Yu Yuqing curled up on the ground, her reaction exceedingly intense. Ling Xuan, compelled to rise from her seat, crouched down to alleviate the sharp agony experienced by her little disciple with her spiritual energy. Earlier, when observing Pei Lizzie's response, it had not been so vehement. It was uncertain whether that little white-eyed wolf possessed a natural endurance or simply felt less pain. The infusion of the refining spirit stone, even one meticulously crafted by her, should have elicited considerable discomfort. Observing Yu Yuqing now, her reaction was anticipated. What Ling Xuan had used on her was not a refining spirit stone processed from the refining spirit flower, but rather a single petal from the flower itself. The refining spirit flower is a treasure in its entirety. Not only its petals, but even its stems and leaves are esteemed medicinal materials. Although Ling Xuan originally sought the flower for her eldest disciple's spiritual roots, it did not mean that she would exhaust the entirety of the bloom on her. The young girl, now curled on the ground, felt as if her meridians were ablaze. This was a perfectly normal response. Yu Yuqing, possessing a dual spiritual root, has scarcely begun her cultivation and now presents the most opportune moment to enhance her spiritual foundation. Transforming a dual root into a heavenly root is no trivial feat. Even the storytellers would not dare to fabricate such claims. Nevertheless, dual roots do possess their own merits and shortcomings. As Ling Xuan's disciple, the resources available from the Nine Respect Pavilion will undoubtedly be concentrated on these three individuals. Ouch, Master. The young girl winced in pain, her voice trembling as she clung to Ling Xuan's arm in a display of affection. Chapter 103. Apology. Ling Xuan gently patted the girl's head, offering solace. It will soon be over. Yu Yuqing, unaware of the implications of the changes within her body, nevertheless recognized that this pain signified her entry into the realm of immortality, albeit as a mere grain of sand in the vast expanse of the immortal path. In a daze, she envisioned her future self, straining to gaze upon her master, the man who saved her and guided her onto this new trajectory. Her master exuded a profound gentleness. This thought lingered as her sole reflection. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, but eventually, Yu Yuqing felt a surge of abundant spiritual energy coursing through her, albeit fleetingly. This marked her first genuine experience of the sensation of spiritual energy circulating within her body, a stirring that ignited a yearning within her. Is it still painful? Ling Xuan's voice resonated from above. He understood well that her discomfort was unintentional. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yu Yuqing raised her hand to touch her forehead and inquired, Master, what was that just now? Ling Xuan stood up, her tone gentle, not concealing the truth from her. The spirit refining flower obtained from your seventh master has proven effective in refining spiritual roots, so I thought to let you try it. The petals designated for Yu Yuqing have also been infused with spiritual energy by Ling Xuan, ensuring they are not overly potent and remain within the young girl's capacity to endure. In other words, Ling Xuan has minimized the risks involved. Yu Yuqing was unaware of the true significance of the spirit refining flower mentioned by Ling Xuan, but understanding it was related to refining spiritual roots, she grasped the essence of it. Disciple expresses gratitude to Master, Yu Yuqing said, her head bowed. Ling Xuan waved her hand. If there is nothing else, you may leave. However, after uttering these words, she noticed that Yu Yuqing did not move from her spot. Ling Xuan patiently inquired, Is there anything else? The young girl hesitated before speaking. Ling Xuan lifted her eyelids to meet the gaze of her third disciple, observing that the girl's eyes were slightly reddened. Disciple wishes to apologize to Master. The young lady, who had grown up in luxury, closed her eyes and spoke rapidly. On that day in Gue City, it was I who spoke without restraint, causing a ruckus, and I should not have been disrespectful to you, nor should I have accused you of hypocrisy and pretense. I was in the wrong. Please, Master, impose your punishment. As she spoke, the young girl knelt down. This had been the custom in the city lord's residence, where rewards and punishments were clearly defined. Ling Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Naturally, she did not intend to hold a petty verbal dispute against a naive young girl. Moreover, on that day, the young girl rambled on for quite some time in the back mountains, and she actually absorbed most of it. This matter had faded in Ling Xuan's heart. Ultimately, on that day in Gue City, even if Ling Xuan held grudges, what could she possibly blame a young girl for, who merely watched her family fall apart? Ling Xuan was indifferent to how others perceived her. She did not live for the opinions of others. All right. Ling Xuan reached up to press her temple, recalling that at the time, you were not yet my disciple, and thus, as your master. It was impossible for me to punish you for matters prior to your apprenticeship. Rise now. Hearing this, Yu Yuqing felt an inexplicable bitterness swell within her. Chapter 104. It's quite amusing to tease a child, master. Do you truly not care about how others speak of you? Yu Yuqing could not help but inquire, even in the face of misunderstanding, slander, or envy. Ever since she realized her misconceptions about Ling Xuan, she had been longing to pose this question. How could someone be so unaffected, from beginning to end, by the distortions of their character? It was merely a matter of offering an explanation. Why remain silent? The young girl could envision that in the years before she had encountered Ling Xuan, he must have endured similar misunderstandings. Yet, Ling Xuan was undeniably a remarkable person. Does it matter? What if it does not matter? Ling Xuan retorted, then could not help but let out a sigh. For caring too much could lead to anxiety and regret. But, master, if you are indifferent to the opinions of strangers, what of those close to you? Yu Yuqing pressed on, asking whether it would not concern you if someone dear to you misunderstood you as well. Ling Xuan let out a silent sigh as she gazed at the little girl, who seemed determined to pry into every detail. At a loss for words, she softly remarked, "Asking too many questions may hinder your growth." Yu Yuqing responded with a silent look that conveyed her disbelief. "Master, I ceased to believe such nonsense when I was 4. Stung by the irony of her own childishness, Ling Xuan chose not to retort. Instead, she said, in a moment, "I will have Xiaohei deliver a few books to your dormitory. First, immerse yourself in reading and experience what it means to draw in energy." When the topic of the dormitory arose, Yu Yuqing's demeanor shifted again. "Master, may I request a change of residence?" Her voice lowered, soft and almost coaxing. "Oh, what troubles you about the West Pavilion?" Ling Xuan feigned ignorance, raising her gaze to Yu Yuqing. "Is it not to your liking?" Caught off guard, Yu Yuqing recalled her arrival at the Nine Sovereigns Pavilion. Ling Xuan had entrusted her to Xiaohei, who inquired about her preferred lodging. Yet, in her grief over her lost family and her inexplicable resentment towards Ling Xuan, she had hastily chosen the West Pavilion, the farthest from Ling Xuan's quarters. This was her first experience residing in such an empty dormitory. The vastness felt daunting, especially as she possessed little to fill the space. Nighttime inevitably brought forth a sense of fear, and it was clear that regret now lingered in her heart. With earnest eyes fixed on Ling Xuan, Yu Yuqing implored, "I wish to reside closer to you." Being nearer to Ling Xuan would mean being adjacent to Xinshao. While the Nine Sovereigns Pavilion appeared imposing to outsiders, its rules were rather lenient. "You may consider asking your second senior brother to accompany you. He resides nearby," Ling Xuan remarked lightly. Clearly, the young girl was not particularly keen on seeking out her second senior brother. "Master, may I not look for Xiaohei? He is far more acquainted with the Jizuan Pavilion." Ling Xuan did not outright forbid it. Rather, she replied, "What is your intention? Do you plan to sever ties with your two senior brothers?" Yu Yuqing remained silent, visibly perturbed by the fact that her two senior brothers were younger than her, resembling nothing more than bothersome younger siblings, despite their titles. "If you wish to reside closer to me," Ling Xuan's tone took on an elusive quality, almost teasing, "you may very well end up seeing your second senior brother the most." "What, are you afraid?" Yu Yuqing, caught off guard by Ling Xuan's provocation, immediately bristled with indignation. "Who says I am afraid? I shall go find him right away." This left Ling Xuan alone in the hall, sighing softly. It is quite amusing to tease children. Chapter 105. Market day the following day, it remained unclear how Yu Yuqing approached her second senior brother, but she moved into a chamber adjacent to Ling Xuan's quarters, almost directly across from Shun Zhao's room. Indeed, it was the closest option to Ling Xuan's chamber aside from Shun Zhao's. With some leisure time on her hands, Ling Xuan summoned Yu Er and Sheng Er, instructing the sisters to take Yu Yuqing out for a stroll to procure some daily necessities. Raising a boy is indeed distinct from raising a girl, especially since there was no one else available to assist Yu Yuqing in acquiring the items she required. On the very day that Xinshao entered the Shiyu sect, an array of belongings was brought over from the Beastmaster sect, including some of Shun Zhao's personal collections from home. Thus, her chamber was far from empty. In contrast, Yu Yuqing and Pei Lizzie were rather devoid of worldly possessions. Ling Xuan, taking a straightforward approach, instructed Xiaohei and Yu Er to take the three of them out for a stroll to procure some items. However, Pei Lizzie openly expressed his reluctance to venture outside. Given his firm stance, Ling Xuan did not press the matter, merely instructing Xiaohei to remember to pick up a few useful items for Pei Lizzie. As for the little white-eyed wolf, would she indulge his temperament? As the master, Ling Xuan naturally bore the financial responsibility. Unfortunately, Just as she was handing over the spirit essence to Xiaohei, Murong Lin appeared, seemingly with matters to discuss. The undeniable fact of Lin Xian's financial impropriety infuriated him, as he pointed an accusatory finger at her, exclaiming how she, as a mentor, could stoop to coveting even such a trifling sum from her senior brother. Perhaps the seventh elder's performance was excessively theatrical, as his chief disciple, Nanxing, awkwardly touched his nose and took a step back, wishing to feign ignorance of his master. After a moment of speechlessness, Lin Xian shamelessly greeted, "Greetings, junior brother." She then turned to her three disciples, urging, "Why aren't you hurrying to pay your respects to your seventh master uncle?" Consequently, the trio of children, varying in height, comically bowed to Murong Lin, saying, "Disciple has met seventh master uncle." Murong Lin, taken aback, thought to himself that this was indeed the first time he had encountered his three little disciples. With the discerning gaze of the seventh elder, he scrutinized each of the three children from left to right before stating, "There is no need for formalities." Lin Xian promptly dispatched a few individuals to procure supplies. The Xiao sect was expansive, and one could easily find a market without descending the mountain. This market had not existed previously. It was only later that a disciple discovered the curiosity and nostalgia for mundane items among the fellow cultivators. This particular disciple happened to be one of the inner disciples of Yuling Pavilion, possessing commendable, albeit not exceptional, talent in cultivation, along with a sufficiently agile mind. Notably, the most sought-after items were the storybooks obtained through clandestine channels. The storytellers of the mortal realm, being imaginative, boldly penned tales, knowing they would likely never encounter the prominent figures they wrote about. Aside from the occasional anecdotes of the third elder of Xiao sect and his disciples, Lin Xian and her senior brothers enjoyed considerable popularity, often featured as recurring characters in these tales. Most absurdly, Lin Xian even discovered a fabricated account of her junior brother's rumored romantic entanglement with the leader of the medicine sect. Chapter 106. Who exactly is being scolded? Not only did her junior brother come today, but what business does he have? Lin Xian inquired. "You still do not know why I am here." To her surprise, Murong Lin lifted his chin and regarded her with an air of aloofness. Lin Xian smiled, genuinely perplexed. After Murong Lin had gifted her the spirit-refining flower, he found himself increasingly troubled by the implications of his actions. Finally, today, he decided to come and see for himself. Upon his arrival, the answers awaited him. Murong Lin fixed his gaze on his seemingly expressionless junior disciple, Lin Xian, for a considerable time, as if he were confirming something. He then took it upon himself to grasp Lin Xian's ear and led her away. Lin Xian exclaimed, "Elder brother, how old am I now? Surely you could spare me some dignity." She struggled in vain. Of course, she was not truly unable to escape. Rather, she was taken aback that despite her age, her younger brother still dared to tug at her ear. "Do you still remember the concept of dignity?" Murong Lin chided as he pulled her along. "Let us see how long you will cling to your life." Grumbling, Lin Xian trailed behind Murong Lin, while only Pei Lizzie and the chief disciple brought by Elder Qi remained at the original spot. Nanxing, feeling it was his duty as an elder brother to initiate a conversation with the newly inducted junior, turned to Pei Lizzie. "Junior brother Pei," Nanxing began. "I am the chief disciple of Elder Qi, named Nanxing, Nan from the south, and Xing from the stars." However, no matter how favorable the first impression, the two were not fated to connect. One was a taciturn individual, while the other was a quintessentially shy person prone to awkwardness in the presence of strangers. In essence, both were rather reserved. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Nanxing mustered the courage to ask Pei Lizzie a few trivial questions, but was met with Pei Lizzie's straightforwardness, as he answered only what was asked. Eventually, they reached a point of mutual silence. Noticing that Nanxing appeared to be racking his brain for topics, Pei Lizzie, with his youthful visage and an impassive expression, addressed his elder brother, Nanxing. "If you prefer not to speak, feel free to refrain from doing so." Nanxing. Very well. He once again succeeded in maintaining silence amidst the awkwardness. This silence, however, did not endure for long, as Pei Lizzie abruptly broke it by inquiring, "Senior brother Nanxing, do you know why the seventh master came to seek master?" It was the first time the junior had a question for him, and after pondering for a moment, Nanxing deemed it permissible to respond. A few days prior, the young master uncle had come to the Cha-Ching pavilion to request a spirit-quenching flower, and master suspected he was up to no good, hence his visit to investigate. Pei Lizzie stared intently in the direction where Lin Xian and Murong Lin had just departed, remaining silent for quite a while. Soon after, the seventh elder, with a darkened expression, arrived to escort his senior disciple away, casting a displeased glance at Pei Lizzie, who remained unfazed. He had spent many years here, and while he could not claim to know the temperament of those masters thoroughly, he certainly possessed a degree of understanding. "Master, have you quarreled with the young master, uncle?" Nanqing inquired. "Bah, who would argue with someone lacking common sense? Am I foolish?" Nanqing. Whom exactly was this remark intended to insult? Chapter 107. Lin Xuan knows once Murong Lin and his disciple departed, the vast Jiuzuan pavilion was left with only Lin Xuan and Pei Lizzie. The two of them ensconced in silence, rendering the pavilion as quiet as a grave. Pei Lizzie recalled the glance Murong Lin had cast before leaving and unconsciously pressed his lips together. Lin Xuan was nowhere to be found. Pei Lizzie, in contrast, found solace in feeding the fish alone. The small, shadowy mist that had been secretly concealed within his collar emerged at that moment, coalescing into the shape of a rabbit, playfully hopping before Pei Lizzie. This was undeniably an entity imbued with a certain magical essence, dark and enigmatic. Yet, to Pei Lizzie, it resembled a blank canvas, seemingly devoid of understanding. Its rabbit-like demeanor was a mimicry inspired by a wild hare he had encountered on the previous day in the back mountains. Like an untainted sheet of paper, this seemingly obsidian fog revealed an exceptionally innocent side in Pei Lizzie's presence. The little black mist leaped onto Pei Lizzie, who regarded it with a stoic expression. He truly had no comprehension of the nature of this entity, despite his extensive experiences over the years. He was unable to discern the identity of this dark mist. Lin Xuan might possess that knowledge, but Pei Lizzie would refrain from inquiring. Moreover, he was perplexed as to why Lin Xuan had not pursued the matter of the broken spring water barrier. Did Lin Xuan genuinely remain unaware that this entity had been unleashed? No, Lin Xuan was aware. Pei Lizzie recognized that his master possessed a remarkable talent for feigning ignorance. Perhaps this small black mist was merely a whimsical trinket conjured by Lin Xuan for amusement? Such a conjecture felt too frivolous, and even Pei Lizzie found it hard to believe after pondering it. The little black mist exhibited a hint of mischief as it bounced around Pei Lizzie, soon realizing that his attention was elsewhere. With a sudden, swift motion, it landed lightly upon Pei Lizzie's eyes, obscuring his vision entirely. Pei Lizzie coldly removed the object from his eyes, casting all the remaining feed into the spring water. After casting a final glance at the happily feeding fish, he turned and left. As the young master of the Beast Master sect, Xin Xiao had been accustomed to a life of luxury since childhood, having encountered numerous rare treasures within the realm of cultivation. However, he found amusement in watching Yu Yuqing's naive demeanor, which prompted him to patiently linger outside with her a little longer. After all, he was her senior brother. Before departing, Lin Xuan provided Yu Yuqing with a mustard seed bag to carry her purchases. The young girl returned with a bounty. Once she arranged her quarters in the 9, she considered herself settled. Although she retained memories of past lives, she understood that the dead cannot be resurrected. Thus, Yu Yuqing urged herself to cultivate sufficient strength to resolve her earthly matters and descend the mountain. After Xiao He assisted in completing the arrangement of Yu Yuqing's quarters, he proceeded to Lin Xuan's chamber. "Master," Lin Xuan called, "come in." Upon entering, Xiao He reported, "Master, everything you asked to be purchased has been acquired. Then send it all to Pei Lizzie," Lin Xuan instructed. Chapter 108. Does he truly know the implications of overstepping? Why not simply express the desire to procure items for his disciple? Xiao He innocently inquired. Lin Xuan replied, "Just do as I said and stop with the unnecessary chatter." Xiao He responded, "Why must everyone be so difficult?" At this moment, above the 9, a crescent moon hung gracefully, its silvery light cascading down upon the hall, only to be partially obscured by a grand phoenix tree, casting a hazy and fragmented glow upon the ground. Within the hall, a beauty, resembling a peach blossom adorned in white, reclined languidly on a long couch. After the departure of the little black figure, the door was quietly closed. Lin Xuan, with closed eyes, sighed softly into the air for reasons unknown. Despite the presence of 3 additional children, the 9 remained tranquil at night. In her chamber, Lin Xuan could perceive the 3 new energies surrounding her. With nothing pressing upon her, she began to ponder the days ahead of nurturing these children. As her thoughts meandered, the beauty inadvertently furrowed her brow, memories from her scarce time in the mortal realm resurfacing. At the tender age of her 3 disciples, they were under the care and guidance of their parents and mentors. However, upon entering the Xiao sect, it was solely the master and peers who remained. Contemplating the adage, "Once a teacher, Always a father, the illustrious master of the Nine finally felt the fervor of being a role model diminish. After a moment, Ling Xuan descended from the couch with an impassive expression, approaching the desk. She picked up a gilded brush, intricately carved with the character for Xian, and began to inscribe upon the coarse, pristine rice paper with deliberate grace. Recalling the phrase teaching according to the student's aptitude, she couldn't help but sigh as the lamp in her chamber flickered into the depths of the night. On the 10th day after Pyre's entrance, he successfully established his foundation. After Ling Xuan exerted considerable effort to procure the spirit-refining stone and spirit-refining flour, he should have realized that his spirit root could no longer suffer any detriment. Moreover, Ling Xuan swiftly imparted the art of channeling vital energy into the body, teaching them to perceive the ethereal essence of the world. Even Yu Qing quickly grasped these teachings, and despite Pei Lizzie's apparent reluctance in cultivation, it was indeed time for him to establish his foundation. On the day of Pei Lizzie's foundation establishment, his second disciple meandered over, circling around him like an arrogant celestial crane, tilting his chin upward. It was evident that he longed to look down upon his senior brother, yet his stature fell short, diminishing his imposing presence significantly. Humph, establishing a foundation only now? How pathetic. Young Master Shun remained fixated on securing his position as the eldest disciple, thinking that with such abilities, Pei Lizzie would only bring disgrace to the title of senior brother. It would be better to relinquish it to him sooner rather than later. Pei Lizzie chose to disregard him. Xin Xiao, observing Pei Lizzie's haughty demeanor, grew even more irate. What are you so proud of? Were it not for our master's regard, I would have dealt with you already. The mention of their master caused Pei Lizzie to pause momentarily, finally granting Xin Xiao a glance filled with disdain. What do you wish to do without Ling Xuan's backing? Pei Lizzie, you dare to address our master by name? Xin Xiao glared at him with his round, glistening eyes, questioning whether Pei Lizzie understood the concept of respecting one's teacher and upholding the Tao. Clearly, Pei Lizzie did not comprehend this notion. At that moment, Ling Xuan, who was leisurely sipping tea within the hall, nearly choked on her drink at the audacity of her ungrateful disciple. The sovereign of the 9 courts had been quietly eavesdropping on the quarrel between her disciples, but Pei Lizzie's remark abruptly disrupted her composure. After a brief pause, Ling Xuan could not help but chuckle. Even he understands the concept of overstepping authority? Chapter 109. A crisis at Muyu Peak. Shun Zhao's temper flared suddenly. Humph, who do you think you are? Claiming to be the senior brother just because you entered the sect a day before me? Pei Lizzie remained unfazed by Xin Zhao's words. If you possess the ability, then persuade Ling Xuan to acknowledge you as his senior disciple. With a light remark, Pei Lizzie effectively silenced Xin Zhao, rendering him speechless. Indeed, as long as this individual remained, the master would never allow him to assume the title of senior brother. Just wait, Xin Zhao retorted with a dismissive threat. One day, the master will recognize your true nature, and I wonder if you will still be able to remain in the Josuan pavilion then. Such a person who dared to call the master by name should be expelled from the disciples' roster immediately, Xin Zhao thought bitterly. Yet, he understood that even if he sought the master's intervention, it would be futile. Accepting disciples was no trivial matter. Unless Pei Lizzie committed a grave error, the master would undoubtedly not expel him. The two brothers were utterly incompatible, their words clashing like oil and water. Xin Zhao had initially mocked Pei Lizzie for his slow progress in cultivation, but after being provoked by just 2 sentences, he recalled that Pei Lizzie had already established his foundation. Although he had started later, they now stood on equal footing. He was determined not to be surpassed by that Pei fellow. Clenching his chubby fist, Xin Zhao resolved to prove himself. Meanwhile, Pei Lizzie, having just established his foundation and driven Xin Zhao away, soon encountered Yu Qing, who was still in the qi refining stage. Yu Qing had originally lost her position as the senior disciple, and her impression of Pei Lizzie was rather mediocre. Now that Pei Lizzie had successfully established her foundation while Yu remained stuck in the qi refining stage, their interactions over the past few days had been relatively harmonious under Ling Xuan's watchful eye. However, once they were out of their master's sight, they showed no inclination to maintain any pretense. With a disdainful snort, Miss Yu raised her chin and departed. Pei Lizzie observed this familiar gesture and sighed inwardly, finding children to be quite troublesome. Suddenly, she was reminded of her own childhood, when she had looked up to Ling Xuan with admiration. Reflecting on it now felt rather foolish. Pei Lizzie held no particular opinion on the matter of foundation establishment. The entire 9 Sovereigns Pavilion was enveloped in Ling Xuan's consciousness, making her the first to know of Pei Lizzie's success apart from Pei herself. Since taking on disciples, Ling Xuan's life had undergone a transformation, previously consumed by relentless cultivation. She now had to oversee the training of her 3 disciples in addition to her own practice. Initially, this new routine seemed peaceful. However, such tranquility was short-lived. Master, the sect sent word that something has breached the barrier at the back of Suiju Peak, where the old patriarch once resided. Xiaohe rushed in, disrupting Lin Xian's afternoon repose. Lin Xian did not catch the beginning of the message, but upon hearing Suiju Peak, her eyes widened, and with a swift motion, the Luochuan sword materialized in her hand. In the next instant, she soared into the azure sky on her sword, heading straight for Suiju Peak. On the surface, Suiju Peak serves as the former residence of the late Grandmaster, yet within its depths lie not only the final resting places of the Grandmaster and his esteemed wife, but also the sealed remnants of malevolent spirits and demons captured during the Grandmaster's lifetime. In ordinary circumstances, no one dares to approach Suiju Peak. Should anything intrude upon this sacred ground and unleash those sealed entities, it would spell disaster. Chapter 110. The manifestation of the fiends. Lin Xian hurriedly made his way to Suiju Peak, where the sect leader and several elders stood outside the protective barrier. This barrier was not only designed to keep outsiders at bay, even disciples of Xiao sect would face dire consequences if they trespassed within. Although the disturbances emanating from Suiju Peak were subtle, nearly all the elders had been alerted, along with several capable disciples who stood ready nearby. Upon seeing Lin Xian approach, and Xingzhou remarked, "That entity has breached the barrier for over a stick of incense's worth of time. Had I not felt an inexplicable urge to come and investigate today, we might not have discovered this intrusion at all." The term entity he used was telling, implying something far from human. While it was true that this barrier had been established by Lin Xian's father within the confines of Xiao sect, it was inconceivable that they would remain oblivious to an incursion within Suiju Peak. Yet, this entity had managed to infiltrate without their knowledge. Furrowing his brow, and Xingzhou expressed his concern, "At present, we are unaware of what this entity is. If we recklessly enter and inadvertently disturb the barrier, it could spell trouble for any of us." Elder Bai Wan, upon hearing this, also frowned. "Brother, within lies the tomb of our master and mistress. If it is disrespected, it would not bode well for Xiao sect, would it? Not to mention the sealed phantoms and specters. If you are concerned, allow me to accompany Xiao Ba inside for a moment," Lin Xian suggested. She remained silent as she approached the barrier of Suiju Peak, extending her hand to explore its surface. After a brief moment of meditation, she opened her eyes, revealing a profound seriousness within her peach blossom gaze. Yin Jingchuan inquired, "Xiao Ba, what is it?" Lin Xian slowly turned to address her fellow disciples, stating, "It is a demon." The term demon had not graced the eyes of the people for quite some time. "What did you say, Xiao Ba?" And Xingzhou appeared momentarily taken aback. Lin Xian reiterated, "The entity that intruded is a demon." Many years prior, following the chaotic battle with the demon clan, despite the prevalent belief that the 3 realms were devoid of demons, the enlightened ones understood the truth. The notion of a world free of demons was merely a fade. Demons still lingered amidst the cosmos, perhaps concealed among them, unnoticed. Nevertheless, after the passage of years, the mere mention of the demon clan's resurgence left everyone momentarily stunned. "Xiao Ba, are you certain?" And Xingzhou asked with evident concern. "I am certain," Lin Xian replied, glancing at the Luochuan sword in her hand. "Senior brother, I can enter alone. You all should remain outside as a precaution." "That is out of the question." And Xingzhou was the first to object. "Have you forgotten that you were injured not long ago? Are you already disregarding the pain now that the wound has healed?" The 7th elder suddenly scoffed, remarking, "Indeed, some lament their surplus of spiritual power," questioning the purpose of hindering him from seeking his demise. Lin Xian replied, "Senior brother, I can handle this. Please allow me to proceed. Prolonging the discussion will only lead to chaos within." And Xingzhou, well aware of this truth, understood the extent of Xiaoba's abilities, yet this child never instilled confidence. Since childhood, he had exhibited a fierce spirit, reveling in defiance. Though now somewhat lethargic, he still displayed bravado when it was unwarranted. "How about this? Let senior sister accompany me." "That should suffice," Lin Xian made his final concession. Chapter 111. The Fog. Although Bai Wan ranked 3rd at Xiyu sect, she was actually the 2nd disciple taken in by the former sect master, and Xingzhou, being the son of the former sect master, was already under the tutelage of his eldest senior brother by the time he was born. While Xingzhou often jested to his junior brothers about raising them from infancy, The truth was that he had been nurtured by his eldest brother. Baiwan, the daughter of a puppet family, chose to join Shiyu sect and was accepted as a disciple by the former sect master, revealing her exceptional talents. Most notably, the third elder possessed formidable strength. 2 decades ago, she had already reached the pinnacle of the refining void realm. Currently, she found herself at a bottleneck, but should she break through, she would join the ranks of the few transcendent beings in this realm. Throughout the entire Immortal Alliance, those at the Great Ascension level could be counted on one's fingers. Shiyu sect had only one elder, Du Ling, who had been in seclusion for decades, yet even so, no one dared to offend Shiyu sect. Not to mention, there is Ling Xuan, who has already reached the void refinement stage after several decades, while the cultivation progress of others has slowed considerably. Ling Xuan's journey has been remarkably different. She spent a significant amount of time ascending from the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage to the Spirit Transformation realm, yet transitioned from the Spirit Transformation stage to the Void Refinement stage in a mere few years. Such an extraordinary pace of cultivation could only be described as prodigious. With Ling Xuan entering alongside Baiwan, it indeed brings a sense of reassurance. And Xingzhou finally relented, instructing them to enter together, adapt to the circumstances, and strive to remain united. Ling Xuan nodded in agreement and promptly stepped into the barrier with Baiwan. This barrier had been marked by their master during his lifetime, allowing them the freedom to enter and exit at will. Once the two entered the barrier, those outside found it difficult to discern the conditions within. As Ling Xuan wielded the falling river sword, it began to stir with eagerness upon crossing into the barrier. This sword was inherently a fierce weapon, especially in a place imbued with demonic energy and the presence of sealed malevolent spirits. The falling river sword became animated with excitement. For an ordinary individual, possessing this sword could lead to control by it, rather than the other way around, should their cultivation or aptitude prove inadequate. To master a sword, one must first subdue it. No one can maintain equilibrium with a weapon that rivals their own strength over a prolonged period without encountering chaos. Ling Xuan tightened her grip on the falling river sword until it gradually calmed. Xiaoba, do you discern the source of the demonic energy? Ling Xuan's direction had always been clear. Hearing this, she paused. Senior sister, are you not able to sense it? Baiwan replied, no. I can only perceive the ghostly and monstrous energies near our master's tomb. In his lifetime, the old patriarch had already reached the pinnacle of the Mahayana realm. Although he perished during the tribulation, his lingering aura remained potent. His corpse lay interred around the barrier, serving as a formidable deterrent to the malevolent spirits he had once sealed away. After Ling Xuan absorbed Baiwan's words, a sudden silence enveloped her. She found herself at a loss for words. However, within the barrier, a thick fog began to rise, quickly enveloping both Ling Xuan and Baiwan. As the paper talisman ignited, the surrounding mist rapidly dissipated. When clarity returned to her vision, Baiwan discovered that her junior disciple had vanished from where she had stood moments before, leaving only emptiness in her wake. Chapter 112. What is there to worry about? Ling Xuan pursued the trace of demonic energy to the summit of Suyu Peak, a place once frequented by her revered master. While it remained uncertain whether all beings of the Mahayana realm shared this trait, Ling Xuan recalled that her master had a fondness for drinking under the moonlight, often resting atop the pines at the peak. Yet, what purpose did the demon have in drawing her here? Baiwan could not sense the demonic presence, nor could their fellow disciples stationed outside the barrier. Only Ling Xuan was capable of perceiving it. How could such a phenomenon be mere coincidence? The Luochuan sword in Ling Xuan's grasp stirred with renewed vigor, shimmering with a golden radiance. Following her gaze, the sword's tip pointed resolutely to a specific direction. In the next instant, Ling Xuan, wielding the Luochuan sword, leapt forward as the winds surged and clouds roiled. With a single, decisive stroke, she cleaved downwards, sending rocks flying. A substantial portion of the mountain's peak was sheared away, revealing a perfectly smooth cut that attested to the sword's true sharpness. With a thunderous roar, the mountain peak tumbled into the gorge, sending a cascade of hard stones and dust into the air, obscuring the view. This commotion simultaneously drew the attention of Baiwan at the tomb and the group outside the barrier. What could the two of them be doing inside to cause such a stir? And Xingzhou, clearly restless, pondered that if it weren't for the necessity of having someone maintain order outside, he might have rushed in himself. This demonic creature must not create chaos for Shiyu sect. It must be vanquished. Only the fifth elder of the Starry Pavilion remained leisurely fanning himself. And Xingzhou remarked, Old Fifth, how can you still find the time to fan yourself here? To speak frankly, he felt a twinge of regret for having chosen the path of sound cultivation. He wondered if it was too late to learn divination anew. After a moment of silence, he could not help but inquire, "What about your senior sister? Is she all right?" Understanding dawned upon Xingzhou. He assumed the demeanor of the sect leader and began to patiently await the emergence of his two junior disciples from within. The elders had gathered at the Suiyu Peak, and such a commotion could not be overlooked. The disciples, uncertain of the events unfolding, engaged in spirited discussions. Yet few dared to approach Suiyu Peak to witness the spectacle. The Jiuzuan Pavilion had also caught wind of the incident. However, they lacked older seniors. Possessing only a young boy, Xiaohe, and a pair of similarly fresh puppet sisters. Yu Yuqing, following suit, asked, "What on earth happened? Why such a ruckus?" Xiaohe responded, "I do not know." In return, he received the same indifferent gaze shared by the two senior disciples. Xiaohe felt aggrieved. Then Xin Xiao immediately directed his attention towards the taciturn Pei Lizi, inquiring, "Pei Lizi, are you not concerned for our master?" Pei Lizi, with an expressionless demeanor, replied, "Why should he require your concern?" He recalled that someone had intruded upon Suiyu Peak, a detail that mirrored his past life with uncanny precision. Ling Xuan had returned unscathed in his previous existence. What was there to be anxious about? Chapter 113. The Immortal Alliance should investigate according to Xun Zhao's perspective. One day he would ensure that their master discerned the true nature of this impudent young man, expelling him from the 9 respect pavilions and the Xiao sect. However, while the aspiration was noble, reality proved to be harsh. Their master, though demanding in training, was quite affable in everyday interactions. Xin Xiao had recently joined, but had already perceived that his master possessed a temperament akin to that of a creature who, once settled in a place, lacked the desire to move again, reminiscent of the snow mountain white fox his mother had raised, which had grown stout from inactivity. Of course, Xin Xiao had yet to muster the courage to suggest that his master bore a resemblance to a plump fox. The commotion at Suiyu Peak was exceedingly loud, prompting some reckless disciples to sneak over and observe from a distance. The elders outside were uncertain about what transpired within the barrier, but they could at least ascertain that a confrontation was underway. And Xingzhou regarded his 5th junior brother with skepticism, asking, "Is this what you meant by no harm?" Upon hearing this, Ling Xuan felt an unusual sense of guilt, rare for him, as he partially obscured his lips with the fan in his hand and remarked, "Senior brother, I merely stated that Xiao Ba and senior sister are unharmed, not that Sui Yufeng is unscathed." And Xingzhou responded with silence. Within the confines of Sui Yufeng, Ling Xuan swung his sword with precision, leaving the encroaching demonic creature with no avenue of escape, revealing its true form. It bore the likeness of a human, yet was ensnared by a malevolent aura, its eyes glowing a terrifying crimson, hair disheveled, and attire peculiar. Its skin appeared pallid, as if coated with a layer of paint. The creature stared intently at Ling Xuan with its blood-red eyes, slowly unveiling a sinister grin. "Jiosi, Lord," it spoke with evident difficulty. Its neck twisted at an unnatural angle. Despite its halting speech, it persisted, "You, so resplendent now, do you still recall your original visage?" This entity, which could scarcely be referred to as human any longer, seemed to wish to convey something further. However, Ling Xuan did not await its words, as the falling river sword in her grasp was already raised. The sword's tip concentrated a fierce aura, transforming into a terrifying vortex of energy, radiant with golden light, which surged toward the demonic being with a resounding force. This assault left the creature with no means of evasion, even if it sought to withstand such a strike. It would need to possess sufficient cultivation. Yet, this being, which had forcibly sacrificed its autonomy in the pursuit of greater power, ultimately becoming a pawn of malevolence, could not hope to endure Ling Xuan's blow. Her intent was clear. She sought the demise of this creature. And indeed, Ling Xuan succeeded. In this world, not everyone can withstand such a blow from her. As dust and stones danced in the air atop the summit of Suiyu Peak, another thunderous sound echoed. The master of Jusi, clad in white with flowing black hair, stared blankly at the falling river sword in his hand, while at his feet lay the corpse of a recently slain demon. Upon the arrival of Baiwan, this was the scene that greeted her. "Xiaoba." Baiwan's gaze was soon drawn to the lifeless body at Ling Xuan's feet. "What is this?" A sudden silence enveloped her, and after a moment, she fixed her eyes on Ling Xuan and spoke. "Xiaoba, there is no trace of demonic aura on this body." Upon hearing this, Ling Xuan displayed no discernible expression. She merely replied, "Senior sister, Perhaps the Immortal Alliance should investigate. Chapter 114. Filial piety. As in Xingzhou and the other elders entered, they discovered that the peak of Suyu had been sheared away. An eerie chill washed over them, and they genuinely felt the weight of filial piety for their departed master. The expressions of several senior brothers and sisters were markedly complex, and in Xingzhou earnestly inquired of Ling Xuan, "Xiaoba, tell me, did you hesitate even slightly before striking the summit?" Ling Xuan responded candidly, "I experienced a moment of doubt." And Xingzhou nearly clutched his heart as he began to address the aftermath. The first order of business was to deal with the corpse. After Ling Xuan had vanquished it, the demonic aura that had enshrouded the figure dissipated instantaneously, revealing a body that now resembled an ordinary person devoid of cultivation. The implications of this matter could be both significant and trivial. To assert that an unremarkable individual, devoid of any cultivation, could breach the protective barrier established by the late Grandmaster of Xiao sect is utterly implausible. The Grandmaster has long since passed, and even the malevolent entities he once sealed are constrained by his lingering might. How then could an ordinary mortal dare to trespass? Such common folk would not even venture into the territory of the Xiao sect. Yet, herein lies the dilemma. There are no witnesses to the demise. The corpse remains, yet yields no discernible clues. This individual could not have appeared by mere chance within the confines of the Xiao sect. And Xingzhou sighed deeply, addressing Xiaoba. "Did you ever consider leaving a survivor when you encountered him?" Ling Xuan, maintaining her candor, replied, "I did not." And Xingzhou retorted, "You are quite bold to say so." Suddenly, Baiwan crouched to inspect the body, then stood up with a solemn expression, addressing her senior brother. And Xingzhou inquired, "What is it?" Before he could voice his bewilderment, his resolute junior sister ascended swiftly, vanishing from sight in an instant. "What has come over her?" And Xingzhou murmured to himself. Morong Lin also knelt to examine the corpse, promptly reaching a conclusion. "It is a puppet technique, inherited from our senior sister." And Xingzhou realized the gravity of Ling Xuan's silence. It appeared that the Xiao sect had unwittingly become embroiled in a clandestine conspiracy. The intruder displayed remarkable audacity, daring to target the notoriously temperamental third elder of the Xiao sect. Only Ling Xuan remained quiet, her gaze fixed upon the lifeless form for an extended period. The threat was not directed at her sister, but rather pointed squarely at Ling Xuan herself. "Xiaoba." Beside her, Morong Lin nudged her, questioning why she was in a daze at such a moment. Hadn't she had enough excitement? The corpse lay right there, and did she still wish to desecrate it? Ling Xuan was rendered speechless. She turned to Xingzhou and said, "Senior brother, I shall inspect the barriers and seals of the Suyu Peak." Although the earlier battle had been intense, it posed no challenge for Ling Xuan. Yet precisely because it was not taxing, she felt the need for utmost caution. The malevolent creature had entered not long ago, but if it had tampered with anything at Suyu Peak, they could face unforeseen troubles ahead. Thus, a thorough examination of Suyu Peak was imperative, and Xingzhou waved dismissively. "Go ahead. I will handle the remaining matters here with the other senior brothers." Chapter 115. The Foolish Ones. Meanwhile, while Ling Xuan was still inspecting Suyu Peak, a conflict was brewing once again in her 9 deities pavilion. This time, it was 2 against 1, as Shen Xiao and Yu Yuqing took issue with Pei Li's disdainful remarks. It is commonplace for disciples to vie for their master's favor. Yet when a lunatic suddenly emerges to slander their master, the adage that an enemy's enemy is a friend becomes starkly evident. "Hey, do you dare to speak such words in front of our master?" Shen Xiao was on the brink of exasperation. How unfortunate was it for his master to have taken in such a disciple? Not only was he unmotivated in his studies and disobedient, but now, amidst the uncertain circumstances at Suyu Peak, this person still had the audacity to make sarcastic remarks. What sort of upbringing had his parents and elders provided him before he ascended the mountain? It is rare for Yu Yuqing to stand on the same front as Shen Xiao, and her eloquence surpasses that of her second senior brother. If the eldest brother holds such disdain for their master, why did he choose to take him as his mentor in the first place? Yu Yuqing's words struck directly at the heart of the matter. Aside from the master and the head of the sect, there are 6 elders in direct lineage with their master in Xiao sect. Not to mention, the 4th elder is also a sword cultivator. If you harbor discontent towards your master, you may very well seek the 4th elder as your mentor. Their master is not the type to impose himself upon others. To take him as your teacher while displaying such disdain is nothing short of demeaning. Upon hearing this, it is uncertain how Pei Lizzie reacted. But Shen Xiao gazed at his junior sister with a hint of admiration. Her words truly resonated with clarity. Both Shen Xiao and Yu Yuqing were fixated on the position of chief disciple, each contemplating a potential usurpation. After listening to Yu Yuqing's lengthy discourse, Pei Lizzie maintained a stoic expression, but after a moment, he let out a derisive laugh. Perhaps you are right. I am indeed being demeaning. He could not articulate why he remained at Shiyao sect or why he was entangled with Lin Xian under the guise of a mentor-student relationship once more. Yet, why did he join Shiyao sect and enter the 9-respected pavilion? Was it solely to witness Lin Xian's disgrace? He could not quite explain it. After Pei Lizzie openly acknowledged his own shortcomings, Xin Xiao, Yu Yuqing, it is truly difficult to quell the resentment without delivering a sound beating to this individual. Moreover, what irked others the most about Pei Lizzie was his seemingly innate indifference, an aloofness that suggested he was not a mere 9-year-old child, but rather an elder far beyond their years. Upon contemplating this, Xin Xiao and Yu Yuqing could not help but inwardly scoff, lamenting the misfortune of any family burdened with such a relative. However, their master had explicitly forbidden any form of conflict beyond sparring. Besides, they had yet to reach the level of cultivation necessary for such encounters. Pei Lizzie, disinterested in quarreling with children younger than himself, observed their inability to articulate further arguments and chose not to engage. As he turned to leave, he unwittingly selected a path that led past Lin Xian's dormitory. Chapter 116. Slumber within the hall. Someone was present. His current level of cultivation was indeed low, and his spiritual awareness was significantly diminished compared to his ascended self. It was only upon approaching that he realized Lin Xian was inside. Pei Lizzie had assumed that the matter of an intruder at Siyu Peak would require Lin Xian's attention for some time. However, he was not entirely clear on the specifics. As in his previous life at this age, he had been solely focused on his cultivation, recalling that he had only seen Lin Xian again the following day. The official narrative from Siyu Peak was that someone had trespassed, yet the details of how that incident was addressed remained undisclosed. Nevertheless, this body rightfully belonged to him. Yet the soul within was that of his future self, 800 years hence. Thus, his perspective and depth of understanding had transformed entirely. Pei Lizzie was uncertain of his own sentiments as he approached Lin Xian's chamber. At that moment, the small black mist in his arms unexpectedly emerged, revealing a trace of its concealed demonic essence. Outside the door of Lin Xian's quarters, Pei Lizzie swiftly grasped the small black mist that sought to infiltrate within, gently forming a barrier that encapsulated the entity. It was then that he realized his palms were sweating, yet he remained steadfast in his position. After a prolonged silence, he heard not a whisper from within. Lin Xian had not summoned him. The title of Master of 9 Offices was not one that could be casually claimed. Given Lin Xian's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to be unaware of Pei Lizzie's presence at his threshold. Nor could he overlook the entity in Pei Lizzie's grasp that had betrayed its malefic nature. Was he merely feigning ignorance? Pei Lizzie stood at the entrance, the black mist within his barrier still yearning to enter. An instinctive feeling stirred within him, as if certain secrets lay before him, enticing him to delve deeper. In a moment of carelessness, the black mist within his barrier abruptly breached it, slipping through the crevice of Lin Xian's door. Pei Lizzie found himself compelled to enter, whether he wished to or not. Their bond as master and disciple spanned many years. Although he had once faced Lin Xian's reprimands for his transgressions, now, after years of ascension, returning as Lin Xian's disciple once more stirred within him not only the remnants of unyielding resentment, but also a complex array of emotions that were difficult to articulate. Once, the people and events from the past resurfaced before him. Pei Lizzie was uncertain whether Lin Xian within was awake. He gently rapped on the door, tentatively calling out, "Master?" After 2 more attempts with no response, he pushed the door open. Indeed, he found a figure lying on the bed. It was Lin Xian. It appeared that Lin Xian was asleep. However, this assumption lasted only a moment, as Pei Lizzie quickly sensed something amiss. Lin Xian was not the type to lack vigilance. Even in slumber, he would surely detect someone entering his chamber. Moreover, the dark mist that had just infiltrated was now enveloping Lin Xian's head, gradually expanding as if intending to encase him within. Chapter 117. Signs of obsession. What had happened to Lin Xian? Pei Lizzie approached closer, fixating his gaze upon the figure on the bed. Lin Xian's appearance was naturally exquisite, although he seldom smiled. His enchanting peach blossom eyes seemed capable of ensnaring anyone who gazed at him for too long. Pei Lizzie's eyes drifted downward, taking in Lin Xian's prominent, yet delicate nose. Even his lips bore a refined quality. The smooth contours of his chin connected seamlessly to his pale, tender neck exuding an air of fragility, as if a gentle touch could shatter him. The boyish charm was unsettling to Pei Lizzie, who averted his gaze, instead focusing on the dark mist that loomed over Ling Xuan. He was unaware of the intentions of the dark mass, which had suddenly broken free from its confines. Pei Lizzie could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. Yet upon realizing that this was the entity Ling Xuan had covertly sealed within the Nine Sovereigns Pavilion, he found it rather ordinary. Driven by a curiosity to uncover the truth, Pei Lizzie gazed at the swirling black mist, pondering its purpose. Pei Lizzie wondered, how could it be so timid? Was this entity truly deserving of the elaborate sealing efforts undertaken by Ling Xuan? This perplexity lingered in his mind. The small dark mist burrowed into the folds of Pei Lizzie's clothing and refused to emerge, earning the epithet of cowardice with no exaggeration. However, Ling Xuan's condition piqued Pei Lizzie's concern. As he stepped closer, he became acutely aware of Ling Xuan's shallow and rapid breaths, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, and the slight tremor of his eyelashes. This was indicative of a profoundly restless slumber. Had Ling Xuan fallen into a nightmare? No, it was more than merely a nightmare. At this moment, emboldened for reasons unknown, Pei Lizzie approached and gently placed his seemingly youthful right hand upon Ling Xuan's wrist, which hung limply by his side. In truth, it would have been far simpler to directly probe Ling Xuan's consciousness. Yet, even though Ling Xuan's current state was uncertain, it did not imply that his cultivation in the void refinement realm was illusory. To probe directly was a perilous endeavor. Individuals like Ling Xuan were not easily penetrated by others' consciousness, especially when Pei Lizzie was currently inferior in cultivation. He had no intention of courting disaster. However, as his hand made contact, he couldn't help but muse inwardly about the unusually delicate texture of a man's skin. However, at that moment, Pei Lizzie found himself devoid of the leisure to contemplate Ling Xuan's delicate skin, for within Ling Xuan's meridians, spiritual energy surged chaotically, a harbinger of impending madness. Pei Lizzie suddenly released his grip, fixating upon the man on the couch, whose eyes were tightly shut, rendered momentarily at a loss for thoughts. In Pei Lizzie's memory, Ling Xuan had only exhibited signs of losing control 7 years hence, after the conclusion of the war between humans and demons. At this juncture, Ling Xuan had just resolved matters concerning the Suiyu Peak. It was inconceivable that he should succumb to madness now. This was not the time 7 years later. And should news of Ling Xuan's condition spread, it would undoubtedly incite considerable turmoil. Pei Lizzie's recollection of his early days was faint. He could only recall Ling Xuan emerging unscathed from the events at Suiyu Peak. Yet, time had elapsed, and Ling Xuan was no longer the child of 9. His perspective on matters now transcending mere appearances. Evidently, Ling Xuan had encountered something within Suiyu Peak. Otherwise, how could there be signs of impending madness? Yet, this conundrum now lay before Pei Lizzie, a dilemma he could not evade. Chapter 118. I do not wish to assist you if you were to act. Ling Xuan would not survive the day. If he refrained from action, was he then to assist Ling Xuan? Pei Lizzie gazed at the man ensnared in slumber. And at that moment, he was compelled to confront a pressing question. Did he truly desire Ling Xuan's demise? Should it be now? Later? A swift and decisive end? Or a death marked by disgrace and public scorn? Pei Lizzie had yet to arrive at an answer when, in the throes of his nightmare, Ling Xuan moved first. Pei Lizzie found himself uncomfortably close to Ling Xuan by the bedside, a proximity born from the earlier need to take Ling Xuan's pulse. Lost in thought, he failed to register Ling Xuan's hand reaching out toward him. It was the first time Pei Lizzie realized that Ling Xuan, in slumber, would grasp at anything within reach. The 9-year-old, emaciated from malnutrition, resembled nothing more than an oversized, warm pillow. When Ling Xuan enveloped him in an embrace, Pei Lizzie's mind momentarily blanked, overtaken by the exquisite and subtle fragrance that was uniquely Ling Xuan. His nose collided with Ling Xuan's shoulder, delivering a sharp pang of pain. Yet at that moment, Pei Lizzie's thoughts were far removed from any physical discomfort. He merely yearned to escape the embrace. However, a person ensnared in nightmares remains oblivious to the wishes of a mere pillow. Ling Xuan likely clung to Pei Lizzie as if he were the only tangible anchor in a dreamscape, exerting all his strength to hold on. Pei Lizzie struggled to breathe, nearly suffocated by the intimacy of their skin-to-skin contact, an experience he had never encountered before. Being tightly embraced by someone he despised was far from pleasant for Pei Lizzie. Despite summoning all his strength, he could not break free from Ling Xuan's grasp. At that very moment, as Ling Xuan held on to him, a small black mist emerged from within Pei Lizzie's chest, hovering above their heads. It appeared to harbor a tinge of jealousy toward Pei Lizzie for being so closely held by Ling Xuan. Yet Pei Lizzie harbored no such sentiment. He was so engrossed in his struggle that he paid no heed to the apparent distinction between master and disciple. However, the disparity in cultivation between him and Ling Xuan remained vast. Perhaps it was the intensity of his thrashing that displeased Ling Xuan. For Pei Lizzie noticed his master furrowed his brow and tightened his embrace even further. Pei Lizzie thought to himself, if Ling Xuan continued in this manner, he might truly succumb to madness. At Ling Xuan's current level of cultivation, the notion of losing control was no trivial matter. Although Pei Lizzie had previously felt little affection for the Xiao sect, that did not imply he wished to perish at Ling Xuan's hands. With great effort, Pei Lizzie lifted his head slightly from Ling Xuan's embrace and murmured, I do not wish to assist you. As he spoke, he silently chanted a phrase. And in an instant, the spiritual energy within the 9 respected pavilions surged, coalescing in Ling Xuan's chambers. To others, this manifestation of spiritual energy would naturally be perceived as Ling Xuan engaging in cultivation. This technique of harnessing the power of nature was indeed taught by Ling Xuan himself. Despite Ling Xuan's profound reservoir of spiritual energy, he found himself in a predicament, necessitating external assistance to channel the energy into his body. The flowing spiritual energy gradually and smoothly coursed along its designated path, infusing Ling Xuan's being, and Pei Lizzie observed the creases between his master's brows slowly ease. Chapter 119. Descent from the mountain. Time slipped by unnoticed until Ling Xuan's once vice-like grip on Pei Lizzie finally relaxed, allowing Pei Lizzie to seize the opportunity to rise from the bed. Yet, Pei Lizzie remained perplexed, unable to fathom what had transpired on Suiyu Peak that could have triggered such ominous signs of Ling Xuan's potential descent into madness. This matter cannot be resolved through mere contemplation. He was not particularly concerned either, and Pei Lizzie swiftly turned to leave. Fortunately, the Jozuan Pavilion was not crowded, so even as Pei Lizzie exited Ling Xuan's chambers, no one noticed. This affair was known only to heaven, earth, and himself. Even Ling Xuan remained oblivious. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Ling Xuan opened her eyes once more, her meridians restored to their pristine state, and the chaotic flow of spiritual energy had returned to normal. She sat up groggily from her couch, pressing her fist against her temples a few times, her body feeling achingly weak. Even lifting her hand felt like a laborious task. Ling Xuan's condition resembled that of someone just awakening from a drunken stupor. The madness of an elder was certainly not a favorable occurrence for a grand sect, yet Ling Xuan had her reasons for concealing it. If her senior brothers and sisters were to learn of this, it would only serve to amplify their worries. However, just as Ling Xuan prepared to rise from her couch, her gaze sharpened suddenly as she surveyed her surroundings with keen scrutiny. Finally, her right hand rested on her left wrist, where she meticulously examined it. The air was imbued with subtle remnants of a presence detectable only by her. Someone had entered her chamber. Ling Xuan's expression shifted to one of complexity, and thus, the head of the Jozuan Pavilion found herself seated by the bed for an entire incense stick's duration, lost in thought. Ling Xuan summoned Xiao He, initially intending to inquire about certain matters and assign him tasks, but upon his arrival, she altered her decision. Never mind, I shall see for myself, Ling Xuan remarked, pondering what her 3 disciples were engaged in. And what of Pei Lizzie? Ling Xuan intentionally inquired. Upon mentioning Pei Lizzie, even Xiao He paused for a moment. Pei Lizzie had been somewhat lax in his training. The extent of this laxity was something Ling Xuan would have to discern for himself. Lost in thought, Ling Xuan remained silent for a while, until Xiao He finally asked, Master, do you wish to go see them? No, Ling Xuan promptly declined without further contemplation. Ultimately, cultivation is a journey where the master opens the door, but it is the disciple's own efforts that lead the way. Ling Xuan could not be all-encompassing. Have you provided them with the techniques I mentioned earlier? Ling Xuan inquired again. Yes, I have. Previously, Ling Xuan had selected specific texts based on each of their talents. While it was relatively easy to choose for Shen Xiao and Yu Yuqing, Pei Lizzie presented a challenge. He seemed suitable for any discipline. Yet whatever he pursued required careful consideration. Xiao He, I intend to descend the mountain for a while. Do not mention this to senior brother or the others. Ling Xuan paused before adding, and do not inform the 3 of them either. Chapter 120. The ink-drenched individual. Xiao He responded. What shall I say if your disciples inquire? Tell them I am in seclusion. Ling Xuan appeared to anticipate his thoughts, providing him with an excuse. Xiao He promptly affirmed. Understood. Ling Xuan departed silently and unnoticed, having initially planned to remain at the 9 Respect Pavilion indefinitely. Meanwhile, the 3 eager disciples, having not seen their master for 2 days, could no longer contain their curiosity and finally posed their questions. "Where has master gone?" asked Yu Qing. Upon her inquiry, the gazes of the other 2 practitioners turned towards her. Xiao He replied, "The sect leader is currently in seclusion." Upon hearing this, the young girl's spirits visibly sank. Yet she remained hopeful and raised her eyes to ask Xiao He, "Did master mention when he would emerge?" Xiao He, accustomed to the situation, responded. The sect leader did not specify. It was evident that the 2 younger ones were disheartened, while the elder disciple, Pei Lizzie, maintained a composed demeanor. However, to others, this composure appeared as indifference towards his master. As Xiao He continued to chatter, Pei Lizzie lowered his gaze. It was clear that Xiao He's words were influenced by Ling Xuan, who, however, was not present in the Josuan pavilion. Although Pei Lizzie's spiritual awareness had diminished since his ascension, he could still search for someone within the vast expanse of Josuan pavilion. Ling Xuan's absence was initially merely Pei Lizzie's conjecture, but Xiao He's recent dialogue confirmed this suspicion. Indeed, Ling Xuan had shown signs of going astray in the past few days, but this was now rectified, albeit passively addressed by Pei Lizzie. Recalling that night when Ling Xuan had embraced him so tightly that he could scarcely breathe, Pei Lizzie was engulfed by an indescribable feeling, strangeness. Xiao He had initially thought he only needed to manage these 3 children, but within mere hours, the sect leader and Elder Wu arrived seeking someone. Xiao He reiterated the morning's statement, but both the sect leader and Elder Wu were not easily deceived. Before he could utter a word, they had already discerned the truth. Fortunately, the 3 children were not present. Moreover, Xiao He remains utterly oblivious. Where could Xiao He and Xiao Ba have gone? And Xingzhou inquired, furrowing his brow. And Xingzhou remarked, "If you are unaware, then simply admit it. There is no need to be as pretentious as Xiao Ba." Some individuals, who appear gentle and obedient on the surface, subtly reveal their rebellious nature in every utterance. Indeed, proximity to virtue begets virtue, while closeness to vice breeds vice. Xiao He, instead of emulating the good, chooses to follow his master in adopting unreliable habits. And Xingzhou then turned his gaze towards Yin Jingchuan. "What is your perspective, old 5? Yin Jingchuan, still bearing a pallid complexion, offered a perfectly measured smile in response to Xingzhou's inquiry. "Second senior brother, we should refrain from delving too deeply into fate. Excess can lead to a shortened life." Implicitly, he suggested that not everything should be scrutinized. And Xingzhou sighed, "Excellent. Both of you embody rebellion." Xiao He interjected. The sect leader did not specify, and Xingzhou lamented, "When one wishes to seek someone, they are invariably elusive. As the sect leader, I seem to possess no authority whatsoever. Alas, when will the senior brother emerge from his seclusion?" Chapter 121. Visitors from the Immortal Alliance and Xingzhou could extract no information regarding Ling Xuan's whereabouts from Xiao He, leaving him somewhat disheartened. He pondered whether he had been too lax as leader, allowing the others to act with impunity. Yet Ling Xuan was now an elder, no longer the fragile junior disciple he once was, and Xingzhou understood he could not oversee his junior brother forever. The lives of those who cultivate the Tao are exceedingly long, despite his profound insights, and Xingzhou could not shake the poignant sadness of a parent whose child has grown independent. Alas, the child was initially nurtured by him through the most basic means. Upon observing the expression of his senior brother, Yin Jingchuan discerned the thoughts swirling within his mind and chose to remain silent for the moment. Just then, both of them heard a transmission. It had been 2 or 3 days without any news. As for the occurrences within the Bai family during these days, they certainly warranted a thorough recounting. The entire branch of the Bai family, along with its managing personnel, had been eradicated, and this branch was subsequently disowned by the Bai family. Observing the 2 elders departing from the 9 revered pavilion, Xiao He finally exhaled a sigh of relief. It was evident that Ling Xuan was oblivious to the fact that the puppet she had crafted was inadequate for deceiving the elders of Xiao sect, who were well acquainted with the caprices of human nature. However, just as one turmoil subsided, another arose. While Ling Xuan had vanished without a trace, someone from the Immortal Alliance had come knocking. The Immortal Alliance was a formidable force established through the collective contributions of various sects and families within the cultivation world. It also oversaw the regulations governing the realm of cultivation, maintaining neutrality among the major sects and families. A voice resonated within the guest hall of Yuling Pavilion. "I am Mo Yunxian from the Immortal Alliance. I have been dispatched to investigate the unprovoked murder of ordinary mortals by your eighth elder, Ling Xuan. And Xingzhou replied. This statement strikes me as somewhat amusing. Indeed, the Immortal Alliance has stipulated regulations against the wanton slaughter of mortals. Yet, over the years, which family has strictly adhered to this decree? Those who outwardly boast of their noble lineage secretly regard human life as mere chaff. The Xiao sect has always held these sanctimonious hypocrites in contempt, even as a recognized member of the Immortal Alliance. The prestige of the alliance holds little significance for the Xiao sect. They may proclaim that the Immortal Alliance operates independently of the major sects and families, yet in reality, many within the alliance are selected from these very sects and families, with numerous intricate connections existing between them. Hence, where lies the promise of absolute fairness and justice? Such deceitful rhetoric should be dismissed outright. It is nothing to be taken seriously. In this world, it is the strong who command respect. The fates of the deceased mortals remain shrouded in mystery, their killers unknown, their kin unable to easily bring their grievances before the Immortal Alliance. Yet now, as Ling Xuan has slain an enigmatic invader, representatives from the Alliance have arrived, claiming it to be mere coincidence. Do they think the members of the Xiao sect are fools? Chapter 122, Investigation? And Xingzhou, a cunning old fox in his own right, immediately countered after hearing Mo Yunquan's words. Friend Mo, do you possess evidence for your claims? Setting aside the fact that Ling Xuan is an elder of our Xiao sect, he is also one of the fastest rising talents in the realm of cultivation in recent years. If this is mere slander, have you considered the consequences? Mo Yunquan, the chief disciple of the Immortal Alliance's esteemed leader, was still a mere child when Xingzhou rose to prominence throughout the cultivation world. Raised and nurtured by the Immortal Alliance, he naturally remained loyal to its cause. Upon recognizing him, Xingzhou sensed that something was amiss. Mo Yunquan enjoys a commendable reputation in the outside world. As a genius with a celestial spirit root, he has been accepted as a personal disciple by the Celestial Master and has diligently served the Celestial Alliance over the years, garnering favorable reviews. However, due to the proximity in age between him and Ling Xuan, they are often discussed in tandem. Notably, in his youth, Ling Xuan had outshone numerous talented youths in the cultivation world, regardless of gender. Mo Yunquan, regrettably, stands as one of Ling Xuan's vanquished opponents. Dressed in garments of red and black adorned with intricate patterns, with a sword hanging at his waist, Mo Yunquan listened to Xingzhou's words without a flicker of emotion crossing his face. He clasped his hands in respect and addressed Xingzhou, Masterin. The Celestial Alliance received a report yesterday, stating that your disciple Ling Xuan murdered an unarmed ordinary mortal 3 days ago at Suiyu Peak. Is this true? Upon hearing this seemingly credible yet distorted account, Xingzhou suddenly chuckled. Friend Mo, is it customary for your Celestial Alliance to handle matters with such haste? If this individual truly possessed no cultivation, how could he possibly breach the heavily fortified barriers surrounding Suiyu Peak of our Xiao sect? Unmoved by Xingzhou's retort, Mo Yunquan retrieved a token embossed with gilded characters from his sleeve and replied, Masterin, whether there is a misunderstanding can only be clarified after my investigation. I kindly request the cooperation of the Xiao sect. And Xingzhou, confident in his integrity, maintained a facade of cordiality, saying, if you are determined to investigate, then so be it. However, should it turn out to be a misunderstanding, I ask that you restore our Xiaoba's honor. Mo Yunquan nodded, and then said, if that is the case, I kindly request Master and to summon the Lord of the Nine Sects, as I have certain inquiries to make. And Xingzhou responded, a miscalculation. Little 8 is currently in seclusion, and the duration of his retreat is uncertain. Why not wait until he emerges before returning? Upon uttering these words, the disciples of the Immortal Alliance behind Mo Yunquan visibly brimmed with indignation, much to Xingzhou's satisfaction. Their anger was precisely what he desired. The term seclusion should not be uttered lightly. For individuals of their cultivation level, a retreat could last anywhere from a few months to several decades, or even close to a century. Such an extensive span is not something everyone can afford to wait for. However, Mo Yunquan eschewed conventionality. Not only did he refrain from anger, but he also unwittingly accepted Xingzhou's deceitful words with undue credulity. What a coincidence. I have heard that the Lord of the Nine Sects has recently broken through to the void refinement stage. Has he truly entered seclusion so swiftly? And Xingzhou's intuition warned him that this young man harbored ulterior motives. Yet, he could only respond with a cordial demeanor. Indeed, Little 8 has always been diligent in his studies. It is quite normal for him to be in seclusion. Then some questions can only be directed to Master N. Mo Yunxian continued, glancing at Xingzhou's expression. What are your thoughts, Master N? And Xingzhou replied, naturally, it is permissible. Chapter 123. Truly. They have been granted a measure of respect. 3 days ago, did the Lord of the Nine Sects make an appearance at Suiyu Peak? Mo Yunxian inquired. And Xingzhou responded fluently, yes, however, I was present alongside my 3rd junior sister, 5th junior brother, and 7th junior brother. Mo Yunxian inquired once more. I have heard that only the 3rd elder and the master of the 9 offices entered Suiyu Peak first. And Xingzhou replied, and what of it? Mo Yunxian continued. It is of no consequence. However, may I ask, did any outsiders breach Suiyu Peak on that day? The commotion had been so great that even now. And Xingzhou could not deny it. Yes, indeed, outsiders did infiltrate Suiyu Peak that day. And what of the bodies? Mo Yunxian suddenly posed the question. The abruptness of his inquiry nearly caught Xingzhou off guard, almost prompting him to speak unwittingly. He opened his mouth, and after a moment's hesitation, he managed to respond. What bodies? Mo Yunxian repeated slowly, the bodies of those who perished at Suiyu Peak that day. Upon hearing this, Xingzhou chuckled. He had momentarily overlooked that someone from the Immortal Alliance would come to investigate. Now, with no bodies to present, they sought to slander his junior disciple? Truly, they were overstepping their bounds. The Immortal Alliance had grown quite arrogant in recent years, failing to recognize the stature of Shiyao's sect. Did they presume that all their senior disciples had perished? Friend Mo, and Xingzhou addressed him politely, setting aside the matter of bodies. You possess no evidence yet dare to slander my junior disciple. Such audacity shows a blatant disregard for Shiyao's sect. His portrayal of the phrase a dagger hidden beneath a smile was nothing short of exquisite. Mo Yunxian remained composed and undeterred by the situation. Since Master N was forthright, he could indeed allow me to venture to Suiyu Peak to investigate. If all were in order, I could restore the honor of the 9 sects' revered leader. And Xingzhou retracted the smile from his face and stated, Suiyu Peak is not only the residence of my late father, but also the resting place of my mother. My fellow disciples and I seldom disturb their tranquility. How can you outsiders presume to enter such a sacred place at will? Master N. Mo Yunxian seemed poised to articulate further. However, and Xingzhou preempted him. Mo Daoyu, has your Immortal Alliance become so reckless in its dealings? You accept unverified claims with such ease, more gullible than my newly accepted disciples. This comparison was indeed a grave affront. Yet to engage in conflict with the master of Shiyao's sect could only be described as a fruitless endeavor. Mo Yunxian, silencing his incensed subordinate with a glance, turned his attention back to Xingzhou and inquired, in that case, I have some questions, and I hope Master N can clarify my uncertainties. And Xingzhou, of course, continued to parry, ask away. Mo Yunxian pressed on. What became of the intruders who breached Suiyu Peak that day? And Xingzhou raised an eyebrow. They fled. They fled? The tone of Mo Yunxian was laced with skepticism. With so many elders from Shiyu's sect guarding Suiyu Peak, how could they have allowed an escape? However, and Xingzhou remained utterly unperturbed. Daoist Mo, you must understand, such individuals can infiltrate our Shiyao sect with utter stealth, even breaching the depths of Suiyu Peak. What astonishment is there in allowing such a person to escape? Mo Yunxian responded with silence. Chapter 124. The Joy of Acknowledging One's Worthlessness. Never had he encountered such a blatant display of magnifying another's prowess. This statement bore the same weight as admitting the incompetence of their Shiyo sect. Yet, and Xingzhou boldly confessed, we lack the capability, thus allowing him to evade capture. In truth, no one had any intention of examining that corpse, as it had been reduced to ashes long ago. The Xiao sect was hardly akin to the Immortal Alliance, a bastion of fairness and justice. Moreover, the circumstances surrounding that day were peculiar. The corpse bore unmistakable traces of the Bai family's puppet techniques. Furthermore, Ling Xuan had previously descended the mountain and encountered a puppet of extraordinary cultivation. All signs indicated that this was a targeted assault against Bai Wan. Even if it were not Bai Wan, Ling Xuan remained a plausible suspect, as no one could discern the invader's demonic nature except for him. Were it not for the absence of the sordid machinations typical of the Shiyo sect, this matter would have been exposed long ago. Therefore, after a meticulous examination of the corpse, and Xingzhou's course of action was not to seal the body, but rather to obliterate all evidence. The elders of the Shiyo sect demonstrated through their actions that they were fiercely protective of their own. With a clear conscience, that was sufficient. Today's event served as undeniable proof that someone had targeted Ling Xuan. Undeterred, Mo Yunxian fixated on Xingzhou once more, inquiring, sect leader Are you implying that so many elders of your Xiao sect are incapable of apprehending a single outsider? And Xingzhou nodded with remarkable candor. Indeed. Mo Yunxian. Mo Yunxian had seldom interacted with Xingzhou, and he had never before encountered such a leader, while others spared no effort in showcasing the prowess of their sect. And Xingzhou unreservedly acknowledged their shortcomings. In his youth, Xingzhou had grasped a profound truth. To openly accept one's own inadequacies brings an unexpected joy. The reason he did not succumb to becoming a failure himself lay in the presence of an elder brother who, despite his Buddhist cultivation, was far from lenient towards his junior disciples. The eldest brother was genteel and cultured, yet exhibited a certain ruthlessness when it came to mentoring his younger siblings. Especially in the early days, before any other disciples had joined the sect, and Xingzhou, the youngest of Xiao sect, was almost driven to maturity through relentless encouragement. The dream of becoming a laid-back slacker in his youth remained unfulfilled, and now, as the leader of Xiao sect, he found a long-lost joy in openly admitting his inadequacies alongside his junior brothers and sisters. The disciples, who had been quietly observing, seemed to resonate with their master's joy, and were further amused by the restrained expressions of the Celestial Alliance members, who longed to retaliate but were compelled to endure due to Xingzhou's status in the standing of Xiao sect. Ultimately, the matter faded into obscurity. Despite Mo Yunxuan's evident displeasure, he found himself powerless in the face of Xingzhou's candid acknowledgement of failure. After all, the Celestial Alliance was merely the Celestial Alliance, often turning a blind eye, and to suddenly assert their innocence now was hardly credible. With a FAAD brimming with smiles, and Xingzhou bid farewell to Mo Yunxian and his companions, only to immediately don a countenance of indignation. How absurd! The sect leader, in a fit of rage, slapped the table with force. How dare they encroach upon my Xiao sect? Do they truly believe we are without defenders? The newly initiated disciples quaked in trepidation nearby, scarcely daring to utter a sound, fearful of being caught in the crossfire of their master's wrath. Chapter 125. Senior brother, go propose. As Ling Xuan stepped through the door, she was met with the furious gaze of her senior brother, Ling Xuan. Instantly, her boldness diminished. Master brother, and Xingzhou's expression remained unchanged. Do you know that representatives from the Immortal Alliance have just arrived? And Xingzhou's demeanor shifted to one of alertness. You did not allow them to see you, did you? No, why would that be? Ling Xuan replied casually as she settled into the chair beside Xingzhou, plucking a small cluster of grapes from the table. As she bit into one, she turned to find Xingzhou's expression grave, and suddenly, the grape lost its sweetness. They aren't here for me, are they? You possess some awareness, at least, and Xingzhou scoffed. In the past, every time you ventured out, it was a torment. Now you seem to be gallivanting about every few days. You wouldn't be considering a trip down the mountain to pursue a maiden, would you? Ling Xuan. Her silence prompted Xingzhou to contemplate another possibility. You aren't infatuated with some ordinary mortal who knows nothing of cultivation, are you? Ling Xuan. At a loss for words, Ling Xuan finally interjected. Master brother, you have misunderstood. I harbor no romantic feelings for any woman. In this world, there are indeed countless beautiful women, yet Ling Xuan, despite her intentions, finds herself powerless. Though she has donned male attire for many years, she is, after all, still a woman. Upon hearing Ling Xuan's words, and Xingzhou's face visibly reflected his unmasked disappointment. Then tell me, what were you doing when you descended the mountain? Ling Xuan was taken aback by Xingzhou's swift change of expression, and she replied candidly, I merely went down to investigate a few matters. There is no need for such alarm, senior brother. Have you finished your inquiries? And Xingzhou pressed further. Yes, I have, Ling Xuan responded. And Xingzhou did not delve into the specifics of her investigation, but meticulously recounted the recent visit from the members of the Immortal Alliance. Concluding with a remark, we cannot discern what schemes the Immortal Alliance is concocting. They dare to accuse you of murder without any evidence. Initially, I believe this was aimed at your third senior sister, but it seems the target is now you. Upon hearing this, Ling Xuan pondered something, responding with a calm demeanor. When soldiers come, we shall meet them with arms. When water flows, we shall bury it with earth. Master brother, there is no need for excessive concern. Yet how could Xingzhou refrain from worry? The Xiao sect cannot allow others to unjustly tarnish their reputation. In the days when his father was still alive, who among the Immortal Alliance dared to confront them so boldly? It was only in recent years, with the elder brother in seclusion, that such audacity had emerged. Chapter 126. Investigating the origins of the little white-eyed wolf in terms of absurdity, she and the sect leader shared a certain understanding. Lin Xian, fine, so be it. It is of no great consequence. After all, it seems Lin Xian has little desire to venture out lately. Within the 9 Respect Pavilion, the 3 disciples diligently engaged in their training, for one must labor tirelessly each day to achieve greatness. Lin Xian silently appeared atop the roof, observing the 3 children wielding wooden swords, practicing the swordsmanship she had previously imparted. It is noteworthy that although the Xiao sect has been established for quite some time, the longevity of the old sect master has resulted in only 2 generations of succession thus far. However, her senior brothers, who received their disciples at an earlier stage and possess exceptional talents, have now each taken on their own students. These young disciples are considerably older than Lin Xian, which he finds rather intriguing. Regardless, she has detected not a trace of respect in the endearing address of little master uncle from them. Having weathered the storms of a millennium, the Shiyu sect boasts a vast array of knowledge within its confines. The old sect master was a prodigious figure, a sword cultivator with an innate affinity for the blade. This remarkable genius, upon establishing the sect, did not confine himself solely to the sword path. He even guided his first disciple toward the Buddhist way. The current Grand Elder, Du Ling, similarly possesses a natural affinity for Buddhism. It is said that when a monk from the Buddhist sect encountered the then young Du Ling, barely in his teens, he nearly took him away. However, at that time, the old sect master would not relinquish his only direct disciple. The library of the Xiao sect is replete with diverse texts. Regardless of the path one wishes to pursue or the techniques one seeks to learn, even the literature pertaining to the Hehuan sect can be found therein. During his lifetime, the old sect master adhered to the principle of inclusiveness in education. Although Lin Xian did not receive extensive teachings from her master, she initially spent several days at the Suiyu Peak upon her entry into the sect. Now, her disciples practice a variety of sword techniques, each distinct in its own right. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, her gaze settling on the small, white-eyed wolf at the edge. She was not a fool. She could discern the superficial reverence of her disciple, realizing that the repeated address of master was devoid of genuine respect. The dream of accepting a disciple, after all, was merely a dream. How could she rely solely on an ethereal vision to conclude that the disciple she had painstakingly nurtured would one day seek her demise? Yet, Pei Lizzie, aside from his appearance, displayed the demeanor, poise, and eloquence of one far beyond his mere 9 years. Such precociousness was not unheard of in the world. But if this wisdom was rooted in animosity towards his own master, then the implications were grave. Thus, for the first time, Lin Xian disregarded the rules of Xiao sect and descended the mountain to investigate Pei Lizzie's background. The sect's doctrine stated that those of unblemished virtue could join, irrespective of their lineage. Lin Xian's concern for Pei Lizzie's origins was not unfounded. She knew she would inevitably descend the mountain, and it was prudent to clarify matters sooner rather than later. To her astonishment, her inquiries yielded unexpected revelations. In Chapter 127, the most filial second disciple, Lin Xian observed her 3 disciples practicing swordplay from the rooftop for an extended period. She had cleverly employed an illusion to ensure that, with their current level of cultivation, they could not see through it. Thus, the master of the 9 spheres openly watched her 3 students train, occasionally chuckling at their antics, the laughter echoing in the solitude of her perch. Though the elders possessed formidable spiritual awareness, they were not in the habit of spying on their fellow disciples. Lin Xian meticulously scrutinized the 3 children. In every move and stance, Pei Lizzie exhibited a nonchalant air of carelessness. Many of her techniques were poorly executed, and it would not be an exaggeration to assert that even her positioning was flawed. However, upon closer inspection, Lin Xian realized that the situation was far more intricate than mere mistakes. The little white-eyed wolf was, in fact, executing everything in direct opposition to her teachings. Such rebelliousness was almost amusing, and Lin Xian found herself laughing in exasperation. In an effort to prolong her own existence, Lin Xian diverted her gaze to her second disciple nearby. "Look, this is truly my disciple," she mused, observing even the least skilled, Yu Qing, who had managed to learn with notable finesse. The stark contrast made Pei Lizzie's shortcomings all the more aggravating. Yet, Lin Xian could not help but let her gaze linger on Pei Lizzie, and the sight of this disciple stirred a myriad of emotions within her. Lost in her thoughts, Lin Xian self-deprecatingly smiled. Her carefree path seemed unworthy of her aspirations. She sought to follow her whims, yet found herself glancing about with uncertainty, aiming for perfection. She was acutely aware that it was but an illusion. Once one begins to doubt their chosen path, progress in cultivation can easily stagnate. The emergence of Pei Lizzie reignited a long-buried emotional turmoil within Ling Xuan. Alas, she thought, if I do not manage to set this little rascal straight, neither of us shall progress in our cultivation. With that resolution, Ling Xuan decided to emerge from her seclusion that very night. As soon as she made her appearance, the two younger disciples immediately surrounded her. Master, why have you emerged so soon? Although Shen Xiao was eager to see his master, he, as the heir of a prominent sect, understood that seclusion was not a trivial matter. With Ling Xuan's retreat lasting less than a few days, he could not help but worry. Are you not still recovering from your previous injuries? When the topic of injury arises, it is inevitable for Yu Qing to recall Ling Xuan's previous wounds, which were a result of her own actions. With this thought, the young girl is overcome with guilt. Master, have you not yet recovered your health? Ling Xuan responds with a pause, feeling as though after just a few days of seclusion, she has become perceived as frail and weak in her disciples' eyes. I have merely taken a brief rest, she assures. Yet, Shen Xiao remains unconvinced. His cherubic face adorned with a look of concern, his round eyes brimming with worry. Master, if you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, do not hesitate to inform your disciple. My family possesses a heavenly-grade solid spirit pill. I can have my father send it to you. Ling Xuan meets her second disciple's earnest gaze, momentarily rendered speechless. The solid spirit pill is known to calm the mind and enhance one's cultivation. A heavenly-grade solid spirit pill can stabilize the souls of those at the transformation stage and above, alleviating the disturbances of inner demons. Such a precious elixir is exceedingly rare among the major sects, likely not exceeding 20 in total. The Shen family probably possesses only one, a reserve kept by the sect leader for unforeseen circumstances. Shen Zhao's offer, in truth, suggests he has sold his father out entirely. Chapter 128. I am waiting for you naturally. Ling Xuan has no desire to covet her disciple's solitary solid spirit pill. Residing in the Shiyu sect and having a remarkably gifted alchemist, Morong Lin, as her senior brother, she can procure most medicinal pills in existence, including this heavenly-grade solid spirit pill, which requires a significant portion of one's spiritual energy to concoct. Longqing Pavilion surely exists. Ling Xuan would first deceive his senior brother before even considering tricking such an adorable disciple as Shen Xiao. However, this child is remarkably naive, oblivious to the fact that when the sect leader Shen learns that his child has forsaken even his own father for a master, it would be quite a sight to behold. Ultimately, Ling Xuan declined the filial intentions of his disciple. While it is commendable to understand the importance of respecting one's teacher, it would be prudent to refrain from exploiting the family's resources too liberally. Ling Xuan affectionately ruffled the fluffy head of his second disciple, feeling a pang of pity for the child's innocence. Observing Shen Xiao basking in the affection of their master alone, Yu Qing squeezed in, saying, Master, I have learned to weave the sword dance you taught me last time. Before ascending the mountain, Miss Yu was merely an ordinary mortal, though her family was affluent. She had only a pouch of gold leaves given to her by her mother in her moment of panic. Disheartened, she had paid little attention to that pouch, which, in retrospect, has become one of the few relics her mother left behind. Miss Yu now finds herself akin to a pauper, but it matters not. Her master will provide for her. She may lack wealth, yet her beauty and ability to bring joy will surely endear her to her master. Ling Xuan naturally employed an encouraging approach towards his disciples, generously praising them both. After soothing the two younger ones, he lifted his gaze slightly, and indeed noticed Pei Li standing idly by, indifferent to the tender scene of teacher and disciples. Ling Xuan smiled. Very well, wayward disciple. However, Pei Li seemed uninterested in appreciating this delightful spectacle. Reflecting upon it now, it seems rather amusing. In childhood, I would ponder repeatedly before daring to approach Ling Xuan. Yet now he has taken on other disciples, who affectionately address him as master and strive to present their finest selves before him. However, Pei Lizzie can no longer regard Ling Xuan as the pinnacle he aspires to ascend in this lifetime. As he arrived at the entrance of the Eastern Hall, he halted in his tracks, lifting his gaze to fixate upon the white figure not far ahead, one he had just seen elsewhere. Pei Lizzie was bewildered by Ling Xuan's sudden presence here. It appeared he was awaiting him. At that moment, as if sensing his arrival, Ling Xuan turned to look at him. Pei Lizzie, now resembling a 9-year-old child, heard that mellifluous voice softly declare, I am waiting for you. Ling Xuan seemed to let out a sigh. Pei Lizzie gazed up at Ling Xuan, the immortal figure, momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 129. Do you seek to take his life? Master, after a pause, Pei Lizzie finally heard his own voice. What is your command? Ling Xuan replied, there are certain matters I wish to clarify with you. Pei Lizzie was evidently unaware of the intentions hidden within Ling Xuan's words. Bowing his head, he responded, please, master, go on. Ling Xuan instructed, let us speak inside. Pei Lizzie found himself taken aback, recalling the incident from a few nights prior when he had entered Ling Xuan's chamber. Had Ling Xuan discovered that? If he had, it would have warranted a public reprimand and punishment, not a private audience. This was not Ling Xuan's manner. Yet, this was clearly beyond Pei Lizzie's control. Pei Lizzie observed as Ling Xuan opened the door to her chamber and stepped inside with grace. He had no desire to engage in pretense, so he stood silently to the side. Ling Xuan seated herself at the desk and then raised her gaze toward the distant white-eyed wolf. In a soft voice, she beckoned. Pei Lizzie, come a bit closer. Upon hearing this, Pei Lizzie took a step forward but halted once more. A little closer still, Ling Xuan instructed. As her words lingered in the air, he moved another small step, yet the distance between them remained merely that of a table. At that moment, Ling Xuan lifted her eyes to meet his, and they locked gazes. Pei Lizzie noticed the tranquility in her eyes. He understood she had something to convey. Perhaps a reprimand regarding his intrusion into her sanctuary, or perhaps something altogether different. While he pondered her intentions, Ling Xuan seemed to pull the corners of her mouth upward slightly. Pei Lizzie, a native of Igua. Born in the border town of Chixiu in the 18th year of Jingyuan. Orphaned at the age of 9, he later became a disciple of the Shiyu sect. As her words fell upon him, Pei Lizzie found himself momentarily at a loss. His mouth opened as if to inquire why she was divulging this information, why she had sought to investigate him, and what she had uncovered. However, all that escaped him was, and then? The man at the desk lowered his gaze, obscuring his expression, before continuing. Igua was ravaged by plague 9 years prior, compounded by invasions from neighboring nations, leading to its demise. Igua was but a small nation, its territory scarcely larger than that of Guicheng, so its fall was not surprising. What was peculiar, however, was the devastating plague. The general's wife fled in haste and gave birth to a male infant weighing merely 4 pounds and 8 ounces along the way. What is undeniably a lengthy tale is, through Ling Xuan's narration, reduced to mere fragments of speech. If one must associate all these events with Ling Xuan, it must be noted that during her journey of cultivation down the mountain, she happened upon the state of Yi, and subsequently, Pei family village, thus becoming a participant in this affair. Upon hearing Ling Xuan's words, Pei Lizzie realized that she was fully aware of everything. Suddenly, memories surfaced in his mind, recollections of their past confrontation, where Ling Xuan had uttered, had I known your identity on the day you entered the Xiao sect, perhaps you would not see this day. Those words, devoid of inflection, still echoed in his ears. Pei Lizzie could not help but wonder if Ling Xuan had come tonight to claim his life. However, Pei Lizzie was mistaken. Ling Xuan did not, as in their previous life, openly confess to having killed his father and the innocent villagers, which indirectly led to the state of Yi's isolation and despair. Instead, she stated, during my time of cultivation down the mountain, I passed through the state of Yi and encountered this incident. The plague was the work of the plague spirits, which is why I intervened. The term plague spirits refers to those who perished in the epidemic yet became vengeful spirits due to their lingering grievances. Ordinary mortals, when confronted by these spirits, would have no hope of survival. The rapid spread of the plague was, undoubtedly, connected to these malevolent entities. Ling Xuan paused, her gaze fixed intently on Pei Lizzie. Is this the reason you are at odds with me? Pei Lizzie was taken aback that Ling Xuan would trivialize his turmoil with the phrase at odds. To her, the downfall of an entire nation was merely a matter of personal discord. However, before he could utter a word, Ling Xuan continued. Is it because I was unable to save them? Pei Lizzie paused, instinctively replying, save? Ling Xuan's expression remained unchanged. At that time, you were still in your mother's womb. How could you possibly know? Did your mother tell you? Perhaps from the perspective of a 9-year-old. Such knowledge could only be gleaned from the tales of elders about events prior to one's birth. Pei Lizzie fell silent. His mother had never mentioned it. Otherwise, he would not have remained unaware until accompanying Ling Xuan into the secret realm in his previous life. Pei Lizzie, what do you know? And how did you come to know it? I shall refrain from inquiring further, Ling Xuan said, idly toying with the brush on the table. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Pei Lizzie. If you wish to know something, feel free to ask me. Pei Lizzie found himself at a loss to articulate his current emotions. He had once approached Ling Xuan with a heart full of impossibilities, and Ling Xuan had acknowledged his inquiries. Yet now, Lin Xuan had discerned his questions early on and offered explanations proactively. He appeared so candid and forthright, as if all that he had witnessed in the illusory realm of his past life were mere illusions. But if they were mere illusions, why would Lin Xuan concede to their existence? Pei Lizzie felt ensnared in a dense fog. Could he trust the Lin Xuan before him? Could he trust the words of the Lin Xuan from the past? He found himself laughing at the absurdity of it all. One who had ascended should not be unable to distinguish between truth and falsehood, between genuine feelings and feigned intentions. After a long pause, Pei Lizzie heard his own voice emerge. I wish to know everything. Pei Lizzie had never intended to seriously portray himself as a 9-year-old child before Lin Xuan. Surely, Lin Xuan, with his keen perception, could recognize the differences between him and other children. Lin Xuan fixed her gaze on the little white-eyed wolf, suddenly recalling what Yu Qing had previously said. What if it were someone dear to you who misunderstood you? Would you remain indifferent? After contemplating, Lin Xuan realized that she perhaps did care. Thus, she undertook the arduous journey and, despite the passage of time, sought to uncover Pei Lizzie's origins. If it were not so, that matter, which she had long since forgotten, would not have resurfaced in her thoughts. The lifespan of a cultivator is indeed exceedingly prolonged, and none dare claim a clear conscience. Lin Xuan had once felt guilt. In the next moment, she pressed Pei Lizzie's hand against her forehead. Chapter 131. Lin Xuan's consciousness. This is the closest point to a person's consciousness. Pei Lizzie could sense Lin Xuan's awareness opening up to him. If you wish to know something, come and see for yourself. Lin Xuan wondered if her audacity was misplaced. She had boldly unveiled her consciousness to someone who might harbor deep-seated animosity towards her. Should he choose to strike, all her years of cultivation would be rendered to naught, and she could even lose her life. Pei Lizzie found it difficult to articulate his current feelings. An indescribable emotion surged within him, as if his very blood were churning restlessly, causing his breath to quicken. Pei Lizzie observed Lin Xuan, who had now closed her eyes, her hand still clasping his. What he was about to witness seemed beyond his control. After a moment, Pei Lizzie shut his eyes. Guided by Lin Xuan, his consciousness gradually relaxed and entered her realm of awareness. Lin Xuan's consciousness revealed a desolation that Pei Lizzie had never anticipated. It is utterly impossible to deceive, unless one has managed to trick even oneself. Yet, most individuals in this world choose to feign ignorance, aware of the truth beneath their theatrical facades. Pei Lizzie ultimately found himself ensnared in this reality. Before him stood a younger Lin Xuan. The term younger does not merely pertain to age or appearance. Lin Xuan's current visage bore no difference from the one Pei Lizzie had glimpsed in his consciousness. However, there was a vivacity about him that echoed the exuberance of youth. For cultivators, even those with the most meager talents experience the passage of time at a much slower rate than ordinary mortals. Lin Xuan had maintained this youthful appearance for many years, and even in later times, he still resembled the young man he was now. Pei Lizzie observed Lin Xuan as he descended the mountain, unaware of how many times this was for him. His senior brothers and sisters accompanied him to the foot of the mountain, with Xingzhou fearing for the safety of his younger disciple. Having procured an abundance of talismans and medicinal herbs from Bai Wan and Murong Lin, all of which he insisted Lin Xuan take, Yin Jingchuan seemed to have imparted particular instructions to Lin Xuan, urging him to prioritize safety on this journey and not to act recklessly. It was evident that everyone was taken aback by Yin Jingchuan's sudden display of concern, and Xingzhou appeared increasingly flustered, reprimanding Yin Jingchuan for his ill-omened words, only to subsequently press even more life-preserving items into Lin Xuan's hands. Lin Xuan looked somewhat exasperated, as did Yin Jingchuan. Then Lin Xuan stepped out, his senior brothers and sisters gazing after him like parents bidding farewell to a child, their eyes brimming with reluctance and worry. As Lin Xuan descended the mountain, Pei Lizzie observed him traversing mountains and rivers, assuming the guise of an ordinary scholar. Passers-by, including boatmen, mistook him for a refined young gentleman en route to the capital to take the imperial examination. At that time, Lin Xuan had evidently reached the realm of the nascent soul, a level of cultivation that allowed one to subtly glimpse the Tao of heaven. In this world, most eminent figures gain profound insights into their own paths during the nascent soul phase. Lin Xuan's demeanor during this period truly embodied the essence of the carefree Tao he practiced, graceful and untroubled, detached from worldly disputes, focused solely on the present moment. Unafraid of the gaze of others, Pei Lizzie, observing him, found herself momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 132. The Affairs of Igwa. During that trial, Ling Xuan encountered numerous experiences. Witnessing the vicissitudes of human emotions along the way, years of warfare, families torn apart. The scene shifted rapidly. Some trivial matters seemed scarcely worthy of mention to Ling Xuan. Suddenly, 2 years had passed, and Pei Lizzie finally beheld the territory of Igwa. This small nation no longer existed, yet at that time, it was a rare bastion of peace and prosperity. The monarch of Igwa was a diligent ruler, appointing the capable and virtuous, while the national general trained his troops to charge fearlessly into battle, achieving nearly invincible success. Such a small nation, even with ambitions, was compelled to proceed cautiously. Moreover, during that era, there were plenty of great powers, and those great nations would never disdain a meager feast. Igwa was originally a nation poised for development and prosperity under its sovereign's leadership. Had things continued on this trajectory, Pei Lizzie might have followed in her father's footsteps, practicing martial arts from a young age, ultimately embarking on a similar path. She might have even had younger siblings, becoming a commendable elder sibling. However, fate took a cruel turn. A plague erupted nationwide in Igwa, striking suddenly and catching everyone unawares. Some sought to escape, only to be met with an invasion from a neighboring country. The toll of disease and death continues to rise, with countless lives lost in battle, families torn apart, and the elderly mourning the young. The landscape is strewn with corpses, and the night is filled with anguished cries. In what seems like the blink of an eye, a city, a nation, has descended into a state of despair, surrounded by enemies. These are the harrowing scenes witnessed by Ling Xuan. The closer one is to the destitute masses, the more brutal the reality becomes. The gruesome sight of mangled bones and blurred faces, while feral cats and dogs feast upon the deceased, reduces the bodies to mere remnants. Eventually, these animals too succumb to the disease, their carcasses lying alongside human remains, both infested with writhing maggots that devour what little flesh and blood remain. Ling Xuan later arrived at Pyre village, the only place untouched by the plague, the hometown of Pei Li's father, and thus, Pei Li's native land. Ling Xuan took it upon herself to capture the plague carriers, yet their numbers seemed to multiply endlessly. As if they were reproducing, it dawned on her that something was amiss. The plague was not merely afflicting the populace. If it were to spread beyond this point, it would herald further calamities. Conversely, if the plague remained contained but untreated, the nation would descend into a graveyard. Although Ling Xuan was determined to prevent such an outcome, she realized that the relentless emergence of these plague carriers must be orchestrated by a hidden manipulator, for they had initially remained dormant. In Ling Xuan's estimation, this city-state ought to endure, yet she had overestimated her own capabilities and underestimated her adversaries. The unseen forces behind the plague carriers seemingly possessed advanced cultivation and their own intelligence, posing a significant threat to Ling Xuan. For this singular place untouched by the plague, it was nonetheless a disaster. Ling Xuan observed as the esteemed general arrived with his wife, initially believing he had brought her here seeking refuge for their lives. The weight of loyalty to one's country can indeed demand sacrifices, and it is not surprising that some choose the former. However, this armored general merely entrusted his pregnant wife to the village chief, requesting his protection, before turning to mount his steed and resume his perilous journey. At that moment, with the general's departure, the small village plunged into peril. In truth, Pyre village had already caught the attention of the plague specter. Yet, the general's extraordinary achievements had, for a time, deterred the specter from approaching. Nonetheless, the malevolent entity possessed a burgeoning intelligence. It recognized the general's intent to leave and had already fixated upon the child nestled within his wife's womb. The talent exhibited by Pei Li hinted at the potential that would be coveted. This sentient plague specter sought to devour the unborn child of the general's wife to facilitate its own ascension. As an entity of equal cultivation to Ling Xuan, should it succeed in its breakthrough, she would be powerless to resist. Thus, it was imperative that she safeguard the pregnant general's wife. The specter, for reasons unknown, possessed the ability not only to infect others with disease, but also to sow discord among their minds. Shortly after the general's departure, the villagers began to descend into chaos, turning upon one another in violence. Left with no other choice, Ling Xuan revealed herself, reciting the heart purification incantation, and ultimately erected a barrier beyond all others. Confronting the untouchable plague specter with her mortal form, a notion bordering on absurdity, Ling Xuan understood all too well that she could place her hopes in no one else. Thus, she exerted her spiritual energy and conjured an illusion. Within this illusion, the figures resembled the villagers perfectly, their expressions and movements mimicked with exquisite precision, including that of the heavily pregnant general's wife, whose furrowed brow mirrored her own distress. At that moment, Ling Xuan had already acquired the falling river sword. Although the plague spirit had developed some intelligence, it remained a creature of carnage, and it immediately spotted Ling Xuan, who bore a sword at her side. As anticipated, the plague spirit directed its attention towards Ling Xuan, seeking to manipulate this young swordsman into slaughtering everyone present. In truth, such intricacies were unnecessary. The plague spirit, having acquired a taste for malice, merely wished to witness the spectacle of humans turning against one another. Ling Xuan obliged its sinister desire. This was the scene that Pei Lizzie witnessed, Ling Xuan wielding her sword to slay innocent villagers. The expressions of those villagers were vividly portrayed, including the spectral form of Pei Lizzie's mother. Pei Lizzie observed as Ling Xuan's blade fell, body strewn at her feet, while his master was splattered with crimson blood, her eyes glinting with a hint of bloodlust, a foreboding sign of potential madness manifesting within this illusion. Upon first encountering this vision in his previous life, Pei Lizzie had recognized its authenticity in Ling Xuan's memories. Initially, he pondered whether Ling Xuan had encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation, leading her to the brink of madness. However, it now appeared otherwise. Yet, why had this scene become the knot in Ling Xuan's ascent towards immortality? Pei Lizzie continued to observe. Ling Xuan eradicated all the figures within the illusion he had created, prompting the lurking epidemic ghost to emerge brazenly, fixating its gaze upon him and laughing heartily. However, in that very instant, it realized it had been outsmarted. Chapter 134, The Truth. Ling Xuan, of course, did not grant it the opportunity to flee. He swiftly brandished his sword and engaged in combat. The epidemic ghost, possessing the cultivation of the nascent soul, was not to be underestimated. Although Ling Xuan was a prodigious youth of considerable renown, this particular ghost had already reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Had it not encountered Ling Xuan, it would have successfully transcended the tribulation after consuming the child of the general's wife and ascended to the realm of the god transformation. This would have spelled disaster for the mortal realm, and Ling Xuan, who had come to hone his skills, was determined to thwart its ambitions. The villagers outside the illusion had not managed to escape. Indeed, there was nowhere for them to flee. They took refuge within the barrier Ling Xuan had established, while outside, the epidemic ghosts relentlessly assaulted the barrier. Faced with a foe stronger than himself, Ling Xuan could not afford to be distracted. More importantly, this ghost was not to be trifled with. Ling Xuan was no ordinary cultivator. Although he was at the nascent soul stage, he had also glimpsed the prowess of the god transformation realm. The epidemic ghost was indeed formidable, yet Ling Xuan possessed the capability to confront it. The evidence lay in the fact that he was gradually narrowing the gap between them, displaying a remarkable momentum of mutual strength. That was until Ling Xuan fell victim to a treacherous ambush. The assailant, clad in black, concealed their visage. Yet their prowess was unmistakably at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. A 2-on-1 battle ensued, with two peak nascent soul cultivators against one at the mid-nascent soul stage. Had the combatant not been Ling Xuan, this confrontation would have concluded long ago. How could it have endured for so long? Perhaps aware of her inability to confront two peak nascent souls, Ling Xuan ultimately made a decisive choice. She devoted a fraction of her spiritual energy to the villagers, forming protective barriers for each, allowing them to seek their own paths to survival. Given the circumstances, remaining in place would inevitably lead to demise. Thus, escape was imperative. Yet, where could one flee? Ling Xuan conveyed to each individual a means of escape through telepathy, reserving a private communication for the general's wife, urging her to hide. With child, she would likely be unable to outrun the plague spirits. This seemed a prudent course of action, but distraction during combat was a grave taboo. Ling Xuan evaded the minions of the plague spirit, but fell prey to the blade of the cloaked figure. The weapon wielded by the peak nascent soul was far from casual, striking Ling Xuan on her right shoulder, the arm she used to wield her sword. Abruptly, she altered her technique, shifting from her initial robust and decisive style to a series of increasingly vicious strikes, intent on a swift resolution. Amidst the struggle, Ling Xuan's swordsmanship grew ever more resolute, yet those well-versed in the art could discern that she was exhausting her own cultivation. Thunder rumbled ominously as Ling Xuan, in her mid-nascent soul stage, harnessed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, summoning lightning. The invocation was skillful and coupled with her reckless approach. Both the plague spirit and the cloaked figure were compelled to respond earnestly. Ling Xuan relentlessly pushed her limits, as did her adversaries. The golden light upon her falling river sword began to wane, and at last, as the cloaked figure's blade struck her abdomen, she thrust her sword forward in retaliation. Simultaneously, thunder roared. This was no longer the lightning summoned by Ling Xuan, but rather the tribulation of the plague spirit and the cloaked figure. Regrettably, during the recent skirmish, Ling Xuan sustained considerable injuries. However, this does not imply that they could emerge unscathed. At present, everyone bears wounds, and it is highly likely that they will not survive the impending thunder tribulation. Chapter 135 reveals that he bears the burden of Ling Xuan. The plague demon may be oblivious to these matters, yet the cloaked figure seems to comprehend the gravity of the situation. He attempts to flee. But how can one escape the thunder tribulation? Even if he were to run to the ends of the earth, the tribulation would pursue him relentlessly. Ling Xuan observes coldly. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she too is caught in this storm of tribulation. The thunder knows no mercy, and Ling Xuan will inevitably be affected. Pei Lizzie witnesses Ling Xuan's inky hair billowing, her white garments stained crimson, the sword's radiance tinged with red. Yet, this youthful swordsman stands resolute against two adversaries of a higher realm, showing neither fear nor retreat, neither transcending the mortal world nor fully entering it. To steadfastly uphold one's beliefs, unafraid of life and death, is the essence of the Tao. To protect the weak and seek justice embodies this principle. It was Ling Xuan's first encounter with the threshold of celestial truth. Nevertheless, she ultimately failed to safeguard those she wished to protect. The concealed general's wife did not await the immortal, and Ling Xuan could not evade the thunder tribulation. Depleted of spiritual energy, she became, like an ordinary mortal, a wounded being. Pei Lizzie's vision is limited to the moment when the plague demon and the cloaked figure faced the premature arrival of their thunder tribulation. What followed remains a mystery. It is not difficult to envision the grim fate awaiting Ling Xuan after such a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Pei Lizzie's mother, the general's wife, managed to preserve her life and that of her unborn child amidst the plague, yet she remains in a state of upheaval. In the Battle of Igua, the Grand General, accompanied by his loyal soldiers, stood resolutely against overwhelming odds. Many fell ill, and those who did not succumb to disease perished in combat. Ultimately, General Pei met his demise beneath the city gates, his lifeless body displayed by the enemy for 3 days and nights. The world saw the end of Igua, leaving behind countless souls without a home. Yet, at this moment, Pei Lizzie felt his heart tremble, for the truths he once cherished had been laid bare. He realized the extent of his folly. He had been grievously mistaken. Now, he understood that it was neither madness nor the slaughter of innocent civilians, nor the devastation wrought by Ling Xuan that led to his downfall. It was Ling Xuan who had saved him. However, Pei Lizzie remained perplexed as to why. In his past life, Ling Xuan confessed to the killings. Why did Ling Xuan not clarify the misunderstanding? Why did the haunting memories of Pei family village become a burden for Ling Xuan? Pei Lizzie gazed intently at Ling Xuan, as if seeking answers from his countenance. Yet, there was nothing to glean. Even with a furrowed brow, Ling Xuan maintained an air of serene detachment, seemingly untroubled by any concerns. In that fleeting moment, Pei Lizzie recalled that the deterioration of his relationship with Ling Xuan had begun with a dream, gradually leading them apart. Do you see clearly now? A voice interrupted his thoughts. Pei Lizzie lifted his gaze to meet Ling Xuan's enchanting peach blossom eyes, which seemed capable of bewitching kingdoms. In that instant, he comprehended the weight of his betrayal. He had wronged Ling Xuan, who had devoted years to nurturing him. Chapter 136, Confinement confronted by Ling Xuan's captivating gaze. Pei Lizzie found himself momentarily speechless. Master, he exclaimed instinctively. This single utterance echoed as if it had traversed centuries, rekindling long-forgotten bonds. Pei Lizzie was beset by an overwhelming multitude of questions for Ling Xuan. Why did he conceal the truth from him in their past life? Why did he choose to distance himself from his own disciple? Why did he instigate such feelings of hatred? The one unchanging element was the person himself, his master. Still the same master, yet the disciple was no longer the same. At that moment, Pei Lizzie found himself consumed by self-loathing. It was not difficult to discern the authenticity of what Ling Xuan had shown him. He was not an adversary, nor was he the enemy whom Pei Lizzie had once loathed, yet could not help but think of. He understood that he ought to kneel before Ling Xuan. But the debt he owed could not be settled with a mere act of submission. His heart might be narrow, yet Ling Xuan's was not. However, if Ling Xuan were to discover that this disciple once sought his life, would he still treat him with the same kindness as before? Lizzie dared not wager on that, for he was inherently a narrow-minded individual, judging others by his own disposition. Even if Ling Xuan possessed a broad heart, how could he possibly accommodate a disciple with such a darkened mind? In an instant, Lizzie resolved to remain by Ling Xuan's side, to atone for the sins of his past life. "Master, your disciple acknowledges his wrongdoing," he uttered with sincere devotion, finally bowing his once proud head. The lamp within the chamber continued to burn brightly, yet the entire hall was enveloped in profound silence. It seemed that Ling Xuan had gazed at Lizzie for an eternity before he heaved a deep sigh. "Lizzie, you shall reflect in solitude for 7 days before you may emerge." Time passed, though Lizzie could not discern how long it had been when he heard Ling Xuan speak thus. The confinement chamber was not unfamiliar to Lizzie. He had once erred and was subsequently sent there by Ling Xuan for reflection. This chamber, nestled in the northernmost corner of the 9 Respect Pavilion, was a small attic shrouded in darkness, devoid of light both day and night, where even spiritual energy could not illuminate the shadows. Lizzie had ventured into this place only a few times in his previous life, primarily after engaging in conflicts with disciples from rival sects, which prompted their masters to seek redress. Ling Xuan would then feign punishment by sending him there. Remarkably, during his first visit, Lizzie had already attained the golden core stage of cultivation. Now, appearing to be merely 9 years old, he was once again subjected to Ling Xuan's decree. This indicated that their master-disciple bond had already been significantly strained by Lizzie's past actions. He held no objections. Just as he prepared to turn and leave, Ling Xuan suddenly called out, "Little Black." The summoned Little Black promptly materialized outside the eastern hall. "Master," he addressed. Ling Xuan commanded, "Take Lizzie to the confinement chamber." Upon hearing this, Little Black seemed momentarily taken aback. "Master, what offense has Lizzie committed?" Ling Xuan showed no inclination to elaborate, retorting, "Enough of the trivialities." It was then that Lizzie realized he had yet to experience the confinement chamber. His acting skills were indeed woefully inadequate. Chapter 137. Regret. Lizzie pressed his lips together and followed Little Black outside. Although the name suggested merely a room, the confinement chamber was, in fact, a small pavilion containing several identical rooms. Each of these chambers reflected the deepest fears and unwelcomed visions lurking within the human heart. Spending even a single night within was unbearable, let alone enduring 7 days and nights. Ling Xuan subjected a 9-year-old child to 7 days and nights in a confinement room, which can be deemed a rather arduous punishment. Even Xiao He was somewhat astonished. However, he was ultimately obedient to the commands of the Master of the Nine. Whatever Ling Xuan decreed was to be accepted as truth. Although he might pose inquiries or offer rebuttals, rebellion was never an option. Hence, Lizzie was escorted to the confinement room by Xiao He. Despite being a puppet, Xiao He evidently harbored a dislike for this place. Puppets, to a certain extent, mirror the temperament of their masters, leading one to speculate that Ling Xuan, too, may not favor this dark chamber. Xiao He said, Lizzie, you shall reflect upon your actions within these confines. Should the master show leniency, you may be released early. Otherwise, you must endure the full 7 days and nights. Focus your mind and avoid unnecessary thoughts. Xiao He's admonition was somewhat superfluous, for anyone entering the confinement room was bound to ponder deeply. A child who had only recently begun to cultivate would naturally harbor fears of considerable weight, Xiao He mused. He then reached out to close the door, sealing away all light, leaving Lizzie enveloped in an impenetrable darkness, as if forsaken by the world. Perhaps Ling Xuan's punishment was indeed justified. Lizzie's heart was in disarray, so tumultuous that he found himself incapable of concentrating on his cultivation. Each time he closed his eyes or wielded his sword, memories of his master, who had perished at his own hands in a past life, flooded back. How egregious his transgression was. Yet, paradoxically, he had triumphed, ascending to the higher realms and becoming irreconcilable with Ling Xuan. Even though he had never uttered a word against Ling Xuan, the conjectures of the world invariably gravitated toward the most distasteful conclusions. If Ling Xuan were to uncover the truth, he would undoubtedly expel him from his sect. Contemplating this, in the depths of darkness, Lizzie gradually summoned the spiritual energy within him. However, his heart was in turmoil, and as soon as he attempted to channel this energy, His blood surged violently, causing him to suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. The metallic scent of blood thickened in the air, yet Pei Lizzie found himself smiling. The retribution came swiftly. When he had taken Ling Xuan's life, he had genuinely desired it, burdened by the enmity of family and nation, along with other grievances he could not forgive. More than that, Ling Xuan had been the final stepping stone on his path to ascension. Even if hatred had not existed between them, Pei Lizzie could not guarantee that fate would have unfolded differently in their past lives. After all, he was merely a selfish and narrow-minded individual, while Ling Xuan was but a wretched soul, cursed by misfortune, who had unwittingly become his disciple. One must look out for oneself, or face divine retribution. Pei Lizzie held this same belief now, yet his heart seemed to whisper otherwise. It felt as though he was split in two. One side insisted he was merely acting in his own best interest, while the other relentlessly screamed that he had long since regretted his choice. Within the confines of a dim room, a gaunt figure remained in a meditative posture, undisturbed for a full 7 days and nights. Chapter 138, The Master of Three. Throughout these 7 days and nights, the 9 respected pavilion had not seen their senior brother. Even Xin Xiao, who typically harbored disdain for Pei Lizzie, could not help but covertly inquire of Xiaohe. Xiaohe, where has Pei Lizzie gone? Uncertain whether this matter was appropriate for discussion, Xiaohe chose to remain silent, until Ling Xuan lightly brought it up. Your senior brother has made a mistake and has been punished by the master to reflect in solitude. Xin Xiao and Yu Yuqing both found it curious. After all, given Pei Li's habitual disregard for his superiors, it was indeed remarkable that the master had tolerated him until now before imposing a punishment. On the 7th day, Xiaohe came to escort Pei Li out. He had anticipated encountering a disheveled young boy, perhaps as chaotic as Pei Li had been on his first day in the mountains. After all, a confinement room is hardly a benevolent place. Its torment extends beyond the physical to the realm of the psyche. For cultivators, particularly those with considerable talent, their innate spiritual consciousness is robust and bears the weight of myriad burdens. In other words, the more powerful the consciousness, the greater the torment within the confines. However, when Xiaohe opened the door, he found that the reality was not as he had envisioned. The young boy, seated in the very center of the confinement room, appeared only slightly pale, seemingly unaffected by his ordeal. Xiaohe, witnessing this, could not help but regard Pei Li's temperament with profound respect. This child is indeed a talent with great potential. The confinement room was not a mere ordinary attic. It was a structure personally constructed by the old sect master many years ago, imbued with a rich and profound spiritual energy. Xiaohe was unaware of what Pei Li had witnessed during his confinement, but judging by his demeanor, it seemed he had emerged unscathed. The room that had contained Pei Li had long since absorbed the traces of blood, leaving no remnants behind. The confinement room possesses its own peculiar wonders. Xiaohe originally believed he was merely there to tidy up the aftermath, yet Pei Lizzie appeared to be perfectly fine, capable of walking normally and even recognizing his surroundings. This rendered Xiaohe's presence somewhat superfluous. Just as he contemplated this, Pei Lizzie unexpectedly spoke. Has my master mentioned me in these past few days? The abruptness of the question caught Xiaohe off guard, especially since Pei Lizzie had never previously placed such importance on his master. However, he quickly composed himself and replied, He has mentioned you, but what? He informed Xin Xiao and Yu Yuqing that you have been punished. Ever since the 3 of them were listed as disciples of Ling Xuan, Xiaohe addressed them by their names, and despite his somewhat wooden demeanor, he was a puppet personally enlightened by Ling Xuan, thus occupying a managerial role within the 9 Sovereigns Pavilion. Consequently, he regarded these 3 youngsters more like younger siblings. Moreover, Ling Xuan had not instilled a significant sense of hierarchy within Xiaohe during his creation. Upon hearing Xiaohe's words, Pei Lizzie fell into silence. Yet he refrained from uttering anything further. The night had grown deep. After all, Ling Xuan had stated that Pei Lizzie would be confined for 7 days and nights. From that moment until Xiaohe let him out, precisely 7 days and nights had elapsed. The pavilion master has already retired for the night. You may pay your respects to him tomorrow. Tomorrow, it will not be just a visit from one person, but from 3. Ling Xuan was no longer merely a master to 1. He had become a master to 3. Chapter 139. A burdened heart during those 7 days and nights of confinement. Whenever Pei Lizzie closed his eyes, the image of his sword piercing Ling Xuan's heart haunted him. The blood of the Mahayana realm stained the entire ascension platform, provoking the tumult of thunder in the heavens, causing the onlookers to gaze upward in anticipation. Pei Lizzie could vividly recall the image of his own hands smeared with blood, having personally taken the life of Ling Xuan. Once, he had arrogantly questioned his conscience, feeling untainted, yet now, that notion had devolved into mere mockery. For he would never again possess a clear conscience in this lifetime. After 8 centuries of cultivation post-transcendence, he had made no progress, perhaps a consequence of divine retribution. A chance to start anew, or perhaps a sign of heavenly mercy. However, he could not discern whether it was indeed mercy or another form of celestial punishment. Guilt weighed heavily upon him. For 7 days and nights, Pei Lizzie had been ensnared in the same haunting nightmare, witnessing Ling Xuan's demise once more. With his level of cultivation, he should have been able to differentiate between dream and reality, yet the confines of the dreamscape reflected the deepest fears of the human heart. Even if he could distinguish between the two, what difference would it make? After Xiao He escorted Pei Lizzie to the entrance of the sleeping quarters, he turned and departed. As a puppet, Xiao He lacked the capacity for deep emotions, failing to perceive Pei Lizzie's despondency. He merely observed that the young man had become considerably more composed following a period of confinement, exhibiting signs of potential worth nurturing. This thought brought Xiao He a sense of comfort, though it was ultimately inconsequential, for Ling Xuan remained the true master. Ling Xuan inquired, "How is he?" Xiao He described him, dressed impeccably, bearing a composed demeanor, and walking with assuredness, truly worthy of being your disciple. Ling Xuan responded, "That last remark is entirely unnecessary." She still felt a lingering sense of misfortune. Thus, driven by a sudden impulse, she had descended the mountain to investigate her eldest disciple's origins. Yet Ling Xuan could not deny that there was an inexplicable peculiarity surrounding this disciple. The events that transpired in Peijia village linger in memory. Even though she intervened to rescue the general's wife, whose fortune favored her and allowed her to escape that peril, the woman ultimately endured the sorrow of a fallen nation, the grief of losing her husband, and the agony of relentless wandering. How, then, did she come to discern Ling Xuan's true identity? Even if she was aware of Ling Xuan's background, it would be illogical for her to harbor resentment towards the one who saved her. It is conceivable that Pei Lizzie was influenced by some unseen instigator, leading her to believe that a deep-seated enmity existed between them. Who could that be? Ling Xuan found herself perplexed. How could she, in good faith, take on a disciple who bore a certain karmic connection to her? Pei Lizzie was, after all, accepted at the behest of her senior brother, which implies that prior to this, very few were privy to her intentions of taking on a student. Moreover, there was that dream. Regardless of its authenticity, it was difficult to dismiss its significance. Despite her fears of mortality, Ling Xuan could never bring herself to harm a mere 9-year-old child. The notion of "I would rather bear the world's animosity than let the world bear mine" was not the path she followed. She was simply unwilling. Upon piecing together these thoughts, it became evident that Pei Lizzie should not possess knowledge of the connections they shared, especially not a distorted version of those ties. Ling Xuan became lost in contemplation until the voice of Xiao He broke through her reverie. "Master, Pei Lizzie inquired about you just now." "What did he say?" Ling Xuan asked, indifferent, waving her hand dismissively. "You may leave now. I wish to be alone." Chapter 140. Jealousy after enduring 7 days and nights of confinement. Pei Lizzie finally reappeared on the morning running path. 7 days had passed in a blur, and upon seeing Pei Lizzie, both Shun Xiao and Yu Yuqing, as junior disciples, felt a momentary disorientation. Shen Xiao could not help but indulge in a bit of schadenfreude, mocking Pei Lizzie with a few pointed remarks. "I hear you have been punished by our master these past few days." The adage that an enemy's enemy is a friend resonated strangely between Yu Yuqing and Shen Xiao as they united in their disdain for the eldest senior brother. 7 days of punishment. Surely, you must have committed a grave error, Yu Yuqing added with a scoff. These two, who harbored aspirations for the position of eldest senior brother, were of little concern to Pei Lizzie. In the past, he would have ignored such jests, but now the situation was different. "I have given you 7 days. How much have you truly advanced in your cultivation during this time?" Shen Xiao retorted, "Naturally, I have surpassed you. Our master praised me just yesterday, and our master commended me as well, stating that my sword dance was particularly exquisite." Yu Yuqing chimed in. Pei Lizzie lowered his gaze, contemplating the fact that their master had indeed acknowledged them. He could not help but reflect on what he had accomplished since entering this path. It seemed he had achieved little. He had merely released the dark mist that had sealed Ling Xuan within the spring water, which now lingered in his own being. Pei Lizzie was still uncertain whether Ling Xuan was aware of this matter. If he did know, Why had he remained so indulgent? What exactly was this dark mist? Had he inadvertently caused a calamity? Despite Pei Lizzie's extensive experience, having cultivated from nothing to the great ascendants and then soaring for over 8 centuries, he could merely discern that this was but a wraith-like entity intertwined with the essence of demons. No matter how one contemplated it, it should bear no connection to Ling Xuan. As Pei Lizzie pondered this, he recalled his aloof demeanor towards Ling Xuan. After all, he was no longer Ling Xuan's sole disciple. As the senior apprentice, his impression left with Ling Xuan had surely plummeted to dismal depths. Pei Lizzie had anticipated a reunion with Ling Xuan today, but he was mistaken. Ling Xuan did not make an appearance. Instead, it was Xiao He and the sisters Yu Er and Sheng Er who oversaw their morning run and sword practice. After so many days of training, Shen Xiao and Yu Yuqing had finally begun to show some promising form, yet the absence of Ling Xuan left them somewhat dispirited. Shen Xiao continued to harbor disdain for his senior brother, musing if their master had chosen to remain absent to avoid his presence. Pei Lizzie cast a glance at him but refrained from responding. Instead, he pursed his lips and, gripping his wooden sword, began to demonstrate his techniques. As he did so, Shen Xiao realized that after a week without seeing Pei Lizzie, he had transformed remarkably, akin to a prodigy reborn. Previously, Pei Lizzie had not been particularly diligent in his training, yet his exceptional talent was undeniable. Even in his lackadaisical moments, his potential shone through, now, with renewed focus. He was even more impressive. Shen Xiao could not help but acknowledge that in the realm of swordsmanship, despite Pei Lizzie's brief hiatus, his innate brilliance remained intact, allowing him to effortlessly execute techniques after merely observing others. Shen Xiao is indeed a prodigy, and naturally, he cannot allow another genius to overshadow his brilliance. In Chapter 141, years gone by, Miss Yu does not belong to the realm of geniuses, thus she harbors resentment towards both of her senior brothers. The concept of genius is exceedingly annoying, leaving no room for ordinary individuals to thrive. The two senior brothers are fervently engaged in their rivalry, each more earnest than the last. Yet Yu Yuqing can only perceive them as somewhat unhinged, while Shen Xiao may be excused. She finds it difficult to discern the state of her senior brother Pei Lizzie, whether he is merely eccentric or has truly regained his senses. Fortunately, their master is absent, sparing him from witnessing this absurd scene. Yu Yuqing even empathizes with their master, sighing in relief on his behalf. After the morning practice, Pei Lizzie exited the 9 Respect Pavilion in silence. Ling Xuan had never explicitly forbidden them from venturing out, so within the confines of Xiao sect, they could explore any area that was not expressly prohibited. Pei Lizzie's destination was the library. There were matters he wished to inquire about, and upon reflection, he concluded that the most knowledgeable individual within the Xiao sect would undoubtedly be Changbai, the disciple of the Grand Elder. Few are aware of Changbai's age, but Pei Lizzie knows that he has been a member for many years and possesses commendable talent in cultivation. Although he often resides in the library, his cultivation has reached an astonishing level. One of the reasons Pei Lizzie seeks him out is due to Changbai's considerable age and early initiation into the sect. The matters that the elders prefer to avoid discussing might be known to this senior brother, who may be willing to enlighten his junior. Hearing that Pei Lizzie had come to inquire, Changbai was somewhat taken aback. He chuckled, remarking, "When I previously encountered junior brother Pei, he could comprehend the texts in the top level of the library. I had presumed he would not be perplexed. Today's meeting is indeed curious." Pei Lizzie was uncertain about what exactly was curious, yet he candidly spoke. "I wish to inquire about certain past events concerning our master." "Are you referring to matters involving our junior uncle?" Changbai, adorned in the white crescent-patterned disciple robe of Xiao sect, chuckled once more. "Junior brother Pei, our junior uncle is not a narrow-minded individual. If you wish to know something, it would be best to ask him directly, rather than making this trip." Pei Lizzie pressed his lips together and replied, "What I wish to know, I doubt master would disclose." "Oh," Changbai seemed intrigued. "Feel free to ask, junior brother Pei." After Pei Lizzie finished his queries, Changbai indeed offered a wry smile. "Junior brother Pei, you certainly know how to pick your questions. If our junior uncle discovers that this information came from me, he might come looking for trouble." At this, Changbai laughed lightly. It has been quite rare to witness him in such a predicament since he entered the sect. Pei Lizzie did not find this amusing and inquired further. "And what happened thereafter?" That same year, Ling Xuan entered seclusion. Chapter 142. The desire to compete. Ling Xuan remained in seclusion for a full 3 years, and when he finally emerged, He had already attained the cultivation of the transformation stage. Upon hearing this, Pei Lizzie was taken aback by the sentiment in Chong Bai's words. Chong Bai remarked, "Our junior uncle possesses a resolute heart. Achieving such a transformation from the mid-stage of the nascent soul to the transformation stage in just 3 years is something many who consider themselves talented cannot accomplish." Upon reflecting, Pei Lizzie mused that indeed, Ling Xuan was a commendable individual, setting aside all prior prejudices. Yet, it was his biases that lingered. Pei Lizzie was no longer a mere 9-year-old child. He understood that Chong Bai had secluded himself for 3 years, signifying that during this period, Ling Xuan would be recuperating and cultivating. Ling Xuan was undeniably a rare prodigy, possessing a character equally exceptional. In the earlier years of his past life, a venerable monk, passing by the Xiao sect, praised the sect's Lord of Nine Affairs, who, despite his exalted title, embraced a carefree path, acting according to his whims, untroubled by fleeting fame. Yet steadfast in his resolve, worthy of the great responsibility of ascension. At that time, even though Pei Lizzie stood beside his master, Ling Xuan, perhaps on a whim, inquired of the monk if he could also discern the fate of his disciple. The monk, after contemplation, uttered 8 words: notable talent, insufficient character. Pei Lizzie recalled that Ling Xuan had likely smiled then, yet from the monk's demeanor, it was clear this was not a compliment. Ling Xuan evidently discerned the underlying meaning. Yet Pei Lizzie still heard him say, "Master, you flatter me." Pei Lizzie, the monk. In that moment, both were rendered speechless. Perhaps at that time, Ling Xuan felt his disciple lacked the depth to grasp the subtleties of the monk's words. Yet, in the end, no one could have anticipated that the promising Ling Xuan would fail to ascend, while the seemingly audacious Pei Lizzie would soar to the upper realms. One cannot help but wonder if that esteemed monk, had he still been alive, would have been incensed enough to attain enlightenment on the spot. He now revisits the teachings of his past life with remarkable ease. However, he cannot merely do so. In this world, no matter how formidable a genius may be, it is impossible to attain mastery without reason or effort. Pei Lizzie was once destined to be such a prodigy, yet he no longer desires that path. Since Ling Xuan pressed his hand against his brow, Pei Lizzie has sensed that perhaps certain matters were flawed from the very beginning. Ling Xuan should not have taken him as a disciple in his previous life, nor should Pei Lizzie return to the Xiao sect in this lifetime. Should he uncover the truth and seek atonement? Yet Ling Xuan remains unaware of anything, and what need has he for a wayward disciple to seek redemption? It would only complicate matters unnecessarily. Pei Lizzie feels he does not belong in this world, yet he is reluctant to part with it. The selfishness of his bloodline stirs within him, longing to once again be that person's apprentice. However, he has angered his master, and if he wishes to earn even a sidelong glance of clarity and tranquility, he must diligently study and honor the teachings. Within the 9 revered pavilion, the daily spectacle of the second and third disciples vying for supremacy continues, yet their master remains merely an observer, unimpeded. Unlike when he first entered, Pei Lizzie is no longer devoid of aspirations. Although he cannot be Ling Xuan's sole disciple, as in his past life, he is determined to secure his position as the elder brother. Ling Xuan imparts the swordsmanship he once taught, striving to treat all 3 disciples equitably. However, the art of coexisting with disciples is a profound study, one that she has yet to fully comprehend. Chapter 143. 6 years of cold and heat in the blink of an eye. 6 years have passed, with spring giving way to autumn, and the scenery of the 4 seasons transforming accordingly. Above the distant mountains, mist swirls, and the summit, veiled in fog, suggests a sense of lingering hesitation, stirring the hearts and minds of those who behold it. After the chime of the bell at the hour of the rabbit in the Xiao sect resounded, every mountain commenced its bustling activities for the day. Within the 9 respect pavilion, the routine of cultivation persisted, day after day, year after year. The master was immersed in his practice, as were the disciples. Hierarchies were respected. Even if one had joined a day earlier, they were still regarded as senior brothers. Xin Xiao, despite his frustrations, understood that the situation was irreversible. Pei Lizzie, that irksome individual, had indeed become his senior brother. Yet, the mere thought that Yu Qing, who was 3 years his senior, also had to resign herself to calling him senior brother brought a sense of equilibrium to Xin Zhao's heart. Pei Lizzie remained characteristically taciturn, indifferent to the habitual jests and sarcastic remarks from his junior disciples. This, without a doubt, served to ignite Xin Xiao as competitive spirit. "Hey, don't think your silence makes you seem cool. We are all at the golden core stage. What gives you the right to act so proud? As the second disciple, Xiao had always regarded Pei Lizzie as a formidable adversary. Not only had Pei usurped his position as senior brother, but his demeanor was also far from endearing. Most crucially, despite Xiao being the first among the three to establish a foundation, Pei Lizzie had become the first to enter the Golden Core stage. Now, both Pei Lizzie and Xiao had reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. As for their junior sister, Yu Qing, she had barely crossed the threshold into the Golden Core stage last year, but it was also last year that she descended the mountain, burdened with familial vendettas. She had heard Ling Xuan's ominous words: the fortunes of the state of Lu would not endure many more years, and the dragon vein would inevitably collapse within 5 years. Yu Qing, burdened with the enmity of over 100 lives from the Yu family, found herself entwined with the affairs of Xiao sect. If this matter remained unresolved, it would undoubtedly pose a significant obstacle in her future cultivation. Time was of the essence. Thus, last year, after Yu Qing barely surpassed the threshold of the Golden Core stage, Ling Xuan did not impede her request to descend the mountain. The world is rife with tales of children growing beyond their parents' control, and as a mentor, Ling Xuan could not overly concern herself. Shortly after Yu Qing's departure, news reached the Jiuzun Pavilion regarding the fall of the state of Lu, where its monarch had knelt before heaven and earth, dying in submission. Ling Xuan could not halt the passage of time. The child had grown and formed her own ideas, and as her mentor, Ling Xuan could only offer limited guidance. Consequently, within the Jiuzun Pavilion, only 2 young men remained to cultivate daily. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, in the blink of an eye. The youth of the family had blossomed, distinguished in appearance and flourishing in vigor. Ling Xuan naturally held great affection for this disciple. Chapter 144. The youth of our family has just blossomed. Xiao was notably filial, and Ling Xuan treated him with kindness. The 3 direct disciples she had taken under her wing were akin to having borne 3 children, each nurtured with care, yet each possessing distinct personalities and thoughts. How could one maintain perfect equilibrium in such a diverse array of hearts? Ling Xuan found it challenging and never imposed her will. Pei Li donned the disciples' attire of Xiao sect, the white robe adorned with crescent moon embroidery fitting him remarkably well. In terms of appearance, the hardships he endured in his childhood are no longer discernible. Ling Xuan was once quite determined to fatten him up, for a plump and cherubic disciple is indeed endearing. However, no matter how much Pei Lizzie consumed, he never gained weight, leading Ling Xuan to gradually relinquish her efforts, and she felt a sense of despondency. The little white-eyed wolf, devoid of flesh, was merely a waste of provisions. Eventually, as all 3 disciples established their foundations, they began their fasting practices, and Ling Xuan ceased to monitor anyone's eating habits. Presently, within the Jiuzun Pavilion, most of the delectable dishes prepared by Yu and Sheng have found their way into Ling Xuan's belly. The exquisite flavors of the mortal realm are to be savored at the earliest opportunity, are they not? The resourceful Yu and Sheng cultivated a small peach orchard within the Jiuzun Pavilion, and thanks to the abundant spiritual energy of the place, the peach trees thrived remarkably, bearing fruit within a mere 2 years. The 2 gathered the peach blossoms to brew a delightful peach blossom wine, burying the excess beneath the trees. Ling Xuan relished this indulgence, and the disciples occasionally glimpsed their master holding a wine jar atop the roof, enjoying her drink. Each month, the Jiuzun Pavilion hosts a communal meal where everyone gathers to dine, and Ling Xuan takes great pleasure in watching her disciples eat. Over the years, Pei Lizzie has ceased to provoke Ling Xuan. However, he remains taciturn, rarely engaging in conversation with his junior siblings, maintaining an air of aloofness, bearing a semblance of a senior brother. Unfortunately, in the Jiuzun Pavilion, all matters, large and small, are managed by Xiao, rendering him more of a decorative figure than an authoritative presence. For the past 6 years, the Jiuzun Pavilion has not recruited any new disciples. Not only Ling Xuan's direct disciples, but even ordinary inner disciples have not been accepted. Those who cannot ascend naturally lack the qualifications to join the Xiao sect. Ling Xuan watched his 3 children grow day by day, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Fortunately, while Pei Lizzie did not develop into the chubby and fair child Ling Xuan had hoped for, he had at least grown taller, and his complexion had improved considerably, although a lingering air of melancholy still clouded his countenance. As his master, Ling Xuan could not fathom what troubles weighed so heavily upon him. "Master, you have arrived?" The young Master Shen, who had been engrossed in a playful exchange with his senior brother, suddenly found Pei Lizzie inconsequential upon the side of his master. For the past 6 years, the beast-taming sect had annually dispatched provisions for their young master, not exclusively for Xin Xiao but also for his senior and junior siblings, as they were aware of their existence. After all, wealth was abundant. Each time, the one delivering the goods was Xun Zhao's aunt, Xun Xingyuan. Chapter 145. This child is quite audacious. The striking young lady, for reasons unknown, seemed intent on disregarding all the fine young men outside, fixating instead on the elder Lin Xuan of the Xiao sect, determined to marry him. Naturally, if Lin Xuan wished to marry into the Shen family, they would welcome him with open arms. It is easy to imagine that every time Xun Xingyuan visited, Lin Xuan had to endure a series of inquisitions. Lin Xuan, when will you marry me? Lin Xuan could only respond with silence. To this, she consistently asserted, marriage is a significant matter that requires parental consent and a matchmaker's words. My parents have long passed, and I am not worthy of elder Shen status, so I hope for your understanding. Xun Xingyuan would not easily forgive. She had long harbored feelings for this man, and as long as she remained without a partner, hope lingered. Xun Xingyuan failed to comprehend Lin Xuan's sentiments. Were she a man, faced with such a formidable pursuit from a striking beauty, he might have succumbed long ago. Yet, she was not a man. Unable to wed a captivating figure like Xun Xingyuan, her unwavering obsession would ultimately lead her to squander her precious years. Perhaps it was due to her frequent visits over the past 6 years that Lin Xuan eventually expressed his disinterest, provoking the beautiful woman to scold him fiercely, resulting in her subsequent infrequent appearances. Meanwhile, Xin Xiao, caught between the two as both disciple and nephew, cautiously sought opportunities to gauge his master's thoughts. Elder Shen was certainly not the delicate type who only wept. Had she been so narrow-minded, she would not have tirelessly pursued Lin Xuan for so many years. Xin Xiao overheard his aunt's vehement declaration. Lin Xuan best be devoid of emotions, for otherwise. The conclusion of her statement was lost, and Xin Xiao sighed, urging his aunt to consider other worthy suitors. In the realm of cultivation, age bore little significance. His aunt, with her remarkable talent and high cultivation, was a rare, affluent woman in the world of immortals, with countless individuals eager to associate with her. Regrettably, his master was not in need of wealth and was not a superficial individual swayed by mere appearances. The advantages his aunt possessed held little value in the eyes of his master. Xin Xiao too felt a sense of melancholy. However, after offering her advice, his aunt despondently remarked, "Is there anyone in this world better than Lin Xuan?" Xin Xiao found it difficult to disagree. On one hand, there was rejection. On the other, persistence. Caught in the middle, Xin Xiao had been in a quandary for several years. This year, from the family letters sent by his father, it became evident that he was intent on selecting other suitable young men from the realm of cultivation for his sister. Xin Xiao felt that perhaps his aunt had relented, which he considered a positive development. Consequently, he suddenly found the disciples under the other elders of the Xiao sect to be quite agreeable. One evening, late at night, the young master Shen tirelessly pinned away at his desk, finally compiling a list of eligible bachelors above the nascent soul stage within the Xiyu sect. This list even included his various masters, as they were all exceptionally handsome and possessed high cultivation levels. The boy demonstrated remarkable audacity. Chapter 146. Taking the Sword. Xin Xiao. Lin Xuan then explained that his masters had all been solitary for many years, as if they had sworn off affection entirely. If only Xun Xingyuan could take a liking to one of them, it would be splendid. Xin Xiao, master, your heart is indeed quite magnanimous. The Celestial Alliance hosts a grand award ceremony every 5 years, naturally to showcase the talents of the offspring from various sections. The second year after Lin Xuan took on disciples, such an event was held. However, at that time, her 3 disciples had not yet reached the requisite age or cultivation level, and taking them out would have been embarrassing. Thus, she only discreetly led them to witness the festivities. Yet, for the upcoming Celestial Alliance Grand Award next year, they would all be expected to participate. Moreover, Pei Lizzie and Xun Xiao have both reached the age of 15, now budding young men. Both have taken up the path of sword cultivation under their esteemed master. As for Yu Qing, Lin Xuan later discovered that she was more suited to wielding a whip. Last year, when his young disciple was to descend the mountain, Lin Xuan gifted her a purple spirit whip, which he had specially commissioned from her senior sister, crafted with considerable spiritual essence and spirit stones. The third elder of Xiao sect is a renowned weapon and talisman cultivator in the realm of cultivation. A woman capable of excelling in weaponry naturally possesses the strength to wield a heavy hammer. Thus her combat prowess is fearsome within Xiao sect. Moreover, As weapon cultivators harness fire attributes in their spiritual energy, their cultivation environment is inevitably fraught with flames, leading to a certain propensity for agitation. Therefore, the third elder's temper is understandably volatile. The purple spirit whip serves not merely as a weapon, but also as a defensive artifact. Ling Xuan inscribed a life-preserving talisman upon it, fearing that Yu Yuqing might encounter formidable foes in the mortal realm. As long as the whip is at her side, it could safeguard her life. While his young disciple's weapon has been secured, the two older ones still lack their own swords. Over the past 2 to 3 years, Pei Lizzie and Shun Xiao have long since moved on from wooden swords to ordinary blades. Today, Ling Xuan must accompany the two of them to the Sword Sect's sword platform to procure swords. As a master with ample resources, he naturally seeks the finest swords available. Although the Sword Sect comprises solely sword cultivators, they still navigate this world by earning the coin of their fellow sword cultivators to sustain themselves. The reasons for not becoming excessively wealthy are manifold. In the realm of swords, each blade possesses its own temperament. The more formidable the sword, the greater its pride. While this assertion may not hold universally true, it is undeniable that renowned swords carry an inherent haughtiness. Take, for instance, Ling Xuan's Luo Chuan sword. Although it had chosen its master, it initially harbored ambitions of usurping control. After several futile attempts, it reluctantly conceded, ultimately becoming a celebrated sword in Ling Xuan's possession. It stands to reason that while the swords of the Sword Sect are famous, not every blade finds a buyer. However, today, the Sword Sect was graced with a significant client. When Ling Xuan drew the Luo Chuan sword, it had never been unsheathed before, presenting itself as nothing more than a rusted blade. It was only upon Ling Xuan's arrival that its song was heard, yet, upon being drawn, it remained in its rusted state. Fearing that Ling Xuan might reject it, the Sword Sect hastily offered it at a bargain price. At that time, Ling Xuan was merely at the golden core stage of cultivation, yet her senior brothers and sisters were illustrious figures, and none dared to trouble her. The sword, upon being unsheathed, exhibited no transformation, still cloaked in rust, leaving Ling Xuan seemingly deceived by this blade. A disciple of the Sword Sect, with a forced smile, remarked, "Brother Lin, our sect only permits the acquisition of a single sword, and though this one may lack in appearance." As he spoke of its unremarkable visage, a twinge of guilt crept into his demeanor. Indeed, this sword could hardly be deemed extraordinary. Even the outermost swords in the realm eclipsed it in allure. Yet, paradoxically, it resided deep within the Sword Sect, having never been drawn before Ling Xuan's fateful encounter, leading to an unfortunate predicament for her. "Brother Lin, if you are still apprehensive, I shall offer you a more favorable price and even adorn it with a sword tassel." The disciples of the Sword Sect present themselves with an air of camaraderie. Ling Xuan remarked, "Does this not, in fact, reveal their insecurity? Are the disciples of the Sword Sect truly so naive as to be unaware when they are being deceived?" This sword she had no intention of returning. Amidst the plethora of swords, it was the resonance of this particular blade that compelled her to draw it forth. Ling Xuan declared, "This is the one." The disciples of the Sword Sect suddenly exhaled in relief, promptly preparing the purchase documentation for Ling Xuan. "Brother Lin, this is your sword. Please take care of it, however." At that very moment, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. The sword, defying all expectations, did not adhere to the conventional path. As the Sword Sect members collected the payment and handed the sword to Ling Xuan, it erupted in a blinding golden light. The rust that enveloped it was instantly cleansed by this radiant glow, and the blade regained its luster, emanating a chilling aura. The hilt, adorned with a golden Qilin motif, transformed the sword into a strikingly different entity. The disciples of the Sword Sect. Ling Xuan. It was evident that both parties were left speechless. Who could have anticipated that a mere sword, before even crossing the threshold of its new abode, would already begin to curry favor with its future master? Initially, it feigned a mundane appearance, deliberately cloaked in rust to diminish its perceived value, only to metamorphose post-transaction. This maneuver was more cunning than one might expect, as it sought to ingratiate itself with its owner even before entering the home. Even the most myopic disciple of the Sword Sect could not deny that this sword had transformed into an object of their unattainable desires. Not to mention, the golden light that erupted at the moment of its metamorphosis had even startled the elders of their sect. However, the transaction had concluded, and the sword now belonged to another. Its choice was indisputable, leaving the Sword Sect to reluctantly accept their loss. Thus, Lin Xuan acquired an undeniably extraordinary sword at an astonishingly low price, which she later named Luochuan. The sword held no objections. Initially, Lin Xuan believed that the Luochuan sword sought to endear itself to her as its master, but she soon discovered that this was not the case. Chapter 148. On the thought process of the Luochuan sword. Lin Xuan expended considerable effort to grasp the sword's mindset. The essence of the Luochuan sword's thought process was not to curry favor with its owner, rather, deep within its subconscious. It perceived a potential equality between itself and Lin Xuan. What was hers was also its own. It was merely defending its possessions, a typical instinct. It was not until the Luochuan sword truly recognized that it could not dominate the individual it had chosen, much like the Sword Sect disciple who had sold it, that it realized its misjudgment. Lin Xuan was someone it could not overpower, even at the Golden Core stage. After a few days of despondency, the Luochuan sword seemed to come to terms with its situation, quietly accepting its role as Lin Xuan's sword without any desire to reclaim dominance. Years later, Ling Xuan returned to the Sword Sect with her own disciple. The sect had developed an almost phobic apprehension towards her, fearing another serendipitous acquisition. This time, an elder welcomed Lin Xuan and her disciple, the venerable elder Yushu, whom she had not seen in quite some time. Lin Xuan spoke softly. The esteemed master of the 9 sects, it has been quite some time since our last encounter. The venerable elder Yushu, upon glancing at Lin Xuan's companions, inquired with a deep tone, "Not long ago, a disciple received a missive from you, master. It is a pleasant surprise to see you here today. I presume these two must be your cherished disciples? Indeed, they are youthful prodigies." Elder Yushu, with his silver hair and aged visage, exuded an air of vitality despite his years. Although he had not resorted to any beauty-enhancing techniques, his lively spirit was apparent in his bright eyes and youthful demeanor. Elder Yushu held a prestigious position within the Sword Sect, possessing profound cultivation, such that even the sect master would show him due respect. His personal attendance to welcome Lin Xuan speaks volumes about the significance of Lin Xuan's presence in the Sword Sect. Accompanying Lin Xuan were 2 15-year-old prodigies with exceptional spiritual roots. At this tender age, these young men, with their rosy lips and white teeth, resembled jade in their appearance. And, dressed in white akin to their master, they were indeed a sight to behold. The few female disciples of the Sword Sect could not help but be enchanted, with one even stamping her foot in shyness, exclaiming, "How could the Shio sect have such a handsome disciple akin to Panin?" The male disciples of the Sword Sect felt a sense of urgency. The female disciples were already more inclined towards the 100 Flowers sect, which exclusively recruited female disciples. And now they were being captivated by male disciples from other sects. What a predicament. In response to Elder Yushu's courteous remarks, Lin Xuan smiled gently. "Elder Yushu, your compliments are overly generous. I have come today specifically to select a sword for each of my 2 junior brothers. I kindly request the elder to open the sword platform." "Rest assured, master. The sword platform is ready. Please follow me," Elder Yushu replied, leading the 3 to the sacred ground of the Sword Sect known as the Sword Platform. The Sword Sect's sword platform boasts a long and storied history. As the Sword Sect engages in the sale of swords, it is only natural that they possess skilled swordsmiths. Over countless millennia, the sect has birthed an innumerable array of prodigious swordsmiths, each of whom, upon completing a sword, may present it at the sword platform, awaiting a fated owner. The ancestral teachings of the Sword Sect proclaim, a sword possesses its own spirit, choosing its master. Thus, as the Sword Sect is renowned for its swords, it is imperative to honor the desires of the sword, allowing it to select a worthy master. Many sword cultivators regard their swords as lifelong companions, which is not an uncommon sentiment. The sword platform has opened, and a myriad of sword calls resonate within, seemingly sensing the presence of those outside. A sword is capable of discerning the master it seeks, and will call forth that individual. The connection between sword and wielder is a mutual selection. A peerless sword naturally attracts countless admirers, while an extraordinary talent similarly finds myriad swords eager for their allegiance. Chapter 149. The Frostblade Elder Yushu spoke solemnly. "Only one person may enter the sword platform at a time. Which of you young gentlemen shall proceed first?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan turned to her 2 disciples, signaling them with her gaze. Pei Lizzie lowered her eyes, graciously suggesting, "Master, let my junior brother enter first." This display of humility surprised Lin Xuan momentarily, but she quickly smiled. "It is rare to see you exhibit the demeanor of a senior brother. Shen Xiao, you may proceed first." Shen Xiao had long been eager to try his luck. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Master, may I enter now? The youth's expressions, filled with the vivacity appropriate for his age, were both obedient and lively, endearing him to those around. Lin Xian nodded in affirmation, and the young man stepped forward with a buoyant gait toward the sword platform. In the realm of swords, many renowned blades lie hidden in the depths, each possessing its own temperament and boundless power. Elder Yushu observed the youthful figure of the boy, then glanced at his other disciple, who stood expressionless behind Lin Xian, and chuckled gently, remarking, "Indeed, the disciples of the esteemed master each exhibit their unique characteristics. It is quite intriguing." Lin Xian nodded slightly and replied, "Elder Yushu, you jest. A disciple's disposition ought to be diverse and unrestrained. Were they all as somber as Pei Lizzie or as exuberant as Shen Xiao, it would certainly be quite troublesome." Having entered first, Shen Xiao followed his master's instructions, calming his mind and attentively perceiving the resonance of the swords. Not just one blade sang to him now. The choice lay within his hands. Shen Xiao recalled his master's words, that most sword cultivators possess but a single sword throughout their lives, cherishing it as if it were their very soul. Ultimately, selecting which sword to wield should be guided by one's heart. After approximately the span of a burning incense stick, a figure clad in white gracefully emerged from the sword arena, clutching a sword with a white hilt. The sharpness of its tip emanated an oppressive force akin to tumultuous waves crashing upon the shores, an aura of solitude that rendered it nearly untouchable. Poised directly at one's throat, could it be the Frost Blade? Elder Yushu's tone betrayed an unexpected astonishment. The Frost Blade was no mere nameless sword. It had long been chronicled in the annals of the Sword Sect. Forged during the era of the second-generation Sword Sect master, it had once belonged to a renowned wandering cultivator whose prowess had reached the pinnacle of the great ascension realm. However, during his tribulation, he fell victim to a treacherous plot by his enemies and ultimately lost his life in the process. The Frost Blade had become a masterless entity at that time. Today, however, it has re-emerged in the hands of a 15-year-old youth, willingly serving as his sword. This extraordinarily talented young man, with the Frost Blade now in existence, is bound to incite a tumult within the realm of cultivation. Moreover, the disciples of the 9 divisions Lord will inevitably draw the attention of certain individuals. Shen Xiao, holding his newly acquired sword, approached his master step by step. Despite his efforts to tread cautiously, the brilliance in his eyes betrayed the excitement within his heart. The gifted youth lifted his chin to gaze at his master, unaware of the sword's profound origins, yet instinctively sensing its preciousness. He yearned for his master's praise. Lin Xian nodded approvingly at him, reaching out to touzle the boy's fluffy head as a sign of his approval. "Well done," Lin Xian remarked. In Chapter 150, "It's your turn." Elder Yushu scrutinized the sword in Shen Xiao's grasp for a considerable time before finally smiling. "Congratulations, master. But it seems you will need to bring extra spiritual essence today." Regardless of what sword Lin Xian's other disciple might wield, it was clear that from the sword in Shen Xiao's possession, her investments were destined to bear fruit. Of course, it was well worth it. The Frost Blade was not a sword that could simply be bought with wealth. A sword like the Frost Blade, which had developed a spirit, was akin to Lin Xian's Falling River sword. Once it chose its master, there was no reason for it to stray away. At this juncture, the Sword Sect was akin to a family unable to retain their daughter. Even with forceful measures, she could not be held back. Lin Xian was more than willing to invest this money. Even if she had reservations, the Shun family was eager to proceed. Her second disciple is indeed a young man of immense wealth. Lin Xian smiled, saying, "Elder Yushu, you jest. To be favored by the Frost Blade is a privilege for my young disciple. How could one ever commodify such a treasure with mere riches?" Upon hearing this, Elder Yushu narrowed his eyes, evidently pleased. A sword cultivator must regard the sword as equally vital as one's own life. Otherwise, they shall never attain the pinnacle of swordsmanship, the unity of man and sword. It can be said that rather than Shen Xiao choosing the Frostblade, it was more of a mutual selection between them. "Master, how do you know it is called the Frostblade?" Shen Xiao inquired, presenting the hilt of the sword, on which the characters for Frostblade were boldly inscribed. Shen Xiao, "Oh." The youth remained as obedient before his master as in his childhood, a demeanor that deeply pleased Lin Xian. Now, with one disciple having obtained his sword, it was time for another. Lin Xian turned his gaze to his eldest disciple, Pei Lizzie, and said, "It is your turn." Pei Lizzie met Lin Xian's gaze, feeling a tightening of his lips. It was different now. when Shen Xiao had entered. Master had smiled, but he was not smiling now. "Yes, Master," Pei Lizzie replied, his eyes fixed on the entrance of the sword platform. Suddenly feeling an overwhelming heaviness in his steps, it seemed he needed to gather his resolve before he could proceed. Just as he took a step, he felt a hand on his shoulder, and Lin Xian's voice resonated beside him. "Do not allow excessive thoughts to cloud your mind. Too many distractions will only impair your judgment." Pei Lizzie did not lift his gaze to meet Lin Xian's. He lowered his eyes and replied, "Yes, Master." Under the watchful gaze of several individuals behind him, Pei Lizzie slowly stepped into the sword arena. The deeper he ventured, the more resolute his steps became. Each footfall seemingly infused with immense effort and courage. The sound of swords resonated in his mind, growing increasingly sharp, almost pushing him towards the brink of losing control. Elder Yushu, standing outside the arena, remarked with a smile, "The commotion within the sword arena speaks volumes of the favor bestowed upon the Master's disciples. Both of you young friends possess a remarkable semblance to your esteemed predecessor." Years ago, when Lin Xian, also in the Golden Core stage, entered the sword arena, the majority of the swords within responded with a cacophony of sword cries. Yet, no one anticipated that Lin Xian would emerge wielding a rusted blade. At that time, many lamented the fate of this prodigy, unaware that ultimately, it was the members of the Sword Sect who were outmaneuvered by the very swords within the arena. Chapter 151. Why not draw the sword that was his sword from a past life, known as Hongxiao? This blade had accompanied him for many years, securing his invincibility and even contributing to his renown. Even now, as he returned, it was still the Hongxiao sword that guided him to this place amidst the myriad of blades. Had it been in his previous life, he would have unsheathed the Hongxiao sword without hesitation at this moment. However, now his mind was haunted by the image of that very sword piercing Lin Xian's chest. He had once wielded this sword to slay his own master. Lin Xian had bled profusely before him, devoid of life. How could he possibly wield this sword again? Pei Lizzie could not fathom why it had to be the Hongxiao sword. It should not be this way. He fixated on the sword's body, the eerie crimson glow emanating from it causing a dull ache in his heart. No, it could not be. No longer could it be the Hongxiao sword, thought Pei Lizzie. He averted his gaze, preparing to select another sword within the sword arena. However, as he turned his attention away, the resonating sounds of all the swords within the arena abruptly ceased. Only the Hongxiao sword continued to ring, its resonance growing ever more intense. The Hongxiao sword suppressed the cries of the other swords, compelling Pei Lizzie to choose it. The Hongxiao sword was an extraordinarily domineering blade. Were it a person, it would undoubtedly possess an obsessive and forceful disposition. Meanwhile, those outside the sword arena began to sense the peculiar atmosphere within. What had once been a cacophony of swords was now reduced to a singular, increasingly powerful sound. Elder Yushu was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of profound astonishment at the spectacle before him. After a brief pause, he chuckled, "Master of Jusi, it appears your disciple has become quite enamored with this sword. But how formidable must this sword be to so effortlessly suppress the cries of all others?" Elder Yushu smiled in silence, and Lin Xian remained equally reticent. Inside, Pei Lizzie remained motionless, locked in a silent standoff with the Hongxiao sword. Half an hour passed, yet he still did not emerge from the arena. This was rather unreasonable. The sword had already chosen its master, though its identity remained unknown. The manner in which it dominated the others clearly indicated its unparalleled nature. Why had Pei Lizzie not yet drawn the sword? Elder Yushu pondered. Perhaps the young friend fears he cannot wield such a sword, which is why he hesitates to make a decision. There was no longer any question of indecision. Such an extraordinary occurrence within the sword arena was a rarity, with one sword standing out while all others fell silent. The sword had evidently acknowledged Pei Lizzie's talent. As soon as he drew it, the sword would belong to him. Pei Lizzie now faced two choices: to grasp the sword and emerge once more, or to step forth unarmed. He remained locked in a standoff for an extended period before ultimately turning away, resigning himself to his decision. The Hongxiao sword, unwilling to accept this, intensified its resonant call, seemingly questioning Pei Lizzie's reluctance to choose it. At that moment, Lin Xian's voice echoed in his mind. "Pei Lizzie, why do you not draw the sword?" Pei Lizzie paused, and Lin Xian continued, "What are you hesitating for?" He turned his back to the Hongxiao sword, facing the exit, lips pressed together, murmuring, "Master, your disciple is lacking. Is it a lack of ability or mere cowardice?" Lin Xian's probing inquiry struck him anew. Chapter 152. Stepping out with the sword confronted by his master's piercing question, Pei Lizzie wore a dazed expression. Lin Xian's inquiry cut to the core. He was indeed gripped by fear. The Hongxiao sword, an ancient divine blade, was forged by a deity who ascended from the Sword Sect, embodying unparalleled power. Lin Xian had previously fallen easily beneath its edge, a testament to the sword's formidable might. How could one who had transcended the tribulation be slain by an ordinary weapon? Had it not been for the Hongxiao sword's celestial strength, Lin Xian might have possessed the capability to fight back, and it could have been Pei Lizzie lying lifeless instead. This sword he could not claim. He must not claim it. Lin Xian's voice, laden with displeasure, pierced through his thoughts. What are you so concerned about? As Pei Lizzie absorbed Lin Xian's voice in his mind, the echo of the Hongxiao sword's call filled his ears, leaving him shivering in a chill. 6 years ago, Pei Lizzie had never addressed Lin Xian with honorifics. Since that fateful week of confinement, or rather, that particular night of restraint, the appellation of Little White-Eyed Wolf began to resonate. Lin Xian, oblivious to Pei Lizzie's thoughts, merely stated, Pei Lizzie, although the sword possesses a spirit, should it err, the fault lies with its wielder. How can the sword be deemed innocent? No, the Hongxiao sword is innocent, yet not entirely so. It is the wielder who bears the sin, yet the Hongxiao sword is formidable. How can it be faultless? Were it any other sword, devoid of ancient divine power, it could not have claimed Lin Xian's life. Pei Lizzie felt a haze enveloping his mind, amidst the resonant cries of the Hongxiao sword. He oscillated between the notion of the sword's innocence and the haunting image of Lin Xian's chest pierced by it. With a soft gasp, blood gushed forth. Lin's skin was no more. In a daze, Pei Lizzie found himself struggling to maintain his footing, unable to discern between the present and the past. The Hongxiao sword's cries persisted, urging him to draw it forth. Yet, Pei Lizzie staggered, ultimately collapsing to the ground. In his current state, he was incapable of unsheathing the sword. A disarrayed mind could easily fall prey to the Hongxiao sword's influence. The bond between man and sword is intricate. The mightier the blade, the more dominant its spirit. Suddenly, Pei Lizzie felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, and in a moment of disorientation, Lin Xian's icy voice echoed in his mind. Pei Lizzie, calm your heart and focus. In his mind, Lin Xian's transmission consumed his entire awareness. Her voice devoid of any tumult. Recite the calming heart mantra, swiftly. Pei Lizzie, in a fleeting moment of clarity, recalled that he was Lin Xian's disciple and resolved not to bring shame to his master in the presence of others. He composed himself, seated on the ground, and in accordance with Lin Xian's words, silently chanted the cleansing heart mantra 100 times. The resonant sound of the Hongxiao sword remained unaffected by Pei Lizzie's recitation. It persistently urged him to draw it forth. When Pei Lizzie finally opened his eyes again, Lin Xian transmitted, if the sword acknowledges its master, it will act in accordance with the heart. If it brings harm, it is a reflection of an impure heart. Contemplate this well. With that, the transmission ceased. Pei Lizzie lowered his gaze, his eyes resting upon the Hongxiao sword. He was not oblivious to the truth in Lin Xian's words. After a moment of contemplation, Pei Lizzie resolved to act. He reached out toward the sword's hilt, and at that very moment, the hilt of the Hongxiao sword gleamed with a crimson light, seemingly responding to its current state. An entire hour passed after Pei Lizzie entered, before a figure emerged from the sword platform, a youth clad in white, wielding the sword. His countenance stern. He approached Lin Xian slowly and raised his head to address him, Master. It appeared he sought a look of approval akin to that which Shen Xiao received, yet before he could meet such a gaze, he suddenly collapsed forward. Chapter 153. Are you afraid of me? The incense wafted gently, the gauzy curtains draped softly, and the intricately carved window grills stood silent, as if no one were present. For many years, the East Hall had remained far quieter than the main hall, inhabited solely by a single individual. The palace doors were tightly shut. With the cedar doors meticulously adorned with intricate patterns, the most striking feature was the pair of symmetrical brick-colored koi fish on either side. Within the hall, a youth lay unconscious upon a bed, clad in a white robe, covered by a quilt embroidered with a scene of mandarin ducks frolicking in water, which rested lightly over his abdomen. This quilt had been prepared long ago by Xiao He, said to bring joy. Thus, with the exception of Lin Xian, all disciples shared a single quilt. Clearly, everyone harbored disdain for this arrangement. However, apart from Lin Xian, none could voice their dissent. Lin Xian, being a master who relished the spectacle, found amusement in the sight of the two children draped under a quilt adorned with playful mandarin ducks. He reveled in the chaos. allowing the situation to unfold. Consequently, Xiao He garnered support from the underworld, emboldening his resolve. Beside the bed, a new sword graced the rack, a blade entwined with a black dragon and inscribed with intricate runes, exuding an aura of ancient divine power. In the sword arena, this sword could suppress the resonance of all others, asserting its dominance. Thus, two unparalleled divine swords fell into the possession of Ling Xuan's disciples, leaving the sword sect in a state of astonishment, albeit hesitant to demand a higher price, even if they were to make exorbitant requests. These two swords were unlike any others. Once they had chosen their masters, they might not willingly return to the sword arena. The sect was naturally reluctant to confront the wielders of such renowned blades. The frost-binding sword, wielded by Shen Xiao, had once held great renown. Over the years, many sword cultivators entered the sword sect, driven by their own extraordinary talents, hoping to claim such legendary weapons. The frost-binding sword had become an object of longing for countless sword cultivators. As for the sword retrieved by Pyre, it bore no historical record. Yet the ancient divine power entwined around its blade suggested it was likely forged by a predecessor of the sword sect who had already ascended. The reason for its presence in the sword arena, however, remained a mystery. Regardless of the circumstances, Ling Xuan reaped substantial rewards this time. Her two disciples had successfully acquired two invaluable swords from the sword sect. In comparison, the funds Ling Xuan provided for purchasing the swords were insignificant next to the unparalleled worth of these divine blades. Ling Xuan gazed at the sword for an extended period. Contemplating something, she suddenly took a step forward, reaching for the hilt. The black dragon on the hilt erupted with a burst of crimson light, and Ling Xuan immediately sensed a force resisting her approach, as if the sword were repelling her. Narrowing her eyes, she focused her spiritual energy, breaking through the resistance to grasp the hilt. As she lifted the sword, she examined it meticulously from all angles, eager to explore its intricacies. However, the sword seemed to have other intentions. The red light emanating from its blade intensified, nearly enveloping the entire sword. It was as if Ling Xuan finally discerned something, prompting her to inquire, "Are you afraid of me?" Chapter 154. A desire for sparring. As Ling Xuan's words fell, the red light on the sword dissipated. It felt vaguely reminiscent of the saying, "There's no silver here." Ling Xuan was not one to overlook this sword. Ancient divine swords were indeed rare and warranted careful consideration. This sword possessed the ability to suppress others within the sword arena, indicating its extraordinary nature. Moreover, ancient divine swords were not necessarily benign. This particular sword evidently bore a spirit. If Pyre were unable to master it, and instead fell under its control, the situation could become considerably complicated. Ling Xuan glanced at the sword in her hand, sensing the discontent emanating from the falling river sword within her consciousness. It seemed to express its displeasure at her prolonged hold on another blade, subtly resonating with a hint of rivalry towards the Haxiao sword. "I've never encountered such a petty sword," Ling Xuan remarked. She meticulously examined the weapon for an extended period, yet could discern no anomalies. The ancient divine energy entwined within the blade must have been left by its creator, as for which esteemed predecessor of the sword sect forged this particular sword. That remained a mystery. Approaching the bedside, Ling Xuan grasped Pyre's hand, channeling a trace of spiritual energy through her wrist. She felt the meridians within Pyre flow smoothly, though his blood essence surged restlessly, indicating some instability in his cultivation. Ling Xuan furrowed her brow involuntarily. In her eyes, Pyre had always been the most stable among her three disciples. How could he be unsteady? However, unable to pinpoint the reason, she reassured herself that Pyre was safe and allowed her worries to dissipate. As Ling Xuan stepped out of the East Palace, she discovered Shen Xiao waiting outside. The young lad, having recently acquired his own fated sword, wore it with pride. Upon seeing Ling Xuan emerge from Pyre's chamber, he approached her eagerly. "Master, how is my senior brother?" The earnestness in Shen Xiao's voice was palpable. Yet Ling Xuan was acutely aware that her obedient second disciple often referred to his senior brother by name or simply as Pei when she was not around. Nevertheless, Shen Xiao's dutiful nature and filial piety prevented Ling Xuan from intervening in the dynamics of their brotherly bond. "He is well and should awaken shortly," Ling Xuan replied, lowering her gaze before gently inquiring, "Shen Xiao, do you have matters to discuss?" The youth, clad in white, adorned with crescent patterns, gazed at his master with an expression brimming with anticipation. Upon hearing that his elder brother had acquired a remarkable sword from the sword forum, he yearned for a sparring match. Ling Xuan remarked, So you wish to engage in combat to determine whose sword is superior. Wait until your elder brother awakens, and then you may seek him out. The disciple complied, albeit hesitantly lifting his gaze to his master. Master, is my elder brother's sword truly that formidable? Ling Xuan replied. So it seems you have heard of its prowess and feel a sense of imbalance within. The Lord of Jiuxi discreetly cast a glance at the frosted blade in Shun Zhao's possession. While the might of the frosted blade need not be elaborated upon, it had once served as the weapon of choice for a peak master in the Great Ascension realm. How could it possibly fall short? Moreover, the frosted blade possesses a beauty befitting a noble young man like Shen Xiao. Its true strength will be revealed once you engage in a duel with him. Ling Xuan continued, suddenly shifting the conversation. I shall find time in the near future to craft a suitable sheath for your sword. A peerless divine blade deserves nothing less than an appropriate scabbard. Chapter 155. The elder brother is truly naive. Pei Lizi remained in a deep slumber for an entire day and night. During this time, Ling Xuan summoned the sect's physician, who, after examination, assured him that Pei Lizi was merely in a prolonged sleep without any physical harm. With this news, Ling Xuan felt a weight lift from his shoulders. However, it was not long before he was summoned by the sect leader for a conversation. Xiaoba, I have heard that your two disciples ventured to the Sword Sect and caused quite a stir. And Xingzhou poured tea for Ling Xuan, a gentle smile gracing his face. Nearby, a bird perch held another little creature, Little Ba, who stood there posing as a charming bird. However, all illusion shattered the moment it opened its beak. Little Ba? Blood. Little Ba, blood. Ling Xuan was left speechless. This bird had been nurtured by Xingzhou for many years, aside from a slight extension of its lifespan. It had shown no growth, but rather increased in annoyance. And Xingzhou reproached his beloved bird, Little Ba, be quiet. Refrain from uttering such ominous words. Ling Xuan wore a blank expression. After hearing Little Ba for so long, she gradually lost track of whether Xingzhou's reprimands were directed at a person or the bird. Nevertheless, since her senior brother had inquired, Ling Xuan readily recounted the impressive feats of her two disciples, particularly the circumstances surrounding her sword acquisition at the Sword Sect. And Xingzhou, however, was particularly concerned about Pei Li's subsequent unconsciousness after obtaining his sword. Could it be that Pei's sword was too formidable, leading to a struggle for dominance between man and blade? Such occurrences were not unheard of. Some malevolent swords favored mediocrity in their wielders, subsequently exerting control over them. Ling Xuan shook her head, not quite. That sword regarded me as a formidable adversary, devoid of ambition. And Xingzhou's speculation was merely conjecture, and since Ling Xuan dismissed it, he felt reassured. With no pressing matters at hand, and Xingzhou shifted the conversation to another topic, regarding next year's Celestial Alliance Grand Awards. Will your three disciples be participating? And Xingzhou clicked his tongue and remarked, though still young, at your age you had already showcased your talents against the finest from other sections. Your disciple, while not expected to surpass your prowess as a master, should not tarnish your esteemed reputation. When Ling Xuan first participated in the Immortal Alliance Grand Competition, she was notably short and appeared quite youthful, her expression devoid of emotion, lacking any semblance of intimidation. Yet, she single-handedly defeated all the taller challengers who stepped into the arena. It was remarkably audacious and immensely gratifying. According to her senior brothers and sisters, who guided her to the competition like elder family members, that day they all felt a profound joy in witnessing the sect's disciples shine. Ling Xuan could not fathom why. Upon seeing an acquaintance, they would grasp the individual and exclaim, "That is my little junior." She felt utterly bewildered, suffocated by the moment. Why? When their own disciples were also participating, did they react with such astonishment? After several editions of the Immortal Alliance Grand Competition, Ling Xuan decided to withdraw. Having grown weary and disenchanted, she remained rather impassive, thinking to herself, my senior brother is truly immature. Chapter 156. A heart like still water. Since Xingzhou had inquired, Ling Xuan responded candidly. Everyone participated. She paused, raising her cup to sip the tea before letting out a heavy sigh, laden with experience. Let it be. As long as they did not engage in conflict there, she found solace. It was only after becoming a mentor herself that she realized not all senior brothers and sisters shared a united spirit. For instance, the three individuals she received, while in her presence, managed to maintain a facade of harmony. However, once they believed themselves beyond her gaze, their true natures began to emerge. Mutual disdain permeated their interactions. These past years have indeed been a trial for them, despite their consistently poor acting skills. and Xingzhou could not comprehend the meaning of Lin Xian's phrase "go with the flow." Yet the disciples from Xiao sect participating in next year's Immortal Alliance Grand Awards must not disgrace their sect. Xiaoba, since your 3 treasured disciples are to compete, this year you must ensure they diligently cultivate. Ultimately, losing on stage is a minor concern. Should they be outmatched and injured, the sword knows no mercy, and the consequences may be dire, and Xingzhou admonished. Lin Xian was well aware of what he referred to, replying, "I understand. By the way, is your young disciple still training at the foot of the mountain?" And Xingzhou inquired. Lin Xian nodded. "Yu Qing has indeed yet to return. Why do you ask?" And Xingzhou replied, "It's nothing, merely that the mortal realm is currently in chaos. One must exercise caution when outside." And Xingzhou had likely been overly protective due to the influence of his senior brother, and since the arrival of junior brothers and sisters, he developed a particular fondness for overseeing them. After becoming the sect leader, this tendency became even more ingrained. Lin Xian had grown accustomed to it, stating, "If Yu Qing encounters danger outside, she will seek help herself. There is no need for concern." Almost every sword cultivator cherishes their sword as a precious treasure. Although Lin Xian often expressed disdain for the Luochuan sword, it is undeniable that should it ever be damaged, she would feel a pang of sorrow. Now, Shun Zhao's demeanor appears quite normal. The Dingshuang sword is exceptionally beautiful. Should the spirit of the sword one day attain human form, it would undoubtedly be strikingly lovely. Such a beautiful sword surely deserves the adage that it is beloved by all. In times past, Xin Xiao practiced with a wooden sword. But with the arrival of the Dingshuang sword, the wooden sword has lost its purpose and has been set aside. "Master," Xin Xiao spotted Lin Xian from afar, abandoning his practice and rushing towards her with enthusiasm. The young lad, recently engaged in sword practice, bore the sheen of sweat on his cheeks, yet his handsome face was flushed, rendering him even more appealing. Lin Xian paused, gazing at her second disciple with a composed demeanor. "Xin Xiao, why such impatience? Do my usual teachings about self-cultivation fall on deaf ears?" The youth quickly regained his composure, his voice no longer brimming with youthful exuberance. "Master, it is merely that upon seeing you, I was overwhelmed with joy, and my emotions got the better of me." If the young female disciples of Xiao sect, of a similar age to Xin Xiao, were to hear such flattering words, they might blush profusely. Alas, Lin Xian, as a mentor, remained as tranquil as still water. "Is it not the case that we meet daily? Why, then, such instability?" Lin Xian inquired. Xin Xiao chuckled, scratching the back of his head. "Master, your celestial presence brings joy at first sight. To see you daily is to find delight anew each day." Lin Xian, this child possesses a wealth of flowery language, yet directs it not at the beautiful maidens outside. What a pity. Cease your pretense. Lin Xian fixed her gaze upon the frost blade held by Xin Xiao. The frost blade had once been wielded by a previous master, and given your current level of cultivation, it is only natural that you find it incongruous. One must not rush to achieve success, for haste may lead to adverse consequences. Lin Xian, being exceptionally astute, immediately discerned Shun Zhao's awkwardness in handling the frost blade, which is why she diligently trained. However, the once exuberant youth now appeared despondent, lamenting, "I attempted to communicate with the frost blade, yet it consistently ignores me. Is it dissatisfied with me as its master? Not at all." Although Lin Xian had only ever possessed a single falling river sword throughout the years, the essence of a sword, once it has chosen its master, transcends notions of satisfaction or dissatisfaction. Moreover, the frost blade is evidently a sword of righteous spirit. The attributes of a sword are determined by its craftsman, yet its character is shaped by its wielder. The previous master of the frost blade was not a nefarious individual. Rather, they were a practitioner of the great path. Even if they did not ascend, it cannot be denied that the frost blade is a coveted treasure among sword cultivators. Such a sword would not willingly submit to any unworthy master. Xin Xiao replied, "I understand, master." With renewed vigor, he resolved to practice the sword once more. Yet Lin Xian interjected, "Xin Xiao, do not torment the frost blade any further. Heed my words and take some rest." The command of a master is not to be disobeyed, and thus, Xin Xiao could only reluctantly retreat to rest. At that moment, Xiao He approached, announcing, "Master, Pei Li has awakened." "Awake?" Lin Xian paused slightly, pondering his current state. "Little Black, nothing much. It just seems like he has become even less talkative." Lin Xian interjected. He was already nearly mute. "Does this mean he is on the verge of complete silence? It is truly burdensome for me as his master." With a twinge of conscience, Lin Xian ventured to the eastern hall. Pei Lizzie had already regained consciousness, seated on the bed, leaning against the headboard. Upon hearing movement at the door, he swiftly looked up, and upon recognizing Lin Xian, he struggled to rise from the bed. Master. The youth, clad in immaculate white garments, stepped down, his stance still unsteady. His countenance stern, but with his gaze cast downward. Lin Xian halted before him. Pei Lizzie heard his master inquire, "How do you feel now?" Chapter 158. Has the disciple made another mistake, master? Lin Xian's expression remained composed as she said, "Do not push yourself. Lie down. I have something to discuss with you." Observing Lin Xian's unsmiling demeanor, Pei Lizzie silently reclined. As for what Lin Xian wished to inquire, he was mentally prepared. "Why were you so hesitant back at the Sword Sect?" Lin Xian asked directly. Pei Lizzie hesitated. His peripheral vision catching sight of the Hongxiao sword resting on the bedside stand. The disciple does not know. It was not ignorance, but rather an inability to speak the truth. He could not reveal to Lin Xian that he had once taken his own master's life. Even if such a notion now seemed ludicrous to Lin Xian, was it ignorance or a reluctance to divulge? Lin Xian inquired once more, to which Pei Lizzie replied with the same phrase, "Disciple does not know." Deep down, they were both aware that Pei Lizzie was not as oblivious as he professed. Rather, Lin Xian had already posed the question twice and had no intention of repeating it for a third time. This disciple, despite having matured over the past 6 years and no longer being as obstinate as he once was, carried a weight of thought so profound that it seemed insurmountable to those around him. The relationship between teacher and disciple had indeed softened, yet it remained but a fragile truce. The wolf in sheep's clothing gazed upon others with an intensity that was almost suffocating. Lin Xian remarked, "Since you have no pressing matters, it would be prudent to rest well. Tomorrow, we shall resume our cultivation, and do not dwell excessively on your thoughts." Upon finishing her words, she turned to leave. However, Pei Lizzie, gazing at her retreating figure clad in white, suddenly felt a pang of anxiety and called out unexpectedly, "Master." Lin Xian halted her steps and turned to meet Pei Lizzie's earnest gaze. Hearing him articulate slowly, "Master, have I erred once again?" The use of again puzzled Lin Xian, for she could not comprehend what fault he believed he had committed. Pei Lizzie fell silent once more, and after a moment, she heard him say, "Disciple bids farewell to master." Once the palace doors closed, Pei Lizzie remained transfixed, staring at the entrance. At that moment, the Hongxiao sword resting on the nearby rack emitted a sudden, piercing cry. However, its master was utterly indifferent to its plight. The Hongxiao sword persisted in its lament. Yet Pei Lizzie appeared to have lost all sense of perception, lacking even the desire to glance aside. The dignity of the ancient divine sword had been trampled upon. However, Pei Lizzie is not truly a 15-year-old youth. He has shared countless springs, summers, autumns, and winters with the Hongxiao sword. After his ascension, the Hongxiao sword accompanied him. Yet for the subsequent 8 centuries, he has not wielded the sword again. Pei Lizzie is acutely aware that there exists a connection between his past and present. Thus, during the sword forum, the Hongxiao sword became indispensable to him. He is uncertain whether the Hongxiao sword retains memories of its former life. Yet it is undeniable that the sword inherently recognizes him as its master. After a moment of contemplation, Pei Lizzie addressed the Hongxiao sword. "What necessity do you have?" Chapter 159. Enigmatic shadows. The Hongxiao sword, being an ancient divine blade, possesses innate divine power within its very essence. Following Pei Lizzie's ascension, it has taken on the role of a divine sword belonging to a deity. It would not be surprising if the Hongxiao sword indeed holds memories of its past existence. Pei Lizzie remarked, "In this lifetime, I am unlikely to ascend again. Will you still choose to accompany me, even if you cannot become a divine sword?" The Hongxiao sword gleamed with a crimson light, seemingly responding to Pei Lizzie's words. Consequently, he fell silent. His emotions towards the Hongxiao sword are profoundly intricate. Yet, he also recognizes that the sword is quite innocent. The one truly at fault is he himself. A mere sword is capable of acknowledging the grace of its master. While he, who once received Lin Xian's favor, ultimately took the life of his own master for reasons that may seem absurd, he finds himself lesser than a sword. However, Pei Lizzie remains bewildered as to why the heavenly path bestowed upon him the opportunity for ascension through the act of slaying his master. If one were to assert that Lin Xian harbored deep-seated familial grievances and national enmities against her, then seeking vengeance to resolve entanglements and ascend without further attachments would be comprehensible. Yet, he was mistaken. Why did Lin Xuan not refute this? What lay behind all of this? Pei Lizzie endeavored to ponder, but found himself ensnared in a seemingly inescapable illusion. The truth he yearned to grasp appeared tantalizingly close. Yet whenever he reached out, it remained frustratingly distant. The situation was shrouded in enigma. Suddenly, a piercing headache assailed Pei Lizzie. The more he strained to comprehend, the more acute the pain became. He closed his eyes, silently reciting the calming incantation imparted by Lin Xuan, hoping to cleanse his chaotic thoughts. Once again, it was the night of the full moon. Within the 9 esteemed pavilion, Elder Lin Xuan reveled atop the roof, cradling a jug of peach blossom wine. At that moment, the exquisite beauty of the night lay before her, a young man clad in white, possessing striking features, exuding an air of carefree abandon. She leaned back slightly, her left hand propped against the rubble behind her, while the other held the wine jug, drinking with unrestrained delight. However, the master of the 9 divisions upheld a particular standard for herself, as well as for others. For instance, her 3 disciples were permitted no more than a single cup of wine, whereas she indulged straight from the jug. Though such consumption could easily lead to inebriation, it remained uncertain how well Lin Xuan could hold her liquor. Yet, each time she imbibed, her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with a captivating glimmer. Shen Xiao, residing closest to Lin Xuan, could see his master atop the rooftop merely by stepping outside and looking up. Having long since outgrown the age of being shorter than the hearth, the young master Shen sighed as he observed his master still drinking on the roof. Before retreating into the small kitchen of the 9 esteemed pavilion, the Shiyu sect, in truth, lacks a designated kitchen. For those who cultivate immortality must first overcome the trial of fasting before embarking on the path of cultivation. Cultivators abstain from earthly grains. However, Lin Xuan stands as a remarkable exception within the sect. She not only indulges in the delectable dishes of the mortal realm, but also possesses an ardent fondness for them, consuming them with abandon, seemingly unperturbed by the notion that such fare might leave impurities within her meridians. Naturally, at Lin Xuan's level of cultivation, she can expel any impurities at will. After a moment, Lin Xuan gazed at her disciple, Shen Xiao, who stood before her holding a bowl of snow pear soup. Feeling somewhat at a loss for words, Shen Xiao, I have yet to finish, you may leave. She had never encountered a disciple so audacious as to summon her to eat atop the roof. To chastise him as irreverent would not do, nor would it be entirely accurate to label him as obedient and filial. In this lifetime, it was indeed his duty to escort Lin Xuan to the upper realms. Master, previously, 7th uncle cautioned against allowing you to drink excessively, Shen Xiao remarked, pausing to cast a glance at the crookedly stacked, empty wine jars atop the roof. You have already consumed quite a bit. Perhaps a sip of snow pear soup to cleanse your palate? Lin Xuan, with a silent expletive, she accepted the bowl and took her first sip. She found herself quietly finishing the remainder. This child, once she had forbidden him from entering the kitchen, even uttering the phrase, a gentleman keeps his distance from the kitchen, yet after Shen Xiao grew taller and could reach the stove, he frequently sought guidance from Yuer and Xing'er. Lin Xuan realized that she could no longer restrain him. At this moment, a sense of guilt washed over her. The young master of the Beast Master sect had been entrusted to her care, yet several years had elapsed, and the once pampered nobleman, who had never lifted a finger, had surprisingly honed his culinary skills. A peaceful slumber enveloped him, but elsewhere, another soul found sleep elusive. The commotion within the main hall was evident, requiring no additional magical insight to perceive. Pei Lizzie pressed her lips together. Certain sentiments need not be articulated, for she was acutely aware of them. Lin Xuan treated each of his disciples with great kindness, even extending his patience to Pei Lizzie, who had initially been a contrary and ungrateful student. Yet, the dynamic was inherently different. Lin Xuan exhibited a profound warmth towards Shen Xiao and Yu Yuqing, while an inexplicable distance lingered between him and Pei Lizzie. What Pei Lizzie discerned, Lin Xuan was undoubtedly conscious of as well. However, the relationship between a master and disciple naturally adhered to a hierarchy, and on the surface, their rapport seemed unproblematic, particularly in the absence of Shen Xiao and Yu Yuqing. In contrast, the bond between him and Lin Xuan appeared notably distant. This sentiment was unfamiliar to Pei Lizzie from her previous life. In her past incarnation, shortly after joining the sect, Lin Xuan would hold her hand and guide her to various places. At that time, her disposition was not significantly more amiable than it was now. She remained withdrawn, her expressions lacking the vivacity of carefree children. Moreover, Lin Xuan was not one for excessive conversation, which further contributed to their mentor-student relationship lacking the warmth found in Lin Xian's interactions with Shen Xiao and Yu Yuqing. Pei Lizzie could not help but ponder the thought. If he were as vivacious and spirited as Shen Xiao and Yu Yuqing, would he effortlessly elicit a smile from his master? Yet, he found himself incapable of mimicking the playful charm of a child. How could he ever bring a smile to Lin Xian's face? Even if he attempted to learn, it would likely amount to nothing more than a clumsy imitation. Pei Lizzie refrained from any actions that might harm his spiritual roots, for the spirit-cleansing stone bestowed upon him by Lin Xuan years ago remained within him, purifying his meridians. Upon uncovering the truth about Pei family village, he felt an overwhelming sense of unworthiness. What merit did he possess? Lin Xuan was destined to ascend to the heavens in her previous life, yet she fell to his blade. Pei Lizzie mused that in this life, it was his duty to escort Lin Xuan to the celestial realm. Chapter 161. The occasion Xiao sect typically maintained minimal interaction with the outside world. Moreover, in recent years, the Celestial Alliance had been actively recruiting disciples, thus boasting an undeniable numerical advantage. As they stepped outside, a throng of individuals surged forth, their very presence exuding an air of superiority. Lin Xuan had secluded herself for 6 years. During this time, managing her disciples had become a source of amusement amidst her cultivation. Master, Little Black appeared behind Lin Xuan, who was intently observing her 2 disciples practice their swordplay. Upon hearing Little Black's voice, the handsome young man lazily lifted his eyelids and replied, "The sect leader sent someone to inform you that representatives from the Celestial Alliance are here, specifically requesting your presence." Lin Xuan replied, "Refuse them. Tell them I am in seclusion." Little Black sighed. This same excuse has been used at least 5 times over the past 6 years. Regardless of whether the outsiders believe it or not, expressing it makes one feel rather guilty. In the past, Xiaowei would have simply remained silent and retreated to the sidelines. But today was different. He added, "Master, the sect leader said you should undertake this journey." Lin Xuan frowned in displeasure and turned to Xiaowei, her expression seemingly reproaching him for uttering the sect leader's name. "Did my senior brother truly say that?" she asked uncertainly. Xiaowei replied, "Indeed, the sect leader did say so." Lin Xuan fell silent, her demeanor turning despondent as she slumped in her chair, resting the back of her head gently against the chair's support. Her hands draped over the armrests, her body sinking into the seat, adopting a posture of resigned indifference. Suddenly, she was jolted awake by her senior brother's resonant voice. "Lin Xuan, hurry over here." Startled, Lin Xuan nearly toppled from her cushioned seat, meeting the slightly perplexed gazes of her 2 disciples. "Master, what is the matter?" Shen Xiao inquired, pausing his actions with concern. At that moment, the usually reticent Pei Lizzie unexpectedly spoke up. "Master." Lin Xuan responded, "What is it?" Pei Lizzie asked, "May I accompany you?" Lin Xuan was taken aback. Her disciple was not typically one to take the initiative. However, once Pei Lizzie took the lead, Shen Xiao joined in. "Yes, master. Since it's a visitor from the Immortal Alliance, it would be rather unbecoming for you to go alone." Lin Xuan casually remarked, "What? Am I suddenly impressive just by adding you 2? Shen Xiao replied, "At least it's better than being alone." "Very well then." Having grown accustomed to a languid existence, Lin Xuan suddenly realized that her disciples also needed to experience the outside world. Thus, she decided to let them witness the grandeur of the Immortal Alliance. Initially, Lin Xuan thought she would only take 2 disciples with her, but in the next moment, Shen Xiao had arranged for Yuer and Sheng'er to accompany them as well. With 2 enchanting female cultivators clad in purple and azure, alongside 2 exceptionally handsome young men, the atmosphere was indeed ethereal, and Lin Xuan felt her presence elevated. Regrettably, Xiaohei was left behind due to his lack of aesthetic appeal. Lin Xuan mused, "Speaking of which, Xiaohei has some grounds for grievance. After all, that face was crafted by me, and it is my fault he turned out this way." Chapter 162. Plastic Sibling Affection. Upon arriving at Yuling Pavilion, Lin Xuan finally understood why Xingzhou was so urgently intent on bringing her here. Of course, it was not due to any mischief on her part. At her age, there were few opportunities for such folly. It was her disciple who had caused the trouble. Members of the Immortal Alliance stood in 2 or 3 rows, with Mo Yunxian seated prominently by Xingzhou's side. The 2 appeared to be engaged in conversation, which was abruptly interrupted by Lin Xuan's arrival. "Master!" A resounding call suddenly echoed, sounding somewhat familiar. Lin Xuan glanced in the direction of the voice, and that single look rendered her speechless. Her 3rd disciple was bound tightly and helplessly to the side. had the timing been more opportune. Ling Xuan firmly believed she would have certainly heard the mocking laughter resonating beside her. Meanwhile, the bound Yu Yuqing seemed equally astonished that, aside from her master, the two insufferable nuisances, Pei Lizzie and Xin Xiao, had also arrived. A fleeting glance exchanged between them enveloped them in silence. One side's lips twitched oddly, yet fortunately, it was swiftly subdued. The last vestige of stubbornness in their plastic sibling bond was to refrain from laughing in front of outsiders. Yu Yuqing thought, perhaps it would be better to let her perish. Ling Xuan surveyed her surroundings, her gaze ultimately landing upon Mo Yunxian from the Xianming. With a slight lift of her eyelids, she spoke nonchalantly. Mo Yunxian, what is your intention? Ling Xuan was not in Xingzhou, the current leader. Her impression of Mo Yunxian was rather mediocre. He had been her defeated opponent on more than one occasion, though that was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that he was a disciple of the Xianming, serving its interests, which naturally left her with a less than favorable impression. Moreover, her seniority afforded her the audacity to address him by his name, despite her actual age being younger than his. Before Mo Yunxian could respond, and Xingzhou interjected, Friend Mo, Ling Xuan has already arrived. According to the customs of our Xiao sect, it is customary that the disciple who causes trouble must rectify the situation. Justice has its rightful owner. You are free to converse without concern for me. His implication was clear. Justice has its rightful owner, and one ought to seek out the appropriate party. He was merely an observer, detached from the matter at hand. Ling Xuan had never encountered such an irresponsible sect leader. Yet she understood that this was not the time for internal discord. The voice of the esteemed Lord of the Nine Courts, Mo Yunxian, resonated as he recounted the tale, which indeed possesses a profound backstory. A few days prior, I led several junior disciples of the Immortal Alliance into the Long Night Forest, seeking to hunt some spirit beasts as a means of training for my juniors. However, as fate would have it, we encountered the elusive moon spirit beast. We were on the verge of capturing it when an unforeseen interference thwarted our efforts. Upon inquiring further, I discovered that this individual was your disciple, prompting me to approach you for a discussion on how to address this matter. The moon spirit beast, a creature that can almost be deemed legendary, is a superior grade spirit beast that is born with the cultivation of the nascent soul. Its gentle nature allows for a unique bond. Upon forming a contract, it elevates its master's cultivation to the nascent soul level, even if the individual possessed a mixed spiritual root before. This bond not only enhances their cultivation but also completely rectifies their meridians and spiritual roots. Furthermore, as the moon spirit beast progresses in its cultivation, so too does its master, effectively granting them formidable power without the arduous process of training. However, such spirit beasts are extraordinarily rare, with a dismally low reproduction rate. The remarkable prowess and strength they embody are coupled with the looming threat of extinction. Should a moon spirit beast encounter sufficient opportunities, it may even ascend to the great ascension stage, potentially facing the tribulation of ascension. The rarity of such spirit beasts is evident. They are a millennium in the making. After hearing this succinct account, Ling Xuan could not help but fall into a contemplative silence. She could roughly discern from the conversation that this group of individuals, along with Yu Yuqing, had fortuitously converged in the Changya forest. They all discovered the moon's spirit beast, which, as fate would have it, was fortuitously claimed by Yu Yuqing, who seemed to have an extraordinary streak of luck. Consequently, this assembly of people, filled with indignation, captured Yu Yuqing to seek an explanation from the Xiao sect. Ling Xuan meticulously examined the situation and realized that Yu Yuqing's cultivation had indeed reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Ling Xuan thought to herself, splendid. Since her cultivation has ascended to such heights, it indicates that the moon spirit beast has already formed a contract with her. It is akin to savoring a delicacy. There is no possibility of relinquishing it. The notion of relinquishing it was utterly inconceivable. Is it true that so many disciples of the Immortal Alliance cannot capture a single moon spirit beast? The mockery from the Lord of the Nine Judges was not merely confined to her words. Her demeanor played a pivotal role as well. She slightly narrowed her eyes and tugged at the corner of her mouth, expressing disdain for those who blamed others for their own inadequacies in winning the favor of the moon spirit beast. The disciples of the Immortal Alliance were evidently incensed by her words. However, before they could voice their grievances, she lightly added, "Is it not embarrassing that such a multitude is outmatched by a mere golden core cultivator?" Ling Xuan was typically not one to engage in excessive banter, yet today, Circumstances compelled her to respond to those who sought humiliation. With a decisive gesture, she waved her sleeve, unleashing her pinnacle power of the refining void realm to untie the celestial binding ropes that restrained Yu Yuqing. Upon regaining her freedom, Yu Yuqing immediately began to bounce in place, seeking solace behind her master. With a hint of defiance, she peeked out and exclaimed, "It was clearly the moon spirit beast that we all saw together. Your inability to endear yourselves to it is of no concern to me." The antics of this master-disciple duo caught even in Xingzhou, who had initially intended to remain aloof, by surprise, his eyes widening in astonishment at their audacity. It was hard not to feel a sense of exhilaration. Had he not been constrained by his identity as the sect leader, he would have applauded their spirited exchange. What a remarkable pair they were. At first, Yu Yuqing had no inkling that the creature before her was a moon spirit beast. She was simply captivated by its adorable appearance and wished to approach it. However, in the blink of an eye, a throng of individuals emerged from the shadows, brandishing various spiritual artifacts, with some even setting up a formation. Before Yu Yuqing could comprehend the situation, the snow-white beast suddenly bit her, swiftly retreating into her spiritual consciousness. As she struggled to grasp the absurdity of this forced transaction, the heavens unleashed a thunderstorm. Miraculously, the lightning calamity did not harm her. It appeared that the little beast within her consciousness had shielded her from the onslaught. What astonished Yu Yuqing even further was that after the storm passed, she found herself unexpectedly ascending to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. This feels like a dream, she mused. Yet, before she could fully process her newfound reality, the very group that had appeared earlier ensnared her with binding ropes, accusing her of stealing their spirit beast. Yu Yuqing gasped. Had it not been for the insignia of Xiao sect adorning her, her life would likely have been forfeit at the hands of those afflicted by their own greed. Chapter 164. Innocent words, Masterin. Is it truly the case that your Xiao sect disregards reason? Mo Yunxian finally directed his ire at Xingzhou, who had been merely spectating. We have been monitoring the moon spirit beast for nearly half a month, and yet, your sect's disciples suddenly appeared, disturbing the creature. We had no choice but to act prematurely, only for her to seize the opportunity and form a contract with the spirit beast. Does this not constitute theft? As the leader of a sect, Xingzhou found himself constrained by decorum and could not voice certain thoughts. However, his young disciple, caught off guard, blurted out, "Isn't this considered stealing?" A profound silence enveloped the room. The young disciple, realizing his blunder, lowered his head, attempting to blend into the background like a mute quail. And Xingzhou, seizing the moment, forced a smile and remarked, "Innocent words, innocent words." Mo Yunxian was on the verge of erupting when he heard a disdainful snicker from one of Ling Xuan's disciples behind him. The Immortal Alliance truly possesses great audacity, incessantly accusing others of stealing. Are you unaware of the rank of the moon spirit beast? Do you truly believe it is within your grasp? Do you even deserve it? Ling Xuan's 3 disciples, to be fair, had not ventured out much, and thus many were only vaguely aware that she had taken on apprentices, but were not familiar with their backgrounds. Since Shun Xiao had joined the Xiao sect, he had rarely left, and apart from his fellow sect members, outsiders were unlikely to recognize him. At the very least, the disciples of the Immortal Alliance did not recognize him, and one of them finally could no longer contain himself, questioning, "What are you even supposed to be? How audacious for a mere adolescent, still in the throes of youth, to interject so frivolously. Do you grasp the essence of a spirit beast? The moon spirit beast, which we have diligently observed for such an extended period, rightfully belongs to us." The heir apparent of the Beastmaster sect publicly questioned about his knowledge of spirit beasts. Shen Shao offered a cold smile. The once bright demeanor of the youth had dimmed. His brows and eyes now bore an air of indifference as he spoke forthrightly. The moon spirit beast is a rare encounter, one that is worth sacrificing one's cultivation rather than yielding to those who do not appreciate it. Since my junior sister has successfully forged a bond with the moon spirit beast, it is a testament that she is indeed the one chosen by it. After all, you have watched over her for half a month. Do you truly believe she owes you any justification? His words were unvarnished, striking at the core of the matter. The moon spirit beast chooses its master of its own volition. No one can impose their will upon it. To attempt to seize it is utterly ludicrous. A disciple of the Celestial Alliance, seemingly intent on rebutting further, was silenced by a mere gesture from Mo Yunxian. Turning to Shen Xiao, he inquired, "Might I ask who this young friend is?" "I am the second disciple under the esteemed Lord of the 9 Divisions," the youth replied slowly. pausing momentarily before adding, "And I am also the son of Ling Xuan from the Beastmaster sect." The members from the Celestial Alliance were taken aback, realizing that this young man's familiarity with spirit beasts was no mere coincidence. They understood that offending him would be a grave misstep. With numerous disciples and even elders within the Celestial Alliance having contracted spirit beasts, the need for collaboration with the Beastmaster sect was abundantly clear. To incur Ling Xuan's displeasure would yield no benefit for them. Ling Xuan's gaze momentarily darkened, as if weighing the pros and cons, before he clasped his hands together and said, "Since that is the case, I shall take my leave for today." Following his words, the group departed in a rather subdued manner, leaving as grandly as they had arrived. Ling Xuan commented, "It seems that in recent years, the minds of those from the Immortal Alliance have been somewhat impaired." Chapter 165. The path of the protagonist in the tale. Once the members of the Immortal Alliance had vanished from sight, and Xingzhou turned to his long-absent disciple and exclaimed in astonishment, "Yu Qing, I have never encountered a moon spirit beast in all my years. Might you allow me the privilege of witnessing such a marvel?" Yu Qing was taken aback to discover that not only her second master, but even her elder brother, who prided himself on his knowledge of various spirit beasts as the heir of the Beast Tamer sect, displayed a look of yearning. Could that little creature that had bitten her truly be so formidable? Suddenly, Yu Qing recalled her dreamlike experience in the mid-stage of her nascent soul, feeling a bit disoriented. "Master," Yu Qing's voice was somewhat ethereal, "it has fallen asleep." Upon forming a contract with the moon spirit beast, she had immediately faced her thunder tribulation. After enduring the trials, it had exhausted too much energy and was now resting within her spiritual consciousness. And Xingzhou expressed a hint of regret, but reassured himself that time was on their side. After all, his disciple belonged to him, and they would meet again in due course. However, Yu Qing's attention shifted to Xingzhou. Called upon, Xingzhou gazed at his younger sister, whose cultivation had advanced to the mid-stage of the nascent soul, and once again felt the frustration of being overshadowed since their childhood when he had been less accomplished. "Call me brother," he said. Yu Qing replied with a questioning look. "Do not speak of 6 years past. Now, Miss Yu has gracefully surpassed the age of 18, and when faced with the 15-year-old Xingzhou, she still perceives him as merely a child. At 18, having reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul, though it may involve an element of chance. How many in the entire realm of cultivation can claim to have transcended to this stage at such a tender age? Even her two exceptionally gifted senior brothers, possessing rare spiritual roots, are merely on the cusp of the golden core stage, awaiting a fortuitous opportunity to make their breakthrough. Thus, Miss Yu Qing finds herself somewhat elated. "Xingzhou, I have entered the mid-stage of nascent soul, while you remain at the golden core stage. Might you consider allowing me to be your senior sister?" Xingzhou, with a dismissive expression, retorts, "You have been out training for a year and still cling to such hopes?" The fair-skinned youth, disregarding his status, rolls his eyes dramatically. Were it not for their master and second uncle being present, the two would likely have engaged in a friendly tussle by now. "I have been out training for a year, even before both of you assumed the role of senior brothers." Xingzhou counters, "That was a unique circumstance. It was master who permitted you to descend the mountain. Have you forgotten how many life-preserving talismans he bestowed upon you before you left? Fearing you might perish in the outside world?" The heartfelt bond of brotherhood and sisterhood, characterized by mutual teasing, endures. Finally, Ling Xuan clears his throat and interjects, "Xingzhou, Yu Qing, cease this impoliteness. Your second uncle is still in attendance." The two disciples instantly fall silent. "How long?" Ling Xuan inquires again. This inquiry left Xingzhou momentarily perplexed. He lowered his gaze in contemplation and then spoke. "Master, the moon spirit beast is a rare encounter, seldom seen in a millennium. Most of those captured in the past were reluctant to form a bond with their masters and did not live long. A predecessor from the Beastmaster sect did rear a moon spirit beast a millennium ago, yet there was no contract, and the records in our texts are limited. From what I gathered in my studies, there is no mention of the duration of slumber required post-bonding with a moon spirit beast. In essence, Yu Qing's fortune is nearly unparalleled." Ling Xuan smiled gently. Her third disciple was indeed following the archetype of a protagonist from a tale. Chapter 166. Where did it go wrong? The protagonist, of modest talent and from a fallen family, unexpectedly embarks on the path of cultivation through sheer serendipity, subsequently receiving myriad opportunities that lead to their ascendance as a formidable figure. Ling Xuan mused, "Very well, this child has a promising future." As the moon spirit beast remained in slumber, the group was unable to behold its true form. After congratulating Ling Xuan and Yu Qing, and Xingzhou hastily ushered everyone away. The members of the 9 respected pavilion, be they masters or disciples, or even puppets, were all equally brazen. It was wise to depart swiftly, just moments ago. They had been audaciously confronting the Immortal Alliance, and soon enough, he might find himself as the delicate, dependent sect leader. Ultimately, today's events reflected poorly on the Immortal Alliance. While the moon spirit beast is indeed rare, it should not have led to the loss of the Alliance's inherent dignity. The Immortal Alliance seems to decline with each generation, and Xingzhou could not help but lament the misguided paths of the Immortal Alliance. Yu Qing Neil, the young girl, in the midst of her nascent soul stage, quivered in fear, dropping to her knees, her body rigid. Master, I acknowledge my mistake. Despite her confusion, Yu Qing took the initiative to admit her fault. Ling Xuan raised her eyelids with a cool demeanor and remarked, "Pray tell, where have you erred?" Yu Qing pondered. Where had she gone wrong? Was it her rapid advancement? Was it the lack of a mentor's sense of fulfillment? Master, grant me a moment to contemplate the matter at hand. Before Yu Qing could articulate her thoughts, her master suddenly extended her hand, causing the purple spirit whip, which had been coiled around the young girl's waist, to transform into a lilac ribbon and swiftly materialize in Ling Xuan's grasp. Yu Qing watched in disbelief as her master wielded the very whip that had once been bestowed upon her and struck it forcefully against the ground. With a resounding crack, the non-existent dust seemed to dance in response, and simultaneously, Yu Qing felt a tremor reverberate through her very soul. Ling Xuan spoke leisurely. Haven't figured it out yet? Then rise when you have. Yu Qing cast a glance at Pei Lizzie and Shun Xiao beside her, instinctively sensing that her senior brother Pei was somewhat unreliable. Although she often quarreled with Shun Xiao, their familiarity had grown over the past 6 years. Pei Lizzie resembled a lone wolf, immersed in his own world while excluding those beyond it. Only in Ling Xuan's presence did his aloofness seem to temper slightly. Chapter 167. The Pitfalls of Education. However, Pei Lizzie's demeanor towards his junior brothers and sisters remained indifferent. Their encounters over the past 6 years had been marked by this emotional detachment, clearly indicating a lack of camaraderie among them as fellow disciples. In contrast, although Shun Xiao and Yu Qing bicker daily, there exists a semblance of brotherly and sisterly affection between them, albeit one that is exceedingly fragile. At that moment, Yu Qing cast a glance at the two, but it was Shun Xiao who could no longer bear the sight. He reproached, Yu Qing, have you forgotten the treasures bestowed upon you by our master during your trials in the outside world? Have you not the sense to call for help when you are in peril? Yu Qing, taken aback by his harshness, finally recognized her folly. Without a hint of propriety regarding gender, she immediately rushed to embrace their master's leg, weeping, Master, I acknowledge my mistake. It is not that I did not wish to seek your aid, but the treasures you provided are far too precious. I dared not utilize them until the very last moment, fearing to squander your kindness. Please do not be angry. I have brought you a gift from the mortal realm. The young girl, with her enchanting visage, simultaneously admitted her fault and acted adorably. Who could resist such a charm? Ling Xuan couldn't help but sigh, pondering where her guidance had faltered. In merely 6 years, the once reserved and delicate young lady had transformed into this bold girl who unabashedly clung to their master's legs. Ling Xuan, momentarily taken aback, detached herself from her disciple's grasp with a stoic expression and admonished sternly, Yu Qing, who taught you such a lack of decorum? How old are you now? This is utterly inappropriate. She continued with gravity, as cultivators, one must not be overly fixated on appearances. To be excessively preoccupied with one's looks can lead to a shaky heart, stagnation in one's cultivation, in severe cases. It may even result in obsession and deviation from the path. In the future, should one be tormented by their appearance. Do not dare to claim to be a disciple of Ling Xuan. At this moment, Ling Xuan suddenly raised her hand to press her temple and added, what a disgrace. Yu Qing. Beside her, Pei Lizzie and Shun Xiao. Ling Xuan's tone carried a hint of despondency, distinctly different from her usual jesting manner, indicating her earnestness. Their master had declared that anyone who developed inner demons due to their lack of physical beauty would be expelled from the sect. Yu Qing cast a serious glance at her master, ultimately conceding that in this world, some individuals were indeed blessed with exceptional beauty yet remained oblivious to it, truly deserving of the title of a prodigy. Before Ling Xuan could finish admonishing her disciples, she coldly asserted, no matter how rare and precious the magical artifacts may be, They serve merely as tools for cultivation or to preserve one's life. There exists nothing more precious than life itself. If you hesitate to use a talisman for help, you may very well lose your own life. At this age, surely you can discern what is of greater significance? Even though being scolded by her master had become a commonplace occurrence over the years, hearing her once ignorant mentor, who had previously chastised her for disregarding life, now proclaimed that nothing surpassed the value of life, stirred a wave of emotions within Yu Yuqing, causing her eyes to momentarily glisten with unshed tears. Then she heard her master declare, "Since you recognize your mistake, you shall copy the sword manual 100 times, with a deadline of 3 days." Chapter 168. Ghostly Shadows. Ling Xuan remained unfazed. "Do you have any objections?" Yu Yuqing shrank back. The disciple dares not. "Should you have any objections, transcribe it 200 times, Ling Xuan said slowly. "Remember, your handwriting must be clear and neat. Otherwise, you shall rewrite it." Yu Yuqing felt increasingly anxious. Master, 100 times is quite sufficient. Such a number is auspicious." She chuckled awkwardly, but upon noticing Ling Xuan's indifference, she promptly exclaimed, "Master, I shall go and copy the sword manual right away." With that, she sprang to her feet and hurried off, fearful that Ling Xuan might impose an additional 100 repetitions upon her. Although Yu Yuqing wielded a whip as her weapon, she practiced sword techniques. Naturally, the sword and whip were distinct in their forms. Ling Xuan made slight modifications to the sect's sword techniques before imparting them to Yu Yuqing, ensuring that the sword techniques could be adapted into whip techniques. However, as Ling Xuan gazed at the purple spirit whip in her hand, and then in the direction where her disciple had disappeared, she mused whether she had become some sort of tyrant. Had she truly rendered the whip obsolete for Yu Yuqing? In her heart, Ling Xuan noted this peculiar detail. The whip was to Yu Yuqing what the sword was to a sword cultivator, indispensable at all times and places. The days that followed were arduous for Yu Yuqing. Despite her exceptional fortune, having inexplicably attained the Yuanying stage and undergone a cleansing of her meridians, it was not a result of her own cultivation. The Yuanying status that Yu Yuqing possessed was as fragile as paper, unable to withstand a mere finger from Ling Xuan. As for her senior brothers, Pei Lizzie and Shen Xiao, one remained complacent while the other strove diligently. Ling Xuan paid little heed to their progress. As a master, she could not concern herself with every detail. Yet, it became evident that excessive laxity would lead to complications. The trouble originated with Yu Yuqing's return from the outside world. Around the hour of the tiger, a petite figure stealthily emerged from a side hall adjacent to the Nine Lords Hall, stepping into the darkness. The puppet master requires no respite. As the shadow stepped into the eastern hall, Ling Xuan, who had her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. The figure silently entered the hall and cast a spell of slumber, ensuring that the person on the couch breathed evenly before proceeding with the next course of action. In the darkness, the petite figure conjured a peculiar spell. From her hands, billowing a ghostly white mist that drifted towards the individual on the couch. Just as the mist hovered above, poised to descend slowly and seep into the person's body, it abruptly shrank. In the shadows, unseen by anyone, a dense black fog surged above the white mist, spreading forth to envelop it, ultimately consuming it entirely. Yet, this was not just one wisp of white mist. The determined petite figure seemed resolute in her endeavor. In the next moment, a person silently emerged behind her, their right palm firmly pressing against her crown. Immediately, a chilling voice echoed, devoid of any compassion or mercy. From her disciple's crown, she forcefully tore forth a clawing ghostly apparition. The ghost sought to escape, but was instantly pierced by the sword of a Peak Realm swordsman, scattering its soul. Yu Yuqing collapsed instantaneously, caught by Ling Xuan. Chapter 169. Unsteady Heart of Tao. At this moment, Ling Xuan was filled with an urge to unleash a torrent of curses. Her little disciple had ventured out in the dead of night to launch a covert attack on her elder brother. Naturally, the term sleepwalking was an inadequate description. Yu Yuqing's state clearly indicated that she had been exploited by unclean forces. Such occurrences, if made public, could not be elucidated in mere words. At this moment, the little girl in her arms lay soft and limp, devoid of any semblance of malicious intent. Ling Xuan gently set her aside and stepped forward toward Pei Lizzie, unimpeded by the enveloping darkness of the chamber. Within this obscurity, she remained unaffected. The individual on the couch was ensnared by a slumber spell, now lost in a deep unconsciousness. Before Ling Xuan's arrival, the swirling black mist that had lingered in the air had mysteriously vanished. She meticulously examined Pei Liji's meridians and soul, noting a slight instability, yet it was not vulnerable enough to be easily usurped. Someone had implanted a ghostly shadow within her disciple's body, cleverly using Yu Youqing's recent ascension to the nascent soul stage, following her contract with the moon spirit beast. As a guise, Ling Xuan, preoccupied with the implications of this newly formed pact, overlooked the precarious state of Yu Youqing's consciousness. Contracting a spirit beast, particularly an ancient one, and subsequently advancing to the mid-nascent soul stage without stabilizing her cultivation, presented an opportune moment for exploitation. The ghostly shadow concealed itself within Yu Youqing's spiritual awareness, hidden so well that even she remained oblivious to its presence. More critically, the moon spirit beast was currently in a dormant state, posing no immediate threat to its life, and thus it was unlikely to awaken. Furthermore, despite Yu Youqing's mid-nascent soul status being somewhat fragile, it was still authentic and formidable. The three puppets within the nine were merely at the golden core stage, making it feasible to evade their notice. It was apparent that Yu Youqing herself may not have considered the extent of her own capabilities. Ling Xuan, at the pinnacle of the void refinement realm, is not easily deceived. It is unlikely that she remains oblivious. The moment the ghostly aura manifested at Xiao Sect, her fellow disciples must have sensed it as well. What could this all signify? Did someone deliberately emerge to probe? If so, is the probing directed at Xiao Sect, at her, Ling Xuan, or perhaps Pei Lizi? Ling Xuan gazed intently at the figure reclining upon the couch. This disciple possesses remarkable talent, yet there exists an enigmatic quality to his disposition that eludes comprehension. From the perspective of a mentor, she holds great expectations for him, firmly believing that he is destined to ascend to realms that many can only dream of. Nonetheless, there remains a certain intangible quality lacking in his character. Generally, cultivators begin to glimpse their own path during the nascent soul stage, but Pei Lizi is different. Although he is still in the golden core stage, Ling Xuan can discern that he has already begun to explore his own way. Yet therein lies the dilemma. This prodigy seems to harbor doubts about his path. An unstable heart will ultimately lead even the most gifted to their downfall. As merely his mentor, Ling Xuan can impart a multitude of teachings, yet she is powerless to instruct him on how to confront his own path. Each individual must face their own way. To doubt or deny it will hasten one's descent into oblivion. After conducting a brief examination of Pei Lizi, Ling Xuan remained unaware that the ghostly figure manipulating Yu Youqing tonight was, in fact, targeting him. Though Pei Lizi's spirit was somewhat unsettled, it was far from a state that could easily succumb to possession or control. Though she thought so, Ling Xuan prudently removed the soul-binding rope from her hair and tied it around Pei Lizi's wrist. Chapter 170. Is there a second person who has lived again? A cascade of dark hair tumbled down, with a few strands gently brushing against the face of the slumbering youth. The boy's countenance remained serene, betraying no signs of disturbance. The crimson soul-binding rope was thus secured around his wrist. After completing the knot, Ling Xuan recited an incantation, and with that, the vibrant red cord vanished from sight. Following this, she cast a fleeting glance at the young man before departing with her little disciple in tow. Upon her entrance, her hair was still bound by the red rope. Now, she cradled a young girl in her arms, her raven locks cascading freely behind her. After a considerable interval, the youth on the couch finally opened his obsidian-like eyes. He raised his left wrist, and in an instant, a red soul-binding rope materialized upon it. Ling Xuan's figure had evidently vanished, yet he found himself involuntarily gazing towards the doorway. Yu Youqing had been ensnared by malevolent spirits, a revelation that not only took Ling Xuan by surprise, but also caught Pei Lizi off guard. The specter enveloped in black mist unmistakably bore the essence of the Yellow Springs. It emanated a presence that stretched forth from the depths of hell, indicating one undeniable truth: the spirit had escaped from below. Whether it had fled of its own volition or had been intentionally released by another remained a matter for contemplation. Moreover, why had it specifically targeted Yu Youqing, and subsequently him? Ling Xuan may still be grappling with these questions, but Pei Lizi understood. Although he currently possesses only the cultivation of the golden core stage, he is, in essence, a soul that has truly ascended. His spirit, though not as formidable as it once was, undoubtedly surpasses his corporeal form in strength. In other words, could it be that someone has uncovered his origins, knows who he is, and is aware of the events that transpired in his previous life? Might there exist, apart from him, another individual in this world who has also been granted a second chance at life? The ghostly figure that had just appeared clearly aimed to devour him. However, it fortuitously fell prey to the dark mist that perpetually accompanies him. This dark mist, contrary to its seemingly innocuous appearance, revealed its true nature. As Pei Lizzie raised his hand, it transformed back into a palm-sized wisp, affectionately entwining itself around the soul-binding cord on his wrist. Initially, Pei Lizzie harbored no fondness for this dark mist, yet over the course of 6 years it had caused no trouble, proving to be relatively well-behaved. And he gradually came to accept its presence. Had it not been for tonight, when it perceived Pei Lizzie was in danger and subsequently consumed the ghostly figure, he might still have been oblivious to its true nature, masquerading as a frail wisp. A true performer indeed. Pei Lizzie continued to gaze at the soul-binding cord on his wrist, a faint smile glimmering in his eyes. The night was long, with only the enchanting moonlight for company. On the following day, during morning practice, only Pei Lizzie and Shun Xiao were present. Pei Lizzie remained silent, but Shun Xiao sensed something amiss. Normally, Yu Yuqing would be eager to compete for the title of the first to complete the morning run, yet today, she was conspicuously absent. Even their master was not present. Pei Li held the Hongxiao sword in her hand, her expression inscrutable. Upon hearing the words, she merely turned her head to cast a glance at Shun Xiao, remaining noncommittal.